TV blending into the couch, bro.
I was deep in the couch last night. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Warriors Wednesday. Deep into the couch. What a fun night. Fun night. Giants get a clean win over the Dodgers, 5-0. You got to give them credit, man. It's a good win. A very good win, although I'm not for standing ovations for pitchers who can't make it out of the fifth. But
feel me?
All right, is
that where the bar is?
Okay, fine. All right.
I'm so over the City Connect jerseys.
The City Connects are terrible. But they win, I guess. They win. I'm just not a fan of that jersey. They represent San Fran. They don't represent Frisco. They don't represent the city. But I'm not going to get on the uniforms. They win 5-0. I'm not going to rain on a parade. Lakers get the win in overtime, and
that was the fun game.
Oh man, that was. And you know what? That was a fun game.
I really
in many more ways than one.
I really.
It was comical. It was pretty comical.
I put the Laker game on. Like I'm watching on the iPad the Laker game, and then in the fourth quarter, I want to say about 8 minutes to go. I was like, oh, they're down like 6 here. Oh. I'm going on the big TV. So I put that on the big TV, switched the Giants to the small little iPad, and I was just enjoying. Reggie Miller, by the way, was dying for the Lakers to win.
Dude,
and maybe it was just me wanting to feel that, but God, he's like, LeBron should not be charged with that foul on the loose ball foul where he came flying.
That's a great call. He's like, it's just, and he cuts off Kevin Harlan so much, like, dude. Take a breath, Reggie. The mic will get back to you. It will. I promise you. Look, that was terrible. The T-Wolves scored 8. So Karl-Anthony Towns picked up his, and I couldn't believe this, picked up his 5th foul with 2:22 left in the third quarter. And I thought the 4th and 5th fouls on Karl-Anthony Towns in a game like that, you couldn't let him go. But they called him. I
agree.
It's Lakerland. You know they're going to call Karl-Anthony Towns. I'm sorry, Spathoni. You're going to get the benefit of the doubt with the whistle. Austin Reeves got one running into Anthony Edwards in the fourth quarter. Ran into him. Anthony Edwards, hand straight up. Boop, boop. 2 fouls for Austin Reeves. Okay, that's what we're doing in L.A.? Fine.
I mean, doesn't Austin Reeves deserve a better whistle?
No, did Stephen Curry. I mean, come on, man.
Just teasing.
But he picks up his 5th foul with 2:22 left in the third quarter. When you look at the final score, and you look at the way overtime played out in the final 5-6 minutes of the fourth quarter, the T-Wolves from that point, when Karl-Anthony Towns picked up his 5th foul with 2:22 left in the third quarter, scored 18 points the rest of the way.
The poor coach, I felt bad for it. The
Chris Finch.
Decision-making from his team. First off, both teams, the amount of horrific turnovers. Like, if we were to just isolate the final, 10 minutes of the game. But, Monte, Karl-Anthony Towns, can we have a discussion here? I am a guy who's always going to be infatuated with talent, right?
Yep.
Like, so if you have a lot of talent, I'm going to give you a longer leeway. I'm going to give you more of a runway to prove me wrong. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm not denying the talent. The IQ from that guy. Go on the block every now and then. There was 3 minutes to go, and he's chucking early shot clock heat checks from 45 feet or 35 feet out. I'm like, what are you doing?
Well, I thought Reggie was right in this sense. He had got the ball on the block, and Austin Reeves was defending.
Yes.
Was it Austin or Rui Hachimura? I forget who it was. But he's got a one-on-one, and the double hasn't come yet.
At all.
And he passes it out right away. Just get your big ass on the block. But I get why. I kind of get why.
Why?
Because he had that 5th foul, and that took away all his aggression.
Well, he's got
all of it. He's got to play through it. He's got to learn to play through it. But even last year in the Memphis series, he would get in foul trouble, and he would just start standing on the 3-point line and lose all of his aggressiveness.
Exactly.
It's you got to get on the block, dude. And Anthony Edwards.
Oh, he had a bad night.
A bad night?
I mean, he had a bad night. But he's young. Karl-Anthony Towns has got to be, 27?
Yeah.
The sneakiest 27-year-old in the league.
But I can't.
I agree.
It's tough for me to come down this road. It's tough for me to come down Karl-Anthony Towns' road when he has 24-11 and he carries that team in the first half. He literally carried them. I need my other co-pilot, Anthony Edwards, to not go 3-17.
But when it's money time, and you're making max money, and you're that dude on that team,
they're kind of both that dude, right? They're kind of 1A, 1B.
To me, Edwards is so young. This is his second.
Third year.
I know, but his second legit, playoff moment. He's very young.
He
is he, 22?
Yeah, I get it. He's young.
No, I agree he needs to play better. But
he's got to be. He was unplayable.
No, D'Lo was unplayable.
I mean, but looking at Anthony Edwards with the T-Wolves, he was unplayable.
Well, in the fourth quarter, I like that he attacked the rim.
A couple times.
I know, but I wanted
3 field goals. He was 0 for 9 from the 3-point line. 0 for 9.
I can't
Edwards.
defend. I can't defend that. But
Edwards, you got to be better.
I know, but he's just so young.
You know?
I'm willing to
Like,
give
at
him
least
leeway. He plays
look-
hard, and he has the shoulder injury.
I mean, I could look at a Carl Anthony Towns and say, damn, he had that foul trouble. It took
That's
snapped
fair.
all his.
That's fair.
You know, he's coming off a major injury. He played 45 minutes last night, or excuse me, 41 minutes last night. They got to be better. I mean, to blow that game.
Oh, they're going to be.
And now I'm a little worried that it's going to get the Lakers' life.
I agree with you. And then Anthony Davis didn't even touch the ball down the stretch.
Well, they just.
I don't understand why they can't get Anthony Davis the ball.
I don't either. Does he want the ball? Does he not want the ball?
I mean, Rui's got the ball out on the perimeter, and he's playing hopscotch with Schroeder and LeBron. And I'm like,
right?
Where's my max player?
Wow.
Can he get the ball at the elbow?
Wow. Well, Dillon Brooks wants the
especially
Lakers.
with Karl Anthony Towns with 5 fouls.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, Dillon Brooks wants the L.A. Lakers. Dillon Brooks.
Why did he say something?
Oh, you didn't see what he said?
No.
Oh, Dillon Brooks is struck again. Let me pull it up. That's not there, right there.
Dillon Brooks has struck again.
Dylan the Villain. I'll pull it up in a second. Dylan the Villain. Maybe I put it in our thread. I'm looking at multiple. All right, here we go. I wouldn't mind playing LeBron in a 7-game series. The legacy's there. First time back in the playoffs. Knock him out right away in the first round. It'll test us good.
Who does he think he is?
Hey, Dillon Brooks, man. That's going to be a hell of a series.
He really thinks he's on that level, too.
That's going to be a hell of a series. Oh, man.
Who was the guy that used to talk smack to? It's Shorty Lowe. Remember when Shorty Lowe was coming at like T.I.?
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
T.I.
yeah,
has
yeah.
like 9 platinum hits in the last
Shorty
3
Lowe.
years.
Who is Shorty Lowe?
I mean, he had one good song, but it was like, come on, Shorty Lowe.
It's like Ali from St. Lunatics.
Oh, yeah.
He was coming at T.I.
Is it
Or no,
Murphy?
he was coming at Ludacris.
Murphy Lee?
No, it wasn't Murphy Lee. It was Ali, the tall guy.
Oh, okay,
'Cause you had
yeah.
Murphy Lee.
Yes.
You had Nelly. You had Ali. I don't even remember the other guy.
My Air Force Ones?
Yeah, so Ali was like taking shots at Ludacris saying, look at him. He took our whole style. He took Nelly's whole style. It's like, what are you talking about? Luda, people forget Luda had heat.
Luda did have hitters.
Those first 3 albums were hot.
Yeah, they did.
They were hard.
On the 50-yard line at the Georgia
Yep,
Dome?
no doubt. What about Cadillac Grills, Cadillac
no.
Spills?
Woo!
Dude, come on,
Saturday
man.
night? He had so many hitters on
Yeah.
that first album.
It's Saturday. Sticky
Yeah,
Icky.
dude.
Ooh.
The first 2 albums are nothing but knocks.
Classics.
Yeah, I agree.
People
with
forget
you.
about Luda.
I agree.
They do. He went down his own lane, whatever. But you know what? I was thinking about this. Look, we're going to talk a little Giants and Dodgers. We got Carlos Ramirez, 9:20. We got Ron Adams at 8:30, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. So we're going to have a lot of fun. But you know what?
What's that?
I tapped into D-Lo at KC yesterday because I like to see what the interviews are saying.
Yeah, I did an appearance on their show.
I saw that. Well, and I saw the person who came on after you did.
Who was it?
Trista Crick.
What'd she say?
Oh, I didn't know y'all was beefing hard, man. But anyway,
Who, me?
no, I'm kidding.
Did she say something?
No.
No, now I want to know.
No, she didn't say anything.
Oh,
But
because
KC and D-Lo.
right here on the right hand side.
KC and D-Lo, and it's time to turn the petty up. And we'll get to some sound in a little bit. KC and D-Lo. KC's just trash at chasing her, number one. Oh, it's $1 billion dump. Oh, chasing her is trash. Oh, it's like you're going to the dental office. Well, you know what, KC? You are going to the dental office. This is a team that went 11-1 in the postseason at Chase last season. They went 33-8 this year at Chase Center. So it will be painful for you, Casey, when you come to Chase Center. It will feel like a root canal because all those threes that's going to be raining from Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole in games 3 and 4 is going to make you sick. It's going to make you feel like you got the tooth pulled. All right? So that's number one. And D-Lo, talk about our gear. Just because all those homeless people up in Sacramento grab your free D-Lo and KC shirts don't mean you're selling things like hotcakes, all right? It's time to turn up the trash talk. It's time to turn up the petty. I'm goddamn tired of the Sacramento Kings already, and it's Wednesday morning. I'm sick of them. It's time. They got the little angels in the outfield type of script here this season where it's like, oh, it's a little cute story. Oh, you won a little division. Oh, you're Pacific Division champions. Oh, the Kings have made the playoffs for the first time in 17 years. Oh, la, 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 la. You got the little beam and everything. Showtime's over. It's over. All right? The story's over, Sacramento. It's done. The Chaps are coming to town, and we're coming to take what's ours. And that's a playoff series and a road game. I'm sick of them. It's time to turn this bad boy up. All right? Enough Mr. Nice Guy with Sacramento.
So those that weren't listening to their show, You sent a clip, and it started at like the 23-minute mark, and so I tapped in last night. I had a doubleheader, Little League. We'll get to that in a second, and then I had some O Club. We put the hurting on a team last night. It was great. Oh, the vibes were impeccable last night coming home. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna pop this in while I'm driving home. I pop it on, and I go, damn. He's coming at our fashion.
He's coming at baby Ches.
Yes, he did. He said she's going to draw something. We're going to put it on a T-shirt.
Said we copied their style.
And I would just say to D'Lo, like, that's cute that you have a closet full of expensive gear. I'm more into real estate than I am fashion. So, when you want to step your game up to boss status, then we can sit down at the big boy table and have a conversation.
Well, these guys are acting like big boys. And they called, and this is where I represent the fan base. This is where I'm going to tell I do the pre and post game show. I'm right here on the morning roast. We're doing numbers, all right? We're doing numbers on the show. And for Sacramento and D-Lil and KC to call my fan base, my Dub Nation, the guys I rock with day in and day out, the most loyal fan base in the NBA, and call us the whiniest fans in the world?
I mean, come on.
We're the whiniest fans in the world? Oh, they don't watch basketball.
I'm still hearing about the Kings Game 6 from 50 years ago.
All right? These guys taking shots at my Dub Nation, my fan base, calling us the whiteiest fans, saying we don't watch basketball? We don't watch other teams? We've been locked in on you guys all year long, and we've been locked in on everybody in the NBA. We know what time it is, but the NBA runs through Golden State. It runs through the Bay Area. And so their little producer who chimed in, they're just jealous because they're not like the Lakers or the Celtics. Hey, earth to you, little producer. Earth to you, buddy. I don't even know your name.
You are cranked
all right?
up.
I don't even know your name, homie. Let me tell you something about the Golden State Warriors, homie. The most valuable franchise in the NBA now? Huh? Is that what they are? Worth 7 B's, not M's, B's. Billions. I know Sacramento don't know nothing about that. They know nothing about that.
Well, they know how to spend it from Gavin Newsom's seat and, spend it recklessly. But other than that, yes.
That's it. That's it. You don't know nothing about how valuable this franchise is. We are the Lakers. We are the Celtics. When the Warriors play on prime time, what do the ratings say? TNT say, give me all the Warrior games. ESPN, give me all the Warrior games. ABC, give me all the Warrior games. Why? Because we are the show. We are the main event. We are the marquee. We are the headliners now. And that's what Sacramento's come to forget over 16 years of drowning in the desert looking for one playoff berth. One playoff berth. And all of a sudden, y'all showed up and y'all arrived. Okay, Saturday night is going down. Enough, Mr. Nice Guy. I'm done with these guys.
Did you hear that? That sounds like Bonte's music. I think it is.
Y'all didn't think we was ready. We played Nice Guy early in the week, and we said we were going to ramp our way up. What the hell with ramping up? I'm here now. Sacramento, I'm here now. And it's on and popping Saturday, 5:30, game number 1. And it's time to humble these dudes once and for all. Again, it's cute that Fox made the All-Star game. It's a bonus made the All-Star game. Nobody wanted to go to Salt Lake City anyway. Nobody cared. You got your little off night. We'll get into Harrison Barnes. We don't care about Harrison Barnes. The same guy who went 5 for 32 in games 5, 6, and 7 and was so damn petty couldn't invite Draymond Green to his wedding. That Harrison Barnes? Please. Dellavedova is your veteran? Please. Oh, come on, Looney is food. Blah, 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 blah. Well, you're going to see about Loon Dog. He's a 3-time champ. 3-time champ. 3 rings. You guys are rocking bubblegum machine rings from Summer League, hanging those banners at the Golden One. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. You hung a Summer League banner. And you want to talk about the champs? That we got the whiniest fan base? What? Oh, it's on and popping. Enough talking. It's on. And we're going to talk that talk all day today, all day tomorrow, all day Friday, all next week, the week after. And you ain't going to stop hearing from us once we dust your asses in 5 or 6 games, because that's what's going to happen. The champs ain't losing to those Sacramento Kings. Please.
Might be the easiest show I've ever done, guys.
Please.
I don't even know if I need to talk today.
Please.
This is incredible.
Please, these guys make one little playoff berth. They got the little DoubleTree Inn hotel with the little hot cookies, and they think they're doing something.
Those cookies are hella good.
They are hella good. Up there trying to vie for All-Star games. Ain't no All-Star games coming to Sacramento. You got 2 hotels up there. Stop playing. Nobody wants to go to Sacramento. Cowtown. You got your little cowbells that you're ringing that you stole from Mississippi State. It's stolen from the SEC team. Now you got your little cowbells. Oh, they don't know nothing about cowbells. Oh, what do you do, cowbells? Oh, my God, cowbells. You got cowbells. Please. The Sacramento Kings.
How has Steph Curry become underrated in this series?
These guys.
Can I ask that question? Like, it's all I see is De'Aaron Fox this and Sabonis that. Do we not remember Steph Curry is on the Warriors?
I mean, these guys have no idea what's coming. They have no idea what's coming. Klay Thompson.
If they lose game one.
Oh, it's
the psyche.
They lose game one, they might be swept. They might get swept.
Oh, you're giving them the Mary Poppins treatment.
You better for Sacramento, game one is a must win. That is a must win game for the Sacramento Kings.
I'm feeling that as well.
So
I love how they think Draymond's doing mind games. Like, no, Draymond's just doing what Draymond does.
Yeah,
which is just talking.
Draymond's talking that talk is what he's doing.
Yeah.
And this is what Draymond does. And you know why Draymond does it? Because he's a 4-time champ. He's a 4-time champ.
Hey,
last season alone, the Warriors played in more playoff series than the Kings have in the last 16 years.
Well, I mean,
come on. Come on. Stop playing.
I will say this. Golden One Center is really nice. No, it is. Like, I will defend. KC's right on that. I don't know if it's better than Chase Center because, like, part of the ambiance of a stadium is also its surrounding neighborhood and all that stuff. And, like, Thrive City's, I think, doper than what they've got around it. But what they've got around is pretty sweet.
It's pretty sweet. You call Chase Center trash.
Well, well, when you have to drive 3 hours to go somewhere relevant, I understand that. You know, when you're sitting in traffic for 2 hours, I'd be frustrated, too, if I was KC.
All right, 888-957-9570. I'm turned up.
I could tell.
And I can't wait for the crossover, ESPN 1320. We're going on their territory.
Oh, is that
we're
what
going
we're
to
doing?
enemy lines. And we're going to go on their YouTube page.
When is that?
Friday, I think. No time. Let me know. I'll handle it my damn self. You know, I don't need no help when it comes to trash talk. I'll eviscerate them like I did RJ and Sean, like I did Green Bay, like I did Philadelphia. It does not matter to me.
I think you just threw a no-hitter.
It does not matter, man. It's go time, folks. 888-957-9570. We'll break down some keys to the game. Harrison Barnes. What's your memories of Harrison Barnes? Mine is clank, 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 get to Dallas. That's my memories of Harrison Barnes. What's yours? He's a nice guy. Professional. Love what Harrison Barnes does off the court.
My Harrison Barnes moment in my mind, the Black Falcon flies high, when Tim Roy said that and he jammed it down at 20 years old. But that was 2012, 2013?
No doubt. It's been a while.
I feel like the guy's been on a milk carton for the last decade.
It's been a while. So it's good to see you, Harrison Barnes. You remember what the playoffs were like, Harrison Barnes? Yeah, he'll have flashbacks.
He's kind of like, what was Will Smith's aunt in the first season?
Oh, on Viv.
Yeah, and then she got replaced.
Yeah, she got replaced.
That's kind of the way I view Harrison Barnes.
Right. Did you see
poor guy?
That poor guy. Damn.
What?
Damn. You're right. You're not lying. 5-32 last 3 games of the 2016 NBA Finals. By the way, did you see Viv, the original, talk to Will Smith?
No.
They had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reunion.
Oh.
This was about a year ago.
I missed that.
Yeah, you got it. It's still probably somewhere, but she was on there, and they talked, and the original Viv was like, man, my career was ruined after that. And I looked at Will Smith a little bit differently after that one. But anyway.
Well, there's a lot of things Will Smith's done recently that I've looked at him a lot differently.
By the way, it's hot in here. I'm revved up.
Yeah, I can tell.
Got some playoff basketball yesterday. It was terrible. The Lakers are making me sick already. They'll play the Grizzlies. The Lakers, I hope they get past the Grizzlies. Because I would love to see them too. It's time to shut up fan bases. This is the Steph Curry era, folks.
We're
in the Stephen Curry era.
If it's Lakers Warriors, who's he going to root for?
Who's that?
Willard.
Oh.
I'm teasing.
Oh.
I know he hates the Lakers.
Does he?
I was in the locker room when Kobe was doing Kobe things.
I was there in the presser with
Rod. It was me and John Ireland, and we were rubbing elbows.
I was there when Rod Artest did his presser in his jersey after beating the Celtics in Game 7. I was there for the Rally Monkey. I was there with my USC jersey on. Yeah, you know he'll be conflicted. He'll be conflicted.
Right on, Cliff Kingsbury.
So will Guru. What's Guru going to do? He's got 2 straight series where the Kings and the Lakers. Because, I'm overlooking the Kings. We're going to smack them. We're backhanding them.
Lay off.
The backhand's coming to them. We're Tommy Pham. They're Jock Peterson. All right? That's what's happening here. Dental office.
Dude.
It's going to be like a root canal.
Do you know where Tommy Pham is currently?
With the New York Mets. You act like I don't want cover baseball or follow it.
It was random. I saw him the other day. I go, I forgot he signed with the Mets.
I told you he was with the Mets because they're coming to town next week.
I forgot he signed with the Mets.
They're coming to town for a 4-game set. And he said every time he sees Jock, he's going to slap him every single time. So get the security guards for Jock Peterson. Protect him at all costs, especially after hitting the 2-run single yesterday in the first inning.
On
Protect
a cutter,
Jock.
on the inside pitch.
It was a hell of a pitch.
Yeah.
Hell of a hit.
My boy David Villar, 2 butt cheeks.
I like Scott Alexander.
You do?
I do like.
I like him a lot too.
I like
you know
that.
who he
was a
reminds
sneaky
me
move.
of?
Scott Air.
No, that's a good one. I was gonna say he's different, but reminds me a lot of Affelt.
Oh.
Because he's got the big hook
yeah.
and he got the lefty fastball that actually has some decent life to it. I really like him. Now Affelt was a legend.
Right. All right. We're turning it up. 888-957-9570. Are you sick of the Sacramento Kings yet? Because I am. They disgust me now. I woke up and I want violence. So Sacramento Kings fans, call me and tell me why you think you're winning this series, and I'll tell you why you're wrong and laugh in your face. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. This segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Freeman'sAppliance.com today.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope.
YouTube. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody on the roadways. Drive safely. Safe. Good morning, everybody out there. Spadoni, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky. This is a Warriors Wednesday. A Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Also, the segment sponsored by calhope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. Do you know what KC gear is? Fire. I'll give them that.
Oh, it is.
They have a lot of good gear. They went all in on that. They got the fashion down. It's all good. They're doing numbers. It's good. I'm happy for them.
On
Those
the
are my
retail
guys.
side?
I'm happy for those
them.
guys. I am.
Here it goes.
Hope you wear them at Chase Center. I want to see that same gear at Chase Center. And they're talking like Kings fans are going to take over Chase Center. This is where Warrior fans need to stand up. Do not let these wannabe fans, these losers for so many years, come into Chase Center and take it over. I do not want to hear a damn light the beam chant at Chase Center. I'm telling you that right now. They're going to come here and they think, oh, the tickets here, oh, they're half off for what we're paying at the Go to One Center. Well, you guys are just suckers. That's why. You haven't been to the playoffs in 17 years. Of course your tickets are going to be sky high.
Well, I mean, we also have to save our budget for the finals.
Right. We got a long road. The wrong road.
Spadoni liked that one.
Conference final tickets.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I said to my wife, I said, all right, so how many of these games you want to go to? And she's like, well, I know KD's on the schedule somewhere down the line. And I'm like, oh, you're already looking past the Kings? She's like, it's the Kings.
And that's why
my wife.
And that's why ticket prices are low. Because it's the Kings. These were the giveaway games. Kings fans, you're still hey, babe, I can't really go to a Warrior game. You want 2 tickets to the Kings game? They're playing the Kings. I get it. Those are the free games. These are the freebies. Even in the first round of the playoffs. But the King fans, they're not realizing something here.
What's that?
They're not realizing that they just entered the Warriors Invitational. I mean, for as great as they were this regular season, do you understand that they won 4 more games than the Warriors? They won 48 games. The Warriors won 44.
I thought they had the greatest offense ever.
You would have thought they were 15 games up on the Golden State Warriors with the greatest offense ever.
1989 Niners, 2019 Chiefs, the 27 Yankees, and the 2023 Kings.
Oh, boy.
I mean, they're all on the same par of each other.
Yeah, no, they're on their same wavelength. Same wavelength. Come on, man. Oh. 5-game series. 5 games. Maybe 6. I would love to close them out up there and go to One Center. That's what I want. Close them jokers out and light the beam up. When you drive away from the Go to One Center, light that baby blue and yellow. Oh, hey there.
What's the biggest thing that you believe to be overlooked by people when talking about the Warriors?
Playoff experience. Knowing when to get it done, when it matters.
Don't you think we've put way too much emphasis on like this regular season, which means nothing?
It means nothing for the Warriors. Again, they said, Draymond Green told you on the podcast last month, I don't get out the bed in March. Wake me up when it's April. Well, guess what, Day-Day? It's April. And you know what? He's in rare form right now.
Did you see the T-shirt he was wearing during the pod?
Don't let us win another effing championship.
It's incredible.
And he's right. Don't let the Warriors. You want to think we're the whitest fan base now? We will be insufferable if number 5 happens this year. Insufferable.
Can you be a championship culture without a whiny fan base? Like, doesn't that come with entitlement?
All these fans are whiny. There's a lot of whiny fans. But Dub Nation, we got some hardcore fans. Don't look at Twitter and think, oh, man, Twitter, look at them whining and everything. They feel so. That was the other thing. D-Lo Casey talk about how insecure we feel. I don't feel insecure. We're 4-time champ. And you know what comes with 4 championships? Is a lot of trash talk. So I'm going to let you know about the 4 championships in 8 years. And the ring that we got stolen from us in 2016. And how Toronto got an asterisk on their ring because all Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant goes down. They got the little championship in North America. They'll never see another finals ever again.
Well, I think the big misnomer with the Warriors is like everyone's like, oh, you guys feel disrespected. Nobody's disrespecting you. What are you talking about? How the 2 championships for Kevin Durant were completely delegitimized.
Oh, my gosh.
By everyone.
And we were disrespected all last season.
Well, everyone thought, and I was one of them. If you said, Joe, would they win another championship post Kevin Durant? I'd say, if I had to bet yes or no, I'd probably bet no. And I was wrong.
I mean,
I think a lot of people were wrong.
Well, a lot of people nationally disrespected the Warriors. Like KC was talking about, ESPN's always praising you guys, and they've been knocking Stephen Curry for years.
Kendrick Perkins has a show every single day ripping the Warriors.
Dude, ripping the Warriors. Windhorse, checkbook championship. Like the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2016 didn't have the highest payroll in the NBA. We checked him on that. He didn't even know about that. Hey, Wendy, why don't you check the books?
You think Wendy's making the flight out to Sacktown?
Hell no. Hell no. They don't have enough hotels to house the media there.
He has the Warriors going to the NBA Finals, by the way. Brian Windhorst.
He does?
So don't worry, lock it in.
Wendy. That's why he's the homie.
Sacramento.
That's why he's the homie.
And they up there wondering why they don't get all-star games. Worry about getting to the playoffs first. Good for you. Robert Embryville, what's happening?
What's up, Robert?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Thanks for taking the call.
Anytime.
I was just wondering if there's any stats I can track Moses Moody's efficiency. You know what I'm saying? We always rave about how he's always ready and comes right off the bench and knocks down a three. Anyways, he's had a good year. But also, I want to shed some light on Jonathan Kuminga's development.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm excited about Kuminga. He's gonna be super good. That's it, man. Just want to show some love to the young guys who got a lot of hate throughout the year. So, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call, Robert. Kuminga's development, and he's the ultimate X factor in these playoffs. We brought up Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know if you did on your hit with KC, but I did, and it kind of laughed. Like, Sacramento Kings fans are laughing. Like, Jonathan Kuminga, really? You bring up Ludi, really? Ludi's. That's what you guys are talking about. So, as much as King fans are saying that Warrior fans don't watch them, how much Warriors basketball are Kings fans watching? Because it sounds like they don't watch the Dubs.
Kind of surprising considering that they're on national television so often.
Right. And maybe they're spending time at Sacramento Rivercat games while the Warriors are winning finals on the parquet floor. I have no idea. Did you not watch the postseason the season ago? When Loondog grabbed over 23 rebounds in Game 6 against Memphis, playing big boy basketball, banging with Steven Adams, who's a lot stronger than Domantas Sabonis.
Upset.
Oh, I'm ready to put these bozos out. I'm ready to put these guys out.
Why did it
I'm not
so
upset. No, I'm not upset.
No, I feel like you feel the need to defend.
I'm not upset. I am defending my guys because they're talking reckless.
I'm
all of them. Matt George, Jason Ham, they're all talking reckless up there in the 916. So it's time for the King to put them in their place. That's what's happening here. It's a different beast. It's playoff mode. Chatsky, turn up. It's the playoffs. I'm fired up is what it is. Let's go. We got a little dose yesterday. Got a little taste. Little sample.
Do you know the parable about the old bull and the young bull?
I do.
Yeah, well, right today you're going to be the young bull and I'm going to be the old bull. I've been down there that hill before.
I don't need San Francisco today.
Valley.
I don't need San Francisco today. Not today. I don't need them. I want to hear from San Francisco. It's turn up time. It's Wednesday. The ramp up has happened.
I think
boys were at practice yesterday. I'm talking that talk. And they're talking a little bit. I'm going to talk back because that's what I do. And like you said, if you can't talk trash now, when the hell can you talk trash?
Thank you.
I got a banner hanging up. We just had a parade less than a year ago.
I feel like a proud brother because I don't want to call you my son because that would sound weird. I feel like a proud brother. I'm watching my brother reach his apex right now. His arrogance apex.
Hey, man.
I'm happy for you.
Man, I'm trying to do some more snow angels and confetti. Let's go. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Conquer PD. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconquerpd.com. Also, if you want to go to Game 3 against the Kings, if you want to go to the dental office that KC said, Kitty Caraway said it's the dental office, Chase Center. They're calling it the dentist office. Well, guess what? Root canals for everybody in purple and black, baby.
Is Draymond going to be Psycho Sid then?
Oh, absolutely.
Remember he was a dentist?
Oh, yes.
No, does no one remember that?
Root canals. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game of the year tomorrow. Each show will give out a keyword, and you will need all three keywords to win. So make sure you're listening all day tomorrow for your chance to win. And that's what's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey fans, I'm breaking down MLB Play. I think they're the best MLB game.
Shooting if you're going to take a foul. Anderson looks for the open man. It's a three off. And it's a foul on Anthony Davis. And Anthony contesting. A foul on Anthony Davis on the shot by Connolly in the short corner on a three-point try. And that means 3 free throws. And Conley has not been to the line tonight.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Reggie Miller, Hall of Fame player, one of the greatest three-point shooters ever. Let the mic breathe, though. Gotta let Kevin Harlan finish his call, man. He was stepping on him all night, especially
I know nothing about that.
Yeah, no. Man, is that like the norm of sports media now? Just step all over each other. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
So, Deli Boy hitting me up on the personal text. Psycho Sid was never Dr. Isaac Yankem. Glenn Jacobs was, otherwise known as Kane. He was Isaac Yankem, and it was his debut role in the WWE.
Wow.
He's now a mayor in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Really?
Glenn Jacobs, correct.
I'm getting a little more annoyed, though.
Why?
I'm not. I got Worldwide have texted me. Right?
What? Oh,
LeBron showed his greatness last night in a must-win game. We need Lakers. Like, I got feeling.
What happened to you as a child?
He got dropped on his head.
A Duke LeBron fan.
It's unbelievable. It is unreal.
He's not a Warrior fan?
No.
What's
He
wrong
walked
with
around
this guy?
Game 7, 2016 with his Cleveland Cavalier LeBron James bobblehead.
My favorite half story actually happened in Philadelphia when he jumped out of that vehicle. We're not going to tell the whole story because the driver was about that life. The day that we almost got attacked by Philadelphia zombies.
Yeah.
But we hopped out of a vehicle, and let's just put it, Philadelphia was celebrating in the streets. Hef took 2 steps, and it was like we got in, 6 fights?
Worldwide have.
Next thing you know, we're back in this tiny little RAV4, and let's just put it this way. The driver said, quote unquote, I keep the heater on me at all times.
Oh, yeah. Chris Bully FaceTimed us. He FaceTimed me.
So happy.
In the middle of us being stuck in an Uber, in the middle of Broad Street.
Yeah, Casey
Philadelphia.
D'Lo, you got Vlade Divac FaceTiming you because we've got Mullen FaceTiming us, or you, and then I jump.
Peja?
Into the picture.
It is. Shasky jumps in. Is that Round Hill? Shasky, we're trying to get to the hotel, and we just got our asses kicked by Philadelphia. Who the hell cares where Bully's playing golf at?
Well, at that point, I'd already. Yeah, well, I'll just keep it to myself.
Pierce Evans, Kings are going to send the Warriors home. That's all you got. Oh, you're going to send them home. Oh, Kings said you're going to win the game in the series. You know what? I'm turned up. Let me turn down a little bit. Let me turn down.
Are they going to do what the Knicks did when the Knicks won one game and they celebrated in the streets?
Oh my gosh!
Remember that?
Oh, they're going to be. They popped champagne after clinching a playoff berth. They were in the streets popping champagne. Sacramento Kings fans. They literally threw a parade. Now, we believe clinched. We didn't go out on Mission Street and pop bottles.
No, there were gunshots.
There's always gunshots.
I know, but there were. I remember distinctive
They're
gunshots.
all gunshots.
My
They're
favorite
always
was
gunshots.
we had this huge house party when Baron Davis hit the dunk. I'll never forget my buddy EJ dropped to his knees and was like, ah! The entire neighborhood went crazy.
We didn't pop champagne when the Warriors clinched their first playoff berth in 14 years. The boys are out in the streets popping champagne, having bubbly baths like they won a championship. I mean, again, I shouldn't be surprised. This is the same organization and fan base that hangs up Summer League championship banners. Summer League chips. They've got that at the Go-to-One Center. Tamir, Oakland, what's happening, my man? Long time no talk.
Long time no hear.
Man, what's up, guys? Bonte, you got me feeling good. I'm talking trash with workers I found out that are Kings fans all of a sudden, too. So I'm talking the trash. I'm rolling up there, guys. Me and my boys from West Oakland, we going from the town to Sacktown. I'll sit front row wherever they want me to sit in my blue and yellow. I'm there talking smack. So tell KC, whoever you want to tell them that your boys are coming up there and we're coming deep. And I'm going to say it now. We're sweeping these boys. They talk too much. I just don't understand how you win one game, make the playoffs, and you all of a sudden disrespect Steph and Draymond and them. So keep it going and keep disrespecting Looney, too, and I love it. So let's go.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I would love to brood these guys. Oh, my God, I would love to brood them.
You know what I think?
I want to sweep now.
You know what I think is actually going to be the biggest X factor in this one? Because the pace of play, I think, is going to really
Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
Jordan Poole.
And this has got big Jordan Poole vibes. Did you know that he's one of the
top 10 social media?
Did you see that?
I did see that. LeBron's number one, so Steph's number two.
Yeah.
So there's not like the most viewed videos or highlights, impressions in the NBA or basketball this season.
Digital impressions across various platforms.
And LeBron was number one. Steph was number two.
Yeah.
Who's number three?
Was it Luka?
Luka may have been number three. Ja was there.
Yeah, Ja was definitely there.
Jason Tatum was like 6. Giannis was 5. Jason Tatum was 6. Victor Wembanyama was in the top 10, and Jordan Poole was number 9.
I mean, 2 Warriors in the top 10.
2.
It's kind of crazy.
Kind of wild.
And people you guys talk about Jordan Poole so much. It's because he's very interesting. I mean, he is one of the most compelling players in the Bay Area currently because of the way that he is, and then his game is so flashy.
Right.
And also because I believe, unlike some of these other sports, his role has changed dramatically from night to night, quarter to quarter. Like, he doesn't all these hey, go play cornerback. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay.
Right.
Like, go play right field. All right, maybe you're gonna go play shortstop or whatever. Like, if you're platooning,
right?
Starting, not starting, point guard, play off ball, play alongside Steph. I need you to facilitate now. Like, he's really got a lava lamp role.
No, he does. And look, he's got to be decisive, right?
Of course.
1, 2, 3 dribbles, boom, get to the paint. And I believe he can get to the paint at will in this series. Nobody on this team. Off night, Davion Mitchell. No, it's an on night for the Warriors guards in this series against Davion Mitchell. I am not impressed with him. Short guard, physical, but can't shoot. He's physical defensively. Please.
I was going to start calling him wide right instead of off night.
Why wide right?
Because, dude, he cannot hit the right side of a barn from beyond 15 feet.
I was just calling him on night because whenever Steph or Poole or DiVincenzo, they see Davion Mitchell in front of them, food, barbecue chicken, clear it out. I love it. You know, like when you see a guard, top of the key, or anybody dribbling the ball, and they tell somebody, get out of here. Go to the other side of the court. I got this. That's Davion Mitchell. Steph Curry, I don't need a screen. Isolation player, John Collins, let me show you how good of an isolation player I am. Off night. Please. These guys are fun. These guys are hilarious. It's a cute story, man. It's like watching Like Mike or something. You know what I mean? It's like watching Angels in the outfield. It's like watching
Like Mike.
Like Mike with Bow Wow, little Bow Wow.
Yeah, didn't see it.
Hey,
But a fun movie.
I did see Angels in the
It
Outfield.
was a fun movie.
God's thumbnail.
It's like Rookie of the Year.
Ow.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on, guy from Back to the Future. Is it Christopher Lloyd?
Christopher Lloyd.
Correct.
He made an appearance last week in Mando.
Yeah, it was cool.
Did you like that?
Great Scott. People were crushing because Lizzo and Jack Black, spoiler
How the
alert,
hell
were
did we
also
get
in
here?
it.
Lizzo?
Yeah.
How the hell did we get to Mando?
Well, bro,
New
Christopher
episode.
Lloyd. Because he's Al in Angels in the Outfield because he's wearing the
Oh,
American
yeah,
League
that's
hat.
right. Yeah. Speaking of
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
right.
you know, I was going
Fill
I
it
left
up
the
in
opening.
Coliseum.
I was showcasing
left
how
the
all my
opening.
versatility.
I left it here.
I mean, not all of us can create an entire segment of hilarity out of state continents or state capitals, excuse me.
Q, Brentwood.
What's up, Q?
What you got, Q?
Yo, B, don't turn down, man. That's why we love you, because you bringing that energy, bro. And Shasky, we need a little more from you this week. Tired of the mess. You know, the story was cute. Respect Mike Brown, but all these fans from Sacramento calling in, media members saying that their offense is better than the 73-win Warrior offense is crazy. Crazy. I was going to say Dubs in 6, but, man, bring the Wallace out, man. Sweet. 4.
Hey, Q, how does it feel for a fan base that hasn't tasted playoff basketball in 17 years to call Dub Nation the whitest fan base in the world? How do you feel about that?
Oh, it's crazy. It's delusional, man. It's delusional. They talking about regular season. They're talking smack about Looney and not winning on the road. This is a whole different environment. Forget championship pedigree, man. This is about experience. This is playoff basketball. They're not going to win one game, guys.
Q, I love it. Listen, King fans keep talking about how they're going to take over Chase Center games 3 and 4. You don't think Dub fans are going to be in the building and go to one center? You don't think Dub Nation? You want to call us the whitest fan base? This fan base travels. They travel, folks. They take over stadiums. This is what we do in the Bay. It's just how we get down. We like to come to your home, infiltrate your speed, kick the rug out, the welcoming mat or whatnot. We step all over that, rub our shoes all over it, and we make ourselves comfortable. That's what's going to happen Saturday night. Do Kings say they have no idea what's coming? I almost feel bad for them.
I think it's going to be a very mixed crowd for both arenas throughout the entire series. I don't think one team is going to have this distinct home court advantage. I think it's going to be a good amount of fans from the opposing fan base on either side, because that's what's great about this one. We could go another 20 years and not get a matchup like this.
That's fine.
This is going to be fun. I'm super pumped up.
This will be fun. This will be fun. Ron Adams, 8:30. Carlos Ramirez, 9:20. I know Ron Adams is probably listening, thinking these guys are maniacs. What the hell are they? They're so fired up. I can't turn down now. This playoff. I've been waiting for this time of year for so long. After this turbulent regular season, after everything that's happened, the 11 road wins, the up and down of Klay Thompson's slow start, Steph Curry's injuries, the mystery of Andrew Wiggins and him, leaving the team for personal reasons. It's just been a weird regular season.
Is that going to galvanize everyone? I haven't even thought about it, but the Wiggins return?
I almost think it is. I mean, these guys know, all right, we finally made it.
I mean, if he just scores 10 points and plays solid defense, isn't that a huge jolt for this team?
Huge.
I mean, we haven't even accounted for him. That's why this whole road record, he missed 45 games.
I mean, he's back. And I'm sure if it's Friday night, I don't know if it's going to be Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph. Who gets in front of the team Friday night? The night before that last sleep before game 1.
Ty Jerome, duh.
He galvanized his team. Come on. That would be funny. Ty Jerome. What if Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb got up to galvanize the team?
All right, fellas. Come on, that'd be hilarious.
That would be hilarious. Who would you want? That's 888-957-9570.
It's Draymond.
Who would you want to galvanize the team in that locker room?
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Or do you bring in Guru for the speech?
I honestly, David West would be, if I was going to bring someone out of the pen, Jermaine O'Neal or David West.
I was going to say Jermaine O'Neal.
Those would be my 1 and 2.
Oh, wow.
If you're talking about just the last 10 to 15 years.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMT, FM, and AC176, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supply. It's a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Ron Adams, 8:30.
Could you imagine them bringing in Harrison Barnes from the opposing locker room to fire up the team?
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Why would they do that?
They would never do that. I don't think of fiery individuals when I think of Harrison Barnes.
Look at this. I love this. Now the trash talk is starting to turn up.
Give it to me.
415. Oh, this is JD in Daly City. Comcast Business Text Line. The Sacramento River Cats got more cred than the Kings. All right, we need a little more than that. We need a little more. It looked better than it sounded. I need a little more. I live in Miami. When I go to Warrior games here in the regular season on Tuesday, the place is filled with Warrior fans, and it's Miami. That's from the 954 Comcast Business Text Line. That's the thing. Kings fans keep talking like, we're coming down to Thrive City. We got the Goons coming down to Thrive City. Well, the Goons are going up to Sacramento to take your stadium over.
They're already there. My sister's got the flag planted in the backyard.
Oh, she now is fully Team Warriors.
She's
now?
always been.
All right.
Yeah.
Because I know you mentioned how she enjoyed watching Kings games. Look, I enjoy watching Kings games.
Of course.
They're fun.
Of course.
They were fun. But Scotty was saying something about Sabonis because I see Scott Schindel, another Kings fan.
Is gold,
you know? Yeah, this is what I love. King fans are tapped into the Water Roast to relay the trash talk to D'Lo and KC.
Tell them I appreciate their patronage.
They become informants for D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320.
Okay.
So snitches get stitches. But I'm going to call them out. Scott Schindel. Sabonis going to average a triple-double this series. And I'm on Team Steiny in terms of this. He can average a triple-double. I don't think it's going to mean anything. It's not. It's going to be empty stats. Empty. Why is that? Because the head of the snake is De'Aaron Fox.
Well, and also, I want him to be able to play defense simultaneously. I think Sabonis is going to be put into a lot of action. Like, if we're being honest here, they've got some liabilities defensively that I think people aren't accounting for. We're just looking at offense. Playoffs is about switching and defense and balance and attacking a team's weaknesses. And so what might have worked throughout the regular season gets exploited in one of these series, and you have the opportunity to either adjust and try to shore up your weakness, or you get put on the bench.
Yep. This is a team that gave up 142 points to San Antonio April 2nd. All right, they gave up 123 to Dallas last week. I mean, they gave up 132. They give up 130 like it's nothing. Defense is not in their vocabulary. There's no D in Sacramento, literally. None. So you're going to play up and down basketball with the champs? Really?
Were you doing an alphabet check there? Is that what that was?
Yeah, it's just.
I like that.
Flawed. It's just flawed, man. I'm bagged this morning. That's it. I'm ready. Game 6 Bonte. What's happening right now?
Have they released the damn schedule yet?
No, they haven't.
God, what are we waiting on?
I don't care.
Is this all LeBron dependent? Is the whole league waiting for LeBron to have his schedule? Because it sure feels that way.
Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Guess what? The Warriors will show up. It doesn't matter.
I mean, that's probably because all the play-in games need to be done, right?
Play-in games need to be done.
I mean, but see, like, okay,
or at least today's play-in games.
So they play today, and then the winner of today plays what, Friday?
Friday.
Yeah, that next game should be Saturday. Like, you should force that team into a back-to-back.
Wow.
In my opinion.
Well, you should just do away with the play-in tournament.
I agree with that, but I'm saying, like, if you've earned the number 1 seed, there's got to be some repercussions for that 8th seed. Just my opinion.
Just get rid of the play-in tournament.
You did not. I tapped in. I thought it was fun.
I mean, I watched it because it's basketball. You want to see what the Lakers are going to do. You want to see if the Lakers.
The Hawks Heat game was bad.
Who?
The Hawks Heat game.
Oh my gosh, it was terrible.
I mean, Trae Young. I can't watch.
Let's be honest. Both these games were bad. These were bad watches.
The gameplay wasn't great. But I actually really enjoyed the Laker-Timberwolves game. I was pulling for the Timberwolves so bad.
Both teams committed 20 turnovers. The Lakers shot 41%.
I think the Timberwolves had 25.
No, they had 20 turnovers yesterday.
Oh, I thought they had more.
It felt like more.
God, I thought they had more.
It felt like more.
I mean, then the Lakers had 2 side inbounds, and they turned it over after a timeout.
They both commit 20 turnovers. The Lakers shoot 41% from the floor. They shoot 32% from the three-point line. T-Wolves shoot 43% from the floor. They shoot 39% from the three-point line. They were hot early, got cold late. I mean, he scored 16 points in the final 17 minutes of game action. 16 points. He scored 12 in the fourth quarter. It got bailed out with the Anthony Davis foul in the corner. I didn't think that was a foul.
Well, Conley, quick shot it. I don't know if he was afraid he was going to get his shot.
Well, he had to. There was only 1.3 seconds left.
No, I know, but I thought he had just a little more time for the gather, and he just did a little push shot, and then he almost push shot at the free throw.
Yep. Come on, man. Kings fans. I'm looking at all these texts. 408 Comcast Business text line. All these people that move from the Bay to Sac have no idea what it's like to be a Queens fan. I'm not going to call them Queens. Who remembers Kings fans celebrating getting 40 wins this year in Summer League, and they think they're going to beat the Dubs in round 1? Warrior fans taking the Kings for granted. Oh, really, David and Brentwood? Talk to me. Why is that, David and Brentwood? Why are Warrior fans taking Kings for granted?
Okay, listen, don't take me wrong. I'm a Warriors fan, okay? What I'm saying is most of the fans are taking the Kings for granted. And the last time that I saw, that kind of reaction was when we got Green Bay with the Niners back when Brett Favre came over to San Francisco. And we were all, we got the Green Bay Packers.
David. That was 28 years ago.
But as far as the Kings, I don't know. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's wait for game one.
David. Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish. You brought up something that happened 28 years ago. That was an entirely different sport.
Mm-hmm.
What made you think of that one up? What made you come up with that one?
Well, let's be honest. I mean, the Warriors haven't shown much defense either this past season. I mean, well, I'm confident they will. But like I said, let's just wait until the first game of the playoffs and see. Let's see what happens.
What's your prediction?
Seems like everybody, most of the fans are going like, we got the Kings. I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
David, I know you watch a lot of Kings basketball. David, you're a big NBA fan. What concerns you about the Kings? Because you sound concerned.
They're very athletic and they play very, very fast. And
they do play fast.
I love my Warriors, but they're old. Okay, they're getting at that point where I'm just hoping they can keep up with the Kings. I mean, because they might not have much defense, but if they can score more points than we do, then we're done for. And like I said, Shasky, just quickly, and I know I'm deviating from the charges with this thing going on with Tampa Bay Rays 11-0.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember back when the Giants were looking for the GM.
Yep.
They went for Farhan instead of the guy from Tampa Bay.
I know.
And I really regret. Look at what they've done during that time. And look at what Farhan has done. Farhan has really done nothing.
I know. And here's the difference. What's funny is that they're the smartest team in baseball right now. They've signed some really shrewd deals for Randy Arozarena and for Wander Franco, and they have the best pitching that no one knows about. Like, most people can't name one pitcher that's on the Tampa Bay Rays.
McClanahan, Rasmussen, Spriggs, Glasnow.
I know you can.
I mean, the Rays are legit.
They're ridiculous.
They're
They're like 6 deep in their starting.
They're really
as much
good.
as like Giants media tries to tell me that their pitching's deep. No, Tampa Bay's pitching is deep.
They have legit pitching.
And what's great is they're in one of the toughest divisions in sports with a lot of great. I mean, Boston, ridiculous payroll. Yankees, good team, ridiculous payroll. Toronto, great roster. And you look up and it's Tampa. Dude, they might be the smartest team in sports.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're going to take your phone calls. If you're on hold, stay on hold. I see folks calling right now. 888-957-9570. You worried about the Kings? It's Wednesday. Let's be honest. What's the biggest matchup of this series? What will determine this series? Which matchup will determine this series? Is it Fox and Curry? Is this a bonus in the bigs between Draymond and Looney? Is it the guys off the bench, Malik Monk versus Jordan Poole, the firepower that Monk brings? 888-957-9570. David and Brentwood with the analogy of the year, referencing a 49ers-Packers game for 1995. You can't make it up. I love David. Only David can do that. All right, Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine better with new Syntec full synthetic high mileage.
Take it away, Monte.
Loon Dog. They're sleeping on you. They're sleeping on you, Loon Dog. I'm telling you, since March 29th, the Warriors with the third best defensive rating in the NBA. Maybe they're just peaking at the right time. Now, look, Portland on Sunday, that was a complete win. Friday, that wasn't a complete 48-minute win. Against OKC on Tuesday night, that wasn't a complete 48-minute win. Wasn't a complete win against the San Antonio Spurs a couple of Fridays ago. And, when they played the Pelicans, they played good for the second half. So they've yet to put really together long stretches of success, right? 48-minute basketball games. But the last 2 weeks, everybody's talking about the Warriors' defense. Well, since March 29th, Warriors got the third best defensive rating in all the association. Sounds like they're playing better defense. And why? Because Gary Payton II's back.
Is that too small of a sample size?
It is a small sample size, but everybody in the NBA turned it up over the last couple weeks.
Okay.
And I would say,
and also
maybe
that's
since
when
the All-Star
GP2
break
came back.
Yep, exactly. So,
because that's where I struggle. All these regular season statistics and everything everyone's throwing at me, it just doesn't feel like it correlates to what we're going to see over the next 2 months.
I'm with you.
Like when you watch playoff hockey, you and I aren't big hockey guys. It's very different from the regular season.
Very.
The Florida Panthers, I'm going to go real. This is showing my depth of knowledge. The Florida Panthers played a certain style of hockey, and they won the President's Cup, okay, which was the best record in the NHL.
90s?
This was last year. And then they made this crazy trade because they lost in the first round. They got beat by, I believe, the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they made this crazy trade to just change up the way they play because they realized what we did during the regular season has zero carryover into the playoffs because it's so different. It's so different. Now,
I thought you were going back to like when they had this goalie name. I think it was Van Wiesbrock or something like that. And whenever they scored, they would throw rats on the ice. Do you remember that mid-90s?
Oh, yeah.
Looked at Spinoni, looked this up. They would throw fake rats on the ice, Florida Panthers, 90s.
Well, but I think the same can be said for the NBA. And sometimes it's not as stark, but you do see this a lot. Like the Atlanta Hawks, I always use as a reference point. Certain Rockets teams, when James Harden was the main guy without CP3, like those teams felt very hollow. They felt very regular season-esque. And then come playoff time, it didn't feel like that was the recipe to win. I think that you can make the same argument in the NFL when you watch some of the Lamar teams. You're like, it's great for the regular season, but when a team truly has the time to game plan against you, I'm not sure if that's sustainable come playoff time.
Yep. Hey, look at this. You're right about that because there's a switch, and you have regular season teams.
Exactly.
You see it in football all the time. You see it in football all the time.
You see it in baseball a lot, too.
Baseball. You get hot. And like the Rays, I will be worried about them because in the playoffs, they've come up short with situational hitting, not sticking to their pitchers, not letting their starters go long, not having a set closer. Well, I think that plays a factor into it. They're throwing guys in different roles every single game, and that kills them in the playoffs.
No, that's a good point. And like when you're looking at 162, or even 82 in hockey and in basketball, you're able to tinker with a lot of the lineups, and you're trying to gain margin over a long period of time. In a small series, little tiny advantages. They help, but like it's not as gigantic, and people can adjust because it's only a 4, 5, 6, 7 game series. So I don't know. I feel like all this regular season talk for the Warriors, no other team in my lifetime can I think of where the regular season meant less.
Yeah, the Warriors
than
Invitational.
This team.
They wait for the Steve Kerr has told you for the 2 straight years. For us, it's just about being healthy and peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
Draymond Green and Curry have told you over and over and over again, we just want to get into the top 6. Does home court matter for us? Not really. We've won a road game in 27 straight series. 27 straight series. They've won game 7s on the road. You know what I'm saying? They've clinched championships on the road. 2015. All right, 2018. All right. Last year in Boston. They've clinched championships on the road. 2018. I think the whole regular season road record thing, watch, you're going to see this team fully healthy, peaking at the right time, and they're going to be a different team in these playoffs because now they know, all right, after everything that happened, because for a champion, and we've seen this before with championship teams, the regular season does get tedious. Number one, the Warriors are getting everybody's best shot early on, right? When the Warriors come to town, you go to Orlando, you go to Charlotte, you go to Detroit, you go to all these different areas, and that's their championship. That's the game that everybody's selling out. Those are the tickets everybody wants. They're saying, we got to go see the Dubs. We got to go see the Dubs. You're playing in front of packed houses. And Steph and Dre and Clay and the rest of the squad are sitting there thinking, it's just another game in December. But these other cities act like they're playoff games. That's their playoff game. That's their NBA Finals game. But I look at the team at home. I look at the Warriors at home at 33-8 in Chase Center. And I think that's a reflection of who they really are. I really do. A top 10 defensive team. A team that's going to bury you with three-pointers. A team that's going to play bigger than their size. And so I do think they're going to flip the switch in this playoff run. And Sacramento's the perfect launching point to start this run. They are. It's a reason why you, Sacramento, were the marksmen. You had the target on your backs. Everybody wanted to be in that sixth spot. Teams are losing on purpose to try to fall to six to play you. Why? Because you haven't been here before. And when Saturday tips off, you're going to find out that there's levels to this. There's levels to being a championship team. And they'll find out quick, fast, and in a hurry Saturday night.
Well, and also the NBA, it humbles you because if you look back at the history of the league, anytime you think a team is rising up, they have to stub their toe before they can get over the hump. That's just the way the league is kind of set up because of that playoff factor. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
Isaiah Thomas, Michael Jordan, go through the outside of Magic, his rookie year doing what he did. Very few people actually push through their ceiling on their first run. LeBron didn't do it. Right. Steph Curry certainly didn't do it. Giannis certainly didn't do it. I'm trying to use some of the more recent examples. Even Kevin Durant didn't do it. So, to think that De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis are going to do it, that feels like a stretch too.
No, it does. It does, no doubt. Let's go to the calls, man. 888-957-9570. What's going on in the chat, man? There's always some fighting going on in the chat. Always. Oh, the haters are in the building? What up, haters? What's up, haters? I love the haters. They hate listening to this show. I love it. It's the playoff run. Get ready for Warriors basketball for the next 2 months. Andre in San Francisco. What's happening? You're on the roast. Andre, what's happening?
Hello.
What's up, Andre?
Hey, man. What's happening, Bonte? Hey, Shafi. Check it out, man. A lot of people is not realizing that Mike Brown did not win until he came to the Warriors. He left a contract in L.A. and a contract in Cleveland he was getting paid for. Until he came and got the game from Kerr, he didn't start winning. That's how he got the coaching job in Sacramento. So a lot of people underestimating how Kerr coaches in these playoffs. I think that's going to be the X factor throughout the series.
925. Good call. 925. Superstars rule in the playoffs. The Warriors have many. The Kings have none. Warriors in 5.
Well, I would call De'Aaron Fox a star.
I agree with that.
He's a star.
An ascending star.
Yeah, and he's legit.
Agree.
He's legit.
No, the Warriors have one superstar in Steph Curry.
Yep.
By resume, they are stars, which is a level down.
Right.
I have like a tier thing, like Dre and Clay.
Right.
Not sure if I would say that they are currently quote-unquote stars, but I mean, on any given game, you could get a 40-point Clay game. You could get one of those triple-double signature defensive moments. Like, how many times last year in the playoffs, before we got to the Boston series, did you go, Draymond was incredible tonight without leading the team in any category?
No, he was. He mentally takes you apart. He picks you apart. The Klay Thompson thing is interesting because when he does have a rough game, we're quick to point it out. As a fan base, as a media, here in the Bay Area media landscape. But I think, again, I brought this up probably every single week now since February. It's pretty remarkable that he's out there on the floor playing at this level. And that when he does have a bad game, the vitriol that comes his way, oh my God, he's chucking. I get it. He does chuck. He does. He drives me crazy sometimes when he does it. But I think Kings fans too are like, oh, Klay Thompson, he's washed. We got red velvet. What? Like, do you guys realize what Klay Thompson's doing this season? He's had one of his best offensive seasons. Now he's shooting a lot more threes, but that's fine.
So you didn't listen to Steiny yesterday?
No, what was Steiny talking about?
Well, if you took out his 4 best shooting nights, he actually had a career low in shooting.
Oh my gosh, is that what we're doing?
It was interesting. I'm just saying it was very interesting to hear it. I'm not.
You know what? I did hear you quote that on KC and D-Lo. Yeah, I did hear that. I did.
That's good. That's good.
I did hear that. I did hear that. I did hear that. Now let's just go through March, okay? Klay Thompson.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying Steiny's
You brought it up on KC and D'Lo.
Well, no, I said Klay's having a great year, but I found it to be interesting because I had just heard it on Steiny and Goo.
Let's go to the numbers.
You know, when someone puts out great content that's unique and has an angle that I hadn't thought of,
that's fine.
I want to, bring it to the light. Doesn't mean that I agree with it.
That's fine. But again, you guys are failing to put respect on Klay's name. March 2nd, 7-16, 11 rebounds, 19 points, Klay Thompson. Warriors beat the Clippers by 24. 29 minutes, 47 seconds of action. He shoots 44% from the floor, 3 of 8 from the three-point line. 7-16, a little less than 50%. But you take the 19 and 11, wouldn't you? All right. Back-to-back. Klay says, you know what? I'm playing on the back-to-back. And they won the back-to-back. March 3rd at Chase Center. 10-17, 4 of 9. 3 of 4 from the free throw line. 27 points, 4 assists. Pretty damn good on the back-to-back. Klay Thompson's first back-to-back, right?
Yes.
8 of 18 against the Lakers. They lose by 8. Steph Curry's first game. They go to OKC, lose by 9. He goes 9-17, 5 of 13, 23 points. That was backed up by 22.9. Memphis, nobody played well. He was 6 of 14. They got blown out in that game. They come back home against Milwaukee, shoots 50%, 8 of 16, 4 of 9 from the three-point line, 22 points. They go play the Phoenix Suns. Klay Thompson, 14 of 23, 38 points. Remember we had a 30-point half? 8 of 14 from the three-point line. Why do you go lose to the Clippers, 6 of 16, bad game, 15 points. You lose to the Hawks, bad game, 6 of 14, but you still grab 11 rebounds, but you score 15 points. 6 of 17 against Memphis, nobody played well, you got blown out. All right, that was March 18th. Then we go to March 20th against the Rockets. Everybody lights him up. He goes 29-7, 11-21, 4 of 9 against Dallas, 9 points, 5 rebounds. Didn't get a lot of shots because Dallas loves to get the splash brothers on the three-point line. Just going through the game log. March 24th, 7-17, 21 points, 5 of 17, 6 of 16, 11 of 18. Looks like to me a pretty damn good month. Now, if we want to look at the splits.
But he's always been streaky. Like
he's always.
That's why I kind of push back on.
But see, we do this with Klay Thompson. What about Stephen Curry?
Oh,
You want to start picking apart his games?
I mean, he had a couple of bad ones that they lost on the road down the stretch.
Nobody's saying Klay Thompson is still elite. But there'd be 29 teams lining up for his services.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, I think that come playoff time, he's going to have at least 1 to 2 Klay games per series.
Yeah, he's going to have clunkers. And he's going to have clunkers.
But he's always been that way.
He's going to have always.
Yes.
So why do we come down his road? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I think, Steph's untouchable, and so I believe that you got to find different angles to kind of look at the team, and people are looking at him.
Steph's had 8 of 23 games, 11 of 21, 8 of 28, 5 of 15, 8 of 20. He has a clunker. 8 of 21. He's had some clunkers.
I agree.
All of a sudden, let's pick apart games. Hey, let's take away these 5 games from player X and look at the rest of the numbers. I mean, come on. We could do that in football with quarterbacks.
Oh, of course. Take away this touchdown pass.
Take away the 20 touchdown passes he threw within the AFC West, and now look at his numbers.
Well, we see that with Raheem Mostert. Take out that 75-yard run, and he only averaged 2.1 a pop. It's like, well, yeah, but he had the 75-yard run.
So he can't defend at an elite level, Klay Thompson. We get it.
Nobody's evolved.
We get it.
His game's evolved.
He had a damn good season.
He had a great season. I would argue that his season, coming off of the injuries and everything that he did, it might be the greatest comeback in Bay Area sports history.
I think it is.
Of injuries. Like Navarro Bowman, I held in a very high regard. He wasn't as good as Klay was this year.
No.
And that's just the reality of it.
Klay Thompson.
I mean, what even comes? Dave Dravecki was a great story.
Yeah, but nothing on Klay.
He wasn't like this.
Nothing on Klay.
Joe Montana coming after back surgery and then becoming the MVP. That's pretty damn good. But even that took a couple of years.
So, January, Klay Thompson. 46% from the floor, 43% from the three-point line, averaged 27, 4, and 2. 35 minutes. His best offensive month in his career. Third best offensive month, came in February. 45%. 45% from 3, 45% from the floor. He gave it 20. How much did he average? 25.5 points per game. I mean,
the 910 is asking, Bonte, what NBA playoff series did the Warriors win a Game 7 on the road? Tell me. I'm listening.
The Houston Rockets Western Conference Finals. Do you not remember that one? Do you remember the elimination game in Oklahoma City, Game 6? Elimination game? You were down 3-1 in that series? You remember that one? You remember Game 4 and Game 6 against Boston? Down 2-1? Season on the line, down 7 midway through the fourth quarter? And the Warriors come back and win that one, didn't pop champagne on Red Auerbach's grave? You remember that? Come on, man. Let's go.
I'm getting another personal text here, and it's actually from the man of the day.
Who?
Steiny.
Oh,
he said,
boy.
Don't forget about 2012 Posey, MVP comeback player of the year after shattering his ankle.
Wow.
Great call.
Steiny paid attention to baseball.
I mean, when you get here 5 hours early to prepare for your show, Steiny's rocking and rolling.
He's here right now?
No, he's listening to the best show in the Bay Area right now.
You said that, not me.
Well, I mean,
told you about
the
my big
numbers.
tip, right? Well,
the numbers tell
you
you that.
said that, not me.
We're like the 2023 Kings offensive
here, I'm going to make sure that
we're the best in the business.
Folks, that's Joe Shasky saying that, not Bonte Hill.
Well, you know what it is?
Because Bonte Hill gets all the vitriol for everything that happens on the show.
No, it's the
I'm
people
public
that
enemy
have
number
meters.
one.
No, it's the people that have meters that are making us the number one show.
You said it, not me.
Well, those are facts.
I just said we're doing numbers.
We are.
I don't say number one, number two, number three.
Who else
I don't
was
do
doing
that.
numbers? And I got to give a quick shout out because they're all going to be in the car right now. Carl's Beacon, 12U, gold. Oh, man, we were killing it last night. I think we scored 16 runs. We no-hit this team last night.
That's
the poor
good.
Panthers. Cody hit 2 bombs.
I can't do it if we take out this game. Then he had a bad month.
I just found it to be interesting.
Hey, you used that on Casey and D'Lo. Don't act like you didn't use that. No, I don't care. We know how you feel about Klay Thompson. I'm not going back down that road. Things get a little tight around here when Klay Thompson's name comes up. I just, and I say this again. I said it the other day, and I'll say it again. For a fan, just as a fan of sports teams, a fan of your team, would Yankee fans be running Klay Thompson? Well, maybe, but. They didn't. But you know what though? Like, seriously, for a guy who has embraced the community just as much as Stephen Curry, who's had, Stephen Curry's moment was Game 4 last year in the NBA Finals. How many moments did Klay? You could say that Klay Thompson had probably more memorable playoff moments.
I just think this is a straw man argument. I don't think anyone's running him out of town. I think they were saying, like, just shoot a little better during a specific period. Like, come on, that's all. No one was running him out of town. And then when you throw out crazy trade proposals, like, you got to give to get. So if you want a Giannis, you got to give up something. You got to match up salaries. No one was saying you're running him out of town. We're doing like crazy hypotheticals.
Man, it's Klay. This guy's washed. The conversation about him coming off of 2 gruesome leg injuries. The guy came off of 2 major injuries. Helped you win the championship last season, and now we're picking apart every single game. Let's pick apart Steph's game. Let's pick apart Jordan Poole's game.
How would you rate Steph's season this year? Of on the Steph caliber, not on any other regular player.
He gave you 36-6 and almost weighed 50, 40, 90.
Yeah, but he missed almost 30 games.
Yeah, but he still gave you
I agree.
numbers.
He was an elite.
You can't help injuries. Injuries happen. You know what I'm saying?
Was
injuries
this
happen.
season better than last season?
He gave you 36-6 and damn near went 50, 40, 90.
I'm just asking.
As a team, no, it wasn't better.
No,
individually, he played better at times.
I think he was more efficient because after the 3-point record last year, it felt like he was searching the rest of the year during the regular season. No? Didn't it feel like he was off for like a month and a half?
He was off for a long time.
I thought last year. After he broke the record, it felt like his shooting was
struggled.
off a little.
He slumped hard.
That's what I'm saying. I actually think he was better this year, even though he missed a lot of time. I actually think he was more efficient this year.
Yep. See, everybody brings up the money with Klay. You want to feel sorry? I'm not feeling sorry for Klay Thompson. I get that he makes $43 million, but I also get that the contract was given to him before the Achilles tendon injury. It was given to him based, hey, he's got the ACL injury. We're going to pay Klay. He'll be out a year. Nobody saw the Achilles coming. Nobody.
No.
And by the way,
the fact that he's back and he's doing what he's doing, it's blown me away.
Right. It's blown everybody away. Not only that, but the Achilles injury, because DeLon Wright was in that practice when he tore his Achilles. And the reports were Klay was looking better than ever. And then that happened. It was a major setback, man. So forget the money. I don't care about the money. But if there's anybody worth it in a Warriors uniform, considering how bad this franchise has been, and considering that he's one of the pillars for your 4 championship rings, hell, I don't care about $43 million. Deserves it for what he's done in that uniform. Doesn't loyalty matter in sports as a fan anymore? We pick and choose all the time now. If we can't be loyal to Klay Thompson, we can't be loyal to anybody in this Warrior uniform. Good Lord. Klay Thompson. Guy's jumping in the Bay. He is a Bay Area native. Come on. He's loyal to the soil. Can't be loyal to that guy. I'll ride with Klay Thompson till the wheels fall off. I don't care about the numbers or the money. Don't give a damn. I don't. Some of our best memories as sports fans have been produced by Klay Thompson. That's the Sacramento Kings. They're on the other side. They're on the other side of a 37-point quarter.
Okay. Since we're gonna have the Klay conversation, we also have to understand that like you can get mad at fans.
I'm not getting mad at anybody.
No, but I'm saying like you can get frustrated. But like the team themselves they had a meeting with the guy and they said, "Dude, we need you to shoot better." That's all.
But
like I don't think anyone's running him out of town. I think we're making too much of that. The team sat him down and was like, "Yo, come on, man."
At the time, though, when that meeting happened, wasn't it laughable that the meeting was about Klay Thompson when it shouldn't have been about Klay Thompson? It should have been about, hey, the veterans are not winning on the road.
I wasn't the one who did the meeting.
And what needs to be addressed is what happened in training camp.
Well, that I agree with. There was deeper issues than just Klay Thompson.
Right. And
he might have been a scapegoat in that situation,
again,
but that happened.
And as a fan, I don't care how much these players are getting paid. If the owner's going to pay the money, he could pay the money. I don't care.
Well, the money matters because you allow GP2 to walk in free agency.
Right.
Like you could say that, but like there is a domino effect.
GP2 took that money, right? He took that money to $30 million. They offered him 19. It's fine. Hey, you got GP2 back. Everybody's happy now.
Well,
you got
now we
back.
are. But I think a lot of people are like, too bad you didn't do that at the beginning of the year and you wouldn't have wasted 3 months.
GP2 had played 82. He was banged up.
No.
He had all-season core surgery.
Yeah, I know.
He would have been ready anyway.
I'm not defending. I'm telling you that you can't say that the money doesn't matter because in a salary cap sport with luxury tax ramifications, it does matter a little. Like I get it. Oh, it doesn't matter when I'm sipping my beer and I'm watching my team, but it kind of does.
All right, let's go back out to the lines. Bob Areno. Bob, that's my Klay rant for the day. Klay, wake up. I need you to have a big series. I'm riding with you, Klay. Trust me, that drop that we have, hey, you bet not be roasting me. Trust me, Bonte Hill is not roasting you all year. I'll probably be your biggest fan. Klay Thompson.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Bob?
I roll with Klay too, so you gotta show your love for Klay. But hey, I just want to ask you guys, matchup wise for this series, Steph and De'Aaron Fox. I think that's such an interesting matchup, and as you guys said, no one's really successful in their first run to the playoffs. This is De'Aaron Fox's first run in the playoffs. How on earth do you think he really is against Steph Curry, who's done this a lot? I think it's just a great matchup between someone that they've been a part of both their organizations their entire career. And I know De'Aaron Fox really wants to prove that Sacramento is a big playoff team.
I think he's going to be the little darling coming out of this playoff series, actually, no matter what ends up happening. Like, to me, I think he's got the most to gain from this series, win or lose. I really do. I think De'Aaron Fox, and even if he struggles, it'll be a great learning experience. But him on this stage against that team, it's going to boost his profile, number one. And I also think we're going to have an appreciation just for how explosive and how far his game, his floor game has come in the once couple of years.
What do you think the best way to defend him? Do you let him shoot from the 3-point line?
I've been thinking about
this. To the paint? How do you approach this?
Once he hits a couple threes, like now you're really opening up the floor for him because then you're gonna have to come out and honor him a little. Now he can blow by you. Who are they gonna guard him with? What's the point of attack gonna look like? Are they gonna switch? Are they gonna hedge? Like, to me, this is a very interesting. Do you blitz him?
Yeah.
Do you blitz him at the top of the key? Like, do you run two guys at him and force him to get rid of the ball and then relocate? That might be the move that I would do.
He averaged 25 points a game this year, 6 assists, but he shot 32.5% from the 3-point line. He attempted 5 a game. Maybe I'll live and die with him shooting threes. Because if he gets into the paint and breaks your defense down, then we talked about it all year.
But
what
he's
if attack
filthy.
defense? Well, he collapses the defense, and that's Keeker Murray, Red Velvet, Malik Monk, Harrison Barnes, Sabonis moving. They could all start getting threes, open threes, and start feeling comfortable and confident. So I think you got to be physical with De'Aaron Fox. You got to try to keep him out the paint. That's harder, right? But that's why you brought GP2 for spurts. Now there's going to be spurts where Jordan Poole gets left on De'Aaron Fox.
That worries me.
There's going to be spurts where Looney gets out on the perimeter.
Well, I think my number one concern is if they're going to switch, right? If they're going to switch the top of the key, their communication on switching has been horrific this year. And that's my number one area of concern. Even if you got GP2 locked in on them and they bring up Jordan Poole's defender to set the screen, or excuse me, bring up Jordan Poole to that guy who he's guarding, JP's got to pay attention. Steph Curry's got to pay attention. There's been too many times where a guy has come off of a screen as a ball handler and gone straight to the cup unimpeded.
No doubt. No doubt. He's got to be better. He's an X factor. But this may be more of a Kuminga series than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole offensively should be able to get any shot, but Mike Brown and company are going to pinpoint Jordan Poole when he comes into the game. He's going to get a lot of action on defense.
You think they're going to run any zones?
The Warriors?
They haven't done it in a while.
No, they ran a boxing one.
How long
last
ago?
week against SGA.
No, they did against it. You're right.
They were running. It
was a face guarding situation.
They
that
went
was
to
a
the
good
boxing
call.
one in the second half.
But they were running it more earlier in the year. They were running like 2-3 zones.
And choose. They'll pick and choose.
I think they're going to bust out something.
They'll pick and choose. Maybe they force Harrison Barnes to shoot the three. Maybe that's the guy you force.
I mean, that full circle, that would just be incredible.
I mean, Harrison Barnes.
Is anybody worried about him having some revenge series?
I don't know. I asked Lubby this last night.
Has it been so long that we've kind of forgotten about him?
Well, I asked Lubby this last night on the show call, and I want to know from Dub Nation, how are we feeling about Harrison Barnes? What's our feelings about him? How do you remember Harrison Barnes as a Golden State Warrior? Because it's been so long. It's been 7 years. But the lasting impression of Harrison Barnes is not good.
No.
It was not.
But I think a lot of people liked him. You're talking about loyalty. I think I was always a fan of his. I always liked him. I wish he would have signed the extension when they gave it to him. And then in retrospect, thank God he didn't.
We played all 82 games this year, and he shot 37% for the three-point line. Not bad.
What did he average points per game this year? 18?
15.
15. He's had a pretty damn good career.
Not bad. Career-wise, career numbers, 14 points a game, 5 rebounds.
7th pick?
I thought he was 8th. Was it 7th?
7, 8. I knew it was in the top 10.
The Warriors basically tanked so they could keep that pick and
I do.
select him right there.
I do remember that.
7th overall, 2012 draft. I remember that draft. I was in Baltimore at the time. Harrison Barnes, Festus Ezeli, and then Draymond Green second round.
Is he Iowa?
From Des Moines. He played with McDermott in high school.
Did he?
Yeah.
God,
was it McDermott that he played with in high school?
Imagine trying to guard him in
He's
high
like
school?
Mr. All-American at
Wow.
Iowa. Let's go to Drew in Oakland. Drew, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey there, guys. So Steinmetz could have very well pulled off the bottom 4 of Clay's games. What would that stat look like? You can't just create selective, fake, bogus stats. If you want to do something reasonable, if Matt, of course his mom's an English teacher, so he doesn't understand math, but how about the mean? Let's take off Clay's bottom 4 games of shooting from 3 and his top 4 games, and then you get something that's a reasonable, well-known and established, concept called mean.
Well, I don't like cherry picking any of them. I just look at the body of work because I never did.
I can't believe you used that on Casey and D-Lo.
I had just heard it. I was just regurgitating statistics. Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad at all. I'm laughing. I was like, you went on there because somebody told me tap in, man. Shasky's on it. So I'm playing the PJ golf game, and I was listening to Casey and D-Lo anyway. I was like, there's Joe Shasky. And I heard him. I laughed out loud when you said that. I said, oh, my gosh. He's really saying that. And now that I found out it's from Stardy.
Because he was asking me, why are Warrior fans so arrogant? And I said, well, let me make the argument against the Warriors. And I think that's where the whole thing started.
I said, Sir Fred Shasky. Unbelievable.
Well, I don't understand why you're so worried.
I'm
These
not
hits that
worried
I do, I just be
mad
saying
or
things.
angry. Nobody's angry.
Don't you have fun
funny.
on those hits? When you
I
do a radio
all the
hit on an
time.
outside market,
But I heard you
how outlandish can I be?
But I heard you cherry pick that number, and I said, of course, it had to do with Klay Thompson. You take away the 4 best games and look at his numbers in. I said, this guy is unbelievable. I'm not mad at all. Trust me. I don't care. But you went on there and said that, not me.
I was explaining the season.
Well, you talked about
It's
the
been
month
up
of March.
and down. I said he was
the
awesome.
month of March, he's been erratic. You take away the 4 best games.
No, but I also
look at his
said,
numbers.
But you
That's what you
omitted-
said.
But why are you so mad about that?
Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad. Nobody cares. I'm just laughing about it. You keep saying that I'm mad. That gets me mad. When you say that I'm mad, I'm not mad about anything. I'm loving life. We got playoff basketball, and the Kings are going down. I don't care. I was just funny. And now that I know where you got it from, it makes me laugh even more. Nobody's
support the
mad or
station.
frustrated. Nobody's mad. Guys, Terry picked the stat on Klay Thompson, like Drew just said.
You like
Take
that?
away his 4 worst games. What's his numbers look like? Let's do that. We can all play that game. Jesus. I just laughed. Nobody's mad. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Back to Wiggins.
This is the one that turned me up, though.
Back to Wiggins.
This is what's turned me up.
Joe Shasky's going to join us in about an hour. Yeah. I'll say this to Joe. I'll say this to Bonte. Y'all have disparaged the Sacramento Kings so bad. Wow. Like, the Kings are trash. The Sacramento Kings are going into their first playoff series as the 3 seed, where they've been since the middle of January as absolute, utter NBA garbage. So when you win in 3 or 4 or however many games it's going to take you, don't say nothing because you didn't accomplish anything. You have made it clear you believe the Sacramento Kings are trash. You can't talk trash about someone that you believe is trash.
Right.
Keep your mouth shut. Yeah. Hey, this series is over. You ask those people in San Francisco. We asked Butcher Boy in an hour. You read all them articles on ESPN. You see all that stuff in The Athletic. You see this stuff everywhere. It's all the same thing. Warriors are going to win. Probably going to win relatively easily. Maybe if you really want to give the Kings some credit, you'll stretch it to 6. If you just want a hot take, you'll stretch it to 7. But we've seen everything. Therefore, don't talk like this is a big deal. Yes. Don't act like this is a big deal. Y'all should. Butch, no wonder Butch was talking to Masters. No wonder Butch wanted to talk about the Dodgers beating up the Giants yesterday. Because this series is insignificant. Because according to everybody else, who I'm sure have studied the Kings just viciously, they trash.
It's trash.
Kings is trash.
Ain't no good. They don't do anything better than the Warriors. When it comes to playoff time, things will be so much different.
So much different.
The Kings just can't function.
All right, there's another.
Have I said any of those things?
I don't know. I don't know. You said you just be saying anything, so who knows? I don't know if you don't know. That's what you just said.
I don't think anyone said the Kings are trash.
Nobody said that.
No, but like it's just very interesting. Like they want all this respect. Respect is earned. Right?
You gotta earn it.
Respect is earned. Like, if you want to be one of the people at the table, you don't just all of a sudden, I'd like to be a knight. It's like, nah, dog, you got to go get knighted. 9 times out of 10, you got to go on a quest. Well, this is your quest, Kings fans. Good luck.
I want the other sound, though, of what KC was saying about Chase Hitter and D'Lo was saying about the gear. Pull that one when you get a chance, Lubman. Pull that one.
Yeah, the gear, it's funny. Can we talk about the gear for a second? 95.7 The Game's gear. We all kind of agree. Like me and B were like, we don't have a lot of creative control on some of the gear. I like some of the stuff that's on there.
Yeah.
But when you don't even get gear, it's hard to be all in on the gear. When I look at KC and D'Lo, they've got nothing but gear.
Yeah.
And I go, what's their budget?
I've got one hoodie from our show.
Yeah, I had one. It didn't fit, and I had to give it to my dad.
That I had to beg for. Ponte needs anger management. I do. You know what? You're right. Listen, I need to call my old therapist back again, Lightfoot. I need to go back to therapy.
You have a therapist named Lightfoot?
Yeah. Lightfoot is, it's pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, Butt Crack Sports has hit me up.
Butt Crack Sports. That cannot be real.
Who runs Butt Crack?
That cannot be real.
God, I just see it. Big fan of your work at 95.7. Appreciate the follow in RT. What? What is going on in my life? I need therapy. People will chill and hear Steiny cherry pick stats. I need therapy again. I'm going to need that. Lightfoot, I'm going to be giving you a call in a couple hours. Anthony 680.
You know what my therapy was?
Anthony 680.
Stomping on whoever we played last night 15-0.
Yeah, I need therapy. You guys drive me crazy.
Nah, Bonte.
What's up, Anthony?
You don't need therapy. You just,
I do.
You just can't. You got a tolerance for the bull jive. And I listen to you guys' station sun up to sundown as I start at 4:30.
Thank you.
And I swear, this is no disrespect to nobody, brother. Joe and Matt are the biggest haters of Klay Thompson. Regardless of what you may think, Joe, what you sound like and what Matt sounds like when you guys bring up stats and you come at Klay, you really do sound like haters. And I'm just being, the person that has no dog in this fight. That's just what I hear when when I hear you guys talk about him, like it really does sound like you guys really try to pick apart his game and not understand and not really consider what he's been through and still what he's bringing to the table. But it's my honest opinion. I wanted to hear a Fox thing because.
Anthony, you broke up. Let's go to Jimmy V real quick in Fremont. Jimmy V, this show's off the tracks now. Jimmy G, we got to regroup for the 8 o'clock hour. Last 2 hours, we really do. Jimmy V, or I need to regroup. Let me call Lightfoot during the break in a little therapy session. And Jimmy V, Fremont, what's happening? Nobody's mad.
How you guys doing? Listen, Bonte, you don't need any. You don't need any.
Oh, I
therapy
do.
or anything.
Jimmy V,
no, you don't.
I need to play.
You're surrounded by people that will use any statistic to put the team down.
It's unbelievable.
And it's the guy sitting next to you.
It's
the other
unbelievable.
caller, he called it out. You can use statistics however you want to use to make a good player look bad. We're the champs. But we're talking about our team like we're losers.
Right.
And I got a problem with not Chasky so much, but Steiny.
Jimmy V, say it again. We're the champs. Say that again.
We're the champs. That's right.
Ooh, that was
Chasky, you hear that? We're the champs. Okay?
I'm aware. I was there.
Piggybacking off of Steiny. It ain't going to talk about we got the best show
I
numbers.
used it as a talking
We got
point.
the best show numbers. I didn't even brag about that. It's unbelievable. I am irritable, Mike C. I am irritable. You know, last year during this time, I took a couple days off before the playoffs. And I tried to call Dehegan on Sunday, our PD. It's like, you know what? I could use a Wednesday, Thursday off before the playoffs because it's going to be a long run. And he didn't even pick up my call. He didn't even pick up my call, call me back or nothing. Sent them a text, nothing. Now he's out there golfing and stuff. Now I'm stuck. Now I am irritable.
Doug, if I have to see another video of his kid 1 out of 15 times smacking the ball like 700 yards to the left, Matt, put the phone down.
How's he golfing? Does he have like a broken foot?
Who?
Matt.
The boss?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The boss is falling apart. Emotionally more than physically.
All right. Don't know what's going on. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Conquer PD. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Lightfoot, I'm calling you. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconquerpd.com. I swear, I leave 95.7 a game. I be needing therapy, doc. Y'all be killing me up here.
Hey, are you injured?
I feel like it. I need Saturday to hurry up and come. I need to get around Mully, D. Wright, Fezzy, Fell. D. Wright's back for Warriors pre and post for playoffs, by the way. Can't wait to see my guy. Can't wait to see him. He don't disrespect Klay Thompson. He knows what type of player Klay Thompson is. Oh, picky to take away 4 games in March. Steiny, come on. Come on, Steiny. All right, anyway, round 2 of the play-in tournaments tonight. Do we even care about Pelicans and Thunder? Zion Williamson's not playing. Yeah. He mentally can't go. He can't get over a mental hurdle, which I respect. He's got the hamstring. He's about probably 20 pounds overweight. If he does get on the court, he's probably going to pop something. Even if the Pelicans do win, they don't expect Zion back anytime soon. And point guard Jose Alvarado's dealing with the injury to his right tibia. He's been clear for an on-court activities, but not for game action. The Pelicans move on. They could get Alvarado back sometime during the first round, but do away with the play-in. This fake NIT, fake hype. It's whack. It really is. Last night, that was not good for the game. Lakers and T-Wolves.
That was fun.
What was fun about that game?
Because we weren't involved, and I'm watching the Lakers like writhe in pain as they try to scratch out a W against the Timberwolves, and then watching the Timberwolves just fumble the bag.
That was not a fun watch. That was a wild game. Oh, I can't get that hour and a half back in the second half.
I thought it was hilarious.
It was. The best part about it was Barkley at halftime. Like, what the hell did we just watch? It's 1 in the morning in Atlanta. We stayed up for that. I thought the same thing, Charles Barkley. It was 10 o'clock at night. I stayed up for that. All right, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. The Kings are petty. I want more trash talk. Bring on the Sacramento Kings. I'm ready to roll. And no, folks, I'm not mad, but I'm about to call my therapist right now.
Dude, I didn't see that coming at all.
Does your heart long to wander?
Mm-hmm. Whee, we got the king.
No. You don't get to do that. Not today. Angry Bonte's here. I'm angry. Oh, baby. That's my angry oh, baby.
That is the fakest oh, baby I've ever heard from you.
Oh, baby. I'm all right. Oh, baby. What a Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday, by the way.
This has been like the longest week ever.
Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. A trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Hey, if you want your baseball fix, there's always the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. It is back in full effect. Joe Shasky, Sam Lutman bringing you all you need to know about this Giants season twice a week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. I bet you they have a lot of slander for Trace Thompson. I'm kidding. That's a bad joke.
Well, on there, we have no problem criticizing someone who's won multiple championships and played a key role in Brandon Crawford.
Well, Brandon Crawford ain't Klay Thompson.
I didn't say he was. No one even referenced Clay.
Not even close. 888-957. 9570. I'm not. Now I'm good.
David Villar last night going yard to dead center.
Guess what? It's a great story.
I'm feeling David Villar.
It's a great story. Great story. He's having a solid season so far.
He is. I'm really excited with what I've seen from him.
Good win for the Giants. Snapped their 8-game home losing streak against the Dodgers. 5-0 yesterday. Alex Wood, 4 2/3 of an inning. He pitched so well in 4 2/3. He got a standing ovation. Getting replaced in the 5th inning. That's where we're at with Giants fans. We're giving standing ovation. You pitch 4 innings, we'll get up and clap and give you a standing O.
I can't believe that.
That's what we do.
And then he was mad that he left 2 runners on and got yanked from the game and couldn't have a no decision after a track record of you can barely get through 4. Like, he was mad. It's just, have some self-awareness.
I thought it was a team game.
I thought it was a team game.
I mean, now we're mad.
Could you imagine, that's basically like Johnny Sanchez losing his mind on someone. Like, I don't even know. I think Johnny Sanchez is higher up in the Giants lexicon.
If I was Gabe Kapler and Alex Wood got mad, the first thing I do today, is I tell Alex Wood, come here. come in the office. And I have my laptop out.
Do they even have an office?
No, he has an office.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it would be like one of those tech companies where come sit on the beanbag. You know how Gabe Kapler is.
Well, I thought he likes to do his conversations in the tunnel, like with Zach Littell.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Yeah. Or
let me undress you in the tunnel.
Come in the office. It's early in the season.
Yeah.
Come in my office. I'm gonna flip my computer over to you and show you what lineups are hitting when they face you a second or third time. You still want to be mad? Or do you want to win the game? Because if I leave you out there and the lineup sees you 3 times for the third time, they're hitting rockets off of you.
Spreadsheets don't lie.
All right? And this is just from Baseball Reference. Not even a spreadsheet. Just the data tells me, Alex Wood, that when you go out there and face a lineup for the third time, you get lit up.
It is crazy how our brains, and I know we're going to get back into basketball in a second, but 4 innings. It went from get a lead, hand the ball to someone in the 7th inning. We are down to 4 innings. Feels like a quality start.
All right, let me try to do Gabe Kapler because as Ed Page ever said, do the Kapler voice, and nobody does it like Mark Wood.
No, Mark nails
I don't even
it.
know what Kapler voice. I've never done a Kapler voice, but
Mark's doing a lot of fishing now too in the morning. You notice that?
I noticed that. Yeah.
And do you still believe in Farhan? I still believe. But
I still believe in Farhan. But if I'm Gabe Kapler,
okay,
and Alex,
hey, what's up? I'm Alex Wood. How you doing, Gabe?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Well, I'm a little peeved that you took me out of that game, even though I had 2 runners on and it was the 4th inning and there was 2 outs, and I really wanted to qualify for the decision last night against my former team.
Well, Alex, I love your competitive spirit. I really do. However, the data tells me that if I would have left you out there, you would have given up a 3-run homer. So is it about the team or is it about you?
Well, it's early in the year, and earlier this year you said that you were trying to get some work for someone like Ross Stripling because we're into participation trophies. So I just figured you'd let me participate in trying to complete 5 innings so that I could qualify for a win.
Well, these are the Dodgers, and with the Dodgers winning 8 straight at Oracle Park, we were desperate for a win. We could ill afford to drop the 1-4 at home to start the season. we needed his game, Alex.
You sound like a robot.
I know. It's terrible.
You sound like a robot.
Kapler kind of does too.
Yeah, he does. He does. Did you see the video of him throwing BP as hard as he possibly could? Did anyone see that?
Yeah.
No. There's a video circulating of him being the bullpen pitcher or whatever, getting guys, batting practice. And he just looks so awkward. Just so awkward. Like, he just can't be himself. Like I honestly, everyone's like,
it doesn't feel authentic at all.
No, he doesn't feel authentic at all. But like, everyone's like, well, that's who he is. I'm like, well, then he's a complete weirdo. Like, if that guy came into your house.
Well, I don't want to say that.
No, I'm serious. I think he's uncomfortable.
He cooks a mean steak. Looks like he cooks a mean steak.
I don't think he does. I think I know I do not. No.
No, do you see his Instagrams when he
Pablo Sandoval looks like he cooks a mean steak, not Gabe Kapler.
Gabe, that's all he eats though. I'm pretty sure he can cook a mean steak.
I think someone else cooks the steak for him.
No, Gabe's solo dolo. He get the glass of wine. He gets the basting going. Get the garlic, the rosemary. Come on, Gabe knows what he's doing.
I don't know.
510 Comcast Business Text Line. We got Ryan Adams coming up at 8:30. Roasters should take a shot. Everyone. The word mad. Every time the word mad is said during the morning roast, roasters should take a shot. Nobody's mad.
What was it, Mad Magazine?
Yeah.
I never got into that.
Me either. Mad TV.
Mad TV. Yeah, I don't think I got into that.
Yeah, I'm good off of that. 510. Oh, you got cowbells. We got championship pedigree. Oh, you got the beam. We're about to have 5 rings.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. Olympic gold-blooded oak tree.
Oh.
Ooh. All right, let me know when you get to sound
oak
of Kitty.
Trees are underrated visual. I love looking at an old oak tree in the middle of winter.
Let me know, Loveman, when you get to sound of Kenny gassing up Chase Center. I mean, just Dub Nash, you got to hear what Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, said about Chase Center. Now, here's what he said a couple weeks ago with Willard and Dibbs about a potential Warriors and Kings series.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
So that's what we're dealing with this week and next week. They're not quite on Memphis level in terms of the pettiness, but they're getting there. Now, remember Steph has some jokes about the Sacramento Kings.
I don't remember. When was this?
Man. Well, here's one during the ESPYs. Here's a nice little Steph jokey joke.
This was this year?
The ESPYs from last season, right?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Here you go.
Okay.
Kids wrote these jokes. Why is the Sacramento Kings arena so hot? Because they ain't got no fans.
Remember that joke? Remember that joke?
Yeah, but that's not his joke. Kids wrote that.
The kids wrote that, apparently.
And that's what the streets are telling Kings fans about themselves.
Here's another one.
That's not fair.
Here's another one.
You talk about historically bad shooting, and a lot of history was made. He's named head coach twice, 24 hours. I felt like we got traded to the Kings overnight.
Remember, the Kings had the Rookie of the Year the same year Steph was drafted.
Tyreek Evans.
I actually thought Tyreek was going to be that dude.
I wanted Tyreek Evans.
I think a lot of us
I was a little
did.
ticked off he didn't slip to the Warriors. I'm not going to lie to you. Tyreek Evans was sick.
It's crazy that they took him. And did they take Jimmer ahead of Clay?
They took Jimmer ahead of Clay. Did they? Did they take Jimmer number 10 overall?
Was it Jimmer ahead of Clay? Am I misremembering
No,
this?
I think it was Jimmer ahead of Clay. I think it was. Was Jimmer 10th overall? Because Clay was 11th.
Jimmer was number 10 overall. Yeah,
Same
right before
draft?
Clay.
Jimmer ahead of Clay. That's right.
Kemba, number 9.
Kemba, number 9. Wow.
Took Jimmer for that over Clay.
Remember when we used to do that with Warriors? We took Todd Fuller. We took Joe Smith. We took Jameson. We traded Vince Carter away.
For Jameson to play the same position that Vince Carter was already playing.
Oh, my God.
Because remember, Jameson in North Carolina was a 4. He was playing a power forward role.
That was a really good draft. I'm just looking at all the names.
Give it to me.
You got Kyrie, number 1
Wait,
overall.
what year? What year is this?
This is 2011.
2011.
So Kyrie.
Kyrie 1.
You got Tristan Thompson at 4.
Okay.
Solid.
Who was
Bismack
2?
Biyombo. You You had Derek Williams.
Well, go 1 through
You wanna
11.
go all of them? Okay, I was going to just go to the notables, but we can go through all of them.
Oh, so Derek Williams was the power forward
From Arizona.
shooter.
Arizona.
Yeah, okay.
Enos Cantor, number 3.
Enos. Okay.
Tristan Thompson, number 4. Jonas Valanciunas, 5. Jan Veasley? Vesley? Do you guys remember this guy?
No.
From the Toronto Raptors?
No.
Bismack Biyombo, 7. Brandon Knight, 8. Kemba, Fredette, Thompson, Alec Burks. Markieff Morris, Marcus Morris. Kawhi, number 15.
That's a great draft.
Nikola Vucevic, and then Vujovic, whatever you want to pronounce it. Then you got Shumpert, Chris Singleton, Tobias Harris. Then you go all the way down. We're going to keep going with a bunch of names here. Jimmy Butler, number 30. That rounds out the first round.
Wow. I mean, think about how many USA players you have on just that draft alone.
It's my guy, Nick Avila.
That's an incredible draft.
That is an incredible draft. Nick Avila works at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's a big-time Kings fan. He's the guy who slipped a piece of paper on my car saying, like the beam.
Oh, so he's the vandalist.
Oh, yeah, that was his work. We took Bismack Biyombo 7 to trade for Jimmer at 10. Don't remind me, bro. I'm going to remind you today. You took Jimmer over Klay Thompson. And I'm going to remind you, Nick, that it's on like Donkey Kong. Your boy don't forget the pettiness that you displayed a couple weeks ago at NBC Sports Bay Area. You've seen nothing yet.
So this feels very personal for you behind the scenes.
It's getting personal. No, it's not personal. Not like that. Not like, I hate you. That's just friendly banter. But the trash talk gets turned up. Got to defend your territory. I'm going to war, homie. Eye black on.
You going to bring a cake in for them?
I'm not bringing anything.
Well, I mean, their season's going to be ending.
I'm bringing in laughs. You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do for the Kings fans in the NBC Sports Bay Area when the Warriors beat them at 5 or 6? Maybe sweep them. I would love for them to sweep them. But I keep receipts. I do keep receipts. I have a chip on my shoulder. Trust me. I had people tell me, man, you'll never make it in this market. 8 years ago. I still hold on to that. That's my problem. I need to let go of that.
Was that person also a Kings fan?
He was. What I will do for Kings fans.
Anything to direct the blame off of me this morning.
I'm not blaming you for anything.
I'm just teasing.
I don't blame it Steiny. That's Steiny's fault.
Steiny was eating his eggs in the other room, smiling ear to ear.
Oh, he knows it.
Look what I've started as Betty Crocker. That's my new nickname for Steiny. Betty Crocker.
Well,
he's always in the mix, stirring it up.
I'm not even mad at Steiny because I expect Steiny to say things like that. That's my guy. But he says stuff like that. I'm just putting it to you because when I was listening to it live, playing PJ Tour, which is really fun. I built my own character, PJ Tour.
What's your handle? Do we follow each other?
I'm not sure.
PS5 Network? Tell me off air.
Yeah. But I was listening. I was like, damn. Shasky really did that to Clay? You're going to do that on the Sacramento station, saying take away his 4 best games and look at the numbers? I laughed like, damn.
I was framing the argument. This is the last time. I said, if I were to make a case against the Warriors, here's what it would be, as in, and I laid out a bunch of scenarios.
Right. So I heard that, and I was like, damn. And I was laughing. I was chuckling. It was funny. And then Tristan Crick came on, and I turned it off. I was like, I don't want to listen to Tristan Crick. When did you become a Kings fan? When did you become a Sacramento insider? I thought she was riding with Portland. I thought she was from New York or something. Tristan Crick? God bless her soul. That is one confused NBA basketball fan. She's just sad hopping. I'm a Portland fan for 5 months. Let me go ride with the Kings and light the beam. Who's it going to be next year? When the Rockets get good? Oh, H-Town. Jabari Smith Jr., Jalen Green. Oh, my God. Tristan Crick. That's what y'all doing, KC and D-Lo?
I do like Jabari Smith Jr., though.
KC and D-Lo, that's who y'all rocking with? Tristan Crick, the bandwagon fan? Man. Depends on the day. She may wake up a Nets fan. Who knows? All of a sudden, she's lighting the beam. That's so cute. But when the Kings do lose the series, you ask me, what am I going to bring? Am I going to bring a cake? No. You know what I do? I go to Costco because I got a Costco card.
Costco does good stuff.
Fruit snacks and Capri Suns on deck.
The line yesterday, because I had to go to Kaiser to pick up some stuff. Yeah. The line at the South City Costco.
Yeah, that's where I go.
Oh, my God. That left-hand turn?
It was long because they were closed on Easter.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
My mind was blown. I was like, dude, that place is printing money. I want a franchise out of Costco.
So, I'll get them some Capri Suns and fruit snacks. That's what I'll do. You guys can have your participation trophy, your little Capri Suns and free snacks. Great season, guys. Good job, good effort.
Does Costco still have the $1.50 hot dog?
Of course.
Do they? Well, I heard they're gonna have to up the price. No.
Even if it's $2.
And what was that like? They had like this. It was like 5,000 calories, but it was like a chicken parm wrap thing.
Oh, the chicken wrap.
Chicken bake.
Chicken bake.
Chicken bake.
Is that what it's
So
called?
good.
Chicken
I
bake?
think the Polish dogs are gone though. Just the hot dogs now. No more Polish.
Hey, the chicken bake thingy.
Oh, so
is that what it's
fire.
called? The chicken.
Oh, yeah.
It was fire.
I used to eat that every day when I worked at Costco.
It has to be bad for you, right?
I worked at Costco downtown when I was like 20.
Really? The one on 8th?
The one on 8th. I
Really?
worked there for about 3 or 4 months.
Horrific parking.
Seems like a fun place to work though.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
The benefits were great.
So what did you do there?
I was loading up carts and taking them to cars and loading up people's vans. And then they were training me on the register. But I was like, I just want to load people's vans so I can get fresh air and get out the warehouse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you go on those runs, you can van, you get a little tip, you come back in very slowly.
Yeah.
And then one night, they had me in the rain retrieving all the carts in the parking lot by myself.
And that area.
That ticked me off.
City, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I'm done with you guys. I'm going to just stick with UPS. But it was great benefits.
As you see all the clubs, like Holy Cow right down the street.
Yeah.
Everyone's partying. Bonte's picking up carts.
Well, closed at 9 o'clock, so it wasn't bad.
Oh,
you could
okay.
still go down and
That's
party.
not too bad.
And you could get the alcohol cheap. You know, the Hennessy and the Hypnotic at the time with the Incredible Hulks. That's when that was popular. So I'd be leaving with,
Well, a lot of those Kirkland brands too are like legit like liquors, where they just put their label on it. Yeah, it's great.
No, it is great. I love Costco. Chicken bake was really good.
Well, and they always, when you walk around Costco, my favorite part is all of the little sampling places that they have.
Yeah.
You could have an entire meal of just the samplers.
Samples were great.
They are great.
The samples were awesome.
I definitely don't need a 6-gallon tub of peanut butter, but you know what? It's good bang for your buck.
Yeah. Did you have a problem with Adesanya being petty after the UFC when he knocked out Pereira?
When he hit the bow and arrow on dude?
3 times on him?
I thought it was pretty cool.
That was sick.
I mean, we all take sports way too. We're not allowed to showboat now. Is that what we're doing? Barry Bonds, my favorite player of all time. The guy literally would do pirouettes coming around first base.
Well, that's why with the trash talk, when people trash talk, oh man, they're taking it serious. No, it's just trash. I grew up on playgrounds, man.
Yeah.
Trash talk is the norm.
Exactly.
You go to George Washington High School and didn't know how to trash talk, you're going to get embarrassed every single day.
I'm with you.
You had to trash talk. You had to learn how to talk. Talk back. And if you can't, and you said this all week.
Talk to me, I talk back?
Yeah, well,
40
you said
water?
this. Yeah, you said this, though, Shasky, earlier in the week. If you can't trash talk now as a Warrior fan.
You never, no one will be allowed to talk ever in sports, ever.
Got Steph Curry, Draymond, Clay. You got all these matchups, these cross matchups that are going to be great. Mike Brown's on the other sideline. Leandro Barbosa, Luke Laux, longtime assistant with the Warriors. It's going to be fun. But it's fun to talk trash. We got a regional rivalry now, 90 minutes apart. And this could be the first of many playoff series between these two clubs.
I didn't even think of that part of it. You think it will be?
I think the Kings going to be around for a while. We've got a nice foundation.
It does feel like they are entering their prime as the Warriors are slowly starting to tick down. And you never know. I mean, it could all be done this year. But, yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, just as I fantasize about what a magical run would look like for the Warriors, a part of me wants this route. And you tell me if I'm tripping here. And again, I'm not dismissing the Kings. I'm saying this is my fantasy route to the finals. We play the Kings, we beat the Kings, we move on, we play the Lakers, we beat LeBron and the Lakers, and then we got Kevin Durant waiting for us in the Western Conference Finals.
That would be fascinating.
And then either give me Giannis or give me Boston or give me Embiid in the finals. I could take any one of those 3. I would kind of like a rematch with Boston, but I don't want to physically go to Boston. I would rather go somewhere else.
I'd like to go to Milwaukee. I've never been there before.
You don't want to go to Philly?
I wouldn't mind going to Philly.
Pops says that he wants to go to Philly if we go to play the 76ers.
I don't think that's a trip for Pops.
Pops is ready.
No, I don't think people are ready for that.
Well, I've got...
I just know the next time we go to Philly, Philadelphia is going to know about it. And it may be turned up another 20 notches.
Well, this time I'm not going to tell them that our exact seat locations.
They're going to know we're there. And so,
David and Brentwood sound
Amen.
Just gold.
And I mean... It might get violent out there in Philadelphia the next time we go.
No, I'm not advocating violence.
I'm not advocating violence, but I'm saying those guys out in Philadelphia want to kick our ass. They literally want to punch me in the face.
Is there any way that the Miami Heat can rise from their? I just want to go to Miami. See, this is the part where I love Stephen A. Smith. He admits, I like going to L.A. I want L.A. to win. Like, he'll say stuff like that.
Ernesto Dominguez. You too. K-Scott going to hook you up with finals tickets? This Warriors Sixers.
It's a better chance I'm playing quarterback for the 49ers week 1 next year.
Sal in San Diego, what's happening? You're on the roast. Sal, what's happening?
First time, long time here. I just want to give a shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for pumping me up every morning. And, man, I just can't wait till the Warriors get down to Sacramento and really spank these babies. You know what I mean? Let them show them who's boss. Let them know who runs Cali. And personally, I can't wait to see that matchup versus Lakers Grizzlies. I honestly want LeBron. I want Steph Curry to solidify his true greatness and show him what we're really about. I think the Warriors are here to stay, and we're going to keep going with this, boys. Keep up the good work, and let's get this done in 5.
All right, let's go, Sal. Good call there. Good call. Ron Adams coming up in 5.5 minutes here on the Morning Roast. We'll talk to the longtime defensive guru of the Golden State Warriors about this series, this matchup. Ron will call in. Let Sam Lutman just got the alert. Ron, you're wondering about whether or not you're going to call him. No. Ron calls you.
I am getting a little not worried, but sometimes when you get a little too overconfident, you walk into the room and you're the one that gets whacked, like in Goodfellas. Yeah. Hey, you're going to get made. You're going to get your wings.
Joe Pesci.
And then you're the one that gets shot in the back of the head.
So now you're worried about the kids?
Not necessarily, but I'm preparing myself for anything could happen.
Oh, my God.
I'm teasing.
Oh, no, you're not.
I just wanted to paint that visual.
No, you're not. Chef Shasky, Lube and Large. Let's just go to break. Let's go before I get mad again.
I got to crank you up.
Nobody's mad. That is the worst. Don't lie. When somebody says, why are you mad? Why are you mad? You're like, dude, I'm not mad. That gets you mad.
My wife does that to me all the time.
Why do you do it to me? I'm not your wife.
You're my radio wife.
Brought to you by Kirby.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. Rod Adams, you know who Rod Adams is, longtime defensive guru to Golden State Warriors. He'll join us coming up. And if you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 188-TAX-EXIT.
I have a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with
we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
I wonder if Ron Adams ever bumps Larry June. I wonder what type of music Ron Adams does have in his car. Or does he just listen to podcasts? Does he listen to us? I don't know. But Ron Adams on the line here, and we'll get him on in just a second, as this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Conquer PD. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconquerpd.com. And if you want to go to Game 3 against the Sacramento Kings, or, I know we call it Chase Center, but up in Sacramento, they're calling it the dental office. Say it's overrated. Well, hopefully they'll get a root canal Game 3. But we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game of the year tomorrow. So you want to listen all day long. Each show will give out a keyword, and you will need all 3 keywords to win. So make sure you're listening all day tomorrow for a chance to win. Let's bring in Ron Adams, longtime assistant with the Golden State Warriors. He's known for his defensive prowess. We love Ron here in the Bay Area. Ron, good morning. How refreshed are you, Ron, after going through that turbulent regular season to get ready for an actual playoff series? It feels like it's been a long, long season. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning to you, too.
Good morning. Good morning. I know you're refreshed with the playoffs here coming up. Big series against the Sacramento Kings. We're seeing some old friends and Mike Brown, Leandro Barbosa and company. Just looking at the Warriors' defense the last 2 weeks, I know they have the number 3 overall defensive rating since March 29th. Has there been a big-time improvement from what we saw for most of the regular season?
Well, I think we've had our moments when we've been good defensively, more so at home. The last 2 games were both good defensive games for us, but we played 2 rosters that were pretty depleted. But having said that, I think there were 2 must wins that we had to get, and that happened. But I think we have to obviously play great defense in the playoffs. We've always been capable of doing that. I think Wiggins' return can help in that regard. Gives us a longer athletic player who is a fine defender. So hopefully those things will come together defensively.
How do you get him up and running to get ready for like the speed of the game and things like that? Like, I know you guys are playing, I'm sure, 5-on-5s and whatnot, but how do you guys know that he's ready to go for these games and for just the speed and physicality that's going to be there for the playoffs?
Well, yeah, we scrimmage, he's doing 5-on-5 work and so on, but Rick Celebrini, the head of our health group, is in charge of that, and I think just from my vantage point, I think Wiggs has come back pretty strong, looks good on the court, but it's Rick's judgment as to where he is. We're going to do some scrimmaging the next couple of days too, but I think the moment will also really focus Wiggs, and hopefully we'll see a good version of him. But it's a legitimate point. It's not simple to be away from the rhythm of the game and then be thrust into it again and perform at a really high level. Steph's always been pretty good at that.
Right.
He's pretty unusual in that regard, but he's been
longtime assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors.
Seamless.
In his nice season with the Golden State Warriors, Ron Adams does a great job with them defensively. We were talking defense here. What makes Sacramento so deadly offensively? Historically, in the regular season, they put us on historic numbers offensively. What makes them so deadly? Is their dribble drive penetration? Is it their 3-point shooters? What makes them so lethal on the offensive end?
I think Mike is running some really good offensive wrinkles, sets, movements. I think that's one thing, but they're a really connected team. And he skillfully used Sabonis, who is, a 0.5, moves around the court a lot. They'll post him some, but he's not playing from the block that much. They may post him a bit more against us, but he gets there in different ways when he does want to post. But he's on the perimeter. He's orchestrating their offense. He's passes the ball really well. He keys their dribble handoffs. But I think the structure coupled with the fact that this is a highly, highly connected team. They are motivated. They like each other. I think they have a really high character team. A lot of like-minded people on that team. And Mike has been able to pull the right strings and develop the culture that I think he hoped he could develop. And it's come to fruition for him.
Hey, Coach, I've been hearing you on this station for a long time, and we love listening to you all the time. I don't know much about you. Do you like fried chicken or filet mignon? Like, if you had to choose between one or the other, which one are you going with?
Fried chicken and filet mignon.
Yep.
What if I told you neither one of them are that high on my list, although I like fried chicken.
Are you a salmon guy?
I'm a fish guy. I like different foods, not necessarily meat-oriented. I still eat meat. I grew up on a farm, so we ate meat like crazy.
Really?
Probably had gout at one time even, so I try to back off of the meat thing for a number of reasons. But I like, to me, something as simple as a great salad or a good omelet, or I could go down the list. I love beans. Fortunately, I like a lot of things that people don't like to eat when they're prepared well. But yeah, I eat most of everything. But
I like that.
I like that type of diet.
Yeah, a little feta always makes a good salad. So if you could only play one musical album for the rest of your life, what would that album be?
I can't answer that because if it was only one album, it would be completely boring, even if it was the artist I loved the most.
Who's that?
I can't give you one. I mean, from the 60s, I like Jackson Browne and, James Taylor and a whole host of female vocalists. And, there's many people I like. But the great thing about music, I mean, I like classical music. I like Afrobeat. I can go down the list. The thing about music is the variety of it, how it picks you up, the mood that different music brings to you. So to me, that's the importance of music. I love all sorts of music, not bad music.
Yeah.
I don't like, there's some rap I like, some artists, and then others are, I don't like at all. I mean, it's this variety, I think, that keeps us sharp and, hones our senses more than just like one drum beat, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I like talking to you, Ron. You're a man full of wisdom. Man full of wisdom, no doubt about that. Ron Adams, assistant coach here on 95.7 The Game. All right, we're talking defense here. You brought up Wiggins, and I like the growth of Jonathan Kuminga, something we could get to in a second because I think he is an X factor. But what about Klay Thompson? We were discussing Klay Thompson, and a lot of people pinpoint his defense. Maybe he's not the same defender that he was before the injuries, but where has he been at defensively, especially as of late?
I think lately he's been okay. He's had kind of an up and down defensive season, but he has shown that he can play at a high level defensively still. And I think the playoffs have always brought the best out in Klay. We've asked him to do different things, not only guard smaller players at times, but also guard bigger players. He's guarded some fours this year, and so I think, as I said, the playoffs always bring out the best in him, and I do think perhaps he's dropped off a bit defensively at times, but then he shows that he can do it, so I don't even want to go there. I don't know if I completely believe that statement. I think when Klay's highly motivated, he's a really fine defender, so.
There it is, and he should be motivated for this postseason run. How far away do you think this team is from being a championship caliber defense? I remember last year you joined us right after you guys won a championship. You said it, and it stuck with me, Rod. We may have overachieved this year by winning this championship, maybe a year ahead of schedule. So how far are they away this year from being that championship team, you think?
I think we'll see.
No doubt. Time will tell.
Time will tell. See, as the Buddhists say, but I think I think that we have a lot of good basketball before us. And connectivity is important for us. That hasn't always been a smooth playing this year for us. I think the playoffs bring out the best in everyone. I think the playoffs bring out a teamness, a subjugation that says I'm going to work for my teammate. The goal is now more defined, one opponent, and that's what I think we'll see in our team. And so if that happens, and if we continue along that route, I think we're going to be a really fine team. Let's face it, with this team, they think they can beat everyone.
Right.
They play. We have vast experience in achieving greatly with 4 of our guys on the team. Jordan last year, I'll throw into that mix too, who is integral in us winning a championship. So Dante has been on the championship team. So I like the variety of mindsets that we have, and they know what it takes, the core group, and I'll never bet against them.
Ron, when I look at the team, you've obviously got the headliners, Steph, Clay, Dre, those guys. Jordan Poole now is trying to become one of those guys. But I look at the glue guys like Kevon Looney, Dante DiVincenzo, who you referenced, Gary Payton. Like, those guys have brought so much to the table this year. Can you just kind of emphasize from a coach's perspective what those guys mean to the overall team ethos?
Well, these are glue people. Gary, who's just getting going again, he's only played a few games for us, is going to lend a lot to our team defensively, but also Gary's a timely scorer, but he also has the ability to make the simple pass that leads to a score, not necessarily the assist, but he's really good at getting the ball to people and then, helping the dominoes fall offensively. Dante has really been good this year as far as providing us with great spark, just a really diligent player who doesn't give up on plays. He's always pursuing on a play, and recently has turned a couple of games around, key games for us, simply by his hustle. And who else did you mention? My old brain is missing the third person.
We had Kevon in there. He had DiVincenzo, GP2, Kuminga.
How can I forget Looney? Looney is our anchor, I think, as much as anyone on our team right now. He does things game after game after game, frees his teammates up for shots. Tremendous rebounder this year.
Mm-hmm.
As with Jordan, played 82 games, which is remarkable. Few people do anymore. And I think, as Steve has said, I think he's our moral compass also. Just represents, I think, everything you want in a basketball player at this level. Doesn't get a lot of attention from people because he's just a workman who does his job and really picks up his teammates. So those 3 people that we mentioned, too, are going to be huge moving forward. So,
no doubt about that. Ron Adams here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Last one for you here, De'Aaron Fox. What makes him such a special point guard? Is it his quickness? Is it his ability to get to the rim? Is it an improved jump shot? What have you seen from De'Aaron Fox this year as he made the All-Star team for the first time in his career?
I think all of those things, but at the foundation stone is he's probably the fastest guy in the league, with the ball. Just tremendous speed. But more than that, I think he plays with a really, we use the term around here a lot, but I think he plays with joy. He's a happy player. He likes being out there. He, not too much gets him off his game. I like his attitude. I like how he approaches the game. And I think the speed factor, and it's always about who you are as a human being, right?
Yep.
That really gets you over the top or holds you back for all of us, and we try to modify our rough edges and streamline ourselves. But I think for him, that's a real strength. He has improved skill-wise. I think he shoots the ball better, although he's still erratic. But his short game is brilliant. It's a short pull-up game. Even though the analytics people don't like that, but I think it's a huge part of his game, and I think it's a huge part of their success. So, and he's a bear in transition. We have to devote more than one person to him to stop him in transition and their offensive transition. So that makes him so tough. But I have a lot of respect for him. I've enjoyed watching him grow up over the years.
No doubt.
Ron, what do you think is the most underrated aspect of this year's Warriors team from your perspective?
Underrated. I think for some of the shorter lineups we put on the court, we're a surprisingly good rebounding team, even offensive rebounding at times. We're a really good offensive team. If we can keep our turnovers down, we become brilliant offensively. When we don't, we lose some of the luster of a really brilliant offensive team. And defensively, we simply have to get better and, play with the consistent energy. As you guys know, you say it probably on your broadcast, the playoffs are very different animal, and it's possession by possession. Every possession is important. So I think that's the mentality we want defensively. But I think our rebounding has been a bit surprising, to me at least at times. Dante, Gary now coming back. These are smaller players who really rebound the ball well. And Clay's been a bit better. Steph is a tremendous rebounder. Probably pound for pound our best rebounder. So I would answer that question in that way.
Nah, you're right about Klay Thompson grabbing the glass. I thought he's done a wonderful job on the boards this season. Kevon Looney, you mentioned, it's been unbelievable. 35 games where he's had 10-plus rebounds, led the league in offensive rebounding in all the association. Ron, we can't wait for Saturday, man. I know you're ready to roll. Good insight there on the Sacramento Kings and what you guys have done well defensively. And we'll see you back at Chasing It for Game 3. We'll be watching from afar down here in the Bay Area when you guys head up to Sacramento. Good stuff, Ron.
You guys keep up the good work. I always have great admiration for people who can talk all day, because I know how tiring talking and actually making sense.
Well, Ron, let's be honest here. We don't make a lot of sense from 6 to 10 a.m. I try to make sense on television, but that's why I lean on Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. I don't make much sense, and I think people get tired of hearing me. So I'm glad that you appreciate it, Ron.
There's a gift to what you guys do, and there's a certain stamina, and I see it and respect it, so keep it up.
I mean, Ron, how many people can ask you, do you like fried chicken or filet mignon? You know what I mean? I mean, this is why I'm who I am.
That was a hell of a question.
You learn a lot about a man.
Well, I wanted to get into red wine because I know you're a big wine drinker, but we could do that later. We can do it at a later time.
You guys be well. Have a great day.
Have a good one,
too,
Coach.
All right, Rod Adams here on the Morning Roast. Make sure you clip that there. You clip that. He always tells me, how do you still have your voice? It's like, I don't know. We'll ride it till the wheels fall off. I did see a funny comment from Austin in San Jose after you asked him filet mignon and fried chicken question, because it was a good question and it stumped him.
Let me ask you, you have one meal tonight.
Fried chicken all day long, not even close.
It's got to be the right fried chicken.
It's got to be either from my mama. Got to be from my mama.
Okay.
Becky Tyndall. Shout out to Becky Tyndall.
Do you pound it like thin?
I don't make. My mama makes.
No, because I don't really like the thin pound fried chicken. Like
thin pound. I've never heard of thin pound.
So there's like fried chicken steak where it's chicken that's pounded down. Sometimes people
think of like a chicken cutlet.
Yeah,
I'm talking straight fried chicken.
I'm with Pete.
Straight fried chicken.
Yes. I like the bone. I have no problem with the bone.
Like chicken parm is good, but that's separate than a fried
you get
chicken.
What I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. Becky Tyndall, the hood. Sometimes people pour their 40-ounce beer in the batter.
Oh.
You know, that's seriously.
Beer
Ask some black
battered.
folks.
Beer battered fish. I
There
like
you
that
go.
too.
Ask some black folks about some fried chicken. We love fried chicken, but Rod, Austin in San Jose said when you ask the question, goes Bonte, Shassy's going to have you working at Starbucks with these questions. I'm like, actually, it was a fun question.
Like,
and it was fun.
Hey, coach.
That was
like,
funny.
But I know, but let's be real. Like, people that are out there, hey, coach, how are you going to guard De'Aaron Fox? He's not going to tell us. He's not going to tell us what their exact, the blueprint is to beating the Kings. So, yeah, we're talking in generalities. I thought I'd liven it up a little. That's all.
Nobody's getting mad at you.
Shoot or shoot.
It was a good question.
I
We all said it was a
airballed.
good question. No,
now
you
the
did
team's
airball.
going to have a meeting with me like I'm Klay Thompson.
No.
They're going to sit me down and they're going to say, Joe, bad shot selection. And I'm going to say, you know what? You're right. I need to evolve.
No, it was a good question.
Well, I thought it was very emblematic of what Ron Adams is. He preaches defense. Defense isn't sexy in the NBA. People don't talk about it. And you know what? Guy's a salmon and a fish guy. It's not the sexiest meal, right?
No, it's not.
But you know what?
You're right.
Gets the job done.
That's why you're the host of the pregame show.
Wow.
Joe Spadoni. That's why you're the host.
God, Joe, I love
It's like it's like offensive line talk, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's very similar.
Well,
The
some
offensive
guys
line
make
talk.
their whole career on A gap, B gap talk.
Right.
Throwers of footballs.
Can't tell you.
We got the king.
Nobody's mad. What a show. What a show. Still got an hour, 7 minutes.
Does Jollibee's got good fried chicken?
No, I've never been to
Oh,
Jollibee's.
it's delicious. Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. No,
Both
come on.
of you jumped
Well,
in.
it's a
that
big
sounds like the
Filipino
whitest thing
staple.
ever.
My mother-in-law from the Philippines. We go there. They have one, I think, not San Leandro, but somewhere in the East Bay. Someone help me out on the text line.
I think
I've never been to
Jollibee's.
Jollibee's.
I'm not gonna cross it off my list. I had never heard. I didn't know they had
Leave it to the brother.
Okay.
To grade the fried chicken.
That's
and tell you about
Don't
fried
sleep
chicken.
on Filipino fried chicken. We love our Filipino community
fried
here,
chicken is
all right?
good.
Okay,
But
I've never-
Jollibee's, come on.
Okay, I was just asking. I was just,
Bonchon has better
Yeah, I
fried
like
chicken.
Bonchon.
Okay, but this is a chain we're talking about, so it's like different. This is a
not
fast
going
food
to
chain.
Jollibee's
Yeah.
for no fried chicken.
Sam, you are like
No, I will say this.
If you come across a Jollibee, I definitely recommend trying it out. It's legit.
Really?
Get proposition chicken.
I'm gonna try. Oh, I heard about
Proposition
it.
I'm not trying to go against any other fried chicken place. I'm just saying, if you come across a Jollibee, give it a shot.
I'm going with my mama's, Becky Tyndall.
Well, I mean, who's gonna beat your mom's recipe?
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, come on. I'm not gonna rip someone's mom's recipe. I don't care what it is.
SF Bay Drummer tagging me and stuff. Bold prediction, Malik Monk is going to kill the Warriors. Big series, whatever. We're going home, Kenny, in 2 weeks. You'll be recapping your season, getting ready for the NBA draft. Talking Sacramento River Cats. The crunchy crispy chicken, very good.
I haven't tried that. It's on my list.
I can't have it for at least 3 months. I'm on this diet. I'm a little sad about that.
I'm proud of you. You look like you're about to shed a tear.
Stuff. Damn, I want my mama's fried chicken, though. Jollibee has good. I've never been to Jollibee's, folks.
Nor
I'm
have
sorry.
I.
Where does Pompey's rank compared to Chick-fil-A? I've never been to Pompey's. Does that compare to Chick-fil-A? Susanna, Chick-fil-A, the best Chick-fil-A ceremony. I'm not going against that one.
God, it's so good.
It is so good. I drive by it every day. So good. Sometimes I veer really fast to the right lane and said, screw it. Sometimes I just press the gas and hurry up and get past it.
Yeah, I heard this proposition chicken's killer. I'm gonna
It
have to
is
try
pretty
that
good.
out.
It is good. It is really good. Philly Zoo put me onto it. We had some proposition chicken watching the Final Four. Raising Cane's, really good.
Are you surprised that Coach is more of a pescatarian than he is a meat lover?
He's told me that before.
I didn't know that. How
told
did
me
that come up in casual conversation out of curiosity?
I don't.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm a random guy, man. I don't know. It just happened. It just happened. I think maybe he was like, "Oh man, you've been looking good on TV." I said, "Oh man, I eat too much chicken." He said, "Oh man, I don't eat too much chicken. I eat a lot of seafood. A lot of fish." That's how it came up. There it is. I've never had Jollibee's. I'm not a real friend. Do they even have a Jollibee's in San Francisco?
I don't
Daly
know.
City, they do.
Yeah. So you can't say, hey, 510 Comcast Business Text. I can't fault me. We don't have a Jollibee's in the city.
Yeah, they are tough to find. There's a couple in Daly City. There's one in Hayward, and we got another one in Concord. And then if you're all the way out there, there is one in Brentwood as well.
They do have this thing called Hollow Hollow. It's this dessert with like ube ice cream in it, and it's like this big milkshake with all this candy and stuff. It's really good.
Jollibee's getting a lot of love.
A lot of love. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a hole in my game. I did have Shake Shack for the first time ever. There's one at Stonestown now.
Shake Shack's good.
It was delicious.
Shake Shack's really good.
I get the hype now. No, I do. Like
Very
the
good.
chicken.
A lot of options too.
I got the fried chicken. I got a chocolate shake, and I got just a single burger. I pretended to be small. The bun was delicious. I was I did not know. You Shake Shack people that are out there that have been telling me about it, you were right.
It's really good.
They had this. I had it last week too. They had this tiramisu milkshake.
Love tiramisu.
And they put this big cookie in it too. Oh, so fire! God, I'm hungry.
Jollibees. All right, let's go to RJ and Fairfield. RJ and Fairfield. What's
Vontae.
happening? RJ.
Vontae, I think you ate your Wheaties today, man. You feeling real brave about this matchup. But hey, Vontae, Shafty, you ever look up in the Raptors at the Chase Center and see those asterisks next to 3 of those championships? Yeah, I said it. And
wait, why would there be 3? Time out. Why would there be 3 asterisks? I would love to hear this explanation.
Oh, here we go. Shafty. Look, what was the first championship? Against the Cavs, against LeBron and the rest. There was no Kyrie. There was no Kevin Love at that game. And what happened when they were healthy? Y'all lost 3-1. That's what happened. And then the other 2 championships.
But we weren't healthy,
Kevin
so
Durant.
that doesn't count. Okay.
Well, what did you think? What did you think? You got Kevin Durant, the best player in the league at that time, to join the Warriors. Come on. That's how I look at it. Okay. But Vontae, hey, I want the smoke. When this happens, game 1, let's see what happens. I'm just saying, game 6, I'm calling. This is gonna go 4-2. We're gonna split at home. We're gonna split at your house, and then we're gonna take the next 2 games.
Hey, RJ, hold on, RJ. I want you to stay on the line.
I want you to put your money where your mouth is.
I want you to stay on the line. I don't want your money, RJ. I don't want your money.
No, I meant like some sort of
Oh, no. You realize, RJ, that the Warriors went 11-1 at Chase Center last year during the postseason, right? RJ?
He said 3 asterisks.
Say that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you realize they went 33-8 at Chase Center this season, right?
It don't matter, Vontae.
I think they've won. I think they've lost 19 games.
Biased decisions.
They've lost 19 games in 2 seasons at Chase Center.
Vontae, you guys are Warrior fans. You guys are supposed to be leaving your team, but I'm supposed to do my job and defend my team.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. But when you come with the asterisk talk, hey, listen, what would you rather do, RJ?
Huh?
Let me ask you a question. What would you rather do? Would you rather hang 3 banners that, quote-unquote, have asterisk or Summer League championship banners? What would you rather hang?
Man, what you say? I'd rather hang banners.
You rather hang championship banners, right?
I'll tell you this.
So now your whole trash talk is screwed up because you're hanging Summer League banners while we have championship banners.
Well, okay, but put asterisks next to those banners then, because those championships, when LeBron was healthy with his team, y'all lost 3-1.
Oh my God! Did they not suspend Draymond Green for nonsense? Did Iguodala or Bogut not get hurt?
Come on, why you have to go there? So Draymond's all of a sudden an offensive player now.
Is Draymond Green not a valuable piece for the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I'm just telling you. Hey, you guys. I'm just saying. This is what the other,
RJ, you don't even believe what you're saying right now. You don't even know.
RJ, does your elbow hurt? Because we got Dr. Narav Pandya coming up in a couple hours, and you're reaching, doggy. You're reaching. Should get that elbow checked.
RJ, what you got?
The smoke. You wanted the smoke.
Oh, I want the smoke, but that's not enough smoke. You're not giving. This ain't smoke, RJ. This is nonsense. You got to do better than this.
But you didn't inhale, Bill Clinton.
You got to do better than that, RJ. RJ, you know I love you, but you got to do better.
I'll call y'all on Monday. We're gonna see what happens. We gonna like
you better win Saturday.
Purple. It ain't go. Okay. All right. Hey. We calling it here. Okay. I told you we're gonna split the gonna split the games 1-1, and we're gonna split at your house. So just wait and see. You guys I told you guys doubted us this whole year. Vontae, you're the same cat that said January we ain't gonna be the 3 seed. Shasky said that we're a high watermark team. I remember those comments. Trust. I listen to you guys every day.
Trust when I say this, RJ. You're the most fraudulent 3 seed in NBA history. Bye-bye.
Come on.
Trust that one. Trust me on that one. when this series is over. I mean, the Denver Nuggets in 2012, 2013, they were the 3 seed with the Warriors. They were pretty fraudulent. Warriors smoked them, right? The Portland Trail Blazers, remember they were 3 seed? What was it, 2017, I believe? Or 2018. And they got swept by the Pelicans. Kings are going to be right up there with those fraudulent 3 seeds.
I got to give RJ credit. Like, the first time in the history of our YouTube channel, everyone was united taking a dump on RJ. It's the first time ever.
Warriors have lost 19 games at home since the start of last season.
19, huh?
So last year they went 31-10 at home. This year they went 33-8. In the postseason, they were 11-1.
That's pretty good.
They've lost 18 games at Chase Center.
It's pretty good for a dentist office gymnasium, as they're calling it.
Think about this. Since the start of the postseason, a year ago, they've lost 9 games at home. 9. Dental office, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be painful for Kings fans.
If RJ's going to come on here, he better bring cookies, not Bammer.
That's all they smoke in Sacramento. They got tree bark. Cowtown? Tree bark? They've got real weed.
I haven't heard that.
They need to have
in
cannabis
years.
clubs in Sacramento. So we know they got 5 4-star hotels. All right? They got the little cowboys they stole from Mississippi State, like Seattle stole the 12s from Texas A&M. All these teams stealing from people. Be original up there in Sacramento. Fake Silicon Valley up in Davis. Come on, man. Sacramento. Nobody's worried about Sacramento, man. I'm not even overconfident. I'm not. Let's slap these dudes up in the first round, move on to play the Lakers or Grizzlies. That's when the playoffs start for the Warriors. This is a warm-up to the real season.
I can't believe you said tree bark. I haven't heard that term in so long.
Straight up Bammer. Dudes up there smoking their lungs away, smoking that Bammer weed. It's Sacramento.
We might need that song. Get that ready. Don't give me no Bammer.
Man. We've seen it all before with the Sacramento. Oh, my gosh, go to 1 center. Oh, go to 1.
The asterisk talk, though.
That is just so weak. It's so weak.
The 3-1 jokes. My favorite is like, you guys lost when they were healthy. We were tied with 2 minutes to go. And I love when they say when they were healthy. But yet, the Bogan injury doesn't matter.
The Iguodala injury doesn't matter.
Steph's knee, where he couldn't even shake Kevin Love out on the perimeter.
He's playing at 70%. That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Couldn't play on Team USA that summer. Why? Because immediately after the finals, he had knee surgery.
But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for the Warriors. Only counts for other teams.
But
the asterisk talk is funny.
It's
like,
selective
what did you want the Warriors to do? They sat there in the Hamptons. The Celtics went to the Hamptons. The Clippers went to the Hamptons. The Knicks were trying to get in on the mix.
Is the Paul Gasol championships for Kobe, are those asterisks?
Because of that trade?
Oh, or how about the Shaq one when he left Orlando and decided to go to L.A.?
He didn't even win right away in L.A.
But is that an asterisk?
No, he didn't even win right away. But not only
are there
that.
asterisks on the
Let me
Boston
ask you
Celtics?
this. What would the Dallas Cowboys do? It's the biggest name on the market.
Well, they did. His name was Dion, and they signed him. And they
what
won
about the
another
New York
championship.
Yankees? What did they do when A-Rod was available?
Yeah, they swung a deal and got him, and then won a World Series a couple years later.
This is what teams do.
Yeah.
They sign big-time free agents. Yeah. They try to get the best players on the team.
Is there an asterisk from Milwaukee?
No.
For the Drew Holiday trade?
No.
Oh.
No, whatsoever.
I was just checking.
Oh, yeah. This whole asterisk thing. They went 16-1 in 2017. Almost ran the table. Remember we did a show?
And what's crazy is Kevin Durant hasn't won anything before or after.
Nah.
But yet, he's the reason why they won. He's a big reason why they were very, very successful. He's not the only reason why they won. Like, come on.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Asterisk talk. When they went 16-1 in the playoffs, I did a show with the voice of the Niners at the time. We're actually comparing that. We were actually asking the question: could that 2017 Warriors team, with that starting 5, beat the Dream Team in the game? That's how good they were. We were so delusional. We were having that conversation.
I still think it's the greatest 1-2 punch of all time, but we can debate about that. Offensively, I think it is.
Asterisk.
But we can debate that.
RJ Fairfield, call back tomorrow and Friday. I'm any Kings fan. You want to call from the 916-888-957-9570. As Kitty Caraway say, the Kings are going to backhand the Warriors. We're going to backhand you on the air and dominate your trash talk. You can't trash talk trash talkers, man. We do this. This is what we do. Ask RJ Sean and Bobby Boucher. Ask Bubble Bath Boy in Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying?
We lost that game.
So what? We still win. I still win that radio station and tell them F Philly. I don't care. Screw them. Beat me 50-0. I'm still going to talk. David in San Francisco. What's happening?
Hey, David.
Yes, I'm here.
What's up, David?
Thank God.
Am I on?
You are on. Ronnie and Brentwood. Ronnie and Brentwood, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte went to the bullpen.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, God.
What's up, Ronnie?
Sorry,
What's
my
going
bad.
on, Bonte and Shasky? You're good. Hey, RJ, that fool's a clown. He's talking about asterisks. LeBron joined the Miami Heat and lost his first year with 2 superstars. I mean, what are we talking about right now? All I got to say is Dub's got this in 6. That's going to go dumb. We'll see the Suns in the Western Conference Finals. Beat them and beat the Celtics again. Let's run it back, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go to Calvin in St. Louis.
Let's go.
Calvin, what's happening?
What's up, Calvin?
Oh, Uncle Calvin, what's happening?
What up?
Man, y'all guys made my day, man. Y'all gave that fool an early lunch. But off the top, man, I'm going to go ahead and come with it because y'all know how I do it. Everybody want to make an excuse about an asterisk and everything like that when we know that ain't true. The league gave them an asterisk by sitting up here calling all those fouls against the Warriors and then letting LeBron James, was clearly that wasn't a block. We know that what it is. That should have been 2 points for the Warriors. Game over. But anyway, every team has injuries, and everybody knows that. When you're keeping it real, every team has injuries and everything. Right. But they don't ever talk about how Steph and Clay and the Warriors beat every team in the league when it counted, including Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant needed the Warriors more than the Warriors needed him.
Agreed.
What the Warriors did was they didn't need him. They just added accent to the food. That was all. But the Warriors, over and over again, showed pedigree of champions, and they got a championship heart. They do what they got to do, and they win. To me, they should be undefeated because ain't no way Draymond Green should have been out that game in the first place.
Exactly.
So with all these excuses that everybody making, but I love you guys, and I love the comments, and I love the Bill Clinton thing, man. That was so good.
You like that? I'm trying here, man. I'm trying. When was the last time you hit a bong?
It's been a long time. Been a long time. Long time.
My boy Eric Bellato, he had the little penthouse. It was an attic, but it was like we called it the penthouse. He had like a 3-foot bong. You couldn't even reach down to light the thing. I miss hitting bongs. Bongs get you ripped.
Spadona, you got it? All right. Let's play the first one.
What is this?
Kenny Caraway is he's getting carried away. Literally. He's getting carried away.
Well, Damien's out here quoting our callers.
Oh, yeah, Damien. I mean, the home league's going to be so real. I can't wait for that crossover. It's going to be our most intense crossover, I feel like. Because I'll give D'Lo and KC, they know how to talk trash. They ain't no punks. They ain't no Bobby Boucher and RJ and Sean, SHAN, or however the hell he spells his name, or Bubble Bath Boy, or who else did we dominate? We dominated the Green Bay guy. It's just coast to coast. Sacramento Friday night, it's going to be tough. We're gonna be in for a tough crossover with the Sacramento boys, Casey and D'Lo. All right, here's what Kenny Caraway had to say about our beloved Chase Center. Listen to this.
Chase Center garbage, bro. I'll tell you that right now. That is $1 billion worth of garbage.
It is one of the nicer hotel lobbies I've been to.
That's all it looks like. Looks like a damn hotel lobby. Dante was talking about the DoubleTree. Chase Center looked like the DoubleTree.
Oh my.
Chase Center, they tried to recreate Golden One Center and failed miserably.
Imagine mocking the Golden One Center. Imagine the Warriors saying, yeah, we want to do something like the Sacramento Kings. No, we don't want to miss the playoffs for 16 straight years.
I do
None
like
of
their
Joe
stadium,
Lacob. The stadium's nice.
I like their stadium.
But he called it the dental office. Said it was the dental office. Well, you know what? We're giving out root canals game 3 and 4. That's for sure. It's going to be painful.
When you live in the sticks, you're accustomed to pulling up into a giant parking lot, being able to park right there in front, and then walk right in. So I can understand why he would be a little discombobulated being in the downtown of an actual major world-class city.
Man. I'm looking at D-Lo's Twitter page right now. He's quoting stuff. This is Damian Barley 27 minutes ago. Yo, that energy on 95.7 The Game this morning is pretty wild. Caller, Mike Brown never won till he got that game from Steve Kerr. Shasky, good call. Mike Brown with the conference semifinals 4 times. Now we're happy for going to conference semifinals.
I'm literally just saying.
You know how many times?
Call.
How many times did George Karl go to the conference semifinals?
I mean,
what the hell does that mean? Conference finals, the NBA finals, they won 60 games
see
twice.
Who's in the comment section?
Who's in the comment section now?
Your friend.
Who? Who's my friend?
From the Bet Live, whatever the hell it is.
Trisha Crick?
Yeah, she's
is in our chat.
Yeah,
you mean the Portland Trailblazers fan? Who's now claiming the 916? How much money is she spending going to that rickety dink ass airport? Oh, Trista, give us a call, will ya? I'm down to listen to Trisha Crick. I got no problems with her. I got no issues with Trisha Crick, other than the fact that she can't pick a team. One day it's the Brooklyn Nets, one day it's the New York Knicks, one day it's, the Portland Trailblazers, one day it's the Sacramento Kings. Pick a team. James, Doug, Steve, we'll get to you. Carlos Ramirez, we're going to make it quick with Carlos because I can give a damn about the Giants right now. I want the smoke.
Carlos,
I want the smoke from everybody in Sacramento. You want it, you got it. The champs are here, buddy. And that's what's coming up on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Warriors Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBE.com. And that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. So full service banking, no compromise. I want Trisha Crick. Call the show, Trista. Let's go. Carlos Ramirez next.
Scott for Scott's here.
102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, inhale, exhale with my flow. You know, it's so funny how Kings fans, Deuce Mason, I see you out there on the chat, Deuce Mason, Mo, Deuce and Mo, Kenny and D-Lo and Trista Crick, who became a Sacramento Kings fan 3 weeks ago. They're calling Warrior fans insecure. They're calling us insecure. Wow. How are Warrior fans insecure? We talk, care about the team. Don't get caught up in Twitter because that's like 5% of Dub Nation.
5%?
If that.
Less than 3% of Americans have active Twitter accounts.
Get off of Twitter.
To say that it's a portion of a fam is just ridiculous.
Fake internet crap.
I mean and Warrior fans are insecure? Really?
You know what's funny? You and I have gone to war with so many different cities.
Yep.
I've got something prepared after we go to Carlos. I'm ready to meet you halfway.
Are you ready? Frisco Shasky?
I am.
Are you ready to match that energy? Because I need you.
Yeah, and
I'm
what I'm
counting
going to
on
say
you.
is not going to be fair to a lot of people, but it's real. And it'll probably isolate some of my own family members who have moved up there. But let's call the real after we talk to Carlos.
Oh, boy. Well, Carlos is not there yet, so we'll go to the lines.
Let's go to the lines.
Let's start with James and Hercules, and we'll get to Doug and Steve before Carlos. James, Hercules, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up, man? First time caller, long time listener, man. The content, you guys are on fire today. Hey, but I just wanted to point out that last caller that said you guys sent to RJ a lunch, man, that was so hilarious. But look, I'm a Laker fan, so you guys got to forgive these Kings fans because I remember when Shaq and Kobe was stomping a mud hole in them, they would show Shaq before the game started, sitting on the bench, looking up at the Pacific Division banners, and ooh, I'm scared. So you got to forgive them, man. They get delusional when the playoffs start. Just go smack them around and then come see us next round. Have a good day, man.
All right, James, see you next round. Steve, Santa Cruz, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Absolutely love your show. Thanks for having me. You guys are awesome. You guys are on fire today. I just wanted to say you guys are talking about asterisks. The only two asterisks that come to mind in recent memory, take Draymond out of the finals, Cavs win. Take KD and Clay out of the finals, Toronto wins. I don't think so if they're all healthy. Thanks, guys.
Anytime. We know the real. Real quick, Doug in Berkeley, before we get to Carlos Ramirez. Doug, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, it's happening this morning. You guys are on fire.
Thank you.
Fire. I just want to say, I want to just put a little love on Mike Brown's name. I believe it was a week ago that Bonte, you said, no doubt, Coach of the Year, no question, nobody else, no doubt. I think it'll be a 6-game series.
Doug, you sound like a robot right now. Give us a call back. Doug. You sound like a robot. But Mike Brown deserves Coach of the Year, no doubt. He does. Kings, they had a great year. Great year. Yet they finished with 4 more wins than the Golden State Warriors. And we think this was a lousy regular season. See the difference here? There's levels to this, Sacramento. There's levels. You're not there yet. It's okay. It's part of the process. Sacramento. It's all good. Come back next season. Build off of this. And maybe you'll get to the second round. Carlos Ramirez. It was a great job on Giants pre- and post-game. Also the 49ers pre- and post-game host on NBC Sports Bay. All right, Carlos, my man, what is happening this morning?
I'm really happy for the fans up in Sacramento because they deserve to be happy. I'm just sad it's going to be over so quickly.
Oh, damn. I like that, Carlos. I didn't think you had trash talk in you.
17 years, and you get the GOAT? That's unfair. I'm sorry, Sacramento. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
All right. Are you sorry about the standing ovation Alex Wood received yesterday in the 5th inning? No, I'm kidding. He pitched well. The Giants with a clean win, 5-0. Limit the Dodgers to 3 hits. Boy, did they need that win, Carlos. Did they need that win?
Yeah, they did. They did. Everyone did. The defense was really good. Blake Sable behind home plate was stellar on the blocking side of his game, which is something we haven't seen before. We know he can hit. The blocking, which is basically catching, was really good. And Gabe Kapler was in his bag yesterday. I mean, he got criticized, and I think deservedly so, last Saturday because of the Stripling situation against the Royals. But yesterday, man, he pulled every single bag, every single trick. He did everything perfectly. The bullpen stepped up. The offense was clutch. That was the best win. I know it's early still, but that was the best all-around win for the Giants this season.
Yeah, and I do believe, like, all the hype around the pitching, I never subscribed to it. I do believe they have a long way to go when it comes to pitching. The one area I do subscribe is there are some positive bats to talk about. David Villar looks legitimate. He's a young player. I'm really excited about him. Shown some positional versatility, made some nice plays at third, solid at second base. Yastrzemski's swing looks like it's coming back around. Obviously, Conforto has shown flashes of why, the Giants coveted him in free agency. I like where the bats are at right now, Carlos.
And they're going to get better, Joe. They're going to get better. Mitch Haniger's going to come into this team at some point and give him a legit right-handed power hitter. We showed some numbers yesterday. Their current strikeout rate is just not sustainable. These are guys that put the ball in play. As of today, they're last in MLB in contact rate. So and they're a team that's built on contact. So that's going to go up. Every other hitting peripheral or stat or metric is really good. Beyond the strikeouts. And once they get that under control, I had a conversation yesterday with Wilmer Flores about how the pitch clock is affecting him specifically on a rhythm standpoint. He feels rushed, and he said something. Listen, when I'm playing first base or even third, and I'm the first guy up the next half inning, it's a race, man. I mean, I'm pacing out there. I'm trying to catch my breath, take my stuff off, put my helmet on, put my batting gloves on. It's a race. And now you're seeing what J.D. Davis is doing, Joe, is he's taking his hitting timeout before the at-bat. I mean, before he even gets there. So he takes a timeout so he can catch a breather, gather himself, figure out some stuff, and then step into the hitter's box and just go hit. So I think some of these guys like Wilmer Flores, Jock Peterson, Michael Conforto, they didn't go through the pitch clock through the minors. So it's maybe taking some time for them to adjust. But they're figuring it out, and once they do, this team should hit significantly better because the strikeouts will go away. Or not away, but will go down.
Carlos Ramirez, Giants pre- and post-game host on NBC Sports Bay Area, also double dips with the 49ers as well. David Villar, man, looks like a guy you could build around. This guy looks like a player, sneaky speed, playing all over the infield. I like what I see from Villar. I want to see this guy play every day, Carlos.
I agree, Bonte. This guy, he can hit for power. When he got called up last season for the second time in September 2nd, do you know how many players in the National League have hit more home runs than him since September 2nd until today?
I don't think
none.
None, right?
Can you guess?
None, right?
Well, up until a couple days ago, it was none. Now, up until now, updated, it's only 3, and not by a lot. It's Pete Alonso,
Polar Bear.
It's Kyle Schwarber, and Brian Reynolds.
Wow.
Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, Brian Reynolds has a hell of a start for the Pirates.
He wants out of there.
Yeah,
he's on fire. He's on fire. So he can hit for power, and now he got his first home run out of the way. His first Oracle Park home run, that's out the window. He got it yesterday. He can play first, second, or third. He is really good. Defensively, right now, his outs above average are really good, like up there, really good. He can hit the ball hard. He can hit for power, for contact. I think he could be. And here's the thing now. Maybe he is the answer going forward, guys, for the San Francisco Giants shortstop conundrum. You're going to, what? Does he play shortstop? No, he doesn't. But if he can be the everyday third baseman, and you can push now Casey Schmidt to shortstop, then that's a solution for the future. Because as of today, I have no idea who's going to be the shortstop for 2024 and going forward. I don't know if Luciano is the answer.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe not, because the Giants know something. Why would they go out and get Correa for the future?
Well, he looks. I watched a bunch of training videos that Kai Correa put on YouTube, and again, I'm just going off my naked eye, but you see how certain guys receive the ball, and Luciano's just big and kind of stiff, and the hands just aren't they're not as receptive as some of the other guys. Like they had Dubon on there, and Dubon wasn't the greatest shortstop, but he looked so much better and so much more organic and natural fielding grounders as opposed to Luciano. So I don't think he is. Me personally, I don't think he's a shortstop.
No, and I agree with you. This is a conversation. I had this conversation last year with Ron Wotus. He said, as of today, maybe, but I mean, he wasn't opposed to seeing him playing third, maybe
right,
like Tatis does now with the Padres field. So if you have Villar in third, Schmidt in shortstop, and if Luciano develops into the hitter we all think he could be and stays healthy, and the back just leaves him alone, the back issues he's had, then you have your left fielder going forward. But as of today, I love going back to Villar. He has done everything right, right mindset, good clubhouse guy, great guy. I mean, what's not to love?
I know. I'm a big VR guy. He's got the lower body too, which a lot of the great corner infielders, he's not Adrian Beltre. That's like one of the gold standards of the position. But you look at the lower body, he's got a baseball guy's build. Shortstop's interesting that you keep referencing. I think Thairo Estrada is their most underrated player by far. I think he's just a solid ball player. Like he just makes plays out there on offense, and he's got great speed, good instincts running the bases. Not the greatest defensively, and that's where I look at backup shortstop, and I'm like, we got to see Casey Schmidt at some point here, right? Like, we've got to. They don't really have a backup shortstop.
No, they don't. You're right. I mean, Thairo was signed when he was signed by the Yankees long time ago. He was signed as a shortstop, but I mean, that's as of today. That's it's him or Wisely when he's back up with the team. The guys who can play shortstop behind Crawford. But for this year's purpose, it's Crawford. Then I would say it's Estrada and Wisely as a backup plan. So, again, I had a chat with Ron Wotus, who'll be on the show with us in a couple of weeks. Wody, who has seen him, more than I have playing shortstop, I'm talking about Schmidt right now, he thinks he needs more reps down in Sacramento playing shortstop at that level, and then we'll see if he can do it. I think he can, going off of what I'm seeing for him, both on spring training and with Sacramento. But
did we lose Carlos? Did we lose him? Oh, we get another question. Get him back on, and then we'll get a Warriors question. If not, good stuff from Carlos Ramirez. Look, Giants going to win, and I'm looking at it's always some jerk on YouTube. Oh, my gosh. It's Kings Warriors, and they're talking Giants. They never spend time on the Warriors. We've literally talked about Warriors for 3 hours and 10 minutes of the 3 hours and 30 minutes of this show today. Like, stop. Just why do you waste time texting them?
I've kind of had enough with some of these Sacramento people. All right. Are we here?
We're here.
Okay, we're here. All right. One of my favorite scenes in all of movies, in all of cinematic history, is Scarface when he comes back after meeting with Sosa.
Do we need Spadoni for this?
I don't know. Was Spadoni coming back?
I don't know.
Is he coming back? I don't think he's coming back, so I don't even care. One of my favorite moments in cinematic history is when Scarface comes back and he calls back Sosa and he's all revved up and he's ripping off everything, and the little guy's like, Tony, what's wrong? Right. And Tony goes to Sosa, I don't know. Your guys stiffed me. They screwed me. I said, no, you die. And then boom, I blasted him. You want to go to war? Sacramento. You really want to go to war? You're not even a top 12 city in the state of California. I got Lake Tahoe, San Diego, Palm Springs, Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, Santa Clarita. I got Santa Clarita. I got Santa Barbara. I got Oakland, all above Sacramento. All above them. You know who goes to Sacramento? People who can't make it in the Bay Area. People who can't afford to make it here. People who don't got the chops to actually be a #1 rated show in a #1 market. That's who goes to Sacramento. We give you our leftovers. You're over here grasping for crumbs, begging for us to hit the retweet button or respond to one of your BS little articles or one of your little tweets. Well, guess what? The real Kings are coming to town. The California Kings, who have won 4 championships over a 6-year period, going to those 6 finals. And now they're coming back, and they're about to bring out the broomsticks. So be ready, Sacramento, because people who can't make it in the 415-707-510 and 925, that's when we finally sell our merchandise and go up to Sacramento on the 916 and kick y'all losers out the way. We are coming to that tiny little fake credit union that you call the Golden One. We're going to come with our championship banners, with our yellow and with our blue, and we're about to take over. And you can have whoever the hell you want in your weak-ass little bad boy crew, Trista Crick, a bunch of other rejects who got kicked out of Barstool. I don't care who you add to the squad. You can have our old guy, our leftover Harrison Barnes. Have him. I really don't care. We didn't have room for Barnes because we were bringing in Kevin Durant, because we were hanging banners. And the real point guard, the real man, Steph Curry's coming to town. And the original Splash duo is coming. And look the hell out. You better not let Draymond Green do anything. Because when he does, he'll be dropping the microphone on the podcast at half court like he did in Game 6 against the Boston Celtics in June of 2022.
Do you want to go to war? Come on. Do you want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
Sacramento, you want some?
You there?
You know where you can find me. I put my name on it every day. Who's the only one who called out Klay Thompson? Me. That's who.
Oh, that was idiotic, but go ahead. Continue.
Who do you think sparked his return? Me.
Nobody's mad.
We're all mad. You want to come at us? Not only do we have the best dynasty in sports right now, you're listening to the best radio show the Bay Area's had since Radnich. The numbers speak it. I said it! You want to go to war? Bring it!
Come on. Do you want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
And I got the AO!
Oh, man.
What you know about cocaine? What you know about dynasties? Speak to me!
Frisco Shasky finally arrived.
That thing.
That's a pig that don't fly straight!
It took until 9:30 on Wednesday
I never trusted that
morning.
man in my life. I never trusted him.
It took 9:30 on a Wednesday morning.
No, it took Trista Crick hopping in comment sections about some caller who I'm laughing at off screen. I am so sick of Tiny Town Sack trying to come at the king. You best not miss when you're shooting for the chest.
Well, Damian Barley, here you go. Frisco Shaq, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad you're here. Now I know you're ready for the crossover. I know you're ready for the crossover Friday in Sacramento. I know it now. I love it. I love everything. Time. Oh, man, it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy.
I'm going to get a call from my sister. I moved up to Roseville.
Hey, you know what? Who cares? Who cares? Sacramento stinks. I've heard Bonte and Butcher trash the city, the airport. We haven't trashed Mike Brown. We love Mike Brown, Damian Barling. We love Mike Brown. That may be the only thing we respect about your little roster up there at Sacramento. All right? The Sacramento Kings' history of failure, you've had a lot of failure. But what they haven't addressed is this Kings team and why the Warriors are so much better than them. I'm just telling you, we're going to beat you in the series. Why? Because Stephen Curry is going to get any shot that he wants. He shot 50% from the floor against you guys. Andrew Wiggins is back. Point of attack defense that you haven't seen in a long, long time is back. Gary Payton II, who can pick up 94 feet, connects this offense and defense. Dante DiVincenzo shooting the ball better than he ever has in his career. All right? Looney has been one of the best rebounders in the NBA all year. He led the league in offensive rebounds. All right? And 35 games with 10-plus rebounds a game. And
what
the Warriors
is this
play a lot of
librarian
small.
act? I was just flying high, and you brought me all the way down.
No.
Bring it up.
No. Wait, you're telling me to bring it up, but I had to carry
Like
the show
Fat Joe.
I had to carry the show till 9 o'clock.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
I carried the show till 9 o'clock. All of a sudden, you turn up for 5 minutes. All of a sudden,
You know what? I felt like Marty Jannetty, where you just tapped me in, and I was like, yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully you don't end up like Marty Jannetty and get kicked
dude,
through the
why did I
glass.
go there? Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
let's maybe we want to go with a different tag team. But I'm with you there. I'm just spitting facts of Damian Barley so he can hear me loud.
Are we
and
the
clear.
Dudley Brothers?
We are the Dudley Brothers.
Or is it the Dudley Boys?
Look, they're going to
Dudley
smack
Boys.
these dudes up at 5. They keep talking about the historical
Sam, can you
offense
spike?
in the regular season. Well, you just gave up 145 points in the Sacramento Kings. You want to talk about the Warriors defense? What defense do you guys
The
play?
Minnesota Vikings of the NBA
They
are
play
talking about the
terrible
regular season.
defense. They play terrible defense in Sacramento. The experience factor, the shooting, and all this thing about defense. Well, the defense, ratings-wise, defensively, they've been a top 10 unit since February. And come on, D'Lo. It's coming. It's a level to this, man. So, we'll see. We'll see. TC in Sacramento.
Oh, here we go.
TC, what you got, TC?
Don't miss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's me. It's me, Shasky. Y'all doing a bunch of yelling, bro. This series finna go 7 games. Y'all not finna sweep nobody, bro. You get what I'm
It's
saying?
not
Y'all
going
got
7
experience.
games.
I got all that, bro. But it got to show up, bro, when we play game on Saturday night. Shasky, you doing a bunch of yelling. Vontae, everybody in these chats. I damn near couldn't get on. the phone when I called in.
Oh, well, because the lines are lit up.
Because we're very popular.
Yeah, just be humble, bro, and just let's watch this series and let's see how it play out.
I'm not going to be humble. I'm watching one of the greatest dynasties in modern American sports. No, I'm not going to be humble. I used to pray for times like these. Pray for them. We've already taken down the king. We've won our championships in the height of the LeBron era.
Well, it's not even about the past. It's about having one more for the thumb. This is what this is about.
One more for the
This is Sacramento just happy to be here. You haven't been in the NBA playoffs, which since more than half its league to the playoffs in 16 years. And I get that the Warriors had that same run. That was under old ownership. Cohen's not walking through that door anymore. God bless his soul, but he was one of the worst owners we've ever seen in sports. They got Joey Lightyears here, right? Joey Lightyear's here, and he's spending all this money, and they're going for banner number 5. Joe Lacob wants to be the next Jerry Buss. When Jerry Buss owned the Lakers, you know they went to 16 NBA Finals in his 33 years of ownership? Multiple playoff appearances? All right? This is what this is about. This is putting the cherry on top of one of the more dynastic runs in NBA history. Curry's looking to tie Duncan and Kobe. They beat the Kings in the first round and be like, hey, we're supposed to. This is the warm-up to the real playoffs. In the second round, we play the winner of the Memphis and Lakers. Right? That's what this is about. Nothing against Sacramento. You're just in the way. And since you're in the way, you wanted to start talking. You wanted to start chirping. You know what I'm saying? Like you started putting lightning beam and this and that and start coming at me. I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, I gave you guys credit for being a fun team. And then you got blown out by Boston at home. And all I did was tweet out, there's levels to this. D'Lo got his feelings. He got his feelings about that. Derek White was hitting threes against the Sacramento Kings. Derek White, the same Derek White who couldn't hit the backside of the barn in the NBA Finals a season ago. It's going to get ugly for Sacramento, man. And friendships will be ruined. Nobody's nervous about the Kings. The Sacramento Kings. Boy, why are they so insecure? Chris McClain, I love Chris. They don't want this smoke. See y'all Saturday. You know I had to be here. Also, Bonte, how can you hate on Sacramento? I don't even know what SMF is. Oh, Sacramento International Airport. I've never been there before. They were smaller than the Oakland's airport. All right, we're just taking shots at everybody.
I don't know why we're taking shots at Oakland. I'm flying out of there to go to Arizona in May.
Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim,
what's up,
happening?
Tim?
What's up, fellas? Hey, guys, I'm just going to, I'm going to watch this thing with a lot of apprehension. Not going to get too high, too low. I want to see if the Warriors are who they say they are. If we're going to see a team that's more focused or more dialed in and that. And the next thing, guys, the big difference is now we actually get the game plan for another team. I guarantee you 20% of the 82 games that they seriously get a chance to put up a real deal game plan for another team. Now we get the game plan for them and not be on retreat like we are a lot of these regular season games. I was listening to y'all earlier talking about how every time we show up, it's the game of the century. And I'm telling y'all from over here in Raleigh, when they showed up to Charlotte, I was over there. I went to that game, and it's exactly what y'all say. But now we get the game plan. Now we get to be focused in and locked in on the next team. So we're going to see, guys. Like I said, I'm going to see if the Warriors are who they say they are, come out there not turning the ball over with the one-hand left, hook passes blindly. Let's see if these guys are going to be locked in, and we'll know early on if they're the team who we think they are, guys.
All right, good call, Tim. Good call. And I'm ready for all the cross matchups. Who will the Kings pinpoint on the floor? How will Steve Kerr start? Will he start with the two big lineup, or will he space out Draymond Green and Kevon Looney? GP2, where does he factor in? I think he's going to have a big role in this series. Him and Dante DiVincenzo in that backcourt, picking up 94 feet. Jonathan Kuminga, his first real postseason because he sat and watched last year. Is Moody going to get dusted off? I don't know. But Andrew Wiggins, all eyes on him as well. Ron Adams just told us an hour ago. Ron Adams, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, told us an hour ago. Andrew Wiggins is starting to look like Andrew Wiggins. Now, it's practice, it's scrimmaging, but that's a good sign that he has his cardio up. So, Sacramento fans, you got something coming, man. Call him Warriors. I don't like when little old Sacramento, who hasn't done nothing in years, want to call our fan base insecure. Okay, you look at Twitter and 4 accounts and
everybody's
people are
insecure.
Everybody's got whiners.
Insecure. Have you seen Instagram?
Think about Sacramento right now.
Come on.
They're calling. Think about Sacramento media members and Kings fans. calling Warrior fans insecure. But all you're doing is bitching and moaning on Twitter. Oh, yeah. You keep talking about us. They're taking shots at us. Oh, my God. You guys wanted to war. You got it now. Now we're here.
And the guy we haven't talked about, who I do want to talk about ad nauseum tomorrow, Andrew Wiggins. What version of Andrew Wiggins do they need to get to where they need to get to?
Man. I'm sitting back quietly because I'm like a proud brother now. First 3 hours of the show, I was the maniac. You're looking at me saying that, hey, why are you so turned up?
Well, the key to today was just tap in for 8 minutes of energy, and then I'll just back off. Now I'm exhausted.
But it's good to know that Frisco Shasky's here. The real Frisco Shasky.
I got to get a
Not this
workout
Mr.
in
Nice
after
guy that was on D-Lo and Casey yesterday. Not this guy who was taking Steinies a little
It's
bit.
Wednesday. You got to build up.
San Fran Shasky was looming large, and that was
Bull, young
concerning.
bull.
But Frisco Shasky showed up in the nick of time.
Of course.
And now I'm ready to crawl.
By the way, I hopped into the car with you. I am Cuba Gooding Jr. at the end.
You
Instead of waiting, I'm now jumping in the car, Doughboy.
You're not Omar Epps in that movie with LL Cool J where he's trying to shoot the guy and he's playing
I'm the guy
undercover
with the
cop.
Bulls hat on.
There you go. Let's go. Final thoughts coming up in 5 minutes. Final thoughts. 888-957-9570. Yeah, we have a rant. We have video of that Shasky rant. And Sacramento's not going to like it. And now you become public enemy number one in Sacramento. Because you got personal out of talking about how cheap they were and how broke they were.
I know.
That rant's already on YouTube, too, so if you want to go back and rewatch it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Well,
there it is.
not the first city that hates me.
Might be on Best of tonight, too, 6 o'clock with Mark Randy.
I'm not sure I've heard one person say SFO is better than Sacramento's airport. Do you even have Wi-Fi at Sacramento's airport? Do they even have Wi-Fi?
They have to.
Or is it like Cuba when you go there and you got to buy Wi-Fi cards?
Never been to Cuba. I don't know. Is that what you have to do?
Yeah, you got to buy Wi-Fi cards.
Like a calling card? Like back in the day? Wow.
You scratch it out and get a code and get on the
Really?
Wi-Fi for an hour. But you can't log into U.S. sites. So like ESPN.com.
So then what were you logging into?
Instagram, Twitter.
Can't tell you.
ESPN the Ocho?
Yeah, it was not even the Ocho.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't even look at my bank account in Cuba. It was a great time, though. I love
Couldn't
Cuba. I want to
even
go
look at
back.
my bank account. Probably a good thing.
Well, the Sacramento, I mean, we'll see. I can't wait for this game, man. I mean, can you play? Hold on. Do you got the other D-Lo stuff? He's talking about our gear. And then, of course, Katie last week. Here's Katie a couple weeks ago.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
I mean, they've talked themselves into thinking that they could beat the Warriors. That's what's happening here. Because all year long, we don't really want to see the Warriors in the first round. They all said, Steph Curry. Kitty in that cut said that he's worried about Stephen Curry. Well, the God is coming to town.
A second after saying we're going to backhand them.
Right. A second after, they do have Steph Curry. He worries me. Well, he should worry. He shot 50% from the three-point line against you this year. He dropped 47 on you in the game. 47, 8, and 8. And that's the biggest thing. We always talk about the playoffs and strategies and who's going to guard who and why is this team better. It's about having dudes. And the Warriors had the dude amongst the dudes. And it's Stephen Curry. How are they going to defend Stephen Curry and slow him down? He get anything he want.
I feel like that's...
Like, he gets anything he want in this series. Like, the Warriors, at least De'Aaron Fox is going to get his. But you can kind of see how GP2 may slow him down at times. Or Andrew Wiggins. Or Jonathan Kuminga. Even some bonus with the bigs at Draymond and Kevon Looney. But what's their answer for Stephen Curry? And if you say if it's off night, I'm going to laugh at you in the face. Davion Mitchell. Slow down Stephen Curry. They talked themselves into thinking that Davion Mitchell is going to slow down Steph Curry. Wait, let me guess. He's getting tips from Matthew Dellavedova for the 2016 NBA Finals and the 2015 Finals. Remember Matthew Dellavedova had that big game 3. They went up 2-1. Your man's had to go to the hospital. Guy was hyperventilated. He was a non-factor the rest of the way. Let me guess. That's the secret sauce right there. Dellavedova has insight on how to guard Stephen Curry. Come on, man. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath, dude, and I'm here for it.
I'm here for the Fast Five, too.
It's almost here. Got another 2 minutes.
I know, I'm exhausted. I think I lost all my oxygen with that rant.
Well, this diet's doing me well because I can go another 5 hours.
Yeah, well, I'm starving.
I can go another 5 hours.
Do you want to go to war? Come on. Do you want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
Tony, coño.
Alex! You there?
What's that guy's name?
Hey!
He's not there.
He's not there. Here we go. Let's go to Javier and San Leandro. It's not Javier and Vacaville.
That's who I thought it was.
Oh, because Javier and Vacaville is a King and Warrior fan.
Oh, that's right.
Javier
How's
San
Kinlaw
Leandro.
doing?
What's happening, Jav?
Hey man, how you doing, guys? Good. So, hey, I'm from San Leandro, not Vacaville, but we're painting. We're doing a little painting in the Sacramento airport, man. It's as big as one of the parking garages out at SFO. Not too big. It's cute though. It's a cute little airport, but if you fart, everybody will smell it, man.
Oh my God.
Well done.
Oh, my
That's what I'm
God.
here for right there. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for.
By the way, the
Let's
guy's
get
name
petty,
is
folks.
the guy's name's Chi-Chi, and he gets
Chi-Chi.
shot in the back at the very end. He's
Oh,
like
yeah.
banging on the door.
Oh, yeah, Chi-Chi. Come on, Tony. Tony.
Come on, Tony.
He went out.
Chi-Chi got lit
He
up.
got lit
Chi-Chi
up.
got lit up.
Chi-Chi got whacked hard. Poor guy.
Say hello to my little friend. It's
Oh,
still one of my
man.
favorite movies. I know. It's so over the top. It's that in Training Day.
Oh, Training. You can't, dude.
Every time Training Day's on, I
It
gotta
gets
watch
worse
it.
and worse and worse.
No, it's better.
No,
It gets-
it's better.
It's so bad. It's
better,
glorious.
But I don't want to quote it because I'm afraid I'm going to get canceled.
Well,
That's how bad it's getting.
Yes.
You want to get wet? I didn't know you like to get wet, dog.
Ethan Hawke is fantastic in that.
Sure. PCP. What do you say?
He was going on.
And at the time I watched that movie in the theater, I was high. So I thought I was off PCP and sure. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Hell of a movie. Hell of a movie. Oh, man. Oh, man.
How are we going to make it to Saturday? This is like the longest wait in the history
It is. We got 2 more shows.
of this league.
We got 2 more shows. Where's Matt George at? Get Matt George on so we can give him the smoke, too. I want Matt
Friday
George.
at 8 o'clock.
Oh, is
Friday,
he?
8 o'clock, so I want smoke with Matt George. Get Trisha Crick on here. Somebody to test her fandom.
I'm cool.
Hey, no, I want the smoke. Kenny Caraway's coming back on. We won't give him some more smoke. Who else we got up in Sacramento? Who else can get it?
Gavin Newsom.
Oh, he look.
Hi, Bonte. I'm Gavin.
Let's not do the politics
No
thing.
one was
No, no,
allowed
no,
a
no,
haircut during COVID, but I somehow got my chest waxed and I got my hair done.
Great hair, though. Elite flow.
Let's leave the politics out of it.
Who's got better hair, Pat Riley or Gavin?
Oh, Pat Riley's the GOAT. Him and Michael Douglas.
All I can envision is Pat Riley going straight to heaven in all white. Because, like, that's what he's been wearing for the last decade.
Who else? Who else?
Who else is on the all hair list?
No, who else is on? Who else is on the Sacramento guys? I want all the smoke, whatever.
Can we get Brother Lynch on? Is that possible?
Get about the ball head nut on. I'll tell him how he'd be a honorable mention rapper in the city. So we got better rappers than you too. God, everything's better down here. That's 5. Oh, that's who we need on. Kyle Draper. Lubman, go get Kyle Draper. Dude told me 3 weeks ago, we need to be in a big studio. Sacramento Kings, we need to be in a big studio. I won 40 games for the first time in 16 years. All of a sudden, you need the big studio at NBC.
Big studio.
Stop it. All this talking they're doing, they won 48 games. That's the thing. They won 4 more games than the Warriors, and the Warriors sleptwalked through 4 months of the season. While you guys are playing your asses off up there in Sacramento. Cute little double overtime win against the Clippers, though, huh? 176 to 175. That was cute. Cute. What's your final thought?
My final thought. Boy, the Giants could use a series win tonight against the Dodgers. Wouldn't that be nice?
Kershaw versus
Alex Cobb.
Alex Cobb.
It would be very nice to get that. So my final thoughts are I'd like to see these bats translate yesterday's success into today, and let's see if Alex Cobb can get through 4 or 5 innings.
What you got?
Maybe he'll get a standing ovation like Alex Wood.
In a world where everyone wants either fried chicken or steak, be like Ron Adams. Go for the fish.
See, That's what I'm talking about.
It's good stuff.
But don't microwave it in the work microwave.
That's disgusting. That's a fireable offense.
Yeah.
Talking about eating crab fries in airplanes. Microwaving fish at a public workspace, it's a fireable offense.
Don't tempt me. Lubman.
You know, all this smack talk we're doing about airports, I don't really get it because talking smack about airports seems weird to me. But at the same time, I'm really enjoying the smack talk we're getting about airports
I have
this week.
zero loyalty to SFO other than my brother works there.
I mean, look, at least their Wi-Fi works.
I will go to whichever airport has the cheaper flight. I do not care. I'll go to San Jose Airport sometimes, but let's do more airport talk, smack talk.
Look,
I just don't get it though.
My final thought is the gloves are off now.
The gloves are off.
The gloves are off. And today was about setting the tone. All right? A little too much chirping up there at 1320 ESPN. Too much pettiness talking about our fan base being insecure. I'm not here for that. I represent Dub Nation. We're here. You want to go to war? We're going to war. That's my final thought. Gloves are off. It's on like Donkey Kong. Steiny Guru next. Here on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to go to war? Come on. Do you want?
Sorry.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the new Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GA.
All righty. I'm excited. Got a lot to talk about.
No, cut that. My man is excited.
I am excited. I got so much on my list today. I got Warriors Kings 5:30 game 1
Saturday night.
So much of Warriors postseason is going to be about experience versus youth. I think this is going to be the most difficult first round series the Warriors have played since they won their first championship. Will Mike Brown's knowledge of the Warriors help the Kings defense get a little better in the postseason? I've got an unbelievable stat for you. I want to tell you how Klay Thompson, stop calling me a hater. Two things can be equally true. I'm going to tell you how Klay Thompson's been growing his game.
Just a day after, okay.
And that's just the start of it. We haven't even talked about the play-in games.
Man.
I've got a suggestion to make the league more competitive. But I'll tell you what, Goo. You go ahead.
Yeah, all right. I'm excited about this matchup. We all know that. But let's not bury the lead. Steiner, you went and got a cut, as we say. You look like 10 years younger. And as Tim Jordan would say, you lost some weight. Not that you needed to, but that's when you get a haircut. You look good.
Thank you very much. And I would like to credit somebody on the text line. I can't go back to yesterday, but somebody heard me talking about a haircut.
Okay.
And somebody on the text line said, go see Angie.
You got to be kidding
at
me.
Royal Cuts in Oakland.
This your first time you went?
On Jackson Street. So I went yesterday. She did a great job. And whoever that person was on the text line, thank you for recommending Angie at Royal Cuts, Jackson Street, Oakland. I highly recommend her and the establishment. Also, I was thinking about this. I was really feeling guilty yesterday about, I also have gotten my hair cut at Brogan and Sons.
I remember.
In San Francisco.
Yeah.
Hey, why can't I have two places?
You always have a backup.
I live in Oakland. I work in San Francisco.
Yep.
It's not denigrating either of the one. Hey,
it's called life.
There you go. Sometimes it's more convenient for me to get a haircut before work here in the city.
No doubt.
Other times now at Royal Cuts in Oakland. So there you go. Thank you.
Now, I'll tell you this. You're getting haircuts. I'm getting golf clubs. I got a duck with all my mentions are blowing up with guys.
Yes.
Mainly our guy Mark that reached out, Steiny. He
All
said
right.
he's got some X2 clubs for me. He's 6'4", and he'll give them to me. I'm trying to pay cash, but he'll give them to me. But you told me that's the thing that you pay it forward in the golf game. So I'm going to hook up with Mark and be able to hit that ball further. I'm juiced.
Okay, so and you asked me if that's cool or not.
Yeah.
It is absolutely positively acceptable to accept hand-me-downs or a second set from somebody else without paying them money. It's called paying it forward. In fact, if anybody out there needs clubs, like a beginner is starting the game, I could probably go through my house, wrestle up a set, and you're more than happy to give it to them. You don't. It wouldn't even be right to ask them for money for a set you're not using. You want to grow the game. You want to, and it's perfectly acceptable for you to accept the clubs.
Yeah. Okay. So with that said, let me just tell you how I'm feeling about this game.
Yeah.
I told you I think the Warriors are going to take this in 5.
Yes, you have.
That's no disrespect. I got a residency in Sacramento, raised 2 kids. But Steiny, am I disrespecting Sac because I feel like, they got to show it to themselves in the playoffs that they can play that free-flowing offense. So they might be able to do it. Just shock the world. But you're talking about them facing a team with Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, Looney, that have done this 4 times over. So people help me and let me know if I'm disrespecting Sac, because it's not on purpose. But if Sac was playing any other team, they're puppies in this. This is brand new for them, Steiny. Their diapers are they're changed the little diapers. We got to see them grow up. No shade, but
you can't do that, Goo. You can't go goo goo gaga.
I'm gonna give you
diapers,
one.
babies, and then say no shade.
No,
see, that's incongruous.
The diapers they're brand new to this. It's been 16 years. Joe Montana. So that's all. Now, that might not mean a damn thing come Saturday at 5:30. I'm just telling you, my intel tells me, just like Wiggins, we don't know what he's going to be. That doesn't give me more confidence. I'm just keeping it real, sharing with you my not insecurities.
Well, he's the Freudian slip right there.
I saw. No, they said someone's talking about Shasky, and I saw that.
I mean, okay. Here's how I would answer you.
Speaking of which, he went in. That was a rant.
Well, we don't do that here. You're from Sacramento, and I like Sacramento.
But we do have rants.
Yeah, but
we had one last Monday.
I don't think I have.
We bonded since.
You have a rant against me. I don't think I ran against the city.
You called me. Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Well, I can't because that's my second.
So now you're talking about, you just don't think the Kings can be free flowing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not even looking at that. What about? Let's talk about the end of games. The Kings are number one in offensive rating in what they call clutch time situations. They have the highest offensive rating the last 5 minutes of games.
Big.
They have a better record than the Warriors in 3-point games or less.
All right.
They got 5 wins by a point. They're 5-1 in overtime. All I'm saying is,
that's big.
Think about if I came in today and said something like this. I'll tell you what. Kings can keep these games close. Keep them close till the last 2-3 minutes. They're going to win this series because they have been the team this year that has been better down the stretch of games. And this is what I mean. That's where we'll see if this year means anything with the Warriors. So the Warriors just going to start executing down the stretch? The Warriors apparently in offensive rating were 24th. So that's when you talk about snap a finger, I mean, that's what it is. All of a sudden, you're going to need if it comes down to what happened in the regular season, the Kings are going to win those games.
Okay. And
so if you want to talk about a flip or a flip of a switch, I mean, that's it. You're going to expect the Kings to make mistakes because they're young down the stretch, and you got to assume the Warriors are going to make the big plays down the stretch. But in general, that defies what's happened this year.
Let me tell you how, and this is random, Stoney, #random. Let me tell you how I keep and choose my friends. Male and female. Well, male. It's consistency.
Oh.
And I know I work your nerves, you work mine, but I love to see you every day because you're consistent. Now, I'm always going to tell you what's going on in my noggin. And what you just said, if let's just say we're watching game 1 and we're 2 or 3 minutes left in the game and it's that close, everything you just ran off and itemized about the 5, that will tell me, okay, the Kings, they didn't have any playoff stage fright. It's bigger than the Warriors. So I'm looking at you, Matt, telling you, okay, that's what I'm looking for, because if it's all the way down to that, 3 minutes left in the game, then the Kings just middle fingered me and my concerns about them because they're still doing what they did in the regular season. So I'm not saying that's impossible, but I'm looking at the Warriors outside of the starting 5. I got Gary Payton II, Poole, J.K., Dante, and unlike J.D., I watch a lot of King games too. Those are the guys on sack, their bench, the Malik Monks, the Terrence Davis. Are those guys going to be able to, not have playoff fright and bring
Kuminga?
I had J.K. was in there. It was Poole, J.K., Dante, and GP2. So
versus the Kings guys.
Yeah. And the King guys are not going to win on paper just because, again, this is their first trip. But
954 Steiny, the Kings only won 4 more games than the Warriors. Not only that, but the Warriors won the season series 3-1. Please stop. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, 954.
Don't do it to me.
I'm bringing things up.
Right.
And also, okay, yeah, that's one thing I had on my sheet. The teams don't know each other. Throw the 4 games in the regular season, as far as I'm concerned, out. You have to throw them out.
Yeah.
They played 3 games before November 17th. The Kings weren't the Kings. The Warriors certainly weren't the Warriors. And then the last time they played meant nothing because the Kings didn't play anybody.
I get all that.
The Warriors may sweep this series, for all we know. I'm not saying they're not gonna. But what I am saying is I wouldn't put too much stock in the Warriors winning the regular season 3-1.
And hey, I'm not mad at you, but what do you say for me when I tell you remove the Warriors? This is how it's no hate. A team that has, just basically crushed the curse that they were currently going through in regard to postseason play.
Right.
Sacramento Kings, they did that.
Right.
So normally in sports, it's the second season. You watch them to see if they're going to be tight.
Right.
It's bigger than their opponent. It's the stage.
Like We Believe? The We Believe
No
Warriors?
doubt. I didn't know that was going to manifest. I was watching. I was at the bars in the Yoon and at the game, but that's not being a hater, Steiny, right? The fact that I want to see if Sacramento can, Sacramento might lose by 4 points to get swept, but it'll be wool. They played their ass off. I'm just wondering if they're going to be tight. That's all. And then when you see the Splash Brothers running around and Draymond yelling, like, that can do a lot to some teams some young teams that are new to this.
Nick in Palo Alto. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, I just want to give a big shout out. You guys are awesome. I love listening to you guys. And for all the Warrior fans out there, I'm just looking forward to a good first round series. I think the Warriors will do it in 5, maybe 6. And good luck to all those Sac fans that are going to have to take the brunt of this Warriors dominating team. Thinking about trying to win a 5th title is unbelievable. In my lifetime, I saw Chicago Bulls win 6, and to even think that this Warriors team in previous years could have a chance of doing something similar to that is just absolutely amazing. I'm really looking forward to watching this series and moving forward and hopefully getting to the second, third, and possibly championship round. Thank you for listening to me, and I'll listen to your comments off the air.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Nick. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday. Bob Myers, President and General Manager, coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
What's going on? Yeah, don't let it get to you. But I do got a golf thing. I'm getting turned out. And I'm being real here because the 408 saying it. Steiny, do you wear glasses because your depth perception is always changing? And they're wondering, that's maybe when you say you don't shoot well, could that be a
Who
part of it?
Who says I don't shoot well?
No, when you come in and say you had a 94.
Oh, you mean my golf?
Yeah, your golf game. Do you wear your glasses when you golf?
These are reading glasses.
Okay.
They're just for reading.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Coming from a good place.
I appreciate it. It's more than that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's more than that.
I'll soon learn.
Talk about
yes, Madoni.
Let's go to Mark Amento. What's up?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
So a couple of things. So kind of a background on myself. So I worked in the heyday for the Kings back in the day when they were, a very exciting team with the Weber and Vlade and,
all right,
and all those guys. One thing that you got to think about, the Warriors talk about now, it could be they're just saying it for the fan base, but I don't think so because playing sports, having a home crowd is really important. Back in the day, the Sacramento Kings were voted the most craziest fans in the NBA. And that's when they weren't even making it to any type of championship playoff games. They hold the season ticket holder record for a franchise, NBA franchise, and this was during the losing season. But a couple of things, enough of that. So a couple of factors that people aren't really taking into consideration is, the Warriors have been plagued by turnovers, all year. And, that's been the big bugaboo with them. They've also had an issue with, closing out games on the road. Mm-hmm. And we all know, if you follow basketball, you could watch 3 quarters of a game, and it's the last 5 minutes. That's the total of any NBA game. It's pretty much, that's the way it goes. But the other X factor is that nobody's talking about is, let's not forget, Mike Brown used to be an assistant coach with the Warriors.
Yep.
He's also got championship pedigree being with Cleveland. So he's not, it's not it's not a coincidence that this team became successful under his leadership, because all the 16 years before that, the Kings have had so many head coaches, probably 17 in the last 35 years, head coaches, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And he knows the Warriors.
Yep.
Herb doesn't really know the Kings, except for their scouting reports.
And and you know what? They haven't played the Kings for a while. Oh, we lost Mark.
Yeah.
No, Mark was making some good points. And listen, this is what
sounded like Gary Gerald.
This is what a debate is about. Okay, so the Warriors don't have home court, but they've been good on the road in the postseason. Like, I don't think the crowd noise is necessarily going to be the Warriors' problem. It's the team. They're going to play more road games this year than they ever have in the postseason.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And that's not how I'm sure that's not the plan and how they wanted to get it done. But I got to tell you, I know this is the stuff that doesn't make your sheet, but it may have crossed your mind because it's on mine. Why do I feel like Saturday there will be a large contingency of Warrior fans in that building? But if you say, Goo, what about Game 3, whenever that is in Chase, I don't feel like SAC fans will invade Chase.
I don't know why you would say that. I don't know one way or the other. I have no idea. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Because it definitely won't be a Memphis or Phoenix Suns vibe, the Warriors going up here, because there's going to be some Bay fans.
Are there?
I have to imagine. Or it could just
I don't know.
Be straight up crunk. They still say that? Straight up crunk, Steiny and all sack. But I was there Friday. There were some Warrior fans. I know that wasn't a playoff game, but that got me to thinking, man, I know the travel thing was why this was attractive to Draymond and Curry had told us to our face about the travel. But, man, the fans that could be down in that building Saturday, especially if it's going the Warriors' way.
So we talk about the Warriors' defense, or let's say Sacramento's defense. It's terrible, right? Right? Sacramento doesn't have a good defense. So you could say, well, the Warriors will take advantage of Sacramento's terrible defense, and the Warriors will be better defensively like they have been late in the season. That'll be the difference. Okay. So I don't just let things there. Okay. Does Mike Brown's knowledge of the Warriors help the Kings defense maybe just enough that it's the difference in the series? Am I like, you want to talk about, is that hating?
No, that's not hating at all.
Of course not. So again, Warriors, they have experience. Well, guess what? The Kings have been better down the stretch of games this year. I'm not saying they're going to be better in the postseason. I'm just saying if you really look at this series, there's stuff going on both ways.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I was watching the game with Norm. We were watching the Miami game, and I was saying something about Spoelstra, and he was like, son, he doesn't go out there and play. You can't blame nothing on him. He don't make plays. So to your point about Mike Brown, he can have all the knowledge in the world about what the Warriors are trying to do, Steiny. And I'm not saying he doesn't have the horses, but if you don't have the players to go out there and do anything about it, that
well, they have a
knowledge
better
is gonna,
offense than the Warriors this year.
No doubt.
Like again, it's easy to sit here and say, Poole, Clay, Steph, the weaponry, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, the Kings had a more efficient offense this year.
That is a fact.
They shot the three ball almost as well as the Warriors. I'm not here to say they're going to dominate the series. I'm just saying that for every pro, there's kind of a con with the Warriors. That's why they've only won 44 games this year, because they're beatable. Now, are they going to be a better team than they were in the regular season? If they are,
it's a must.
If they aren't, they're going to lose the series.
Yeah, and they can't win a chip if they're not better. And that's why I keep, dude, if I could make my own shirt, Steiny, the final exam. This is it. There is no other alternate, no other excuse for the Warriors as a team for us now to say it's the playoffs. Okay, show me something. Are you going to close out on those three-point shooters, which you haven't done pretty much all season? And I'm going to tell you something else, partner. I don't think this last week, and I know the Warriors, 8 out of 10, 6 out. I didn't see anything super spectacular. So I'm watching Saturday night. Like, I know what locked in Warrior defense is like. I know what it looks like. I know what the shoes sound like squeaking on the gym floor. So if I don't see that and we got a 126, 128 game in the fourth quarter, I'm going to come to you Monday in the masses. Because this is going to be a track meet and ain't nothing changed from a Warrior standpoint defensively. So I got my major checklist, all boxes, fresh right now, like a fresh lineup card. I'm gonna check as I watch the game. Watch it again before I get to you.
Thomas in Walnut Creek. What's up, Thomas?
I've got one thing, guys. Postseason Clay, 4 of them 5 games, which are the 4 games they won, we're in overtime, right? On the Kings. So we got postseason Clay. We're going to sweep them. That's it. That's it.
The Warriors are going to sweep the Kings?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I'd make that bet. I'd make that bet that the Kings are going to win.
But that's almost as good as the one I gave you with the field, because it ain't just coming out the West, then it's beating the team in the East. But sweep is hard.
By the way, Warriors got bad news last night.
What happened?
Well, they're not going to get. Here's what's not happening.
You scared me.
Here's what's not happening for the Warriors. Kings, Minnesota. All of a sudden, it's not going to be Kings, Minnesota. Hey, we're in the Western Conference Finals.
Oh,
not this year.
Okay.
Sorry, you're going to have to beat the Lakers or the Memphis Grizzlies.
Man. And then
That's
Phoenix or Denver.
And let me tell you something. Here's why it also hurts the Warriors. Minnesota wins that game. We're Spadoni or Evan. Minnesota wins that game yesterday, okay? And they play the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round. Let me tell you what would have been guaranteed to happen. The Minnesota Timberwolves would have taken out an important player for the Grizzlies. And so the Grizzlies would be coming in here in the second round, and they'd be without Ja.
What makes you say that?
Because that's who Minnesota is. They're tough. They're a little bit nasty. Yeah.
Could have used Gobert last night, huh?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Or McDaniel.
And you know what? And that's where, if you want to, this is where where some people have no clue about what they're talking about. The Timberwolves, that game had nothing to do with their coach last night. That game was lost by one guy, Anthony Edwards. It was 3 for 17. Make a shot.
Yeah.
Make a damn shot. Yeah. Coaches can't put the ball in the basket. Please.
I'm mad at you.
Please.
Like, go to the rack. It ain't falling, bruh. That's what you do best. Kobe. And I ain't going to make injury excuse down. You think he took a spill. Maybe. But even before the spill, he was hurt.
Maybe.
But I'll tell you what. I know you're going to. You have to, in life, control your emotions. There are men and women waking up in prison cells because of a hasty decision where they didn't think out, and if they could do it over again, there's not even a question they would have moved different. McDaniel, you can't hit a wall to be out, but if you have that length and what he brings to the table, Stoney, I think we're talking about a Minnesota win. That's how bad and stinky, Spadoni back there, the Lakers were last night.
Doesn't matter.
Anthony Davis, grow up. He's done that just a month ago against Dallas, a 3-point shooter, Kleba, and he fouls him. What are you doing, dude? And you got lucky.
Did you ever criticize Clay when he does that? Like that?
What is your thing with Clay?
Well, Clay fouls 3-point shooters at the buzzer.
I was listening to Bonte and Shasky. I didn't give this to you all day yesterday. It was about your Clay stat. If you remove the 3 Bonte said, well, what if you remove the 3 bad games? What if you remove the 3 bad games? Hello? You know what I mean? So it was, you're picking and choosing, but what if you took out the 3 bad games?
The point
Guess
remains.
what?
Listen,
he's looking and
do I have to explain?
Rosie.
Like, again, the point.
Help me out. That was Clay.
You guys can laugh, but if you don't understand my big point,
Idiot.
I can't help you. That not all 40% 3-point shooters are created equal.
Yeah, no doubt. The whole point of
the
your
point
thing
is
was
that
up and down.
Klay Thompson's been more inconsistent at 41% this year than he's ever been in the past because he's had more highs and lows. See, I got a whole list of stuff here where I was going to praise Klay Thompson, but if people are going to do that, I'll just turn the sheet over.
No, look
I'll
at
turn
you.
the sheet over to the
Klay don't
Klay
need
hater
that,
page.
Steiny. I'm telling you, man. I just think he's ready. They're all ready. We find out Saturday.
You're guessing.
But this is
you're just guessing there.
This
you don't
is too
know.
long, man. A whole week.
Hey, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Friedman's Appliance. No. Visit Friedman's.com today.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you.
Clay still wanted to be the player he was 5 years ago. And I think early in the season he was frustrated. Somewhere along the line, he found out he was going to have to change a little bit because of age and injury, like great players do. Okay, so how does he? What has he done that I've noticed? Okay, well, first of all, he used to be an on-the-ball defender. He doesn't defend on the ball. Now, interestingly, when he was an on-ball defender, he was great. As an off-ball defender, even 5 years ago, he was below average. Heard this from a lot of people. On the ball, he can pay attention to the ball. He can lock in. He's really good. He was great against Harden. That was his strength.
Yeah.
When Klay's defending off the ball, he loses a little bit of focus. He loses his concentration. Therefore, he's not as good a defender off the ball. So Klay Thompson goes from great on-the-ball defender to below average off-the-ball defender. But over the course of the season, as an off-the-ball defender, Klay Thompson has gotten better. He's gotten better over the course of the season as an off-ball defensive player. That's good. The other thing he's done, he's shown more discretion in his game and more diversity. The first 2 or 3 months, it was all about him trying to make threes. Over the course of the season, what have we seen? He's been able to put it on the floor a little more and find guys who are open. Now, he's not a distributor. You don't want him to be, but he's gotten better at it. You know what else he's starting to do a little more of? Post up. Just like many of the great wing players as they get older. So, Klay Thompson, over the course of this season, has absolutely, positively gotten better. But to me, it's been more of he's growing into what he knows he now is, which is a player beyond his prime a little bit. And in order to be the best he can be, he's going to have to change around the edges. And I see him doing that.
Well, I don't have to defend him because you laid it out how you feel, and I'm not saying you're wrong. And I've saw the things.
Well, not wrong. I'm right. Say I'm right.
No.
What if I said that's not right?
That Klay was finished, pal?
I never said Klay was finished.
Okay.
Don't do that.
All right.
Please don't do that, Goo. I never said Klay
where
was
is
finished.
this energy coming from?
It's coming from getting sick of people not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay. So I got to get some Q-tips.
I never said Klay was finished ever. I would never say that, Goo.
What did you? When
I'm
he
too
was at his
careful with
lowest
my
point,
words.
Stoney,
He's not as good as he once was.
I see you every day. Okay.
He's not as
so
good
that's
as
how
he
you
once
said
was.
It. Evan
yes.
can get on the mic and tell you what you said
Evan,
last year
go ahead,
when he
Evan.
was back, and
go
everybody
ahead.
was coming down your road.
I can't believe this.
You wrote him off. You wrote him off.
Okay, so this is what you're going to do.
No, you wrote him
You're
off.
going to tell the guy. You're going to tell the guy who's more careful with his words than anybody under the sun that I said Klay Thompson was washed.
I'm asking. Tell us what you said.
You're a liar.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said he is not the player he was.
Okay, you said it's different than that,
he
and that's
in
why
decline.
All right, Stotty, you
He's in
sound like a
decline.
man that's apologizing without
I sound like a man
apologizing.
who's pissed off
No,
that you're going to say that I said he was washed.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
You
never.
said Klay Thompson.
Oh, now it's pretty much.
That what did
By
you
the
say?
end of the discussion, it's going to be Stotty. You're right. You never said
not
that.
own something you
Please.
said. Because what you're doing is you got a complex now, and I just can't ignore it. And I'm just telling you how it sounds. You come in here the last 2 days, you did the
smarter
stunt
than that,
yesterday,
Goo.
and so
You're
are
smarter
you. What
than
did
that.
you say?
I said
I'm
he's in
asking you because it didn't come out like
He's
you're
in
saying.
decline.
'Cause I'm not going to
What
yell.
don't you understand?
Yeah, okay.
He's
So
in
You said
decline.
it that softly? You said it that softly?
You just said I was yelling about it.
No, I know. I'm saying you used stronger words last year.
No, I did not.
Okay.
What's stronger than he's in decline?
He's finished.
I never said that. You
He
know
should
what?
come off the
Shame on you.
bench.
Shame on you.
You and Shasky.
I never said come off the bench.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to listen
you know
to
what?
me.
I won't give you
What are you talking about?
You didn't say to come off the bench, but you, Stoney, come on, man.
I never said he was
Then
finished.
what's with these apologies
He's on-
that you won't own? What do you think you're doing right now? I'm just telling you how you
I'm
sound.
discussing a player in
No,
detail,
no, you're
which people
apologizing.
aren't able to do in this day and age.
Well,
Bottom line, you can be in decline and still help your team. You can be in decline and not be washed up. I would never say Klay's washed up.
All right.
No chance. I'm too careful with my words. Klay is not the player he was 2 years ago. He's gotten better since the beginning of the year. I never said he was washed. He's not going to have as many good games as he has in the past. What's so hard to understand? Who's saying he's done?
I guess nobody.
I know I'm not. Because I try to be a little more precise than that. God. It's a Warriors Wednesday. I mean, I can't sit here and have you say, Steiny, you said he was washed. Dude, that's a phrase I don't even use. I've told you I hate that. I never used washed. I think that's the most disrespectful word you could ever use.
If we don't talk again, Steiny, I would just say, if you want to say you didn't use wash, you use a million other words to park the car, and you don't think he'll ever get back. And what you're doing now,
think he will get back.
I don't know. I'm just telling you,
he'll get back.
It ain't fake, because I ain't saying you're being fake. You're subconsciously apologizing.
No, I'm not.
And I need to just remind you where you were at on Clay when it was all bad.
Which is where?
Which he was pretty much done.
No.
Okay.
No.
So now
no, you've got to be better than that. You can't characterize that.
What was
under
yesterday's
me.
exercise then about if you take out his 3 words? This is something different now. What was that about? What was your bigger point?
My bigger point is that Clay's had more inconsistency in his shooting this year than in past years. That this year, to use an example, let's say he's a 40% shooter. There's a difference to me between a guy who goes 4 for 10, 4 for 10, 4 for 10, as opposed to a guy who goes 2 for 10, 2 for 10, 8 for 10. I'm not even saying which one's better. You might be able to say the second one's better because that guarantees you win a game. My point is simply that there have been more upswings and downswings this year for Clay that have met in the middle.
And when I sat and focused and tried to give the man his flowers for the 2 best months of his career, you always default to that ain't gonna change my view. You were like, he's still not what he was. And my whole thing is, Steiny, who is what they were in 2019?
Nobody.
But especially with Clay.
So don't say he's back.
I feel he's back.
Okay.
Not to 2019.
Okay. Well, then just be specific.
Well, I'm just telling you, he's a marksman right now. And I know the 40, like I said, guys would kill to shoot 40% from 3. But if you compare him to his greatness, that ain't going to suffice. But if you just look at where he was at when all this stuff was dark, the dude, I just feel like he's playing the freest basketball he's ever played, Stoney.
Let's go to Dev in San Francisco. What's up, Dev? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
Dynamite.
All right, so I just want to chime in on the Clay talk. I feel like you're right. I feel like Clay is coming to a decline. Although he's not the same player he was, he's good, but he's not where he was.
You're right. You're right. I don't know why. I'm not even saying anything. I'm not saying one damn thing that's even an insult to the guy. Is this the giveaway or the Warriors Wednesday, real quick? Hey, you want to go to Game 3 against the Sacramento Kings? We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game of the year. We're giving them away tomorrow. The game is not tomorrow. The giveaway is tomorrow. Each show gives out a keyword, and you will need all 3 keywords to win. Listen to the Morning Roast between 7:30 and 8, Steiny and Guru between 11:30 and 12, and Willard and Dibbs between 4:30 and 5 tomorrow to all hear 3 keywords for your chance to win.
Things are percolating.
Pick a subject. Can you?
I can't. I'm not mad. I just.
Well, I am a little bit.
Because
I feel like you mischaracterized me. I feel like I spend a lot of time, really getting detailed and precise.
Right.
And it comes back to me, you said Clay's washed. Go.
Yeah, that
you know my list of 6 words that I can't stand.
And I'm going.
Go ahead.
And I love you like a brother.
I know you do.
That's why I'm not going to say you said those precise words. But Steiny, can you admit to the American public and myself, not you were a hater, because it ain't a hater. You doubted where he was, and when you ran over that sequence of where Clay's been, you didn't talk about this season because you gave him his flowers of where he was at and what he changed. You left out an important ingredient to me, which was that team meeting where I think some people called him out and said you got to play differently. Steiny, I'm not saying you hate Klay Thompson. I'm just saying the way you are with words, when he was at his low point, and I'm going to last year, Steiny, I felt like you felt like The only thing he had to achieve was could he get back to 19, and I always thought that was unfair. And that's why, as a brother, talking to you ad nauseum about this subject, I'm like, Steiny, that's unfair. He'll never get back to that plateau. And I told you, this Klay Thompson that you gave him his flowers for is balling. And my bottom line is, people, it's good enough. And technically it was good enough last year because they won it. It's good enough, and the dude, from a science standpoint, has enough stamina and energy to hoist up the most threes, take the most threes, hit them. So I'm like, I don't know if the Warriors thought he would get to this plateau. So to say, I'm going to give you the victory on, you didn't say he's washed, but Stoney, that energy, your energy over the last year in regard to Klay Thompson was like, goo, he'll never be what he was. Now, that ain't washed.
When he had the 2 injuries, it was obvious he was never going to get back to the player he was. By the same token, I said yesterday, I never thought Klay would get back to this point as good as he is. Okay, as good as he's been and as much as he's done, all I'm saying is just you don't think there's a sentiment out there.
That was good what you just said.
You don't think there's a sentiment out there that thinks Klay Thompson is as good as he was in 19. Because I believe, and that's where, and I said, that's where my literal,
and that's what you said yesterday.
That's where when I'm being literal, it hurts me. Yeah. No doubt. Like,
you know what? You asked me a question.
Klay Thompson is back. You can say he's back and not be. Steiny. Well, that's because when I hear he's back, I think he's back to what he was. And to me, it's like, I'll play that stupid game. He'll never be that way.
And can I be real and put a rat on the table? And Klay, I love you. I'm not saying this because I love you. Steiny, it was so dark and he was so low. I don't think anybody could fix their mouth to say he's back to 19. It's just like he's at peace now.
Exactly.
And he looks like himself shooting the ball.
Exactly.
Okay, defense, okay, I get that. But what he had to overcome, the doubt that people were putting on his situation, I thought that was way more heavy than what we're hearing now about where he's at.
But like the reason he's not the same player is because of the injury, something he couldn't control.
No doubt.
So if I haven't given him enough credit for coming 80% back, and I'm focusing on the 20s not there, I'm guilty.
Okay,
I'm guilty. Just don't tell me he's 100% of what he was.
I never did that, and I won't tell you that.
And the other thing is, like,
he wouldn't tell you.
Well, then
Klay wouldn't. He told us. But my point to you and the listeners is, Steiny, this Klay Thompson would catch Steph Curry, and if Dre were to leave, and I know Brownie Blends agreed with you on Facebook, we'll get to that, they're a factor for some more years. Like, it's a good feeling. This Klay's good enough, and he ain't going to rest on his laurels. I'm just like, this Klay, oh my gosh. Okay, there's some more. It's not the end.
Well, you're higher on that whole thing than I am.
That's the fan in me.
Drew in Oakland. What's going on, Drew? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good, man.
So, good. So, look, when I listen, I usually side with Guru because I like the fact that he adapts to new information, but I got to tell him on this one, he's way out of line, and he got me over here screaming at the radio.
Oh, wow. Tell me.
Steiny never said that Klay Thompson was finished. He never said it was over. He just always assessed the player that he is right now and from where he came from, which is almost a testament to how good Klay was in the past. Because if you guys think after 2 catastrophic injuries that he can get back to that, or he's resembling that player, then he wasn't very good back then. If you guys think that that's who he is now, you know what I mean? Klay has fallen off a little bit. And Steiny has always just assessed him coming from those injuries to where he is now. Like, he can never be that player, but he's at a hell of a place right now. This is a surprise that he's even at this level.
Let me throw this at you, Drew. Do you think Klay's been better this year than last?
Well, last year was a short sample size, but I think, like, in the beginning, he wasn't very well. He was trying to shoot himself back into form, and I think that he has improved over the course of the season.
I do too.
As I analyze play, he's nowhere near how he used to be.
And that's why I was coming.
Right.
If I could give you this,
Right.
that's why I
Thanks,
was
Drew.
telling Steiny. I felt like he was the biggest person. Like that was success for Clay. Is how close can you get back to 19, Clay? And that's what I was saying and hearing Steiny saying. I think that's unfair. But you come in this morning and give him his flowers for what we're seeing. And right now, again, I mean, who wouldn't take this Klay Thompson?
Nobody. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, shooting the ball. They're going to be tough, man.
They might be. They might be. Scott's in Brentwood. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey.
Doing well. I've calmed down.
I would
Stop laughing.
It's a great pleasure being able to talk to you guys. Enjoyed you for a long time.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to weigh in on the Clay comments and how it's been construed, at least from over here, and my sons and all of us enjoy listening to you guys. So, hey, Steiny, so for October, November, December, the words that were coming out of your mouth was just Clay's age.
Yep.
You were agreeing with Barkley, saying that he was too old. He was already too old. And I think I need to remind everybody that was the first summer Clay had taken off and never played hoops in his entire career. So not only was he recovering the season before from 2 years of injuries, recovery, but then he took the entire summer off. And then, sure enough, we continue to talk about his age, but in January, I always like to speak with data. January was literally the best month of his entire career. And then I think February, that was his third best month, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of shooting, so when we say that he's not the same, and then he finished the regular season hitting 300, over 300 threes, which is just Steph and Harden, I think, are the only two individuals that he led the NBA with threes. So I'm trying to figure out what the evidence is that he's not the same. Is it?
Well, how about
I think his defense has improved over the last couple of months?
His defense has improved over the last couple of months. Let me just ask you this: if the playoffs were 4 years ago, who would guard De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah. I don't think his agility and ability to stay in front was worse in December than it is now. It's not as good as 2019, but yeah, he's not going to stay with somebody. And let's put it this way: nobody's staying with De'Aaron Fox these days.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. So all I'm saying is,
I know
Clay used to guard ones: Harden, Morant, Chris
Your best
Paul.
offensive player.
We know the guys. Okay, he can't do that anymore. That means he's not the same. But you know what? He's guarding fours now for the first time in his career, which is something he's not done before. So I'm not saying he's done. I'm saying he's not going to guard Chris Paul and John Moran anymore. He's gonna, but he's guarding players now that he didn't guard in the past. So it's different. What was the other thing? Right, and here it is again. Clay did not have his best month of his career. He had his best shooting month of his career. Or 2 months, whatever. Like, am I being a D because that's the way I was brought up to, listen to words? Probably. Been told that before. And I also think let's acknowledge the fact that Clay has changed his game from the beginning of the year when he was awful
hunting
to now when he's productive. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game. It is a Warriors Wednesday. We got Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock. And Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Concord PD. Look forward to a competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconcordpd.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access.
when you look at Moses Moody, what he did in college.
He's the GOAT.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Hey, Klay Thompson's been rebounding better, right?
Yep.
How come? Why do you think?
I believe he's tried to add that to his repertoire.
And I believe the biggest reason is because of the players he's guarding, which are bigger than he normally guards. So he's inside a little bit more, and that's why his rebounds are up. Somebody's saying, what's Steiny's point, that they can't win it with Klay? Thanks for making me think of it that way. Because now I know what I'm really trying to say. Is, you know what? Klay Thompson returned into a championship player this year. He came back last year trying to fit in. It was perfect. He came in, he fit in, he was part of a championship team. I think when he came back this year, he wanted to be the Klay Thompson he always was. All right? Probably realized he couldn't do it for whatever reason, age or injury, and now he's turning himself into a player who, guess what? You can win an NBA title with Klay Thompson. But you know what? You couldn't have with him playing like he did the first month. That's all I'm saying.
And that's why they had that
that's
team meeting.
All I'm saying.
It wasn't all because of him. I ain't mad at that.
He doesn't have to be Klay from 2019.
No doubt. Can he still be?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I was about.
Yes.
Because I know you hate the individual stuff, but I'm about to say
the answer's yes.
You know where I'm going?
No.
Can he be an all-star? I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Like that's how. Go ahead, give it to me. I don't care. He said, "Give me the Jet Fan gun."
I don't care.
Right, but he does.
I'd rather.
But he does.
To me, it's. Can he have a good postseason and they win their fifth title?
Yeah, no, of course that's it. I'm just telling you. I was. Hey, I mentioned Shasky. I was right behind him. I was thinking, man, do you talk? Because he was hunting. He was thirsty. He was gunning. And they had that team meeting, and some things were said. And since then, Steiny, and even when Steph went out, when he was the one, and it was him and Jordan Poole, and they won 5 in a row, you could just, and every big shot was not Klay forcing it. It was the game coming to him because they needed him to do it, and he answered the bell. So I'm just blown away at the strides that he's made this season. Because forget you, I was thinking, man, I don't know how, and he's blown past it. And
it's a good year.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got to say something here. I know it's a team game, but I feel like Klay is sitting in the cut, not to be selfish, but what better platform than the NBA playoffs to be consistent or just be Klay Thompson and put up some 30s, maybe a 40, or maybe 20s, but play sound basketball. Barkley may have to change his. Well, Barkley was just saying what you said you were saying. He'll never be 19. But all I was saying is, well, give him some credit for where he was at. Forget 19. He was on the map.
Spadone, when was LeBron James's best year, do you think?
Miami.
I mean, statistically, it's probably, one of his Miami years, 13 or 14.
So, how old was he then?
28.
All right. So, let's say at 32, he was still pretty good. What is he now, 38?
Yeah.
So he hasn't been the same player for the last 5 years, right?
Statistically, the numbers are kind of similar, but
what's the eye test tell you?
No doubt.
Well, Spadoni he's currently got it right. He'd tell you defensively he's not the same.
He's so great, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear
Can
it.
LeBron still win a title? Yeah.
No doubt.
As a number one player? I don't know. We'll see. But when a guy declines, he's not obliterated. Like LeBron on the decline is better than 90% of the players in the league. Iggy Pop, it's not the real Iggy Pop. That's for damn sure. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was calling to chew you out for 2 things.
Nah.
I'll let him go. I like him. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go.
I'll get through.
For throwing Steiny under the bus, right?
for saying he put words in his mouth, and then for me having to call up and defend him. I was going to hate you for it. But then, Steiny, you just did the same thing when Goo said he's back. You just assumed he's talking about he's back 100%. So you just did the same thing, and you got mad at him.
What do you mean? I know, Iggy.
Yeah.
Iggy, we both are flawed.
Yeah. Well, I don't like when you say you talk about your flaws, but I'm flawed.
Wait, he said, so when you said Clay's back and I said, I don't. Yes, we both do it. We both did it. We both do it. Don't be mad, Iggy.
Yeah. Because I was never mad at you.
Yes, you were.
See, that's what.
No, maybe not this time.
It was radio mad.
No, the last week you were mad at me.
Oh, well, people thought I called in the next day.
I was mad at you today.
I would never. That's a wimp. Never could come back after. Dude, we're brothers. Different strokes.
Ebony and ivory.
I guess.
But do you understand what? And if I spoke at your funeral, that I hope never happens, I would be like, damn it. He was holding Clay to something that was impossible. So I never knew until today, Steiny, that you're giving him love for getting back to 80% of what he was, because I always had you peppered, because I hear you more than anybody. I just thought, you know what? When you talk Klay Thompson to Matt Steinmetz, it's can he get back to 19? And I thought we went roundabout all the time like Steiny. He'll never be that. But at that juncture, he was low. He wasn't making it. He was inefficient. But now I feel like he's a marksman. Now the numbers are coming back his way. And 40%, yeah, he was 43, but this 40 feel like 50.
You're right. I got to stop doing the show for 4% of people. You're right.
I'm going to break that.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. But there are 3% of the people that actually do think Clay's the same player he was.
All right, see now.
And Curry's the same player. And
so
they don't get
find
age.
those
and
more than me.
And you know what? I'm giving those 3% too much credit. And you know what? I'm sorry, because that brings the other 97% who understand a thing or two down. Like, why am I addressing those people?
Yeah. I tell you to leave them alone, but we love the interaction.
Well, not with those people. I love the interaction with a guy like Andre, hopefully, in Oakland.
That's right.
What's up, Andre?
Hey, yeah, how you doing?
Dynamite.
Well, when it comes to Klay Thompson, now that's my man.
Mine too.
I'm 61 years old.
Okay.
I'm a three-point shooter. I shoot threes all day.
Okay. I love it. All right.
I'm better now than I.
All right.
I'm better now than I ever was.
Andre.
Okay, let him
Andre.
finish.
Klay never broke his arms.
All right.
Klay never broke his arms. He could shoot. He's not the defensive player he used to be, but he could still shoot. You do not want to leave Klay open.
Nope.
He will bust on you.
Yes, he will.
And so he's not the same defensive person he used to be, but he's definitely the same shooter he's always been.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. I'll agree with you. Hey, Andre, I got to call you on something, though, man.
Jay said he's a shooter.
You're 61 years old?
Jesus.
That means you were 40 when the three-point line came in.
In Oakland.
You weren't shooting threes growing up, Andre.
Yeah, I was shooting threes before Curry. They call me Grandpa Curry. I'm telling you.
But they didn't have a line.
Are you still
line.
playing?
Threes.
Dre, are you still playing?
I'm still playing.
What?
You and Guru get his number.
Mosswood, look at him. All right. I'll be looking for Dre.
Tell you what. Thanks, Andre.
Yeah. Do that.
Hey, how can he be Grandpa Curry if when he grew up there was no three-point line?
Well, damn, yeah. Let's put a rat on the table about Klay. Yeah, he didn't break his arms, but the rat on the table, to me, his legs are stronger. And that's why I believe the ball is going in. And the ball is in his hands a millisecond. I'm like, oh, your boy's back. He ain't going to make every one. I'm not saying he won't go 2 for 11, but when that ball is leaves his hands, guys, I'm back to 2000. It's going in. Muscles never forget. What about the one he made in Denver in the corner? No, he missed the one at the top.
He's made 2 of those this year now. What was the other one he made?
I want to say
New Orleans.
Yeah,
New Orleans.
Off the glass.
I'll tell you what.
Klay.
I didn't even think of that. In addition to his 4 worst games, You take those 2 lucky shots off the top of the back. He's down to 38-3.
When I heard Vontae say that, I'm going, why did I think of that?
Sean in Oakland. What's going on, Sean? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, I think why people are coming down your road is because the tone you use with Clay. You know, when you talk about Clay, I believe you called him selfish, and you use all this hard tone against him. But when you talk about Jordan Poole, you know, you always kid gloves against him. You make excuses for Jordan Poole while he's playing bad. I think that's why people are coming down your road.
Wow.
I'll take that constructive criticism. Because I did, well, you know what? Maybe it's a backlash.
JP.
It's a backlash over. I do think the big three, because they're the big three, don't
get a pass.
Tend to get the brunt of it like a Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
But yes, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point.
And
you know what? And like that
was maybe a good call.
You know what? And it sounds bad, but I'm going to say Clay was selfish the first 6 weeks of the season.
No, they had a team meeting, Stoney. I felt like that was the Clay Thompson meeting. Hey, look, Stoney, you're hogging the mic. You got to let me get in. It's happened before. Well, I wanted to say it.
650. 3-point line has been there longer than 8 times. I know.
I knew this was coming when you said. That's why I didn't. I was like, Stoney, you don't even know what you're doing.
I want to take you through something though. So the 3-point line comes in the NBA in 79. They barely use.
I love it. Go ahead. You got to keep talking while that's going.
The point is the line came in college in 86. Okay. So if you're 61 years old. Okay. So that means in 1986, you were 26.
All right.
You're 26 years old, and now they introduced the 3-point line. So you don't grow up with the 3-point line
totally
like Steph Curry.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're now a 27-year-old man who's like, oh, look, I can start working on my 3. It's too late.
I love the young
I think of
people.
guys like Mark Price, like in college, if he had you know what I'm saying? All the great long-distance shooters.
Pete Maravich.
Man, I seen some videos on him. He was the real Magic. Magic would tell you that. The stuff he could do with the ball. Did you see those shows where Red Auerbach is there with them? And they're in a gym somewhere in probably Louisiana. And it's a magician. Irvin, I love you, but the real Magic was Pistol Pete. Would Magic get mad at that? I don't think Irvin would get mad.
You better be careful.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be here.
Mike in Sunnyvale. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, not much. Hey, you know what? Pistol Pete, come on, man. We're talking about Clay. Now you're bringing this up, too. I don't want to talk about that right now, though. So.
All right.
But here's the thing, right? I think the nice thing about all this stuff is that you're looking at history, right? And the only 2 other players that I can think of that came to the level that we see now with Steph and Clay and how we're all into that was Scotty and Michael. Outside of that, I don't remember a 2-team persona like this before making such an impact. But because of that, you see the evolution and growth of both players, of Steph and of Clay. Clay got hurt. We all know that. But he's playing much better now, differently, still aggressive. But I like that evolution because he's never going to be what he was in the past. Nobody is. Not even
exactly.
There you
go. They all grow. They all change. They figure out the roles. So what if he can't get the number 1 offensive guy on the other team? That's why you got Wiggins. I mean, hopefully he'll come back and he'll fill those shoes like he did last year. But the thing is, he hasn't stopped fighting. No matter who says what, even after the meeting, you can see that progression, not just in mindset, but also in play. And I think the key was, for me at least, I'll be quick because I don't want to talk too much and you'll hang up on me. But those games when Steph wasn't around, when it was just him and Jordan, was the same situation like when KD was out and Steph came back and he was like Steph of old. And then the offense revolved around a flow between Steph, KD, Clay, and the rest of the team. And now we're seeing the benefits of when that happened to Clay and with Jordan, they're playing better, they're shooting better without fear, without hesitation. And I think that's key because now he feels more confident with his legs and he feels more comfortable with his team and with Steph. So I think that's pretty cool. It's just different now. That's all. Thanks, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Mike.
And I'll go ahead.
Yeah, it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by the Concord Police Department. Look forward to a competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconcordpd.com. Evan, make sure, take that down for me. Sounds like a good professional opportunity.
I'll look at you.
After today.
I'm going you. I didn't. Oh,
what?
When Steph was out, that's when I really started. I didn't know where it was going, but that's when I believe the Klay Thompson airplane took off. When it was him and Jordan and the offense, the shots were coming more natural for Klay because they needed them. He'd hit the game winner against Detroit that he didn't get credit for because Sadiq Bey came down and broke their heart. But Steiny, I just, like Kawhi Leonard, he's nowhere near the 19 Kawhi. Well, offensively, he's getting a little close, but his lateral movement, it's gone. It's done. And as a defender, he's not a cone, but I know he'll never be what he was. But what you said about LeBron, he was so great that 87% of Kawhi you'll take. And I just see, because for so long, Snotty, when Klay was bad, I didn't write him off, but mentally I was like, man, okay, maybe they may have to make some drastic changes if this happens or this doesn't happen. Now I feel like Klay Thompson's young again, like the injuries never happened. That's me. And I just feel like this thing is like there is no despair in regard to, okay, you want Bob or Dre. Those are possibilities that they might not be back. But other than that, this thing can go a little while longer because they're stronger.
Without Draymond?
We
don't have to answer it now.
When Brownie came down my road and gave you love, I'm not saying they won't miss Draymond, but you still got a lot to work with if he were to depart. And Trey, if you're listening, I don't want you to leave.
Oh, I was going to say. You would be worried that he's mad at you.
We don't even talk to him anymore. We had him the one time I got him on. And
415. Okay, you know what? I'll do this. Steiny, once and for all, why don't you tell us how you really feel about the Warriors, their current state, and what you think their chances are of winning it all this season are? I think it's going to be tough for them to win it all. I think they have a puncher's chance. Puncher's chance.
You got Phoenix coming out
Warriors,
the West.
Let me go down the roster. I love Steph Curry. I told you Draymond Green, sometimes I love him, sometimes I don't. Klay Thompson, love his personality. Looney, great guy. What I can't stand and what I give too much credence to, clearly, is a small percentage of Warrior fans that cannot look at their team objectively.
I want to find them.
Because, see, I grew up in this business covering the Warriors when they were not very good. And I know that 95% of Warrior fans get it. Because they weren't very good for a while.
You took it out on me earlier in the show.
Well, that's because you did what those 3% do, which is basically mischaracterize what I said.
That was my subconscious. Okay. But you gave Klay his flowers today.
In short, I like the Warriors. I hate about 5% of their fans with the white-hot passion of 1,000 suns. Leroy in Oakland.
Our boy.
What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? Goo, man. Happy hump day.
Hey, Lee, hold on to what you're about to say, and let me just tell you what happened Monday. Steiny came in here, went to Chaplin, said he asked the owner, Alfred, about me, and they didn't know who I was. Had me thinking, damn, our city don't love me. Alfred called in. He talked to somebody else. So, Leroy, I know that's your spot. I'm feeling good, baby. We are going to watch a game at Chaplin's. Go ahead.
Hey, Leroy, hold on. Leroy, seriously, you're a Chaplin's guy?
Yes.
So did you know this gentleman, Owen Toy, who passed?
I did not.
Okay. Apparently he was a regular in there.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
You know, I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think Klay Thompson at age 33 has become a becoming a smarter basketball player? Because that's big for me, and I'll tell you guys why. And you guys will know this. Around 33 years of age, 34 years of age, you start losing some hops. You start losing some agility. You start losing some speed. and that needs to be, compensated by becoming a smarter player. And so I think the next, phase of Klay's career is realizing that he has to become smarter out there. And the other thing is his rebounding. He's such a poor rebounder. And I'm like, you're too big to have Curry and those guys and these other guards around the league out rebounding you every night. Every time I look at the rebound, 2 rebounds, 1 rebound, 3, I need to see at least 5 rebounds, 4 rebounds a game from Klay, and it'll really help the Warriors in their playoff run this year.
Thanks, Leroy. Thanks,
Steiny,
Leroy.
didn't we come to a conclusion together that the shots with the 3-ball era, it ain't Michael Cage, seal your man, and you're guaranteed 90% you're going to get it. They're coming so long now. Like, are we so sure that he's a bad defender? Because it's like a ping pong ball. Klay,
bad rebounder?
or guys that are getting 2 or 3. Because a lot of the times it's almost like flukish with the guys that are getting them.
I just feel like,
you know what I mean? Like they're coming from.
I mean, to me, Klay Thompson, why hasn't he rebounded over the course of his career? Well, to me, a lot of times he's guarding the one.
All right.
So that's what he's doing. All right. Then let's say that team misses. Klay's job is to kind of get out to the hash mark and run the floor. Yeah. That's why Curry will go into rebound on defense. Because if Curry gets you a rebound, he can do it himself. If Klay gets you a rebound, chances are he's going to have to get it to Curry, then get it back. So, Klay's never been in a position to be a big rebounder off as a 2-man. I think the reason he's rebounding a little more now is because he's being used defensively more as like a 3.
Yeah.
You know what? I see Hattie. He's been hanging on, or she's been hanging on for a while. I want to get him or her on the other side on 95.7 the game, but I don't want to break too early either, Goo. We got Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock, and it is a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 the game. What should we ask Bob?
I already got one. I know you're going to be like, oh, it's mushy.
Yeah.
But no, I'm going to give him some love for something that he did here this past week.
Fair enough.
But what's this sack series mean to him? He grew up in the Bay. He ain't no transplant.
I mean, JD and I talked about it on the Warriors Weekly podcast.
That come out today?
Download the Odyssey app. Yeah, I did it before you. Do you want to go to Game 3 against the Kings? We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game. We're doing it tomorrow. Each show is going to give out a keyword, and all you need are the 3 keywords to win. Listen in the morning between 7:30 and 8 with the morning roast, then with us between 11:30 and 12, and then with Willard and Dibbs between 4:30 and 5. You hear all 3 of those keywords for your chance to win. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a series coming up starting Saturday. What's Andrew Wiggins' role going to be? What would you like to see it be? Is he starting or coming off the bench? We'll talk more about it on the other side. Back to Wiggins.
Texting privacy policy. Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
You know what? He gets the little T.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Friedman's.com today. I'm Rudy Gobert. He's Kyle Anderson.
Wow. I would never call you out your name.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
I said, I'm Gobert, you're Anderson.
Meaning we're arguing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would never call you out your name.
What do you mean?
He called Rudy a B for Rudy to hit him.
Oh.
Real quick, that song we came back to was the first song from Biggie Smalls. It's called Party, and I can't say the rest. Just some little hip-hop knowledge.
707, sincere thank you to you.
Me?
No, the 707.
Oh.
So why focus on the 3%, Steiny? That makes no sense unless you're just contriving some argument so you can have an option to appear like a contrarian. You know what? You know what? Got to be able to look in the mirror. 707 may have just made me do it. You're right. You're right. 3%. Hit the pike.
I'll tell you that every day. Don't let it get you down.
Sometimes they get to me. I'll tell you who's been patient is Hattie. Hattie in San Jose. What's to talk about? Moody and Kuminga. What's up, Hattie? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, hello, guys. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
That's good. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think Moses Moody definitely earned himself some playoff minutes. I mean, I think he's really our next Sean Livingston type of guy. The only thing is, I mean, we're really guard heavy. I don't see him getting 30-plus minutes in the playoffs because of how guard heavy we are, especially off the bench. But I feel like he's definitely earned his rotation there. Whereas Anthony Lamb, I don't know if you want to play him in the playoffs. I think he's more of a guy. We're up 30. We put him in the fourth quarter. But Moses Moody, I definitely think he should play as well as Kuminga. I think Kuminga's a lock for that playoff rotation. And either way, the future is bright for both of them.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Wiggins, whether he's going to start, whether he's going to come off the bench. I'll make a bet with somebody, though, right now. The Warriors will not use the same starting lineup throughout the playoffs. They never do.
That's a good call.
Think about that. They never do.
And I heard our guy Ron Adams on with
what'd he say?
and Shasky.
Let's
go ahead.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, play it first, and then I'll tell you.
Okay, Ronnie Adams. Ronnie, former Fresno State head coach.
Ron
Great
Adams.
Defensive mind.
I think lately he's been okay. He's had kind of an up and down defensive season, but he has shown that he can play at a high level defensively still. And I think the playoffs have always brought the best out in Clay. You know, we've asked him to do different things, not only guard smaller players at times, but also guard bigger players. He's guarded some fours this year. And so I think, as I said, the playoffs always bring out the best in him. I do think perhaps he's dropped off a bit defensively at times, but then he shows that he can do it. So I don't even want to go there. I don't know if I completely believe that statement. I think when Clay's highly motivated, he's a really fine defender. So
I wonder what the statement was. So basically saying Clay can still do it in stretches.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's Ron Adams.
Ernest Donahoe on YouTube. Whatever Clay wants to do, we need. Can't do it without him. So, I mean, I just like where he's at. I thought you were going to play the sound on Andrew Wiggins with your tease, Steiny, because he talked about Wiggins with the guys this morning. And I know we got Bob coming up at 1. I got to be honest, Steiny, I'm kind of reading the Guru tea leaves, reading The Athletic. I wouldn't be so shocked if Wiggins didn't start. And I got to slow down here. What if he didn't play game 1? Like, does that cross your mind?
I don't care.
Oh, my God. You can't. I don't like that because you got the buttons. But
about whether he comes off the bench or starts?
No, or plays.
I don't care.
Plays.
He's going to play. You heard it here first. Wiggins is up. Of course he's going to play.
Back to Wiggins.
I just don't know if he's going to start.
Yeah.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene, how you doing,
What's
man?
What's up, Gene? I met Gene out in Emeryville. Yeah.
So did JD at Freeman's, I believe.
Yeah, Guru, that was great meeting you.
Great meeting you, man.
Saints, I finally won. Had a lot of fun there. Yeah, so there's just 2 reasons why I believe we're gonna win this series. First off, obviously we've got all this playoff experience and 4 championships, and they have 0. That's That, as I've seen in the past, is really very important. The other thing is, how are you playing going into the playoffs? In the last 10 games, we're 8-2. We're peaking, and they're 5-5, and they're not looking all that as good as they were previously. And I even question Mike Brown sitting his stars for that last game with us. I'm not sure that was a good idea unless these guys were truly, hurt and needed the time to rehab. So, anyways, that's it.
Appreciate
We're winning 5 or 6.
Yeah. And 5 or 6. Yeah. Gene's got 5 or 6.
Man, you know what I got? We'll get yours Friday, or you can do it now if you like.
I'm still thinking about it.
All right. Well, look at you.
All right, because I try to think things through before I try to think before I speak.
No, my Wi-Fi is just a bit faster, so I come up with it, quicker.
Right, yours goes in and out a lot too.
Stop, please. Hey, about Gene's point, do you think there's anything to how you finished the season? I've been watching the NBA, before you answer, Stoney, a long time. I don't think there is. And my number one example, Spadoni, if you're listening, is last night's play-in game. The Lakers had been playing, gelling, and that was a game with a wounded Minnesota team. So, again, to me, it comes down to stages, the lights, the bright lights. And I was shocked what Laker team we got last night. No shade at anybody. Maybe kudos to Finch and the rest of the Timberwolves. But I'm going to say this about Sacramento and why I'm picking the Warriors in 5. Now, I know Reeves from L.A., who has got a lot of fanfare. He's electric. He's exciting. Sure, I'm on board. Yeah. But last night, he didn't have a bad game, but I felt like I was watching his first taste of, this ain't the regular season. And I just think I'm going to see some of that with De'Aaron Fox and those cast of characters in SAC. I could be wrong, but Stoney, there's no shade. If you're overwhelmed a little bit, might take you a quarter, might take you a game, to get that out. And the Warriors, there's none of that because they've been here so many damn times.
And that's actually where I think it might not work out that way. I also think the Warriors have been to the postseason so many times that it's almost possible they go into Saturday with less of a sense of urgency than the Kings. Because, again, they know they have games to play with. I might be wrong.
That's why I can't wait, man. We all can't wait.
But it should be it should be a lot of fun. The other thing is, did it matter last year, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. When we talk about how you finish, did it matter last year that the Warriors won 5 in a row going into the postseason? Now, if you say yes, then I would counter with, well, they won 5 without Steph Curry. So then they went into the playoffs with Steph Curry. So in other words, everything's changed no matter what.
No doubt.
I'm not going to hold it against the Warriors for going 8-2 to finish the season. But I don't know if I'm going to hold it against the Kings for going 5-5 when they had the 3 seed. I don't know how all that's going to play out. I really don't. But
well, we do know this, talking about path. You kind of mentioned it last night on the text thread. The winner of Golden State and Sacramento will play the winner of Memphis and L.A.
Right.
That could be, so right there, you got to earn that. And then whoever's waiting on you, if it's Phoenix, Denver, or the other 2 teams that I don't give it much of it. You think the Clippers got a chance to beat the Phoenix? With no Paul George. I'm not giving them much of a chance, but who knows?
I picked the Phoenix Suns, obviously, because, they haven't lost the game yet when they've been at full strength with Durant. So
I'll tell you what, as far as Mike Brown, I asked you yesterday, you kind of shunned it off. You a cigar smoker?
No.
Well, I'll tell you
Cigarettes.
What. Okay. Well, when you're tipsy. I'll tell you this.
Kidding.
If Mike Brown was to pull this off after leaving the team that he won a championship with, becoming basically NBA Coach of the Year, you want to talk about the definition of lighting a cigar. I know it's childbirth, but good Lord, Stoney, how good would that cigar taste if he were able to do this? Change the fortunes after 16 damn long years and then beat the defending champs, using your intel. How many cigars can you smoke in a night? Like, I mean, that's what would be. Only one, I'm sure. Jordan probably smoked more than one. What you got against Jordan? Dude, I saw Air. I may go see it again.
I don't like the way Jordan's treating Isaiah Thomas. It's enough.
He's not talking to him.
It's enough now. Did you see Charles Oakley?
Yes. I don't know.
Poor Isaiah.
What Oak did Oak come down the road?
Oak just said, hey, Isaiah, Jordan's not wanting to be friends with you. Let it go.
Like, when do you let it go, though, Stoney?
Who?
Isaiah.
It's a great question. It's kind of like...
You're showing us that you're hurt. We get that.
You know what?
Let it go.
It's kind of like Michael Jordan's going around telling everybody, Steinmetz says Klay Thompson's washed. And I'm like, no, I'm not. So Isaiah's got to defend his reputation. Jordan calling him every name in the book.
I know you wanted
what
to
do
be
you
a
think
part
he
of
did
it.
to the last? Wait a minute. What Jordan? Come on. Jordan's treated Isaiah like dirt. Come on. Come on.
Dude. Years ago. I'm not saying Mike was wrong.
He still stuck it to him during the last dance. He stuck it to him. He did.
He met the criteria.
I'll tell you what.
Isaiah absolutely met the criteria.
No, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I got to be careful. That BS that Isaiah and the Pistons did when the Bulls finally beat them, I probably wouldn't let that go. But we know that's why he wasn't on the Dream Team. Michael said, hey, I ain't playing.
Yeah.
But what does Isaiah want? I love Zeke.
His respect.
But you can't get it if somebody's not giving it to him.
Of all time outside Magic Johnson.
Well, Michael's not saying it's not that.
Well, Michael's never given him any credit for
so he wants an apology?
The bottom line is Isaiah Thomas is right. They took out the Celtics, they took out the Bulls, and they took out the Lakers.
No doubt.
He's the only one who did that, and the Pistons were the only team that did that.
That's a fact.
Thank you. So why should he get lost?
I know you're not Isaiah's
For example.
What does he want Mike to say? I'm sorry?
Yeah, probably. What's so wrong with that?
But Mike knows how good Isaiah was and those facts that
There's
Isaiah...
two different things. There's assassinating his character, which Jordan's done.
Wow,
and then there's
Scotty.
just not talking about his game or crediting his game. He doesn't have to do that. I don't need Michael Jordan to say.
Well, every time I hear Isaiah, when they ask him this over the last 10, 12 years, I'm being serious, friend. Who's the best clutch player? He just will say anybody but Michael. Just trying to, you know what I'm just... You're just holding on to that grudge. Let it go, Zeke. I love you, man. Life is too short. Let that go. Who care about Mike?
Why wouldn't you tell Mike to let it go?
Mike ain't doing a damn thing but living his life and having twins
Mike is
with a woman 30 years
Mike's
younger than
sticking
him.
it to him behind his back. You know
you
that.
think that?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Damn, Stoney, that's heavy. How would you... walk us through how you could get... That's heavy, though.
Michael Jordan...
Sticking it to him behind
is
his
just...
back.
He's so competitive... He's so overly competitive, he can't tell the difference between what really is competition or sport and what is real life. He must win. He must get over at all costs.
So not giving in to Zeke?
He will never give in to Zeke. You're right.
But you think he's adding to Zeke shade behind closed
I think
doors?
he makes a jerk out of him behind closed doors. Sure. I think Jordan does. I think that's who Jordan is. I think Jordan sticks it to a lot of people.
Somebody just said, Chris A., MJ is petty AF.
Yeah. AJ's in Belmont. What's up, AJ?
What's up, gentlemen? First of all, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate listening to you guys. You guys keep my day going. So much appreciated.
No problem.
Steiny, I got to correct you, man.
All right.
If you actually watched The Last Dance, Jordan did give Zeke credit for being possibly the second greatest point guard ever behind Magic. He did state that, but he also stated, I don't want to deal with this cat no more.
Right.
So I just realized that Jordan did give him credit. And then as far as our dubs, man, dubs in 5. Once Wiggins gets a hold of Fox ain't going to get to the paint, and then we'll give him a little dose of GP2, dubs in 5. I'll take you guys' answers offline. Thanks.
It's like you and Goo.
Yeah.
At this point, anyway.
And JD, I tried to call JD yesterday because I butchered his thing with Willard. And,
oh, my God.
Did you tell
ever?
him?
No, I should have. Because I like to drive a wedge between people.
That's my guy. We break bread together. Listen.
That's a problem.
I was going to say how you stop Sacramento is you take the head of the snake.
Nice.
Now, who's the head, Sabonis or Fox? JD
I think it's
thinks it's Sabonis.
Fox. Well, I think Sabonis. Well, and I asked JD who he thought their best player is. He thinks their best player this year was Sabonis. Wow. But that doesn't mean Fox can't be the head of the snake.
Because he has something you can't. The speed kills, Steiny, and he does have. That's what our guy Big Hand said today. Ron Adams with Bonte and Shasky, that he believes De'Aaron Fox, like I said a couple of days ago, is the fastest man in the NBA with the ball.
And
used to be Russell.
Which one do you guys think is going to be more difficult to guard, even if Sabonis is supposedly their best player?
I gotta say Fox.
I think Sabonis, because it feels like they've got 4 guys they can put on Fox.
But they got experience of Jokic.
You asked me a question and I answered.
But but they seen the big man before, you know.
What do you mean?
Like Jokic last year in the playoffs, the Warriors. Okay,
right,
we can only
the
hope
Kings have a better supporting cast around the Sabonis than Denver did last year. I think.
Yeah.
Denver didn't have anybody as good as Fox. I am super excited to see Sabonis, how he functions in this series, because and again, it's not even going to be about the stats. As I said, but he's going to get 20, 10, and 15. Or 20, 10, and 5.
But was it a good 20?
He's going to get 20, 10, and 5.
The beautiful thing about basketball.
Is it a 20, 10, and 5, or is it an impactful? Oh, want to hear a great... Oh, I'm going to save this stat. I'm going to save this stat for after 12.
All right.
Oh, this is a great stat. Came from JD, of course. It's where all great stats come from. I did want to get into a little bit about the play-in games.
I want to hear it now. Oh, we got to.
Last night's games were cool. They were fun. They were great, right?
They were playoff basketball to me.
Well, they weren't, but they're play-in basketball.
In your world.
And let me just be clear. I'm not against the play-in. I'm against the 3 months before the play-in. Man. That's what I don't like.
There's no cure.
Yes, there is.
Is this JD or you?
This is me.
All right, give it to us.
One of the cures for this is to break the season into halves, like baseball did the year of the strike. First 41 games are measured, then the second 41 games are measured. If you go 30-11 the first 41 games and you finish second or third in your conference, that translates to the second that matters. Like you get credit for that. You make the playoffs for that. Then you have a second part of the season.
All right.
There's a lot of machinations that would have
What if you go 11-30 in the second half?
Then you're probably going to be a lower seed, but it's going to make the first 40 games more important. Because because I think if you go 30-11 in the front, you make you're in the playoffs. Okay. Then you go 30-11 in the second half, then you're the number 1 seed with a bye. That's the other thing. My thing's going to have buys. My thing's going to be a weighted tournament.
Man. Because whatever they're talking about, this midseason tournament.
Like a lot of colleges do that. So let's say back in the day, what's St. Mary's in, Evan?
WCC.
Yeah. West Coast Conference.
West Coast Conference. You go, you play every team home and away. You'd obviously have to finagle stuff with the NBA schedule. But you play a first half of the season. They go 8-0. They win the first half. They play the second half. They lose 3 games. They go 5-3. Okay, who won the second? Who went 8-0? Gonzaga. Well, guess what? St. Mary's went 8-0 in the first. Gonzaga went 8-0 in the second. That's the championship.
But how do you get past teams knowing where they're kind of at?
You don't.
Well, because if we know we're 30-11 in the first half, now we're 20-9,
right?
You can kind of do that for every team. So you kind of you know what I mean?
No, I don't. If you go,
what changes that? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, my point is, if there'll be a race, kind of to 41.
Oh,
there'll be 2 seasons. There'll be essentially 2 seasons, and then you're gonna have to balance those 2 seasons and figure out a way then to seed. But if you go 30-11, then it starts over at 0-0.
I got
you're gonna make
no doubt.
That'll get you into the playoffs. Now, did you go 11-30 the second half, well, that's going to make your seed lower. But if you go 30-11 and 30-11, then you're going to be the number one seed, and you're going to have a bye too. I know it's complicated.
Well, I'll say this:
I want the weighted tournament seedings like St. Mary's has. Like if you win the regular season, you don't have to like the Scribinis have to play until like round 3.
Well, I'll say this about
Get
the
back
NBA.
to some 5-game series. That would also help.
This was some BS because we know what Dallas did, but I thought the whole idea for the play-in tournament was to make the games more exciting. And just this year, I felt like we saw more teams do a middle finger to the league on when they're going to play because they knew what it was before the result of the game. Like, what can we do to keep that urgency on 1,000? Because this was bad. Games that mattered, teams sat their stars, and they had their reasons. And I just don't think the NBA or Adam Silver can fix that.
See, what the NBA has done,
because you're always going to say, how does it benefit us?
Is they've NCAA'ized the NBA now, all right? It's a 30-game schedule, essentially. Yeah. And I said this on Twitter. The bottom line is there's no urgency for the first 3 or 4 months. The reality is for any team. So you know what really happens? You go through 50 games, and you look at your record, and then you say, all right, what do we want to do these last 30 games? Like it's.
I got to give you something to that.
There's just no urgency the first 3 or 4 months of the season.
What about last year's Warrior team that started 18-2?
Right, that's
for
one
them?
team because they wanted to prove something.
And then what about Sac this year that took to get off to that
good
start?
One team.
Well, 2, but
one team a year. And both those are like, I'm not saying there aren't teams that take it seriously, but most of them don't. How seriously do the Warriors take this regular season? How about the Lakers? How about the Mavericks?
How about Denver? They took I didn't like the way they finished in regard to who was playing.
Denver took it seriously 75% of the time.
They earned number 1, but it was gross how they haven't played a meaningful basketball game in forever. But again, you got the number 1 seed, but damn, I just don't know how you. I hear you, man.
To me, it's not about the number 1 seeds. It's about the glut we saw in the Western Conference from a bunch of teams that didn't really play with any urgency because they didn't have to, because they were all bunched up for 6 spots. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So are you in favor of getting, somebody just said it on the text line, would you be mad if would you miss the play-in if they just went back to straight 8?
This is always going to be a problem as long as they have 82 games and don't really try something different.
So when I was watching the NBA on the finals on tape delay, Washington and Seattle, downtown Freddie Brown, Gus Williams, what was it? It was 65 games? Like, is it 82, and then what was it before 82?
It was always 82.
Oh, so why are these people thinking it's going to be condensed or go down?
It's not. Wow. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. It's a Warriors Wednesday. We got Bob Myers. He is coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll take your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to talk about. Last night's Lakers-Timberwolves game means the Warriors will not play the Timberwolves next round. It means if the Warriors advance, it's going to go through Sacramento. Then it's going to have to go through the Lakers or the Memphis Grizzlies. If it's the Lakers, though, the Warriors would have home court advantage. Do you want the Lakers? We can't talk about the Lakers. No. Don't talk about that. You got to get by the Kings first on 95.7 The Game.
Don't talk about that.
I had an uncle, they said if he had another drink of dark, he could possibly die. He said, I'm going out happy. Crown Royal. True story. He's no longer with us.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Starr, the Guru Johnson with you. Halfway through the show. Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock. Part of the Warriors Wednesday. I don't see it, Bob.
What was that in reference to?
The Warriors winning it all.
Oh, well, man.
Or no, that might have been specifically to the young guys helping in the postseason.
Could have been a few things.
Yeah, I think it was all that.
Yeah, right. It's that.
Put it under the umbrella.
Yeah,
there you go.
I love Bob.
Do you think the feeling's mutual?
Yes.
No, he likes
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Absolutely. You know, one thing I was thinking about is, and it's been hard for me to put into words.
Klay Thompson.
No.
All right, that was material.
One of the things I just like about the NBA that's been driving me crazy for a while now is, and tell me if you feel this way, they're just diminishing pressure. They want to diminish urgency. They want to diminish competition. They want to diminish goats and heroes. They want it all to be just groovy. And you might be like, what do you mean, Steiny?
What do you mean?
Is there one good reason why the NBA doesn't have, and I've said this before, the 1-and-1, where you get fouled, they're over the limit, so you get one foul shot. If you make it, you get another. If you miss it, it's a live ball. Why do they not have that? Let me answer for you.
All right.
Because it relieves some pressure on the free throws. Because it makes the first free throw
Game 7.
It makes the first free throw a little more important.
Yep.
And it puts a little pressure on you. And the NBA doesn't want that because they don't want their stars to ever fail. It's really become a participation trophy award. You want more? You want more?
Yeah, because
that
that didn't hit me in the. That wasn't heavy, Steiny. I think
the play-in games.
Yeah.
You know what we found out last night? That the Atlanta Hawks, congratulations, they're not one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. That's what we found out last night. The NBA going to 7-game series, 4 7-game series, lessens urgency. It also lessens the chance for an upset. Series are better when they're shorter.
Remember, they were 3 and
3
5.
and 5.
Man, like you didn't have. Hey, go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet.
Go on to any website. Look for basketball stats. You can't find. Let's see if find who's leading the league in scoring, and then see how long it takes you to find who leads the league in turnovers.
Well, Joel Embiid leads the league in scoring, but
can you find out who leads the league in turnovers? See how long that takes.
Do you guys have a couple guesses?
It's Russell Westbrook.
I actually don't care.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, negative stats are so hard to find. It's ridiculous. Why? What? Like, shouldn't we know?
But you're selling the league.
But what my point is like, why shouldn't we know that it's Trae Young? Probably
same guys last year. Yes,
Trae Young.
Yep.
Okay. Was it harder to find though than Embiid? You ever go to NBA.com?
Yep. I got it on my phone.
Why are standings further down than statistics? Why do you go to statistics before you go to standings?
I hadn't even thought about
Shouldn't
it.
standings be the first thing you see?
Yep.
How's your team doing? Not who's leading the league in rebounds.
But the league is all of the players, Steiny. So maybe they're showcasing.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a road to the championship, but this is our league. Look at all the greats in each of these categories.
Right. No,
but I don't think it's de-emphasizing.
It absolutely is.
Wow.
I think. I don't think there's any doubt the play-in games have lessened the urgency of games, the first 50 games. I really believe that. That's all.
You are special, man. Hey, so I guess what I got? I got some information.
And the whole thing with like defense over the last few years.
Yeah.
Why is defense so de-emphasized? Well, of course, everybody likes scoring more. But you know what else? Defense is where you can be your most competitive.
DPOY, I think we still care.
But you can't be as competitive and physical defensively as you once could. You just can't. So it diminishes that as a league, it diminishes the defensive commitment and continuity and the defensive grit, because you just know you can't play defense as hard as you really want to.
Wow. I got some information I think you'll like, and the listeners. So I know when game 2 is. Tell me when you think game 2 would be, and let's see if you can guess it, because I'm staring at it now. Game 2.
Which one?
For the Warriors sack is out.
Tuesday.
Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, Monday at 7 p.m. on TNT.
Ooh.
So that's game 2.
Does that hurt the Warriors?
What if I told you we'll find out? I know that don't help Wiggins. Okay. Now, when do you think game 3 is here in the Bay? Now, they play
Friday.
Monday.
It's going to be Friday, Sunday, probably.
Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Thursday on TNT at 7.
Right.
And then game 2 of that series from Thursday, I think you pretty much know the answer. They finally get the ultimate prime time. It's Sunday at 3:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. West Coast time. Will be game 4. Could be a closeout for the Warriors on ABC. Hand down, man down.
By the way, speaking of Isaiah Thomas.
That was Mark Jackson, but go ahead.
No, did you hear him praise Mark Jackson?
I think you're the only. He's not a perfect man.
No, not
He's got
even
the
close.
stuff with the stripper, but
and the extortion,
but that
and
was
the phony religion,
That was
and the fake piety. Go ahead.
What's
your point?
I got to keep my job. Yeah.
What you know? Just tell me.
But why you say the phony religion? You got to give people the benefit of the doubt.
He is literally, whatever they call a crosswalk preacher.
Jesus.
He literally is a
Evan.
crosswalk preacher. He did that in the Bay. Now,
go ahead.
I want to praise the guy. No, I don't want to, but
Isaiah Thomas, man.
Isaiah Thomas said, "It is ridiculous.
Oh, no.
That Mark Jackson doesn't have another job. A and B, essentially discovered, developed, and created the dynasty here in Golden State by identifying Stephen Clay.
I got to hear it.
He's basically like, it's one of the biggest injustices ever that Mark Jackson, can't get a job and da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm.
But if you're right, he ain't getting that second job, because if what you're saying is true and the people they don't want those headaches. But I ride or die for Mark. But this is why I love Coach Kerr more. At every damn turn, when it was about him, Steve Kerr, here, take all this credit, he would stop and give Mark Jackson his props. But I got to go find that sound. But Steiny, he did say, I'll never forget, this is the best shooting, or they got the possibility to be.
No, he said they're the best shooters ever.
So I think you just answered. Why didn't he get that second chance?
See, this is where.
No, I'm being real, Steiny.
Okay, if you're asking me why he hasn't been hired again, what's going to happen? I'm going to spend the next.
Bobby Petrino was on the bike with his mistress and crashed, and Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino got. Oh my God, HBO Max, but he got a second chance, third chance.
Why don't you answer your own question?
This
instead
is
of making me
I'm
be
talking
negative
to the
about
world.
Mark Jackson.
Okay, no, I'm not.
You know why?
No,
why.
No, I'm telling you, why is he good enough to be in our living rooms, on our TV, but not good enough to coach a team? That's the hypocrisy of the society we live in.
Because nobody likes him. See, this is what you're going to make me do. This is what you're going to make me do. He's not well liked. Joe Lacob had a quote: "You can't have 200 people in your organization not like a guy." Now, is that fair? Probably not. But like word gets around. Yes, he said it at a luncheon. Word gets around the league. Now, maybe 20 organizations look at Mark Jackson and say, I don't want this. I don't want this guy. Maybe there's 2 organizations that say, you know what? Maybe we'll hire Mark Jackson. It didn't work out.
It ain't worth it. And Mark, if you're listening, I love you. And here I go giving you your props. But I've never heard of Spygate or the Record Gate like I did under his regime here with the Warriors. And I forget the guy's name. That was embarrassing, Stoney.
Lindsey Hunter.
Man.
Was in on that. Darren Erman was in on that.
But do you get so he's okay to hear his voice and even see him every Sunday, the most important games, even the finals, and he does it great. It's just like, man, I just feel like Anthony Edwards last night. I don't know that he needed that ride on the Bay Bridge with Gary Payton. That was one game, but you can't tell me Mark Jackson has something to talk to him about for that game to further him or better him.
There's a big difference between a guy announcing basketball games
and being around you every day,
and then a guy who's the head or basically the face of your organization. Think about how often Steve Kerr talks.
And he'll talk on real subjects.
And you don't want Mark Jackson talking on real subjects. That's because what he talks about makes people uncomfortable.
But you don't think this time around, if you said, hey, Mark, I'm thinking about you need to be more PC.
This is where I think you're naive.
What do you mean? You need to be more politically correct,
I think this is where you're naive.
I think he's learned. So he was on the Shannon Sharp podcast, Mark Jackson, and I'm just keeping it. It didn't sound like he had too much remorse.
Of course not.
He wasn't. I was like, Mark, give me something a little more than just all you got to do is play the game.
Jaron Collins, right?
Oh, you're
no. I'm sorry, Jason.
Yeah.
Whichever one was gay.
Yeah.
Or is gay. Mark Jackson, what do you think of that? I'll pray for him.
Yeah,
if you ask Mark Jackson the same question today, he'd say, I'll pray for him. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but it's going to make people uncomfortable. Yeah. Do I really want to get Anthony who's going to correct me on something?
And let me RIP Mark Jackson's street ball brother, Escalade, passed away years ago.
But that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but somebody brought it up on YouTube. But his name was Escalade, Stout. He was a big boy.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure his real name was something else.
No, street name was Escalade.
Right. It was a nickname.
Oh, yeah. Name probably Tony.
What's up, Anthony? Correct me, buddy.
What's up? All right. So I listened to that episode yesterday. And first and foremost, Isaiah Thomas, he definitely was giving he was bringing light to a lot of subjects with the way he's perceived and stuff like that. So I thought it was a really good episode. I listened to 1 and 2. And I can understand why he feels the way he feels about Jordan. And he also was like, let's just get Jordan, here. Like, ask him the same question that you asked me, and let's see who's being truthful or not. But what he said about Mark Jackson was that he was the first to allow and made it okay and gave Steph and Clay the green light to shoot the way that they shoot, but also be okay with them missing. Because he specifically said, like, when in clutch moments, it was still okay for Clay and Steph to shoot these, 25, 30-footers, which hadn't been done before. So he wanted to give Mark Jackson that praise. I don't think he said that he started Dynasty and stuff like that, because I just listened to it yesterday, Steiny.
What is that on? How can I hear it? Where do I find it?
It's on All the Smoke. All the Smoke has it.
Okay.
There's episode 1 and there's episode 2. Both are about an hour or so long, and it's really good, Guru. You'll like it, and you'll kind of see where it's coming from with the MJ stuff, because I hear you say, like, maybe you should let it go, but I agree with Steiny where it's like, man, you assassinating or assassinated my character, because for a long time, because you guys are a little older than me, he had that moniker like he was just, this bad guy and stuff like that, but he kind of laid some of those reputations to rest. And so it would be fair if MJ, maybe got on somebody's podcast and maybe cleared the air a little bit.
Anthony, don't hang up. Let me give you this random fact that I brought up to Steiny. What I did see is, and you tell me if I'm doing too much, I love Steven Jackson, who's on that podcast, but I lost a little respect for him because I did see the clip where Isaiah Thomas had to remind Steven Jackson what he did. He called it the phone call. And he called the commissioner on the behalf of Steven Jackson, who was almost out the league, And Steven didn't even remember until he brought it up. And that only hurts me because Steve acts like, if you do me, I'm street, the code. If you do me a solid, I'll never forget. But Steven giggled, laughed, but never really owned that. Like, man, how can you forget somebody saving your career like that? So I did see that part, that clip.
Well, no, that actually was really stood out to me because it not only did he not remember it, but then Isaiah had said, well, tell that story.
Yes.
And whether he was too high or whether he just honestly didn't remember because he was too high, I don't know. But the fact that he didn't even, do him a solid to tell the story, and it's it showed a lot about Stack Jack because I like him, but that wasn't a good look. So I agree with you 110%. I did not like that at all.
Appreciate it, Anthony.
And he got me thinking, Mark. He gave him the license to shoot, Stoney.
Mark Jackson, for better or worse, instilled no conscience in either of those players. And it ended up working out perfectly. Mark Jackson Mark Jackson was the guy who gave Clay the green light from his first practice in the NBA. We want to know where this the chucker part of Clay comes. That comes right from Mark Jackson.
Damn, man. And all he could get him to was that game 7 in the first round against the Clippers.
But I defy anybody to say, boy, did he mess that up with Klay Thompson.
Well, how about this? He messed up a whole situation.
Which one?
Being the coach here and all that could have happened under his tutelage, and then having to call the games and taking the high road, because what can you really say? But I know it's got to kill him. This was my baby.
Yeah, he never would have won a title.
Yeah, well.
With his offense.
They lost it. Dude, it was the worst. It was dribble.
It's a make or miss league. Well, don't you have a better chance?
Mark, I love you, dog.
Don't you have a better chance to make a shot if you actually run a play for your? It's a make or miss league. Okay. All right. Yeah. Make or miss league. Drew down. Do I want to go to?
Yeah, Drew is family. Well, there's only one really.
First
Drew
of all, he's
right
so
off
family,
with a man in the Mustang pony.
So family talks like that on the.
Oh yeah.
On the YouTube,
dude, you overlapping skills are getting better. What? I didn't think you were.
Okay, this is the thing. He wants to talk about Mark Jackson. And you're so negative. I didn't bring up Mark Jackson. You know what I mean? But now we got to talk about Mark Jackson. And somebody might say, I think he's the greatest coach of all time. And then I got to say, I don't think so. Oh, you're so negative. Drew down.
Drew.
What's up, Drew?
Steiny, first of all, come in peace. Just want to let you know, Steiny, I come in peace. I'm not trying to come down your road. I'm in agreement with you on Mark Jackson. What's up, Guru? What's going on, brother? Love, man. Look, give him his credit. I think he helped lay the foundation a little bit. He got us to play defense. But there's just, like Steiny said, man, it's not one thing. There's just too many things to ignore. You have the bogey comments. Oh, I don't know, maybe he got hurt in his sleep. That's ridiculous. You have kicking Jerry West out of practice. You have him bringing Curry to his church to try to heal his ankles. What are we doing? And then this is for me when I knew he wasn't it. Was they were playing the Clippers in the playoffs. I forget what game it was, and the reporter asked him and said, "Mark, man, do you lose sleep at night? You got Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan. Do you lose sleep at night trying to game plan for these guys?" And this was it. Mark Jackson said, "I don't need to lose sleep at night to know that Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan are 3 of the best players in the NBA. I don't need to lose any sleep to know that." And I'm like, "That's your strategy? Roll like Sonny said, just roll it out, bro. Make or miss. Well, just go out there and get them, guys. 1, 2, 3, go get them." Like that. Come on, man. Sonny, I'm with you all the way, brother. It's all love, man. Guru, love you too, bro. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. No, he motivated. He motivated those guys to play better defense than they ever have. But that's what he does. He motivated.
And to Stephen,
and then he loses his motivational powers because people see that he was
not
insecure. The most genuine human being in the world. Wow.
Yeah, and that tape recorder gate, whatever you want to call it, that was all him, Stoney. And the Jerry West thing, if that did happen, it sounds like it did happen.
It definitely happened.
Come on, Mark.
But
I just, again, people, this dude didn't kill anybody, commit any crimes. I'm just saying, in our society, forget Golden State. I get why that didn't work out. Sometimes we are a land of second chances. And in this instance, And I'm sorry, Steiny, if I said, hey, Steiny, Guru, my golf swing's bad. Come with me to church Sunday. I wouldn't hit you with that church every day, but I don't think that's the worst thing to do. I said, no, Steiny, come with me in the fab.
But if I didn't come, would you hold it against me?
Oh, never.
Well.
Oh, see, now that's, yeah. Now that's wrong. If that was good. Well, Bogan said he was going to church because he's worried about his playing time. You ain't going to have me wondering, is that because I didn't? Please open up your Bible to, Mark. I just feel like he learned from that, guys.
Warriors would play a Saturday night game in L.A.
No, these are facts. I seen it.
And the team would not, well, people, not just you, people need to know this.
I'm getting mad.
See, now you're doing it.
Yeah.
Like now you're making me be the negative guy.
I'm not.
When I forgot about Mark Jackson. Anyway, Mark Jackson always insisted on staying overnight in L.A. Yeah. Why? So he could preach at his church on Sunday morning. Yeah. Some of the players weren't crazy about that because they really wanted to go home after a game against the... Or how about this? Maybe they fly to L.A. a day early so he can do that.
Yeah. Remember, he had the bullhorn on the corners.
Dime store preacher. Yeah. No, not dime store. What do they call that? Corner preacher?
He wasn't selling dope. It ain't the worst thing. You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah. Well, what kind of dope? I mean,
stop.
No, you know what? Selling dope on the corner is probably more legal in San Francisco than preaching at this point. Mark's in Alameda. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Sonny. Hey, Guru. Hey. I just want to talk to you about the stat thing. You mentioned the stats being up on the NBA.
Yeah.
It's all related to fantasy and, these daily fan duels, things like that. I mean, look at fantasy football. I know that, I'm a fantasy football fan. I'm a Broncos fan.
Right.
And it's watered down my whole fandom. I'm pulling for guys on the Raiders who've been on my team.
It's a good point.
So I think that's really what it boils down to. And then I just wanted to say, Guru, I agree with you 100% on the uniform thing. There's too many uniforms.
Oh, my God.
I want to know my Lakers are wearing purple on the road, Sunday whites on Sunday.
What happened?
And gold everywhere else at home. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
I've watched the Milwaukee Buck game and thought I was watching North Carolina. They didn't tricked it out to where they got blue in their color scheme. I don't know. Help me out where it comes from. And I'm just watching this. What happened to the Marcus Johnson Green, Sidney Moncrief, Nelly, Sigma? What are we doing?
People evolve and uniforms evolve.
But you can't borrow colors. Stanford had black. What are we, you can't be the Raiders. You can't be from the hood if you're not.
Steiny, would you complain this much if Jackson was a white coach? Absolutely.
No, I didn't say any of that.
Yeah, in fact, I'll be honest with you. Randy Whitman is a much worse coach than Mark Jackson. Oh, nice little player, but maybe the worst coach in NBA history.
Now, why do you
Randy
say that?
Whitman. Go Google clipboard and Google clipboard.
I'm
Randy
laughing
Whitman.
and they Googled it.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by the Concord Police Department. Look forward to a competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconcordpd.com. I'd be a great cop.
There's something about that polished green.
F do you got to lose?
Wiseman, Steiny, Wiseman.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It is a Warriors Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmans.com.
Man.
I was going to come into something, and oh, gosh. And it was actually, I had a great stat. It's courtesy of JD, who I'm sure got it somewhere else. This is an unbelievable stat. And I'm willing to say that this stat could determine the winner of the series. And I'm dead serious.
Is that heavy?
It's interesting.
We'll tell you.
Kevon Looney, all right? I want you to picture this, everybody. Kevon Looney and the Kevon Looney.
All right.
It's a little tricky to phrase, but I do want to get it right.
Looney.
The Golden State Warriors scored more points off Kevon Looney offensive rebounds than any other team scored with their particular player.
I know you're not asking one. That's not even surprising.
So, in other words, when Kevon Looney gets a rebound, there's no other player in the league where his team scores more after the team gets the offensive rebound. I'm sorry, that specific player gets the offensive rebound.
What that has done to me.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Guess what? It gets better. Yeah. You know who's number 2? You know whose team scores the second most points when this particular player gets an offensive rebound? Sabonis.
Look at Goo.
Mm-hmm. In other words, both teams benefit from the scramble play.
Yeah, no doubt.
So that tells you Looney gets an offensive rebound and scores, which Sabonis does more than Looney. But what Looney does a little more than Sabonis is offensive rebound, kick out to a three-point shooter. So that's going to be a bit. I mean, if you're telling me one team gets 4 of those and another team gets 1 or 2, that could be the difference.
Yeah. And Looney, it feels like
especially
I see
for
it every
threes.
Day. Okay,
well,
so
Sabonis does it too.
It goes back to our conversation you, Evan, and I had yesterday before the show. Okay. That stat right there solidifies my Warrior MVP not named Steph Curry. Like that right there, that's heavy, Matt. And the era of, I think the way that the ball's coming off the rim, the signs of the rebounding's gone down the drain a bit, or you don't get rewarded. They all come long, so you could just be standing there. They come, but Kevon Looney's importance just went up times 5. As crazy as that sounds for me, with that stat. Because it was Denver. Every time you thought the Warriors were dead because they were missing a 3. No, it was the Pelican game here where they were blown. They had to battle back, but you'd be like, splat, one to the right, off to the left. Looney gets it. Who wants a 3? Who wants a shot at a 3? Throw it back out. Cash. He got it. What's my Tim Roy?
I think you can make a case if this series is close. Whatever team gets more of those kind of plays is going to be the winner of the series.
I wish Saturday was tomorrow. I know it's not.
Well, I mean,
we got games tonight.
Yeah, those.
I was wrong yesterday. I had Lakers. Well, I won Lakers. They didn't cover.
How about this? Okay, everybody. I know. Put another cloud in the sky for me to yell at.
Where are you going?
Can it really be a play-in game if the loser is not eliminated?
Well,
please.
Okay, there's only one loser that's not eliminated.
Joke.
And that's the 7th seed. The 7th seed gets 9 lives.
Minnesota Lakers play-in game. What a win for the Los Angeles Lakers. Oh, no. Minnesota's not eliminated. No, they got a home game next. They're fine.
One team gets in, though. It is a play-in for the Lakers.
Yeah. You don't like the...
Rail in Sonoma. Love Sonoma. Go up there when I retire. Do the show from there, maybe. What's going on, Rail? How you doing?
All right, man. Hey, I heard you talking about Michael. Did you guys happen to catch the story on ESPN yesterday about you've heard of the shot?
Michael who?
Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Michael Jordan.
All right.
$1 million shot that changed sports contests forever. It's a great article. It's like a little mini movie, man. It was really well written. It's about Don Calhoun. I don't know if you know about the story. He was given a chance to shoot a 3/4 court shot for $1 million back in 1993.
All right.
And he made the shot and won $1 million. So he thought. And this is a wonderful artitle, man. Very uplifting.
What does Jordan have to do with it, if I may ask?
Jordan has a lot to do with it.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
let me do my diddly. It's called a tease, people.
I gotta leave. I'm in. What does it say?
Yeah. They brought him after he made the shot for $1 million. They brought him into the huddle because it was halftime. They were just, at Chicago Stadium, and they were all patting him on the back.
Yeah.
Michael says, "Hey, great shot, kid, man." And so anyway, turns out a couple days later, he gets a call on a technicality. He didn't win the money, and it's quite a story, man. It's really cool. You would dig it.
All right, I'm gonna check that out.
Technicality. I will tell you tomorrow, Stoney. I'm on that.
I know the technicality. I'm sure he stepped over the line.
But if you let him celebrate, ain't no go to video review.
Do you know how much insurance people take out on that? Do you know when you're at a golf tournament and they have a nice Mercedes Benz and they're like, if you get a hole in one, you get the Mercedes Benz. Yeah, you need a lot of insurance for that in case somebody does it.
But to let this man go to bed,
there's a whole disclaimer you got to fill out.
But I'm asking, so you're saying Gooey must have stepped on the line?
They went to review.
No, they
went to review.
No, they should have.
The insurance company threw the red flag.
Dude, oh my! I swear, when I see you tomorrow, I'll know tonight. I'm going
clearly
to find.
Jordan paid the $1 million to the guy.
I was going to say, I thought he was going to say that Michael Jordan bet the guy that he couldn't make another shot like that.
Stoney, I'm thinking the dude didn't get paid because it wouldn't have been a story.
Jordan paid him, I'll bet. That's probably the story.
I love that you look at Mike in that light. I wish you looked at Mark in that light. I don't think Mike paid.
I'm not a big Michael Jordan fan, but I admire a lot of what he does.
Right. You see, I was quiet.
Dirty, Alum Rock. What's up, Dirty? How you doing, man?
What happened there?
Man, what up? I got to agree with Steiny on that one for once. Yeah, the dude probably stepped on the line or stepped over it or jumped way over it. They're finding any way to not give you a win.
Exactly.
Back in the day.
Man wants to just stick it to you.
Anyways, guys, Steiny, the other day, man, I called in and I told you, I said, man, your words carry some weight. And you had shined me off. You clowned me, bro. You kind of took a little dookie on me, right? And I went off and I heard what happened the next day about Festus Ezeli mentioning you and quoting you.
No.
And I was like, man, I hope that Steiny knows that his words carry a little bit of weight. Look. Now,
you want to tell him?
Let's go this way. Now let's go this way. Goo, you know me, man.
I love you.
Calling in to just speak on. I'm calling in to speak on the Kings.
Right.
They wanted this really bad. What Steiny had brought up about this stat about Looney kicking it out and about the Sacramento Kings being second.
Yeah.
Man, that's eye-opening. I swear that's one of the best stats that I've heard because I watched the Kings all year, and the Warriors and Kings do not miss a second chance. They get that ball. It's either going to be Clay or Fox or one of them guys, and they knock down that second shot. It's an all-net shot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I could see how this stat could maybe determine the series, man. Other than that, if that stat doesn't have nothing to play with it, 4-1 Warriors. Let's go.
Hey, let me give you this.
Dirty.
Dirty.
He hung up.
Oh, is Dirty there?
No.
Why didn't you correct him?
With what?
The dib store. He thinks you are the.
I mean, and Dirty.
I would have jumped in like not that it's a big deal. It ain't a big deal at all. But get the characters right. See that, and that's what I'm trying to get you to do.
He's listening right now.
Well, okay. Well, say it.
He's a P1.
Yeah.
Well, what I would
Obviously,
say, Dirty,
he's not a P1 because he's gonna do it with dibs.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good point. Touche. Dirty, you were very complimentary toward me the other day. Dead serious.
I remember the
You were
call.
saying my words carry weight. I'm a man of influence. I cannot sit here and say, yeah, you're right. Dirty, you finally got me. Can you tell the whole Bay Area? Thank you, Dirty.
Yeah.
I am the man.
You'd be too many other
man.
hosts. Yeah.
Plus, I don't really believe that. I really don't. As a guy who's used words his whole life, they can be over.
The 408's asking.
I appreciate that, Dirty. But also, Festus was not talking about me.
There we go.
He's talking about one of the guys in the afternoon.
408 says, can you recite that stat again? And I don't know if that's material or do they really want it?
No, I'll recite the stat again.
Because it's a hell of a
You know what? I butchered it the first time, so I'm going to get the text out.
Shasky.
Give me just talk about...
Mark Jackson.
No, talk about...
Dude,
you know
what?
Shot. What kind of role you think Anthony Lamb will play for the Warriors?
Honestly, I don't think he'll play a role. I got 9 guys here, and Lamb, I love everything that you did. You solidified the spot in the contract, but I got to tell you, if the Warriors...
I got it.
Can I finish? If the Warriors...
It's Anthony Lamb. I purposely used his name because it didn't matter.
But I got to get this out. If we see Lamb,
there's
I think things...
Okay, something wrong happened. Okay. Here's the stat. 349 points scored by the Warriors off of offensive rebounds grabbed by Kevon Looney. Oh, the Warriors have scored 349 points off offensive rebounds by Kevon Looney, who leads the league with 271 offensive rebounds. The 349 points generated are the most in the NBA this season off offensive rebounds. The second most points is 320 from Sacramento Kings center Domantas Sabonis. 246 offensive rebounds. Man. So Looney had 271 offensive rebounds. Sabonis 246. Looney's 271 led to 349 Warrior points. Sabonis' 246 led to 320 Sacramento Kings points. That's 1-2 in the league, respectively.
Man. And Looney with a little lead.
Looney led the league in offensive rebounds.
That's just so special, man.
It's a special stat.
Well, and it's a special trait to have as a basketball player, and that's why I was telling you and Evan, again, if anybody wants to tell me Looney outside of Curry is how important is he, he's got to be at the top. I don't have to tell you this, and I feel like Dilfer, basketball version. Rebounds matter. Second chance matter. Those second chance. You know how many games have been lost because a team couldn't secure a board? And your boy just...
Well, if you know anything about basketball history, you'll know that Pat Riley in the mid-'80s said, no rebounds, no rings.
Man, I ain't seen Pat. Well, we wouldn't see him after last night. Jesus. That was a shocker, Atlanta. Admit that.
No. I won't admit that. It was one game between...
But I guess you had my brain poisoned that Atlanta was just going such the wrong way. They got talent. They got talent. Quinn Snyder just getting there.
Think they're not going the wrong way. What if they get swept by Boston?
But they were... I'm about to get that. There would be no shame because I just knew they were just dog meat for Miami.
They're 5-1 in the play-in games. They've never won a series.
Well, yeah,
while they've been a play-in team.
No, they beat Philly.
Yeah, but they weren't a play-in team that year. They actually made the playoffs. Right.
But it was a surpriser.
No.
Take the Raptors tonight.
No, it wasn't. Just like
Raptors and Thunder tonight.
No, I'm not going to take that bet. Don't tell me how to bet.
It's not. No, I didn't say bet. I said take them.
I said to everybody last night, let me tell you what's a lock. My Finchies will cover. My Finchies will cover.
Let me tell you something. Don't mention that around Willard.
Why?
Lost by a hook.
Oh, that's a shame.
Lakers -6.5.
I hate to see it.
AD's at the line. Missed the second.
Hate to see it.
The bat phone went off. Now when he comes in here, you're going to be but that's how you really feel. But you don't care about his misery.
No, I'm just saying
he lost by a hook.
I don't.
AD, make your free throws.
Willard's right.
Wow, look at you.
You want to go to Game 3 against the Kings? We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game tomorrow. Each show is going to give out a keyword, and you'll need all 3 keywords to win. So listen to the Morning Roast tomorrow between 7:30 and 8. Then listen to Steiny and Guru between 11:30 and 12. Willard and Dibbs between 4:30 and 5 tomorrow. Listen for all 3 keywords, and that's going to give you your chance to win on 95.7 The Game.
510. Looney's stat is 10 minutes less a game than Sabonis. But he's playing, Splash Brothers letting him fly. But so was Sack. He did that playing 10 less minutes than Sabonis, if that's correct.
I can't verify that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight anybody on it because I don't know.
But I can see it. Looney played, 25 minutes a game?
I'm sure Looney led the league in offensive rebounds per minute. I would think.
He's a bad dude.
I would think.
You didn't answer my question about Wiggins.
You probably didn't let me, but go ahead.
Now, when you're
going to be like Steiny, what do you think? Do you think Wiggins will start or come off the bench? Because I think he's going to start rather than come off the bench. But, maybe we got that.
You never told me that bothered you.
I didn't say it bothered me.
Because, once you give it up, you might not get it back. So now
I didn't say it bothered
I got to
me.
get it in when I can.
Okay. So let's start over.
No, we'll wait for Bob.
Well, what was the Wiggins question?
His role. How would you do it? And what are they looking at right now? Like science. How do you determine?
I think you're reading too much into it.
You think
I
so?
really do.
Then why? You know what? I was so at this juncture last year traumatized about the Steph injury and the 5 games he missed. He came in, picked up right where he left off.
Well, he missed 11.
Missed
13,
11,
something like that.
A couple
Then he came
years
back.
ago, we saw. So I keep forgetting why Wiggins was out. It wasn't injury related. So I guess that mixed with I don't care what bike you were riding, Steiny, there's no substitute for NBA game action. Now this is the playoffs.
So would you rather him come off an injury?
No.
And have to get in shape?
No, I just have questions on what they're using to gauge where he's at.
I'll tell you what they're using. They're using all kinds of sophisticated tests.
Are they asking him up top, Wiggins, how you feeling?
Of course. I don't think he
Not
would have
about
come
the
back.
stamina thing.
I don't think
but
he would have
just-
come back unless he was mentally ready.
Gotta answer my own question.
Yeah. 408 is saying, I've heard this. I guess. So the Jordan story with the guy who made the shot.
Oh, please. The guy didn't get his money.
I think he ended up getting his money, but I guess now people are saying he played either high school or college basketball, which made him ineligible to win the contest.
Now that's totally different than throwing the red flags down. He was on the line.
Calhoun didn't get paid because he was like a junior college basketball team player 3 years previously. Insurance wouldn't pay him, but Jordan made them pay the dude.
That's what I'm talking about.
Figures Michael would get somebody to pay the dude. Cheapskate with the alligator arms wouldn't go down, dig deep, and give it to him himself.
Gosh.
Not very generous.
Made it happen. So that was a real technicality. Wow. What does that got to do with anything? Oh, you're strong enough to get the ball up there? Who cares where you played? It's a Hail Mary almost.
Yeah, but
I'm listening. But
the odds are that if Steph Curry's got a better chance to make that shot than
that's different
than Darryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah. Well, what about Bonte when he was on his ass at Stanford?
What about it?
Won $500.
He did not win $500. He won $200 or $300.
Oh, this is
I don't know.
But then why are you fighting me?
Because I know it's not 5.
Oh, I think it was 5.
How much you want to bet? I'll bet you $500.
The next tab, which will be Friday.
First of all, he's listening, but Bonte,
it was 5.
No,
because Sierra and Russell Wilson were in the house. That I know.
Does this guy ever learn?
But you just said you don't know. So
I know for a fact it wasn't 5.
But
do you trust me on that? I have
why
a
would Stanford say we'll give you 200 or 300?
I don't know, but I have a memory of it being 200 or 300. You got to trust me.
I want to bet you so bad.
No,
First round.
Pay that man his money.
First round, it was 500, and nobody's in my ear. See, you don't got that confidence.
What if it was 6 or 7?
I'll give it. He can win 500 or over. I'll give Gulu the win.
I believe it was 500.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What you gonna do with 200 for hitting a shot on
I think
your?
it might have been 3. The more I think about it,
Bonte, help me. He will. We'll find out.
I'm going to text him during the break.
Yeah,
and I'm dead serious. And then what happens?
Well, hold on, because you've been.
Well, what happens when we find out it was 300? Like, what are?
I got you on the first round tomorrow.
There's no consequences.
I got you on the. It's payday.
You never.
I got
you never ever suffer any consequences for your actions.
Now you're kind of killing it because it's fake bit, but Steiny, it was 5. It's
510
Stanford.
says you guys are all over the place. First-time listener.
My goodness.
Thanks for listening.
We went to Mark
Appreciate
Jackson.
it.
We've been Warriors, Kings. Great stat. What would have
That is
them-
a great stat.
Man.
I'll tell you what. I'm willing to say that. Points off offensive rebounds.
We'll be watching.
Is going to be the difference in this series. It could be something like that.
But you got 2 of the best guys doing it, Sabonis and Looney.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
This is Kevon Looney.
Hey, Kevon Looney going up against Domantas Sabonis. You know, the one thing that's interesting, and I asked Jane, if you're a Kings fan or you've watched a lot of Kings games, and I asked you, who's the Kings' best player? I've actually heard, for me, it's been about 50-50. Like, JD says Sabonis. We had James Ham on. I've heard other people say De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
De'Aaron Fox.
How you look at it?
I hope. Yeah, well.
We actually put it up.
I'll go with Dickinson usually.
We put it on social media as a poll, and right now, De'Aaron Fox is leading. You can go to 95.7 the game, by the way, if you want to participate. De'Aaron Fox leading 53 to 47%.
If you, Evan and Steiny, tell me Sabonis is going to be the best player for the Kings, I could see the Warriors winning the series still. But if you tell me De'Aaron Fox is the best player, then he's breaking down that Warrior defense left and right, Steiny. Other guys are getting open, getting to the foul line. That would scare me. But if you say who's the best player, I would lean Fox. But Steiny, what if they get him in the half court, which they will, and his midi ain't, he's tried to work on that part of his game. But what if they start doing the
And what if he's making threes this
then
year?
it's a problem.
What if he's finishing at the rim?
Which he can
What
do
if he's
that.
scoring at 3 levels?
He can do that too.
So
Got
we
me nervous.
We got ourselves a series. Mm-hmm.
Vegas got Warriors though.
I actually, I'm starting to think more and more about this series. I'm getting a little more worried about
Darn
the
it,
Kings.
Vontae responded.
I don't even need him to respond. I know I'm right.
Nice job,
You know
Joe.
why? Because I listen to people. I listen to people when they talk.
I got
you. Hey, enjoy craft beer and live music at the rescheduled St. Patty's Beer Stroll, April 21st, sponsored by Hyperspace Los Altos, State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria, and Star One Credit Union. I guess this got rained out. I was so glad. I thought we may have action this weekend. Tickets are limited. Visit downtownlosaltos.org for tickets and information. All right, here's what we got next. I think you know what we got next. We've got the Executive Show with Bob Myers. Bob Myers coming up next. He is the general manager and director of basketball operations on 95. Well, not on 95.7 The Game. For the Warriors. He's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
Inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduced stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All right, let's welcome in Bob Myers, President of Basketball Operations, General Manager of the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Let me start here. The NBA just announced Game 2 is going to be Monday. So you got Saturday at 5:30 and Monday at probably 7. Just for kicks, like, when do you guys go up to Sacramento? Do you bus up as a team? The guys have the option of driving their own cars. Will you stay overnight Saturday and Sunday, or would you come back after the game? Like, logistically, how are those things kind of figured out?
This is definitely a Steinmetz question. Guru wouldn't ask something like that. Yeah, look, we just decided some of that stuff. It's just everybody's going to bus up on Friday and then stay. There was a conversation about if the game was Saturday, Wednesday, maybe coming back and practicing here. But everybody's going to stay up there and then ride back together. So it's no individual cars, and just everybody on the bus and coaches, players, and treat it like you would anything else. So, yeah, that's the deal.
Gotcha. Just like a 2 or 3 game road trip to the same city.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Bob, I got to give you some love, man. I'm not kissing your butt because we're family, but I told Steiny the day after the Wiggins presser, because all year long I kept asking you, hey, Bob, any news on Wiggins? And in my mind, Bob, I thought when he talked, he'd be at his locker or maybe after a game and he would be by himself. But when I saw you sitting next to him to take on, those questions, man, it screams support to me. And I came in and told Steiny the next day at random, that Bob's a damn good guy. Talk to us about that experience and where Wiggins is at now as you guys embark on Game 1 of the playoffs this Saturday.
Thank you. First of all, I think we don't do enough of that stuff. I don't know. Just people, right? We don't. Some part of life is just showing up, standing next to somebody when things are hard. And it's not like you can fix the problems. I can't change what he went through or what he's going through, but I can sit up there. And sometimes that's meaningful to people. You've probably gone to see somebody in a situation and you just show up at their house and you go, look, I can't. I'm just here. And when I watched, 2016, Draymond suspended, people thought it was crazy that I went and watched the game with him because he was unable to be in the arena. Remember, he was suspended.
Yeah.
When you're suspended, you can't come in the building. So everybody thought, Draymond was just going to watch from the bench or the locker room. They don't allow you in the building if you're suspended. So we were across the street and, just watching our game on TV over at the A's game. And, Marshawn Lynch was over there, and it was kind of surreal. But I thought, you know what? They don't need me at the games. I don't coach. I don't play. And Draymond, I think he appreciated me just sitting next to him and saying, I'll hang out with you here. And you talk about why can I talk to Draymond the way I do, or why do we have a relationship? It's because of those things, right? It's not like it's just because you earn it over time by showing up for people. So that's the thinking, but that's why I'm sure you guys do the same thing for somebody that was, needed your help. You do the same thing.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's president of basketball operations, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Hey, did you happen to be listening to the segment before you came on? Because there's a stat that I'd love to run by you if you don't know what it is.
Oh, I heard you, the Looney.
Yeah, the Looney and Sabonis are 1-2 in terms of offensive rebounds converted into second chance points. And, to me, it's interesting because I always felt like when you guys were at your best, during 5 years ago or whatever, you guys could turn a long offensive rebound into a three. I felt like you did that once a quarter, and those are huge plays, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Iguodala used to be good at that.
Yeah.
Looney's really, really become our best player at that. Draymond too. It takes one, a guy that can good offensive rebounder, and two, a really smart player, because when you get an offensive rebound, most people, we were taught, just go back up. Mm-hmm. But, sometimes it's crowded in there. If it's not an obvious putback, you're getting it in traffic. Looney gets a lot of his, and he's tapping it to himself, and he's kind of positioning, so it's not like a tip dunk or a immediate putback. He can do that too. But a lot of his rebounds are kind of the position, the Rodman type rebounds, where you're just kind of outworking somebody. When you get those rebounds, you can't just go back up unless you're Shaquille O'Neal or kind of one of these Embiid types where you're just huge. So Looney recognizes that. He's smart. And then because he's played with guys like Steph and Clay so long, they know the second he gets that rebound, and he knows he's looking for him. And even Draymond knows. So he's there. He's even in the action. Even if he didn't get the rebound, he's setting one of those guys up. So it's a kind of a symphony type thing where they all know what exactly is going to happen when that situation occurs. And I think that's what it is for us. But I didn't know the Sabonis one, and they don't operate the same way. But maybe they do. If you looked at what Sabonis does and said, hey, they're doing the same thing. He's getting it. He's smart. He's spraying it out to their three-point shooters, because that's where you get these big numbers. I think the teams that are doing it, like ours and them, are getting threes out of those rebounds, I imagine.
Yeah, he gets more twos because he follows up more himself than Looney, right. But he's also kicking out for some threes here and there. But, yeah, Looney kicks out the threes more.
Yeah, it's going to matter. I mean, the fun thing about playoffs is I'll watch a game just like you guys, and if you cover the NBA a long time or you're in it, you go, we'll see what happens in the fourth quarter. Or, it's not that call that didn't go our way, or this guy got a call and he's got 3 fouls, Curry has to come out early. All those things magnify in the playoffs, where something can swing a game, and you're talking about an offensive rebound, whether it's Sabonis or Looney, whoever wins that specific battle, that can swing a game. 6 points here, 3 points there. And so that's what makes the playoffs so great, is that you're watching it that closely. It's possession basketball. And I think that's why the fans like it. That's why people that love watching basketball watch it. Every single thing that happens matters, and that's what makes it exciting.
Bob, let me tell you this. A couple weeks ago, I was with St. Jean. We did an appearance, and all he was talking about is the possibility of the Warriors and Kings hooking up. And if you know Saint, you know why that meant so much to him. You're born in Danville, went to school in the Bay. Before you took this GM job with the Warriors, this was your home. So you know what it's like here and with the Kings and their history. I know you have a job to do. When we're asking the players, do they feel differently? But can you talk about what's going through your mind that it's the Kings and you're going to take I-80 to get to the venue to battle with Sac Saturday?
I mean, it's a great story. It really is. I mean, I grew up when they were. Remember those? Actually, they weren't great. You know, it was really those years where they had the other Sabonis. You know, they had the big. Not that Sabonis, but they had Divac.
Yeah,
and they had Weber, and they had Doug Christie, and they had Bibby, and they just were fun to watch. Bobby Jackson off the bench. I think John Barry was there. That was those early 2000 teams. That was some. Those were teams that were capable of winning a championship.
Yes.
I mean, they could have won a championship. So those were elite. Stojakovic. I mean, they were great. I don't think the Warriors, when I was coming up, I don't know that they went to the Western Conference Finals. So it was almost like the Kings had a moment in time with White Chocolate where they were national news. They were big time, and I wasn't against that growing up. I was like, that's great for Sacramento, and their crowd was considered one of the best. Remember, Phil Jackson had to wear the earplugs. Cowbells. I mean, what a crowd! So I'm excited to see their crowd. I heard the ticket prices are just insane. Which is great. Somebody mentioned, I was talking to Eric Hausen earlier, 15 minutes ago, who's been with our organization for 100 years, and he said, and Matt, maybe you were covering us, he said it reminds him of when the Warriors We Believe team made the playoffs after not being in it for so long, how rabid the fan base was.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a zoo up there.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, and as a fan of basketball and just energy, I love going into a place and seeing a fan base get rewarded for their patience, their loyalty. And so there's so many stories. I mean, it's going to be fun. They've earned it, though. They're the 3 seed. Mike Brown has been awesome. Their GM's done a good job building that team. I'm happy for Vivek. This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's great. It's going to be exciting.
It really is. Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. It's the executive show. He's the president of basketball operations and general manager for the Warriors. We've talked a lot about Klay Thompson, and the one thing I was thinking, and I'm hoping you can elaborate or affirm, Klay Thompson was a great defender on the ball pre-injury. There's no doubt about it. Maybe the best two-way player at that in the league. How much is it? Okay, he doesn't do that anymore. Now, in fact, he's being asked to sometimes guard threes and, dare I even say, fours, which means he's playing defense off the ball more. Like, is that a fair statement? And then, B, could we assume that he might actually be getting better at off-the-ball defense because it's something he didn't do a lot during his career?
Well, I think what's happened is what he was elite at, and a lot of it, forget about the injuries, it's just youth versus being 25 as opposed to being 33 or
right.
You know, it's just that. So but he did have the injury. So as you know, both you know, we used to put him on the scat back type guards. I mean, on the guards of the other team. I mean, I think he was guarding Chris Paul in a lot of those series. Obviously, he guarded James Harden. He guarded the point guard, Kyrie Irving, which is one of the hardest covers in the league.
Right.
And so I think what's changed with him is, I don't think he's a worse defender, but now he might be better equipped to guard a bigger wing like a Kawhi Leonard or something like that. Better than he used to be able to guard, or better than he would have been able to guard one of those guys in the past. So his strength has given him more defensive versatility, but I think as anyone ages, lateral quickness dissipates for any player in the league. So now you put a Gary Payton or a Wiggins on that quicker guard, like we tried to do with John Moran and guys like that, where you put somebody that has the more lateral quickness, but then Klay's able to, like you said, move down and guard a big three, a 4. A lot of the 4s now are smaller than they used to be. So you'll see Clay on some 4s. And hard to post him up. He's rebounding better now. So I think a lot of the off-the-ball stuff has gotten better, especially in the last month with his rebounding. We really need the rebounding, especially what Wiggins did last year. And so any rebounds Clay gets is a positive. But I would argue it's just he's transitioned from guarding maybe those smaller players to now being able to guard bigger players.
Yeah. Bob, Stoddy goes, Goo, you're incredible. You've been begging for Wiggins to come back. He gets back. I got him on the brain, Bob, so bear with me. And now you're petrified of how he's going to be used. And I know you can only say so much, but I got to ask you, how is this decision the training staff telling you guys where Wiggins is at? Is this Wiggins telling you guys he's ready to go? Like, what's being discussed in regard to seeing how Warrior fans will be able to see, if he just picks up where he left off?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out. I don't think the good news is he's not coming back from an injury is a different thing. That he's not injured, which is good. And so he scrimmaged the other day, looked good. They're going to scrimmage today. All indications are he'll be ready to go, but how many minutes, I don't know. How he'll be used, that's up to Steve and the staff. But I'm just thrilled that he's back and that he's going to give us something. I don't know what Steve will decide as far as who starts, if he comes off the bench. I mean, remember when Curry did that? So if you can bring Curry off the bench, you can bring anybody off the bench. But I don't know if Steve will decide to start him or bring him off the bench. But he's just, the beauty of a guy like that is he helps you immediately just defensively. And then offensively, we'll see what he's got as far as rhythm goes. But he knows what we do. And I can't sit here and say, because we don't know, Goo, whether it's going to be 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 25. I can't say that. But the good news is all indications are he's going to play. And then I think it'll build from there. And it's good that he's coming back at the start of the playoffs rather than any time later. So we're excited.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right. See, here comes another one. So I'm very interested. So forget Wiggins. Let's say it's just player X, and he goes away for 2 months. When he comes back, like, how much data do you have from him the 2 months previous? And then, like, does he have to get back? You know what I mean? Like, whenever Wiggins left, let's say he maxed out 200 on the bench press. Like, well, you want to find out if he's back to 200. What about, like, body fat, wind?
Yeah.
Like, is it that sophisticated?
Well, you're showing your age. You're like me with the bench press. I mean, I don't know if I've seen a guy bench press in our facility. That's like stuff we were doing. I'm with you, by the way. That has no bearing. I don't even know if people do that anymore to play basketball. But we do a lot of sophisticated things, Matt, as far as there's a bunch of data on, sprinting, three-quarter sprint on the court. They hook you up to these cables around your waist where you're on a platform where you jump and you do max jump, and that's an informative thing because it'll show you as you go throughout the year how you're fatiguing or not. So they have all that information. I think guys do that once a month or once every other week. And so you can see what he was doing pre being gone and then post. And so there's a ton of stuff. It's not so much, sure, Wiggins doesn't have much body fat anyway.
Right.
But if a guy left for 2 months and came back 30 pounds heavier, that'd be a problem. But that's not him. The thing with him is more about they have something called Catapult that players wear, and it can test your work rate, meaning what you used to do got your heart rate up to 120 in an hour, and now your heart rate's at 140 in 15 minutes. Oh boy, we got to work on your endurance. So there is more information than you can imagine that will tell our staff and Andrew if he's ready, and how long it would take him is much different than how long it would take us or any other player. These guys are they're professional athletes for a reason. I think what people see is, oh, that guy's tall, that guy's athletic. Their bodies are uniquely, they're gifted. They get back in shape quicker. They strengthen quicker. They heal quicker. It's fascinating to be around it. It makes me feel inadequate. Just around these world-class athletes. Basketball players are some of the best athletes in the world. Not to diminish what other professional athletes go through, but to be around these unique guys is fascinating, and they have so much information, Matt, as far as now when should a guy come back.
Bob, my wife always says, "Damn, you're so nosy." I'm like, "No, I just got questions." So, Bob, I got to ask you this. You've had some good times with a lot of people on that Sacramento coaching staff and players, but mainly Mike Brown and Harrison Barnes. Like, you won chips. And, I'm just asking, have you talked to those guys leading up to this series?
I talked to Michael. Somebody was on the phone. I think Ron Adams was on the phone with him a month or so ago, and I grabbed Ron's phone and just told Mike how happy I am for him. And I got to know Mike pretty well, and especially when he took over for Steve when he was the head coach. And the biggest compliment I gave Mike was, and he coached obviously in the playoffs, and that's the most scrutiny, and he did very well. And when Steve was out, we met, and he said, "What do you think?" I said, "Just be yourself. Don't be any different." And I kept waiting for Mike to kind of start acting a little different. Now the head coach, he was the same guy. And the thing you realize with Mike is Mike coached LeBron James. Mike coached Kobe Bryant. Mike's been in high-pressure situations. He's coached our team in NBA Finals games. He coached the Cleveland NBA Finals. So Mike, you can't be happier for a guy. He does a good job of keeping this whole thing in perspective. He's a very affable guy, works really hard, loves to coach. He's a coach's coach. I'm so happy for him to be where he is, to have done what he's done with that team. It's great. He's a good man. He's been through it. This is a third time doing the coaching stuff. I'm so happy somebody gave him an opportunity. So thrilled for him, and he knows us well. So I'm fascinated to see the coaching battle in this one, because Mike knows our team. He knows the strengths and weaknesses, and I can't wait to see what he does with that. I think it's the coaching back and forth is going to be a great storyline in this whole thing.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Bob, I got to ask you about your contract. Everybody's wondering. I know the regular season's over, and I'm just asking you, your contract with 95.7 The Game, does it end at the end of the regular season, or do we go as far as the playoffs?
I don't know. I think we could keep going. Can we keep going?
All right. I
think we keep going.
If I need your contract with us, because if it says we're done at the regular season, I'm going to say goodbye. If we're going through the playoffs, I'm not going to jinx it. That's all I'm saying.
Let's just keep doing it.
All right. Hey, Bob, good idea. Good idea.
Yeah. I don't even know what that money, it goes to our foundation. I don't even know what the contract says. I just know the money goes to our foundation. So we'll keep doing it. It's all for good. It's all for kids, so it's fine.
Bob, what am I going to do with your boy? When you hooked me up with your seats, the whole world knows where I was going and where I was going to be. Bob, I'm in the lab, in the living room, watching the game, lights out, and I said, I know that yellow shirt, that yellow sweater. I rewinded, and it's my guy Steiny, but I was hurt, Bob. He didn't even tell me he was going, man. What's up with my guy, Bob?
Steiny's got these. He's old school. He's got these unwritten rules. I kind of like Steiny's approach.
I bet you do,
like
Bob.
it when somebody? Don't you like it when they don't tell you what they're doing? You turn on the TV, you go, wait a sec, this guy's sitting on the floor. Don't you like that a little bit?
I may have to incorporate some of that in my game, Bob.
Yeah, Goo, please take notice of some of that
there you go. Hey, Bob, thanks a lot, man. Good luck in this series, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks, man.
All right, guys. Take care. See ya.
All right. That is
I know what Bob
the Executive Show was brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduced stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. Go get a bag, as they say. A yellow bag.
You getting love for asking about the contract. Is that what made you saw it?
You see, it was kind of everybody thought it was.
I understand.
Okay, I don't have to explain the plot to anybody, right?
Because you got a fan on YouTube. It's starting to bother me. Dio Alvarez. Steiny has great radio savvy. Not that you don't, but he's been giving you love all day. I'm kind of waiting on mine. Bob Wiggins, the bench press. I'm embarrassed. That's all I do. It's a gym. Is that us?
You're old. I mean, that's what he said. No, here's one where, yes, I'm patting myself on the back.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. I'm fascinated by that because think about that. Like, Wiggins left 2 months ago. He probably had like a max. There's probably all this data on him.
No doubt.
So then he comes back. They got to retest him on all those things. It's not it looks like he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
So I bet he's got to hit certain numbers all over the place before you can even let him get back on the court.
No doubt.
I just think that was a fascinating question.
Man, we'll see.
Not question, I'm sorry.
I like the question.
The information about Andrew Wiggins.
Mm-hmm. Stoney, this would be their 5th time if they get it done.
What do you mean?
5th chip. I know it's Sacramento.
We have a breaking news sounder for that one?
For boy. Hey, anyway.
What was the other thing I was going to say? The part about, the beauty of Wiggins and Steve Kerr. If Steve Kerr wants to bring Wiggins off the bench, he can bring him off the bench.
Especially
if he wants to start him, he can start him.
Gotcha.
That's what happens when your leader will do the leading. Steph Curry. We haven't talked about him at all. He's quietly the best player on either team.
No doubt. And if they do get this done, I kind of said it to him when we were out there. I mean, Stoney, we're talking about Tim Duncan and LeBron. He'll pass LeBron. He'll be up there with Kobe, and it will be with him being the man. Yeah,
as far as the rings go.
He would be the man on all of them, like Mike was on all 6.
Right, but we don't judge we don't judge players. We judge them by their rings, but it's possible that a guy who's won 3 rings is better than a guy who's won 5.
Right.
But the
Robert
rings are the
Orion,
rings.
yeah.
And as Steph told me when we were over there, I mean, a ring is why you play. Mm-hmm. It's why you play. All right. Here's what we got coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570. It's going to be the last chance to jump in. Did Bob Myers say anything you thought was interesting? Warriors treating these first 2 games like a regular road trip. They're staying up in Sacramento. Warriors, Kings. You know what? I'm going to give my prediction on the other side. Mm-hmm.
Renovation, demolition, DIY project, or just cleaning up? Try a dumpster bag from Yellowsack. Yellowsack makes waste removal easy, less mess, space-friendly, budget-friendly. Go to yellowsack.com or call 833-3YELLOW and have Yellowsack arrive at your home.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot.
definitely a Steinmetz question. Guru wouldn't ask something like that.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Steph. Steph, did you hear me call you the best player in the series? You know everything, right?
I know everything.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Okay. And you know, Steph, what I was getting at with Klay Thompson, right?
Oh, we all do.
Please hit the I know everything.
I know everything.
Thank you.
You got it, too.
Let's go to, I'm going to make a prediction. Let's go to Tom in Lafayette.
This will be better than last year's.
First of all, I predicted the Warriors to win the finals in 6. Does anybody even remember that? Thank you, Clay.
The season ended with Dallas time for you.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. Yeah. Sweetwater comes out. It is the untold story of the first African-American in the NBA, Nate Sweetwater Clifton.
Yeah.
It's an amazing story. It's too bad it didn't get full disclosure. I happen to be in it, and I play a team owner. I draft Earl Lloyd out of West Virginia State from a historic black college. He's played by Bobby Portis.
Oh, really?
Believe it or not, from the NBA.
Is this Tom Selleck? A little Tom Selleck? So you're an actor? You're a big-time actor?
No, I'm not. No, I'm incredibly small-time actor, but I have this particular director and I have a bunch of projects together that'll be coming out. But this is such an important story about this particular person and how he overcame. You can imagine.
Right.
He's essentially the Jackie Robinson of basketball. But it is a great human story about how big his heart was, and it's a great message for America today. So that's why I'm a big proponent of the movie, even though there's 7 seconds in there.
Yeah, Tom, I appreciate the call.
What's
appreciate
your Can I ask him his last name?
No, I'm pulling a Guru.
No, I want to know his name
I'm
so
pulling
I
a
can
Guru.
look at his bio.
You don't need any extras on the set, or you looking for a guy to play a sports talk radio host? You got my number.
Is that? Everett Osborne is the main actor. He used to play in Australia. He does a phenomenal job. He's a real comer. But as far as, I'll give you a hint of what I do in the movie. This is the time when they're arguing whether African Americans should be allowed in the NBA. That's how long ago it is.
Gotcha.
And my character's role is to shout down the guy saying no. And while they're arguing black and white, I'm arguing, have you even seen him play, meaning the actual human being, not the prejudice.
So what's your character's name? Everett Osborne?
No, Everett Osborne is the star of the
okay.
movie.
What's your
name? I played Bones McKinney. Who used to play, and he owned the Washington Capitals. He was 6'6", and I'm here to tell you I am not. So thank God we're sitting down.
It's all good, yeah.
All right, Tom.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the thanks for the tidbits.
Look at you trying to get in the bright lights.
You kidding?
I knew you had it in you.
That's different.
It's the haircut got you feeling fresh. I got some good news.
But you know this about me. I'm a theater expert. I have thespian in me. I love musicals. I love The King and I, The Music Man. So I have some pedigree.
But you would get nervous if they gave you a script. Here, Steiny, we need you to do this.
Please.
If you couldn't play
you're right. You know what? You're right. I don't use scripts.
Stella.
I never used a teleprompter in my life.
No, I'm not saying you couldn't do it. You got to. You can't be nervous. You got to go in your lab and rehearse your lines, and then lights, camera. I wish
Steiny's money in the bank.
All right. Hey, I got some good news, real quick.
Okay.
Golfing this year. You getting ready to go? Open up my Twitter.
Okay.
Direct message. Our guy Sheed, Warriors World. I sent you a care package. Yeah, baby. To go with the collection Right on. Now, why would you grab your phone?
Because I probably got one too.
See that? That
well, I think you
bothers me.
did. No, let me just check.
Evan, why can't it be about me though?
No, it is about you. But
look how, and then you go.
It's totally about you.
The rest of the show is wrecked.
Let me just see.
I hope he sent you something.
No, of course.
I hope he sent you some clay gear.
And what was Bob getting at that he preferred your method?
Low key. Bob and I are low key.
Fine. It's not easy.
Let me see. Tweet.
Oh, Steve, stop, man. You look thirsty right now, Stein.
Steinmetz questions coming from the second cut.
Come on, stop. Austin San Jose has something for you.
I must have Wi-Fi issues. I don't have that DM from
right.
Sheed.
He's one of your
Warriors World.
You're one of his favorites. Austin San Jose. Guru, if the Dubs win the first game, Steiny will be backpedaling fast. You watch. What must you think?
If what?
If the Dubs win the first game, Steiny will be backpedaling faster than Deion Sanders was at Florida State. I added that.
Warriors in 6.
That's your. Yeah. Oh, so that's why you didn't come down my road for 5. You kind of.
I know everything.
They're going to split the first 2 and Sac. Warriors come back, win both. Sac gets the courtesy game 5.
3-2.
Warriors finish it off here in a closer game than people think.
Okay, Mr. Make a prediction. Who will they play in the second round? Who's winning that Memphis Lakers? I got the Lakers. You really got Memphis?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't holding last night against the Lakers.
I don't want to make it. Why would you? They won.
But they look like
when the Warriors were there it is again. Right
Why
there.
do you smile?
Right there.
The Lakers
I'm not
look
going
like
to hold
boo-boo.
it against the Lakers who protected 7 and are now in the playoffs.
But that's
from the guy who the last team that was 7 lost to.
No, I was
but
concerned.
that was okay. We didn't have Clay.
I mean, how many times is LeBron going to go? Real quick, you'll appreciate this. Remember how you and I dub Kevin Durant's turnover in Game 6?
CYO. That's yours.
LeBron had 4 of them yesterday with the passes. Like, dude, you okay? And then he was bent over like me at the gym, starting running with the youngsters. He was winded.
I think.
I'm throwing that one out. That bothered me.
You know, it's funny. I was watching that game last night. I was thinking a little of the Warriors. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be a grind. Like you think now, Lakers now got to get on a plane and go play that team down in Memphis.
They got 4 days. Though,
but I'll tell you what, they need 4 days. It's a good thing that game wasn't a night, 2 nights before their first game.
They do call it Grind City.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a 4.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt about it.
Remember what I said when the guys come in, don't mention that about Anthony Davis because me talking this business.
Right.
Fill me in.
Willard lost on the hook. Anthony Davis. And my phone went off.
He's like you. He makes 17 bets a night.
Is he? No.
I think so.
The wife listening, Stoney.
No, she's not.
I do a podcast.
Not even she listens to this shit.
Dude, she's out. She said I burn her out in sports. You tricked me to get married like you were a sport fan. I tell her that. I said in front of people, you tricked me to act like you were a sports fan because if you were a real one, nobody could burn you out. But I'll be on the phone, Bonte. I talk to you.
I need box. There's a cut for you. There's a cut for you. By the way,
like
this
where
is
you're sleeping.
Your driveway mechanic, Kirby. This segment brought to you by Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Kirby, CURBEE. That's why they want you to spell it out.
Man.
Also, head over to Concord Police Department. They're hiring. Right? It was Concord?
I
don't have the reads in front of me. I'm making do.
You're doing good.
Dude, they need dispatchers. They need
policemen.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Forget about the Concord Police. They're great people. The preceding was actually sponsored by UCSF Health, which I got to believe is affiliated with our guy Panja, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Or is that something totally different? Oh, boy. They're competitors. Let me guess. All right. No, they're good. We love them all on 95.7. The Game. I'd be a great cop.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and
Nice.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're all good.
Hey,
Steiny
man.
went to golf, and he's probably in his car like, can Guru do it?
Wait, did he leave for real?
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, I thought he was kidding. Oh, well,
I
then I'm
thought
going to
you
go
let
move
him
over.
off.
No,
Yeah.
then you talk for a second.
I
I'm going to move
thought
over.
you let him off easy, so that's why you came in here. But yeah, now he's like, William.
That's because I thought he was kidding.
James T. Kirk.
He goes, are you coming in on time? Because I'm out. And I was like, yeah, funny. I'll be there.
Also,
he left.
He did an Irish goodbye on the radio.
Thank you.
We'll talk to him tomorrow about it.
Yeah, hold
Yeah,
on
but we got it. It's all good. Now,
it's not that it's not all good. Of course we got it. Like, nobody needs Steiny for crying out loud.
Now you preach it now.
But hold on a second.
He needs to get out early.
Yeah, but the boss is in Hawaii. That's all he's doing.
But,
I'm wearing sweats today, too. It's not 2:00 yet. You can't leave.
What do you call this? Your shift?
I mean, it is. It's your shift. And by the way,
you took me back to my food for less days.
But he's taking advantage of, look, you two are the peanut butter and jelly of the station. Neither of you are the pieces of bread. I can't leave at 5:45 if I want. Who's coming in? Who's coming in?
Oh,
so
boy.
you're taking advantage of the situation, but it's okay because you're talking to somebody who's eating food from a potluck right now. To which I did not contribute.
For me when I walk out of here?
You got chicken salad, you got rice and like a jambalaya kind of sausage and shrimp kind of a thing.
Now, what if I
there?
told you
Got some desserts?
potlucks? I'm a little reluctant. I want to see it made. No shade at anybody, but when you start going there,
I hear you.
You said seafood. I'm like,
I know.
oh, boy.
They came in. You know, the people who actually contributed to the potluck, as I'm sitting there stealing all their food, and they're like, "Hey, there's seafood stuff in the fridge," and I looked at him, and he just give him a kind nod, like, "Okay,
yeah, no,
I'm not like, thanks for that information."
Now. I'm at the human jukebox.
Larry.
Larry was the three of us.
Look at that. That better be
baby.
a size large because you know I work out.
Now,
Look at
Larry,
that.
you know I was asking for a new one. You said you'd take care of me. Okay, look at Larry.
Look at that. There it
dude,
is.
and it fits you good.
Ladies and
Well, you
gentlemen.
ain't got to worry, but black always try to get you slim.
Slimming, right?
So,
anyway.
Can we talk about you and I last night and going Rick James? The Anthony Davis free throw with 1.2 seconds left that nobody cared about, but you and I.
Everything about that game was stupid. That was one of the stupidest basketball games. If you didn't watch it, this is I don't want to say it's a had to be there moment because if that's the case, we shouldn't be talking about it. But I don't think you can fully grasp how awful both teams were.
LeBron
oh my God.
What was he doing,
Comedy
Larry?
of errors down the stretch of this basketball game. And then I knew, as someone, look, I can't be mad because I had the Lakers minus 6.5, and I had no business winning because the game went to overtime. But then
that foul shouldn't even happen. I thought they were just Minnesota's going to be. It's a wrap.
No, I knew they would.
Because your boy wouldn't drain 2 free throws, Reeves.
I know.
So you think you're cashing the ticket. Let me go foul Anderson.
I knew they were going to foul, and it was as soon as it was AD, I go, he's going to miss one of these just because that's the way it should go. And
He's been going bonehead in crunch time. How do you foul a 3-point shooter?
Oh, gosh. Did you see LeBron making fun of him right there in the postgame interview
That was
afterwards?
real, yeah.
Listen, it's one basketball game.
But it made me look bad when I say the Lakers are coming out of the West if it ain't the Warriors. That scared me.
But it's one basketball game. However, what Barkley said after the game is what I think is relevant for all of us here. We have sat here now for a period of I don't know how long going, well, the Warriors and the Lakers, once they get to the playoffs.
That's what I'm on.
Right?
That's me, Larry.
Click.
That's Saturday.
Click.
Flip a switch.
And here come all the good players to show all the little players who's actually boss. And I think it's a very fair question as to whether that's not, is that realistic? Is that what's going to happen? Because the second that game was over, Ernie is like, what a game. And Charles goes, that's not a good game. That's a terrible basketball. There's terrible basketball, and the Lakers are not going to just suddenly flip a switch. And he goes, and oh, by the way, Warriors, you listen to me too.
I heard that.
I'm talking to both of you. There's no switch. Are we expecting?
Oh, there's no doubt. We had Bob on just a few seconds ago. Larry, if there's no switch, and you're telling me this team, who was stinky on the road, didn't close out most nights on three-point shooters. If Mark is right, this is not going to culminate in a championship or even a championship appearance. All I'm thinking about in my world, 5:30 Saturday night, they're going to flip it.
Have they already flipped it? I mean, they played pretty well down the stretch, did they not?
Did they?
Was saying
look at the defensive numbers with GB2.
The defense is a thing, but this 8-2, don't get
they
so
lost
excited.
to Denver without Jokic in their last few games.
And they squeezed the orange hard enough to get the 1 point win in Dallas.
OKC had you
down. They beat Portland's G League team.
Pelicans had you down.
They beat Sacramento's G League team.
No, you're right.
I'm not saying that it wasn't better, but I was not watching their last 10 games.
So
going,
you guys are wait a second. You
year.
guys are going to side on the side of the NBA regular season means something. I'm going to go with it means nothing, and that they can flip a switch.
This is a big problem, but Larry, from my time watching the NBA, I'm going to answer your question with hell yes. It means nothing. This is the real season. And Mark, we're not in LA. I don't need to defend LeBron, but what if I told you this? All the shenanigans that happened with Minnesota leading up to that game, that don't count as LA's first playoff game, because I feel like they felt like they had that game. Now, Larry looking at me like, Goo, are you okay? But what if I told you game one Memphis Sunday is when I judge LA on what I thought they were going to be? And Larry, if Mark's right, we'll see a new Warrior team with different intensity come Saturday.
Well, I expect to see a different team, but I also, as far as the Lakers last night, I mean, you turned it on with 10 minutes left. You're like, they're done.
Right? I thought they were done.
But then they weren't done, were they? They came back and they won.
Okay,
because Minnesota was so bad.
No,
Minnesota was bad.
This is the point. This is a good point, because we're going to sit here and go like a Sacramento fan or a Minnesota fan, the little engines that could, if you will, of the NBA, get so mad when people do what you just did, Goo, which is they'll be ready when the playoffs come. And then they come out for their first postseason game, look like crap, and you go, yeah, but no, not that one.
Well,
the next one.
I would never do that.
Right. No, but here's the response. What you just said, Larry, and I had a conversation with the lovely Christy at the dog park about 3 hours ago about this very point.
Is this rehashed material?
You guys are good.
I want an original material.
I don't know how many radio hosts actually must be stealing things off of my girlfriend. Colin Cowherd talking about how the Warriors are a movie script. I told you she did that a month ago. She did that a month ago. Anyway, point's this. She sits there and listens to me. She didn't watch the game last night. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, but is there a switch? Because the Lakers actually look like junk. And she listens, She goes, did they win? I said, well, yeah, but
it's a very bottom line oriented girlfriend. Bottom line oriented girlfriend.
But did they win? I go, right. But did they win? She's like, the Warriors' wins are not all going to be pretty either. But that's the point. Even when the Lakers came out and looked like junk, Minnesota found a way to be even junkier.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what happens in the playoffs. The inexperienced teams tend to gag.
Okay.
And that's what happened last night.
The better teams closed. Would they score 12 in the fourth?
It was bad.
14. It was one of the lowest.
14.
14
but
for T-Wolves.
14 or 15, but that included Conley's gift free throws with 0.1 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought it was 98-95. I thought, okay, it's over.
Yeah.
And then it went overtime, and I was like, wow, this thing's going overtime. So I missed that final sequence going into overtime.
And go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that.
No, I
think the Lakers are definitely a money team that's going to fire in the playoffs. I really do. I think they're going to give Memphis all they want and then some.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Who do you guys have winning that series?
I got the Lakers.
You got the Lakers.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Memphis. I'm going to take Memphis in that series.
How confident are you, Willard?
Not.
I think 7-gamer. I think 7-gamer. I would lean with Willard on Memphis, but I think it's going to be a battle.
If we get the real Anthony Davis that we saw at junctures this season, the monster rebounding, and he's locked in, and you got LeBron and all those other guys with their length and things that they can do, I think the Lakers are going to make noise. But I know a lot of people are having fun with you talking about the Kings are a nice little story.
They're adorable.
But I got to say this. I'm starting to hear too much popping off, Larry. Tell me if I'm crazy, from Sacramento King fans, and they're trying to make Warrior fans the culprit. When you haven't been to the playoffs in 16 years and you race and have a great regular season, Larry, you just said it. We all basketball connoisseurs kind of look at the regular season. That's cute. but you got to show us. And I think the King fans and radio hosts now are getting a complex because the cycle works that way. Nobody's going to give the Kings the benefit of the doubt. You know why? Because you haven't done it in the playoffs. Now, if you do it, Larry, I'm going to be the first to congratulate you. But fans of the Kings, quit getting mad because you can't supersede crossing that bridge until it starts Saturday night.
And don't point the finger at the Warriors or the Warrior media or Warrior fans. Point to, I don't know, the public.
And you haven't been here in 16
they're dogs.
Or point to 16 years of crap. That's not anyone else's fault.
But they're saying they're being doubted by Warrior fans. They're being doubted by people.
Thank you.
Yes.
Outside of this, Mark, if they were playing Phoenix, I need to see if it's real.
And that's true for every single.
That's all I'm saying.
All right? You don't get to act like you've arrived before you've arrived. That's the whole. Why do we hate Memphis so much? Because you all act like you arrive when you haven't arrived.
So Larry, that's all.
Because they're talking dynasty and they haven't even won anything.
So Sacramento fan, if your point is, boy, this whole Warrior deal sounds arrogant. Yeah, they won 4 championships.
Yeah,
this is the most reasoned, justified arrogance in the history of ever.
Get it.
If Kobe Bryant walks into a room and goes, "I'm great," what are you going to do? Oh, that's arrogant. No, he's right.
Do you think the Dodgers in the 50s were confident when they played the Yankees? No, because the Yankees won all the time. Sorry.
Yeah, like whatever you're dealing with, the butterflies, don't just put it at the doorstep of Dub Nation. Let me help you out. Everybody's doubting you until we see it.
Right.
Great story. Do we have Steiny recorded doing the ID? Since this is just, do we have... Matt Steinmetz recorded saying you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Apparently not. Yeah. What about this, though? This is something I really want to get into today. Thanks. Because
he went to golf, Larry. Yeah, that's hey, snitching. He went to golf.
Yeah, guy should be on the tour for crying out loud. Anyway, what about this? Because when you have two teams, like let's say the Warriors play the Lakers. The fan bases will just be like, well, we're going to beat you because. But the Sacramento Warriors thing has become personal for these reasons. It's not about we think our team's better than yours. That's not the conversation. The conversation is Sacramento gets patted on the head, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing it. You guys are so cute.
You've been doing it.
And we all have. Stop.
Come on.
I'm in the front of the line, but anyway.
I respect those people.
No, you don't.
I've had boots on the ground in Natomas within the last 72 hours.
You've used the word Natomas on this station 18 times in the last 2 years. What's going on there? What are you investing? What are you doing?
I crossed the Garden Highway. I've been on West El Camino.
Boulevard.
But the point
Del Paso, you name it. I mean, come on, I'm right there.
Dub Nation, if you want to call it that, is saying to Sacramento, you're not ready. And Sacramento is saying to Golden State, you're cooked. You're already done. And those are way more personal than we think. Go back to Eagles-Niners. We think we're going to beat you. This is much more personal. You guys aren't ready versus you guys are has-beens. Let's focus on both of them, starting with the Warriors. Can someone, because I would love it, especially if you're a Kings fan, what's the evidence? Don't say it just because you want it to be true. Your evidence that the Warriors are over the hill is what? Fill in the blank. I want to hear that.
None for me.
I want to hear that.
The age of Clay and Steph.
And
they just did it.
And their performance is what?
I mean, that's what they would point to, the age of Clay and Steph, so that Herder and Fox will be too fast, and that Sacramento will play too fast. They'll just run right by them. They'll steamroll them with energy and points and offense, and it'll be some gigantic purple offensive round. That's what they're envisioning.
I was among those who said Tom Brady was cooked right before he went to Tampa and won a Super Bowl.
No.
So, again, that's hope. What you just described to me was hope. That was, we think that Herder, what's the evidence with the players on the floor and what you've watched this year? What is the evidence? If I was in court, Exhibit A, that Steph, Clay, and Dre are over the hill is what?
I would say, Your Honor, it doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, I guess they would point to how horrendous the Golden State Warriors have been on the road, and that 4 of these games will be in Sacramento.
But is that evidence of being over the hill? Because those 3 individual
evidence
players,
of not being good. I mean, there's 3 NBA teams, I think, in the entire league that had a worse home record or road record than the Warriors.
What about the number of games they played? They're trying to help you out, but...
Yeah, I mean, you could
but you don't feel that, Larry.
I don't think you feel that in the playoffs.
Yeah,
with
but
the
you
rest.
don't feel the Warriors like
no,
they
I
just.
I don't agree with it. I like the Warriors.
They just got it done.
I think the Warriors are essentially going to sweep them. They're either going to gentleman sweep them out of the chute.
That was mine in 5.
And 5, or they're going to go down 0-2, as Steiny said, and then they're going to sweep them like the '96 Yankees swept the Braves 4 straight.
Now that's playing with fire, though. If you lost,
and I'm the one patting the Kings on the head. My goodness,
I think it's going to be a sweep.
I'm just
No, come on.
The cute little story. They don't like
Warriors are going to win in 6.
You're Gabe Kaplering them. That's a great question. That's a great question.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Come on.
We believe that the Kings are not right.
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked me that.
Is that your Gabe?
Well, I mean, I'm trying. Mark's got a Gabe.
This is how we show the Kings how to fry an egg.
Have you heard his Dr. Phil?
I don't know.
Larry, can you give us the Dr. Phil? Make Steiny laugh on the way to the golf course.
He's got to listen up.
Just close your eyes.
Okay.
You gotta back away from the table. All right, you're a disgusting fat pig. That's the problem. You don't say no. You have no impulse control. You gotta stop
impulse
control. That might be out there for you, Willow.
Impulse control is a good phrase.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty
man.
good. It's pretty good.
Back away from the table.
That's pretty good.
No, I get the evidence that the Warriors are not as good this year. That's different than they're over the hill.
Yeah.
Steph, Clay, and Dre and their performance has not slipped. And that's why Steiny's not here right now.
It's actually getting better if we talk about Clay.
He says he's golfing, but he didn't want to have to answer the bell for something he said yesterday, and I hadn't heard it, or else I would have gotten on him about it yesterday. I think it's the funniest thing in history when people are trying to make a point like Steiny did yesterday. If you remove all of Clay's good games, well then he's having a worse year.
But his whole point was he was up and down. I was like, I'm conditioned
down. Steiny, on your way to the golf course,
down, Larry.
Remember, on your way to the golf course today, only count the bad shots. Because if we remove all of your good shots, then you have a bad round.
Well, okay.
You can't do it.
What if you remove all the bad games?
Right. Then Clay had his best season ever.
I think when you say the evidence, I think of images of Klay Thompson sitting on a booster chair with ice bags taped to both knees. Not being able to play back-to-backs for a good portion of the year. I just look at the images. I don't know that there's anything that you can actually point to and say that that's going to show itself in this series. But I think if you watch Warrior basketball every night, you've seen plenty of images of them, Klay Thompson used to be able to, he was like my golden retriever. He could run and chase and run and run. Now he can't run. He can do it, then he's got to ice bag it. He's got to rest.
But he don't got to do it all by himself, guys.
Right.
This Klay Thompson's perfect.
Those are images. Does that
actually snapshots?
But does that affect their play? Like, even if you got to ice him up.
Clay's having a great year, so how could you say that, right?
You know what I mean?
40
is he a little bit different? Can he defend in the same way? I would argue I don't think he has to. But when Clay was an elite defender, GP2 and DiVincenzo were not teammates of his, and now they are. And Andrew Wiggins is a teammate of his.
Set up to me,
now they are. And so does Klay Thompson need to go be as he was? He used to love to D up Kobe. He used to love that. You don't have to do that anymore. If they play Memphis, he doesn't and I know he had the block shot on Ja at the end of, I think it was game 1 last year. But you don't have to go lock up Ja Morant. You don't have to do that, at least not for the whole game
anymore. And this is not
anymore.
a cop-out, Willard. Tell me I ran it by Steiny, Larry. I'm so sick of the defensive end. Who's Ja guarding? Who's Chris Paul guarding? A lot of these great scorers, Luke and Kyrie, they ain't playing hellified D like Mike was on both sides of the ball, or even Klay 19 is perfect now. You talk about he's got Wiggins, he's got Dre. They play help defense. And I just like where Klay Thompson is at. And Larry, I got to be honest, I didn't think he could get back to where he's at now from the guru cam of when he shoots it. I think it's going in now. And when it was all bad early on, he was chucking. I'm like, oh gosh, this is bad. He's relaxed now, and I think he can't wait to show everybody. Now I can get 50. Stopping me, Steph Wiggins, in Poole. Okay,
true or false? You never thought Klay would look this good again.
True.
Oh, definitely true.
I can put both my hands.
Yeah, definitely true. It's a testament to his hard work. I also say this. In a basketball roster, every move is like making 4 moves in baseball or 10 moves in football because there's so few players. When they had Wiseman and early in the year, they looked like a roster that had too high a percentage of guys that were a little too young and a little too old. And just moving Wiseman for GP2, now you got another player in the prime of his career. Now you bring Wiggins back to the mix. You got another player in the prime of his career. You add DiVincenzo. You got another player. Jermichael Green, another player. The Warriors now look like they've got enough players in their prime and that they're ready to play. Where with Wiseman, it was like at the beginning of the year, they looked a little young, a little old, and I was kind of wondering. Just a few moves like that have added more players in their prime. I think that's what gives me confidence they're going to
I'm going to give you your seat, Larry, and I'm going to get out of here in a minute. I'm a hashtag random. I'm like a jukebox, but
stay here as long as you want.
I got to switch this up.
What's up?
We're football nerds, all three of us, and we follow the game. Every team is my team. We follow the transactions. But has it dawned on you, too, that the Niners, is there something, like, how are you processing they don't have a first, not number 99 is their first pick? Like, has that changed your, I'm still excited about the draft, but Larry, your team, I'm like, but I'm watching Trey throw with, Trey's got to get a haircut, but I'm watching him throw.
Haircut?
Or cut it off, right. But anyway, I'm watching him throw with Mahomes, but the fact that they can't enhance their team right now with no picks, how do you feel?
I mean,
is it weird or nothing to see here?
I don't sweat that at all. Why? Because I really think that the way I look at the draft this year, it's like maybe 14 or 15 guys. If you can be in the top 15, that's one thing. Then from 15 to 70, I think every guy is right about the same. Now they pick 99, so it's going to take some teams reaching for that 70th player to get to 99.
Could also move up. They got a lot of picks.
They could move up. I don't think they're going to, though. I think that they like the depth of the draft, and I think they're going to stay where they're at and pick.
My first response is that they don't need one. Their roster's fantastic.
But they lost a few guys on the line. I love it. It put some guys left,
DN.
Man, like, damn.
Corner, safety.
I think, sure. Like a little depth on the D line, and yes, some like, you'd love a lockdown corner.
Man.
To go next to Charvarius. That would be.
It's almost like you need.
That'd be fantastic. But, gosh. I don't look at that roster and think, man, they need a bunch of draft picks to get this thing going. I don't think it's a team where you want pups coming into play.
So
you don't need that.
If we were in my garage having a beer and I just brought up Trey Lance and his future with the Niners, what would you say?
Well,
you think
you're looking at me?
Thinks he's going to be off the team in 2 weeks.
Seriously,
that's where I was bringing that up.
I think they're going to trade him. I think they're going to trade him
without really seeing what he could do.
But the thing is, we haven't seen it. But they have.
Wow.
They have. They've been in practice.
And
I also think that there's something to it. The fact that they're having a second meeting with Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA. I think that if you say, what do you think's going to happen? I think they're going to commit to Brock, trade Trey, draft DTR, go with Darnold, DTR, and Brock.
Here's
Larry Krueger.
Larry and I had this conversation on Monday. He makes a very, very compelling case, not in terms of an opinion to trade Trey Lance, but just following the breadcrumbs and looking at what the 49ers are thinking of doing. And so, A, that's a very compelling case, but B, to sort of respond to you without seeing what he can do, when is it that they're going to see what he can do?
Well, I would think this year, now that you got McCaffrey, and if Purdy's delayed.
If Purdy's delayed. What if he's not? When do you see what he can do? What are you going to do? Play him when Purdy's healthy?
So it's like when I go to the
locker room would revolt.
I would think that he would no doubt beat out Sam Darnold. But I looked at a video this morning of Sam Darnold's highlight reel of 2022 last year. Right. He looked really good with Carolina.
No, he did.
Really good.
And I'm going to say this to you, too.
If that's the Sam Darnold we see in camp,
I'll leave you with
I'd say
this.
it's 50-50 whether
When's the
Trey beats him
CNN
out.
going to favor Trey Lance? The politics of what they spent to bring him in. That's why, Larry, I would be flabbergasted if they didn't roll him out to see what he could do with all that weaponry.
Just got to remember this. If they believe that he's going to be special, there's no way they're trading him. If they believe that if they play him, he's going to devalue his trade value more, then they are going to trade him. So it's guesswork.
And sitting there and watching Brock, I think also devalues him.
And if he loses to Darnold, he's devalued even more.
The cat's out the bag. All right, I'll be listening.
All right, there goes Goo.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
See, that makes me feel, Goo, like you were feeling guilty for still being here because you ran out of here without 12 of your things. Don't ever feel guilty for being in here. You're the anti-Steiny. You stay too long, and I like that. Way better than leave too early. Oh. Good Lord. Hi, Larry.
How you doing, Mark? What's going on? Happy Wednesday.
Fantastic. Happy Wednesday.
3 days in a row?
What do you mean?
This is our third show in a row.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
People are going to start talking.
Prediction. Tomorrow will be fourth.
Oh. By the way, I went to the donut because I predicted Dustin May to strike out 15, and I was wrong by a little. He struck out 3.
Only 3, yeah. Jeez, I love it.
I'm sitting there going,
under, way under.
They had struck out on average like almost 12 times a game.
The Giants couldn't whiff last night. It was amazing. Even when they weren't hitting it hard, they were all putting it in play.
Yeah. So, but
I
went to the donut shop, and my donut guy closed it up by noon. So I'm gonna have to get there earlier tomorrow. Pick a new donut shop.
Went there and it was already closed.
It was already closed at noon. The guy says he makes $25,000 a month.
You have never been more engaging in your life than when you just said my donut guy. Like the fact that you have a donut guy is the best thing that I've ever heard about you. And I know a lot of things about you. Yeah, that's the best one.
My all-star donut guy in Walnut Creek, CK. He goes, and he's the guy who every time I see him, man, they gotta effing fire Kerr, man. They gotta effing fire Kerr.
Stop it. I don't want donuts from somebody who wants Steve Kerr fired.
He wants Kerr
Never
fired.
mind. I don't even want those donuts.
He wants Kerr
want
out.
No donuts from that person.
I said,
why would you want Steve?
He said it to me in July. He said it to me, Mark, right? Like in July.
Thing I've ever
I'm
heard.
like, CK. Do you remember that parade like 2 weeks ago?
Right.
Did you see that parade?
And the 3 before that.
He's like, no, but they need to effing fire Kerr, man.
Oh my gosh. Well, listen.
That was going into after the parade, not even this year.
The word fire, now this is very different because it's a different franchise, but the word fire was on my head today. We'll do it a little bit later, but I did see you do some content last night that included the word fire, and I would like to talk to you about it. But before we get to any of that,
yes,
I want to remind everybody and maybe let you hear it for the first time, Larry, because this was last week here on Willard and Dibs. Guy that goes by the name of Kenny Caraway. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento, are good friends up there. And obviously, everybody's been getting a lot of run on both stations and all of that. But KC, out of D-Lo and KC, was on with us last week prior to the Warriors playing the Kings in the regular season.
Right.
So we didn't know for sure yet that this was going to be a playoff matchup. We had an inkling, and there were a couple of things that I want to bring back to the fold because they underscore everything going on between Kings fans and Warriors fans right now, which I find hilarious and ... adorable. It's all adorable. And here's one of them. KC said this about the Warriors' big 3.
Look, Steph Curry is who worries me. That's it. Draymond gonna stop Sabonis down low. Kevon Looney. Who Jordan Poole gonna guard?
I mean, Draymond Green stopping somebody in the playoffs. Yeah, I actually could believe that. I think I've seen that before somewhere.
Draymond cooked.
Come on, man.
He ain't stopping Sabonis. I know that much. All NBA center Domantas Sabonis.
Draymond. Now, look, his point about Sabonis is fantastic. I got nothing but good things to say about Domantas Sabonis. But I don't know why this didn't just hit me until today. 888-957-9570. And I say that with some vigor, okay? What is the evidence? What's the actual evidence? Don't tell, they lost that game and then what's the evidence that anybody with the Warriors is cooked? Other than
11-30 on the road.
But what's the evidence of that meaning that they're cooked or over the hill? Their stats are better this year than they were the year before. Now, part of that is the conversation you and I got into yesterday, which is that the NBA is on scoring steroids this year. That's part of it. But watch those three players play. Forget the results of the game because that's intricate. I'm not here to tell you the Warriors are better than they were last year. I'm not saying that. But I want the evidence that any of the Warriors in their 30s are cooked based on what you've seen from those players do this year. You got to back that statement up if you're going to make it.
I mean, that sounds like kind of like one of those things that if you say and eventually I mean, anybody who says, this is one that I always laugh at. Blankety blank player, whatever team, whatever sport, is getting older.
It's a good point, Larry.
Have you heard that?
It's a good point.
Have you heard people? Yeah, and they're getting older.
I think you're getting older.
I think Steiny. I've heard Steiny a bunch of times in the last year go. When he's talking to Goo, he's and they're getting older. The Warriors are getting older.
So are you, Steiny.
I mean, seriously. So eventually, you're going to be right. Eventually, because Father Time is undefeated, as they say. So eventually, that take is gonna. As time goes on, that take becomes more and more accurate. They're getting older. They're getting older. They're getting older.
Does that mean they're getting worse? That mean they're getting worse?
There is what we call a prime.
Sure.
And as you're young players, as time goes on, you get more into your prime, and the older players get further out of their prime. So, every day that goes by, the Warriors are closer to the end. But everybody is, really. And to me, you might be able to say, as I said before, on like snapshots, like Klay Thompson used to be able to run some more, and now he's not quite that guy, and he's got ice bags, and he's propping himself up, and he's on the bench, and he looks like, he looks a lot more he looks like a car that has a lot of mileage. But you know what? Draymond Green doesn't. Draymond Green's legs haven't failed him this year. He's been terrific.
And he's all beat up, and he's still performing.
Right. To me, and then also there's a trade-off, too. Yeah, you get older, and your body breaks down, and you're not quite the same player physically, but you're a better player mentally.
Okay.
So there's that, too. You got your physical decline, but your mental improvement. So, I mean, there's that equation, and at some point, it doesn't matter how smart you are. If you're in real physical decline, it doesn't matter how smart you are, but they're not there yet. I think that's wishful thinking from a team that knows it's an upstart and a team that's trying to talk themselves into the NBA regular season means something. It's got to. It's absolutely got to. And the fact that the Warriors are the 6 seed and the Kings are the 3 seed, it's got to mean something. And in reality, are the Kings fans watching the Warriors? No. They're blacked out. They're not getting the Warriors. They're not seeing the Warriors. They're watching highlights of the Warriors. So they're just looking at the record and going, okay, and looking at the age and saying, okay, these guys are a little bit older. They've got to be slowing down. And they're just kind of hoping that it happens here. And eventually they would be right, but doesn't mean it's going to be starting Saturday night.
I love what you said. It's wishful thinking. There's two things when you say, Draymond's cooked, and Klay is cooked. Steph isn't what he used to be. There's two things going on. Yes, wishful thinking. Because it's not just Sacramento. It's the whole nation. Charles Barkley has been saying it for 5 years after games on TNT. Who's getting older is Charles. Anyway, he's been saying it for 5 years, which is, they're over the hill, they're over the hill. So you want them to be over the hill. That doesn't mean they are. And the second thing it is lazy. It's lazy because the Warriors went 44-38. So they're worse, but you can't figure out why. So you go with, they're getting older. I don't think that's it. I think there are a bunch of reasons why the Warriors aren't as good this year as they were last year. And we can have an intricate conversation. We can try to go in depth. On this station, we certainly have for months, from the punch to the youth in key spots, to James Wiseman was given a role and then that didn't work out. And then we can even talk about motivation. Could it be that? There are a bunch of things we can talk about. And the truth is they're all speculation and guesses. But the person who gets to, well, Steph, Clay, and Dre are older and they're cooked or they're over the hill. This is a lazy take on why the Warriors' record is worse this year because there's literally no evidence of it. There's none. Well, I just think you got to back that statement up if you're going to make it.
There's a bunch of agists out there. Let's be honest. There's a bunch of people that are ready to say you're done before you're done. I see nothing exactly to point to with the Warriors and say, they're done. I think their motivation. I think both these teams have totally different motivation. Sacramento was trying to establish a culture and an energy, and they had a new coaching staff and a new collection of players and a new GM. They're trying to cut their teeth on and kind of prove to the Western Conference and the league who they are. So that's what they had going night after night. And the Warriors have been to the promised land. They played until June. And they understand that it's a marathon, that it's a war of attrition, that you don't get any trophies for beating teams by 40 in November and December, that they only give you the Larry O'Brien is if you win the finals, and those take place in June. So it's all about peaking in late April, and that's what the Warriors did. I mean, think about it. That's exactly what the Warriors did. They kind of put it on cruise control, let everything work out. If anybody had any kind of a nick or a bump or a bruise, they sat. No even thought about it. Just you sit and we'll go with somebody else. They did that all year. They babied their guys. They got to the finish line. Now they can see the finish line, and they're revving it up. And here comes Wiggins. Here comes GP2. DiVincenzo's playing really well. Kuminga's playing well. Heck, Moses Moody is starting to find his rhythm. And I just think that the Warriors, I think the Kings are going to see that I think that everybody's going to see that the regular season in the NBA to teams that have played in the finals doesn't mean squat.
Yeah, there's a lot to say there because I do think the Kings are going to have some success in this series, maybe even more than you do. I don't particularly think it's going to be enough, but lots to get to on that, plus your phone calls. Those of you who are revved up and ready to go, let's go. 888-957-9570. What's the evidence that anybody with the Warriors is quote-unquote over the hill? It's a Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Tim Legler's on the show as well. Nice. Your call's next. Larry is here in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us on?
Chill.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Nah, not going to chill. Because here's the funny thing about Kings fan versus Warriors fan. The Warriors fan is saying to the Kings, this is the big boy stage. This is upstairs. This isn't the main crowd. You got to have a VIP pass to get by these ropes. You can't just walk in here. Okay? But the Kings fan...
This ain't the first round. This ain't the preliminary.
The Kings fan is looking at the Warriors, and they're going, dude, did you not notice that at this party, the girls don't want to talk to you anymore? They want to talk to us because we're new and we're fresh and we're hot and we're real and we're all of these things. And both of those, the reason I think that the sound of this debate, the sound of this trash talk is maybe a little bit different, is it's not about basketball. It's about where all of these players stand within their community, where they are on this totem pole. And that's a little bit more personal than just, we think our team is better than yours. Like, that's formulaic. That's the way sports works. We're going to beat you. Okay, great. This is more like, where are you in your arc of history? And the Kings are telling the Warriors, you're not even on it anymore. And the Warriors are telling the Kings, no, you're going to be on it, but you're not yet. And that's different. And that's why I think everybody's getting so kind of, because it's a little hot and bothered out there. Everybody's a little upset about this basketball series that's about to start.
You know, it kind of reminds me of college basketball from the standpoint of, you know, one team gets fired up for the conference tournament and the other team's fired up for the NCAAs. And it's like, you know what, you get fired up with the conference tournament. That's nice. You know, when it really matters is when you win or go home with the bright light shining. And I think the Warriors can easily sit there and you know, say, hey, we've been there. We've done it before. We know where the gold is buried. You know, this is not our first rodeo. Where Sacramento, I think, knows they've got a good vibe going. They've had a good thing going, and they're wondering, can we keep it going? Can we keep it going? And can we keep it going not when we sneak up on somebody? Can we keep it going when they get to eye us and study us and break us down, and their coaching staff can pour all their man hours into devising strategies to beat us? Can we stand up? I think, you know, there's always a little bit of doubt from both sides. I think the Kings have more doubt than the Warriors.
You have to.
I think they definitely have more doubt.
Yeah, because you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. Like, we'll get here and we'll find out. But you know, you don't know until you get there. And watch that Lakers T-Wolves game last night. As ugly as it was, here's something that's on my mind. And I'm not saying that Fox and Sabonis are going to do this. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they're him. I don't know. But when you watched what the T-Wolves did in the fourth quarter of that game, you saw what players who are not used to big-time environments do in those moments, some of the first times that they're there. The decisions that Karl Anthony Towns made late in that game, laughable. And it's not about whether the shot went in or whether it didn't. It was about what somebody at that size chose to do with the ball in his hand in the fourth quarter of a tight game where, quite frankly, you actually had the lead and the advantage, but you're on the road at the home of the Los Angeles Lakers and their glitz, their glamour, their logo, and their LeBron. And you gagged. You put up ridiculous fall-away three-pointers that clanked off the side of the backboard when you're the biggest human being on the floor. And so I wonder if Fox and Sabonis, and they got a lot of good players, Murray and Monk, and we could keep going. HB's been there before, but I also remember there were a lot of people right before Durant came where they're like, when the moment got big, that guy just started clanking everything.
He had one of the worst series we've ever seen.
There you go. So it's like, what decisions are they going to make in those moments where you're up by 2, there's 2.5 minutes to go, Draymond Green and all of his craftiness staring you in the face on defense, what do you choose to do in those moments? That's what I can't wait to see. Maybe they handle it perfectly like they often did in the regular season. Or maybe they do what we usually see, which is when you're here for the first time, you huck the ball into the stands. Did you see the passing that the T-Wolves made?
Yeah. I mean, they looked like the moment was too big. I mean, they battled the Lakers in the first 3 quarters, but man, when the money was on the table in the fourth quarter and the overtime, they were minus 13 in points in the fourth quarter and the overtime. The other thing I think, if you're a Warrior fan, that you got to feel really good about, when was the last time the Warriors lost in the first round? Or not lost in the first round, lost a series
any round
in the Western Conference. It's 2014.
No.
2014.
Well, I just
talking about almost a decade ago.
I hope they're blessed with health, because the last time they lost a series blessed with health was forever ago.
Yeah. So I mean, I think for Golden State there's some question as to can they flip a switch, but the one thing I think was kind of bothersome about Golden State is it seemed like this year that Kerr had lost connection to his team. Now, I'm sure he would disagree with that, but he's like pleading with these guys. Finally, he almost had to borderline insult the entire team before he could really get their attention. So, there is a saying that, after a certain number of years, guys just tune you out. I remember Dusty Baker used to say that every 8 to 10 years you got to move because guys just get tired of the same message. And maybe Kerr's just pleading with them just didn't work. He did everything he possibly could to try to draw more out of his team, and I think they kind of tuned him out. I mean, I think his effect on them was not as strong as it was a couple of years ago. Maybe that's because of the experience. Maybe it's just the message is the same, and they're not hearing it or taking it the same way. But they did seem to rally at the very end. They did get back GP2. I would feel better if I had seen, I don't know, Mark, 2-3 games of Wiggins at peak performance, integrated back into the lineup and see exactly how the whole thing jives and meshes. But, I mean, you're still talking about a guy who was a huge factor for them in the playoffs last year. So I got to think that he's going to come back. But to me, there's a couple wild cards. Wiggins and everything about Wiggins. How much does he play? How does he do on the glass? Is it the Wiggins that we saw in the finals, or is it the Wiggins that we've seen kind of drift throughout his career? What are you getting from Wiggins in minutes? What are you getting from Wiggins in actual performance? That's the biggest question for Golden State, in my opinion. For the Kings, it's what's Keegan Murray, a rookie who shot 41% from 3. What's he going to do when the lights are bright? And I don't believe Draymond's going to get abused by Sabonis. I think Sabonis is going to be really good at finding other players, and then those players are going to have to knock down shots, and Murray's at the top of that list, I think. And how's he going to play in his first playoff game as a rookie?
I think they'll have their moments. That's why I don't think this is a sweep at all. People forget that what the Golden State Warriors are good at is winning 4 games before you win 4 games. They're not necessarily great at, blowing you off the court, dominating you in 4 games. KD's Warriors were that. But one of the games against Memphis last year, didn't they lose by 40 or something like that? But who won the series?
Right.
I think the Kings are going to have at least one of those.
I do too.
I think the Kings will have one blowout victory in this series. I feel that. But that is so different than winning a series. Like, think of the moment now. Imagine it. And if you're a Kings fan, I want you to, because you're visualizing this. Oh, yeah, we're going to go to the second round. We expect it, right? What was your buddy saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be disappointed. Okay. Imagine getting to the moment where you've got 3 wins, and now you're in the second half against the Warriors in a close game, and you are tasked with closing them out, ending an era. Can you do that? The Houston Rockets tried to do it and missed 87 three-point shots in a row or something. That's a moment now. That's a big deal emotionally on the court to be able to be like, we are about to close out the Golden State Warriors. Steph and Clay and Dre, they're staring at us. They're sweating, dripping on the floor, and we're going to close. That's a big deal. Can you rise to that moment? Are you ready for that?
See, when you even talk about
Sacramento, California,
I have a hard time even picturing them getting to that
That's
point.
what I'm saying.
The Kings, one thing we haven't really talked that much about. The Kings are not just not a great defensive club, they're a bad defensive club.
Correct.
A really bad defensive club, and that means breakdowns and all kinds of deficiencies, and I think that's, Golden State's going to make them pay. I really do. Now, the one question I would have is, or the one concern I would have for Sacramento is, do they have a player who elevates in the moment beyond what we expect them to do?
They could. Fox feels like that kind of guy sometimes too.
I was thinking maybe Trey Lyles, because Lyles has had some good games off the bench, and God knows he can shoot it.
Yep.
I mean, he's an offensive player. To me, I could see him having a good series. I can't picture Herter doing it. I guess I could see Malik Monk, but you're going up against Golden State. I mean, don't they have the answer for that in GP2? I mean, who? And if you're Kerr, how are the Warriors going to utilize GP2? Are they going to put him on Monk? Will he spend any time on Fox? Because GP2, we saw last year, Trae Young didn't even want to dribble in the fourth quarter against GP2. GP2 is the kind of guy that you could be dribbling with your right hand. He could be on your left side, and he could pick you. Reach across your body. I mean, the length of GP2. They list him at 6'4". He plays 6'7".
Oh, yeah, he does.
So, I mean, that to me, I think, is huge advantage for Golden State. And also, I think GP2 in a lot of ways can be kind of like what Sean Livingston was for Golden State in a lot of those years. When you got to have a bucket, this guy can finish at the rim. You can set him up inside. He's a finisher, the same way Kuminga's a finisher. So, I think that's going to be interesting. If they need a bucket, can they... and you're thinking of GP2 as, he's a defensive player. Yeah, but this guy can finish in the lane.
He can. Sometimes I feel like the Warriors in those moments, it's actually like Jordan Poole getting to the free throw line. That he's so good at that. And obviously very, very hard to stay in front of because he's so quick. They've got options when it comes to that kind of a situation. Let's hear from some of you. Bruno is in Vallejo. You're on with Willard and Larry. Hello, Bruno. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm over here trying to figure out who this guy's talking about saying that Sabonis is unstoppable. I could remember just last year, Joker was the MVP, and Joker got put in his place by Draymond. Sabonis is nowhere in the conversation for MVP, so how could he not be stopped by Draymond? It makes no sense to me.
Well, they're Bruno, thanks. They're two very different players. I'm not going to, styles make fights, and so I'm not going to say, first of all, the idea that Draymond, quote unquote, locked up Jokic is maybe a little bit overstated. Jokic, he gets his. He just didn't have anybody else with him last year for the Nuggets. All of his best teammates were hurt. But Draymond does a very good job on Jokic. Jokic has publicly stated there's nobody in the NBA defensively that is tougher on him than Draymond Green. Does that mean that Draymond can do that to Domantas Sabonis? Very, very different players. I think he'll have his moments. I think the Warriors are going to need some other people, namely Kevon Looney, to probably contribute to that assignment as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sabonis, I fear Sabonis as a distributor because, I mean, to me, the 7 assists a game, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a high number.
Yep.
And I wasn't, I didn't think of him necessarily as that kind of a distributor. So obviously he's doing a great job on that, as finding teammates. But as far as scoring, he's a power player down there. And how many times have you seen Draymond just uprooted and moved around by power players? He anchors pretty damn well on the low block against bigger bodied guys. And we know Draymond's another guy. What is he, 6'7", but he actually probably plays like 6'10". So, I mean, I got to see it. I guess I got to see Draymond. I'll side with Green until proven otherwise.
So, Jokic last year, and Grandy just threw this my way. Jokic last year in that series, 31, 13, and 6. So that's quote-unquote locking him up. Now, that's a very important point for the series we're about to see. Don't get overly excited with numbers. They're going to be huge. These are two great offenses who've both struggled on defense this year. The Warriors may be in position to change that a little bit better than the Kings. But the bottom line is Sabonis can get his almost triple-double, and the Warriors can still win the game. He's going to get his. He's going to get his. Fox is going to get his. And Curry will get his. Clay and Poole, they're all going to get theirs. You're going to have to average, you know what, to win this series. You're going to have to average $125, I think, to win this series.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get too caught up with Sabonis' numbers because Jokic got his numbers, and they were never even a threat to do anything to the Warriors in that series.
And, Sabonis, I think, if you say what is the key to slowing down Sacramento's duo of their top duo of Fox and Sabonis, I think it's the exact same thing for both. Make them play and expend energy on the defensive end. Sabonis is not a good defensive player. Make him defend. Fox, I don't think, is known for his defense. Make him defend. Make him use some of that energy that he has endless amounts of on the offensive end. Play Steph off the ball a little bit. Run him off screens. Steph's got endurance for days. Let him run around all these figure eights and let Fox chase him. That, to me, I think will go a great distance to slowing Fox down.
Robin in San Francisco on with Willard and Kruger. Hey, Robin, what are you doing?
I'm sitting here looking at our community and how people just literally dump loads of trash on the street. And then our board of supervisors and our lovely homegirl, black female from the hood don't do anything about it when you're dressed. How about that? So anyway, I know it's a lot of heaviness. I'm just literally trash is just everywhere, dumped everywhere. If you could see it, it's disgusting. I did want to say this. I was talking to your producer, and those tickets for that game, they're ridiculous. No amount of. I could go buy me that OLED screen TV, Racing TV, and enjoy it.
You're talking about game one now in Sacramento?
Yes, $2,000 for a seat. Are you kidding me?
No, we're not kidding you, Robin. But again, I think I know what drives that, and I think it is something that is going to have an effect on game one. I actually would not be surprised at all if the Kings win game one. The energy in the building is going to be huge. You are looking at a fan base that is engaged, and they have not had an opportunity to do this in 16 years. Would you buy a ticket to a show if you were in love with it, but it only comes around once every 16 years? Yeah, you buy a ticket to that show. You'd save up a whole lot of money, and you would pay for that show. So that's why this game one ticket is so much.
Well, let me tell you this, Willard. When the Warriors first went to the championship, and I found out that my son spent $1,500 for courtside tickets, that was really cheap. I put him out my house, okay, because you're not paying rent, but you spent $1,500. But here's what I want to say about the dynamic between the Warriors and the Kings. First of all, I think there's both fan bases are kind of delusional. I also see that the Sacramento Kings, I kind of see it like the dynamic between the Warriors and the Lakers, right? The Warriors were always in the Lakers' shadow. The Kings have been in the Warriors' shadow, so of course they're going to talk smack, okay? Sabonis, to me, can't defend. Have I been looking at wrong Kings games here? But I will just say this, that it's a toss-up in the air for me. We can go back about points, but given the play, given what we have to measure by, I hate when people say the regular season doesn't matter. What else do you have to measure anything by? So given what we have to measure it by, I'm going to say this is a toss-up.
I don't think you're that far off, Robin. Thanks. I really don't. Although I'll also say this. Both fan bases are delusional. Can we just, everybody, I want everyone to tap the brakes for just a second. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Calm down. Every fan base is delusional. That's the point. Give me the team.
They're fans.
Give me the team out there where you're like, well, that fan base is just rational and smart and amazing.
They're grounded. They're solid.
That doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
So we stop. Again, this whole thing, fan base on fan base crime is on the rise this week, and it's only going to get bigger as we get closer to Saturday. But the Kings fan being, the Warrior fan is arrogant and whiny. Sure. guilty.
And if you're a Kings fan, you're so annoyed by Golden State.
Well, but in both directions. Kings fan, look, if I were to liken both fan bases to a dog, this is very easy, okay? The Warriors fan base is like a husky or one of these dogs that's just got that neck that's all up in the air, and they prance around into the park, and they're like, ugh, look at all these other dogs here.
Look at these mutts.
This is my park. What are you all doing here? And the Kings, you all know who you are, right? You're that Chihuahua. And you run around in the dog park and annoy the living crap out of everyone because you're so excited to be here and you can't believe it. And you're like, I'm as big of a dog as all of you. And everyone's like, oh, gosh, look at the little teeny dog that just won't shut up, for crying out loud. So are both of those things annoying? Yeah. They're both annoying. So just relax into it. There's a complete reason for all of this.
It's hard to have perspective on yourself or your own team, okay? But I could see where if you were playing the Warriors, that Draymond Green would annoy you.
Of course
he would annoy you.
He annoys Warriors fans sometimes.
I mean, there's no question. And his barking and his everything about him annoys you. The Kings don't necessarily have an annoying player. I will say this, though. If you go and look at Golden State now, go look at the game logs, I think one huge factor is Jordan Poole. Because Jordan Poole can be, very good, very bad. He can be totally invisible. He can shoot you in. He can shoot you out. If you look at his free throw attempts, Mark, when he shoots 8, 9, 10 free throw attempts, and he's going to the bucket.
Yep.
Their win percentage is way higher. I'm just looking at the last 2.5 months. When he shoots 2 free throws, 1 free throw, no, it doesn't get to the line at all. Those games, they're losing those games. They're losing a number of those games.
I think you can transfer that to the whole team.
But for Poole, I think is more important because they've got Clay, they've got Steph, they've got other guys who can perimeter shoot. They don't have a lot of guys who can beat you off the dribble, get into the lane, and create for others and make the defense sag in. Poole is one of those guys. When he settles for threes, they get a little too three happy sometimes. If they fall, the Warriors win. If they don't, they wind up losing. But, man, when he is attacking the rim, going to the foul line, I know his foul shooting is not what it was this year compared to last year, but he's still a 90% foul shooter roughly.
87,
he's going to make roughly 8.5 out of 10. Go to the bucket. Attack the rim.
Well, it's one of the reasons I'm excited Wiggins is back because I think the whole team could use some more go to the hoop. Go to the hoop. The good things have happened, and that's what they did in the playoffs last year that worked so well. All right, it's a Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today, and we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We got more of you to get to here on the phone lines at 888-957-9570. We'll do that next, and also coming up. I don't know if you saw this, Larry, but the game schedule is out for the first 4 games of the series. We knew game 1 was Saturday. We got to talk about how this is going to lay out for the week to come as well, with games 2, 3, and 4 all having dates and times. So we'll hop into that coming up next as well. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Complete your dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors, Kings. I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy that the Giants beat the Dodgers. There's only one thing I'm not happy about right now.
What's that?
Well, other than you not being able to execute donuts on a Wednesday afternoon.
What can I say? My Walnut Creek donut guy he's lazy. He's lazy.
Tell you, well, once I found out that he wants Steve Kerr fired, I actually want those donuts a little bit less. But listen, this is you know what I don't like in life? I don't like it when I can't understand stuff. I'm one of these people. I just want to understand. I've made this
like tech stuff.
I'm not like, oh, I need to learn everything in this world. I've said this before. If you pull some ridiculous maneuver on the roadways, like I'm not a road rage guy, but I want to pull you over, not to punch you in the face. I want to understand. What the hell was that? In other words, what are you doing? There's a reason it's become the motto.
Are you the guy that does something on the road and then you at a stoplight you look over? Like, who is that?
I inch up on it.
Who exactly did that?
I did have this experience in high school. I did have this experience where I was animated with, what the hell are you, this, that, the other, you bleep, this, that, from behind. Like, I'm honking, I'm waving arms, I'm throwing all kinds of gestures, and I go, dang it, and I pull up around, and then we end up right next to each other at the stoplight.
It's your mom.
It's one of my friend's dads.
Oh, that's the worst.
Damn it! Damn it! And I'm just like, I'm looking straight ahead. I'm looking straight ahead. I'm acting like you don't see me and I don't see you, and we're just gonna act like this never happened, right?
So I'm at Sac State, right? I can remember this like it was yesterday. Sac State, going to college, sophomore year, get out of class. It's Monday Night Football. It was an afternoon class. It ended right at 6 o'clock. So it was like one of those late afternoon classes. And so it's Monday Night Football. I got to get out of Monday Night Football. And there's a stop sign, and you can take a right. And this guy's waiting for all these cars, and it's just a stop sign. It's not a stoplight. I'm like, go right. Go. Go. Will you go? Go. I'm like literally rolling down my window. Go. So now we come up to the next intersection. Now there's a stoplight.
Right.
Pull up right next to the guy. Do the same thing. I've got my window down. I'm about ready to go. What the F is wrong with you? It's the teacher that I had.
I knew you were going to say the teacher.
Class,
I don't know why.
The teacher.
And
he's like, I'll see you tomorrow in class, Mr. Kruger.
That's so
I gave him the, hey, keep it rolling.
Yeah.
Keep it rolling.
I'm a big fan.
I go, Niners are on Monday Night Football. He's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Come talk to me. Maybe show up a couple minutes early to class and we can talk this over tomorrow.
Office hours, Wednesday, 3 to 4. Better be there. It's like, God. No, that's why I try to ease into it, because you never know who's in that car, what they got going on.
Well, also, you never know these days, man. Somebody could pull out a piece.
There's that too. I don't wave hands anymore. I'm not all about that. But I want to understand. So we were just having this conversation. Lucas hops in here, and I'm not going to mention the guest. I'm not going to mention the guest because he is going to come on the show sometime
Today?
very soon. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know about today. That's the point. This person is one of the nicest human beings alive. I love having this person on the radio. He does a great job, both with all of the stuff that he does. I'll just say it that way. Does a phenomenal job. But he's one of these people who will only hit you back like 1 out of every 6 times. I don't understand. I can't relate. Do you people have text messages on your phone and you look at them and you're just like, and then that's it?
That's a sign of disrespect.
I cannot,
man.
but it's not for some people. Some people are just like that.
No, but people who say that, Mark, are lying. People are like, yeah, man, I'm really just bad. No, you're not. If somebody who you really loved, some girl you wanted to date, some person you wanted to meet, some job you wanted to get, if it served your GD purposes, damn right, you'd be texting that person back.
I'm telling you, this person is one of these like
You're a selective texter.
But he's like one of the nicest human beings on the planet. He'll be the first one to be like, I suck on my phone. I'm terrible on my phone. He'll be the first one to tell you. Like, remember when Shanahan joked last week? And they're like, if you talk to Garoppolo, he's like, you'd have to run into him. You'd have to run into him to talk to him because he will not return a text. And they've all joked about it. I don't think it's at the point where Jimmy was like, yeah, bleep you, Kyle, because he doesn't respond to Kittle either. They all tease him. He just gets text messages and ghosts them. I don't have it in my DNA.
But some people are like off the grid. Like
my
good friend Tim Ryan loves to go hunting with Owen Nolan, and sometimes I'll send Tim a text, and it's like, I always feel like, he's just
where are you?
He's probably
Randy?
shooting a buck somewhere. Don't
shoot the animals, by the way.
He's got a camo and a Copenhagen. And he's off the grid.
But that's fine.
He's gunning something down.
But if you're off the grid, if you're on vacation, that's great. I'm talking. There are people who are just at Starbucks and they got to ice something, and you text them and they look at it, and it just doesn't translate the way it does for the rest of us.
Maybe those are people that are afraid of commitment.
Is
this particular guest married for any period of time?
Yes.
Are you sure?
With chitlins.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's not a commitment thing. Maybe
no.
Is it possibly? I hate to say it. Is it a Willard thing?
No.
Did you guys? No. Did you do something to him?
Hey, look. With all due respect,
sometimes if people say, "Hey, can I just?" Eventually, you're
brother,
like,
I'm telling you.
I don't. Read the room. You know what I mean?
With humility, I tell you, dude loves me, and I love him. Like it's all he's Garoppolo.
Okay.
I'm going to call him that the next time he comes on the show, and some of you will know who I was talking about today. I have nothing but love for this person. This is absolutely not a criticism. I just don't understand. Do you know how much it would stress me out if you texted me? Let's say if you texted me and you were like, hey, later today, do you want this, that, or the other on the show? Maybe about 4:00. And I was just like, meh. And I just spit on the text and never did anything.
People in our biz,
literally could not do it. I couldn't do it.
There's certain professions that, okay, if you're a radio host, if you're a TV person, if you're a doctor, if your work is so consuming in the moment that you don't even touch your phone, like you put it away.
Right, but then get back to you later. I'm not saying you need to respond in 5 minutes.
Right.
But just never. Some people see the blue dot and they're like,
disrespect. Man.
Cool.
It's disrespect.
We're just moving on in life. I don't get it.
That's wrong. That's just
don't
wrong.
Don't be disrespectful. I don't understand.
Disrespect.
But I want to understand other people because we're not all the same, Lair. We're not all the same. You, for instance, you want to know what I wanted to ask you? You were just telling that story about turning right and your teacher and all this. Right. And you're like, Monday Night Football, the 49ers were on. I almost interrupted you and said,
who were they playing?
Who were they playing, and who did you think that team should draft that year? And I bet you would have had an answer.
Right.
Like you
should have gone with the DB.
You are just enthralled with the 5th round.
Yes.
I couldn't care less. It's a bunch of names I've never heard of. And I'm about at a 30% chance I'll never hear of him again.
I used to.
But that's you.
Seriously,
I'm fascinated by it.
Forget the 5th round. I mean, I'm going to put.
I'm fascinated by the undrafted free agents.
I'm going to fire off a tweet on Saturday, fired up like crazy for an undrafted free agent.
You know who the Niners should get?
You know
that guy from Iowa State. Like what?
Yeah.
No, I don't know the guy from Iowa State.
It's an illness.
But that's you.
Yeah. No,
and that makes you you.
It is.
It makes you you. Right?
Yes, it does. I'll say this one thing I've never done. I've never gotten a tattoo of another man's face on my body.
Now, why would you bring that up right now, Larry Krueger?
Because the Sacramento Kings have on their website, one of their fans said that if the Kings made the playoffs, he'd get a tattoo of Mike Brown's face on his calf.
Face!
And the Sacramento Kings made the playoffs.
Yes, they did. I heard that.
And this guy did it. He put the tattoo, and I tweeted it out at Sports Larry K. Just saying, what?
Was this an elaborate ruse for you to get more followers on Twitter? Is that what just happened?
That's a good idea, though.
It's not a bad idea.
Maybe not.
How does it look? Did they do a good job?
It looks really good. This guy's calf doesn't look that good. I mean, my goodness, it's a bad-looking calf. But, yeah.
Did you tweet it out?
I said, get help, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Warriors in 5.
Look at that. Hold on.
Looks like it's a great tattoo. I don't know where he went.
Oh, they did. I give that a B+.
It's a good tattoo, but it's a bad calf.
It made Mike Brown his face look a little bit thinner than it is.
A little thinner.
Yeah, but it's solid. It's solid. I don't think anybody would walk down the street and be like, "Oh my gosh, that's Mike Brown on your thigh." But Mike Brown's not like the most recognizable person in sports either.
If the Giants win the World Series, will you get Gabe Kapler's face on your calf?
I'm going to have to think about that. Listen, this is I have no problem admitting something about myself. I would not get a tattoo of an ant. Do not touch me with that needle. Get the hell off of my
nothing you would get a tattoo of?
Nothing.
I bet you have 95.7 somewhere.
Stop talking about my butt.
Yeah.
All right.
What does that say? Dibs on your bicep?
No, it does not. Okay, check it out. We mentioned the Warriors schedule. Take your calls next. Phil, I'll stay where you are. We mentioned the Warriors schedule. Also want to tell you how you could win your way in to Game 3 for the Warriors and Kings. It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by the Concord Police Department. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contract a recruiter today by visiting joinconcordpd.com. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Wait.
it was a consideration.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we could talk about that in a minute. We'll get over to what happened with the. I mean, this is what triggers Giants fans for sure. Alex Wood pitching to Jim, 5th inning,
coming off the mound,
a little bit of an unfair walk, and then a bobble over at first base. So instead of getting the lead runner, you get the runner at first, and with a shutout. 4 2/3. Here comes Gabe.
Okay.
But it worked.
Okay.
They won the game. They shut him out 5-0.
I look at it this way. I look at going to the pen similarly when I'm betting on football. If the starter's going to go the distance, that's a straight bet. If I'm going to go the starter to the 8th and the closer in the 9th, that's a 2-team parlay. If I'm going to go starter to the 7th and a guy in the 8th and a guy in the 9th, that's a 3-team parlay. Basically, every reliever is like adding to the parlay. Without telling you how, would you rather have a 2-team parlay or a 5-team parlay?
Well, of course you'd rather have the 2-team. I don't think that's necessarily.
Not necessarily. The 5-teamer pays off.
Yeah.
Right? Pays you bigger. But
it pays you bigger, but you're taking more risk.
There's more risk in a 5-team parlay than a 2-team parlay. Your pitcher is working into the 5th. He's given up 1 hit. You're in a low-scoring game. I know a third time around, blah, blah, blah,
Alex
blah,
Wood.
blah, blah, blah.
There's history there.
I know how much he loves his piggybacks, and here comes Junis, and Junis has been good. But you went from Wood to Junis to Alexander, who came through in the clutch, to Brebbia, who looks awesome, by the way, to Rogers, to Duvall. And on a night where your starter worked into the 5th inning and only gave up 1 hit, you wind up using 5 relievers.
Yeah, but
they all were awesome. None of them allowed a run, and the Giants wind up winning 5-0. If one of those relievers implodes, you probably wind up losing. I don't get the desire to not stay with the hot hand. The other thing I don't get, Mark, and this is modern baseball versus older baseball, what happened to the days of, you know what, I'm going to go with the guy at 4 2/3 innings? Pulling a guy after 4 2/3 almost seems like you're manipulating his money. If I was Alex Wood, I almost would be like, dude, stay out of my wallet. I can qualify for a win if I get 1 more out. I've given up 1 hit. We're in the 5th. You're yanking me for Junis and not letting me qualify for a win. Isn't that how you become incredibly unpopular with your players? I don't understand that.
I have breaking news that you may want to hear about this.
Yeah, what? Please.
Coming up sometime here within the next hour, you can ask Alex Wood yourself.
Good.
Okay?
I'm going to ask him.
You can ask Alex Wood yourself because he's going to come on the show with us.
Are you mad at Gabe?
Huh? Yeah.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Alex, what did you mutter to yourself as you were walking off the mound last night? Don't lie.
Would you ever get a picture of Gabe on your calf? Would you get a tattoo of Gabe's face?
We'll circle back to Giants, but I will say this. I think you're leaving out of the conversation situational pitching, which is to say you're making it sound like all pitchers are equal in all situations, and they're not. Like, yes, I do want either someone fresh or a lefty in this situation or a righty in this situation or this particular pitcher. There's something to be said for that, and I'm never going to be mad when at the end of the game you gave up no runs on 3 hits. Like that's an attababe.
All right, you got a bonus. You got a bonus to finish all 4 hours of the show, and Hagian walks in at 3 hours and 45 minutes and says, "You know what? I'm gonna have Grandy finish up for you. Head out to the parking lot, Willard." And you're like, I'm getting a bonus if I just finish 15 minutes. I've been here for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
I don't think I would say that. I'd be yelling and cussing much quicker. Exactly. Yeah, I would totally. What's Cat's name? Who got Zach Littell? Who got DFA'd the next day? That's what I would do.
Wouldn't Hagian stalk you into the tunnel?
Well, and Hagian's a little less imposing than Gabe Kapler. I'll just say that.
His hand tattoo's
not quite
smaller.
as intimidating when he walks through a dugout. Yeah, just me. But anyway, listen, want to tell you about this. Game 3 and the Sacramento Kings against the Warriors, which is going to be Thursday night. The schedule is going to go like this. Saturday, Monday in Sacramento. And then it's Thursday, Game 3. And then, actually, I already forgot when Game 4 is. It's Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
It's Saturday?
Yeah.
Hang on. Are you sure?
It's like 1 day, 2 day, 1 day, 2 days, something like that.
Are you 100% sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay. No, it's Sunday. You were wrong.
I was wrong.
Come on, man.
Just looked at
That's why, it's Sunday. So it's going to go Saturday, Monday, Thursday, Sunday. And the tip-offs will be 5:30, then 7 o'clock, and then 12:30. So Sunday afternoon on the 23rd is Game 4. But specific to Game 3, who wants to go? Okay?
Ooh.
You want to go to Game 3 against the Kings? We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Warriors' first home playoff game tomorrow. I want you to listen very closely right now about how to get these tickets. Each show on 95.7 The Game is going to give you a keyword. You're going to need all three, okay? Listen to the Morning Roast between 7:30 and 8. You get keyword number 1. Then you listen to Steiny and Goo from 11:30 to noon. You get keyword number 2. Then you listen to Willard and Dibbs featuring the great Larry Krueger from 4:30 to 5. That's right, the third keyword. You cannot do anything with the first two unless you are listening to us between 4:30 and 5 tomorrow, which will lead right up to Steve Kerr, by the way. All three keywords for your chance to win. Our ticket giveaway is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. So that's tomorrow. Tickets to Game 3. Listen to all three shows. Your time windows are 7:30 to 8 in the morning, 11:30 to noon, and then 4:30 to 5 tomorrow afternoon to win your way into Game 3 Thursday night at Chase Center as the Warriors look to make it a 3-0 series edge.
It's going to be off the hook. Place is going to be rocking.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I'm excited about this series. I really am.
Too. I am too. I've been wishing for this for so long.
Me too.
I didn't even talk about a lot of the other matchups in the last week or so because I've just been so laser focused on Kings, Warriors, Kings, Warriors, Kings, Warriors. I think this is going to be the birth of an awesome rivalry because this idea that the Warriors are somehow drifting into the sunset. Come on, it's Joe Lacob. Billionaire, self-made billionaire. They're drifting nowhere, even as they get older. And the Kings are in this ascent. Okay, they've built a nice team, but how, now it gets more difficult. You don't have lottery picks and this and that. And are you going to be able to attract free agents? And it just gets more difficult. I see the Kings getting a little bit better, but I don't see the Warriors just falling apart. So I think we may be entering into the beginning of a really nice regional rivalry that lasts for 3 to 5 years.
I don't disagree, but I also wonder how the Warriors will sustain that long. I mean, you said already this week you think Jordan Poole's getting traded in the offseason.
I do. I think they're but he's going to be making a lot of money, so you're going to have to get a pretty good player coming back.
Yeah,
it's not like they're trading him for second-round picks.
Well, but see, then I guess my response to that then would be why. Like that seems like you're leaning into this idea that Draymond and Jordan can't coexist.
It's not even about that. I think it's about Steph and Poole. I think Poole plays best when Steph's not there. The best I've ever seen from Poole is when Steph's been out. So I don't.
You better be really sure that what you're getting back is better if you do that.
No doubt.
You're not only are you giving up an ascending player, you're giving up a bird rights player. You're giving up a homegrown drafted player that you signed to bring in somebody from out, and that gives you fewer resources.
And it's going to be hard. He's going to have a hard contract to match up. And I ain't taking Porzingis. You know what I mean? I've seen some of these.
Nothing wrong with Porzingis.
No, the zinger's not bad, but I'm not. To me, that I want something different than that. And it would be tough to match salaries, but I don't know. I just get the vibe that like Jordan Poole would be best on his own team, where he can be kind of the everything circles around him as opposed to fitting in. He's just at times he's looked uncomfortable. The inconsistency of Jordan Poole is maddening to me.
Well, I'm sure that he's saying the inconsistency of what you do with me is maddening. Am I a starter? Am I coming off the bench? Am I a featured scorer? Or am I supposed to distribute? Right? I'm sure that angers him too. And I'm not saying you should feel sorry for Jordan Poole, but I've felt that way about him at times as well. Like, gosh, he'd probably like to go be a 1 on, Charlotte or something, Orlando. But
look how well he played when Steph was out last year.
Yeah, I don't know that his behavior has ever suggested that we're right about that.
That's probably what got him the contract.
But he signed it. He signed it also, which of course, who doesn't sign it?
And it's a ridiculous amount of money.
Well, of course, but again, he signed it, which means he's willing to be in Steph's shadow for another 3 years after this one.
Well, no, I think you just secure the bag, and if somebody wants to move you somewhere else, then fine, you'll move with your fat contract.
Yeah, no, that's not wrong. You sign it when it's there, but he also has to understand that the control then is with the team to keep him in Steph's shadow for 3 more years after this one, and you better be okay with that. Let's go to Philmo Mike in the town. Philmo, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm chilling, man. Enjoying your conversation. Larry Kruger's good, man. He got a different analysis. I love his snicker or his laugh. He be like, got a little evil laugh.
That's it right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He is. Well, he's an evil genius.
I'll send you a picture. You can get a tattoo of my face on your calf. By the way, not everybody agrees with you. 707 says, Larry historically has some of the worst takes ever. So not everybody agrees.
Both of you are right, by the way.
You got a real take, and I agree with your take because you really you kind of studied it. You be out there, you be in the trenches with it. You feel me? So I appreciate that. And then all I was gonna say was the Dubs. Oh, Mark, you talking about a Giants reporter? I don't know who you talking about, but you definitely talk about a Giants reporter that ain't getting back at you because he don't want to talk about the Giants. I'm going to the game tonight.
I'm not telling you nothing, Philmo. I'm not telling you nothing.
Philmo, you're on it, man. You are absolutely spot on.
Maybe.
see.
Maybe.
I go snitch. But look, the Kings is missing a player like a Cliff Robinson, rest in peace, a Terry Cummings, a Draymond Green. That'll be a great situation for him. Now, I'm going to talk about this one thing. You ever go to you see the Miami Heat? Their fans, they fans suck. They have to be the worst fans in the NBA. Every time I don't even know why TNT or ESPN do games in Miami because no one's there. What the hell? Sacramento, the Bay Area, Northern California has the latest fans in the world. Now, I don't know. You feel me? We don't say who better, who not better. It don't matter. When it comes to basketball, Northern California is the best fans. Better than Southern California by far. Better than Philly. Better than New York. We outside. Let's go. Warriors and foe.
Look at that.
There he goes, Philmo. Philmo, give him an evil laugh on his way out the door. There you go.
Like
perfect. Yeah, no, that was good. Especially on cue.
Philmo and foe.
Sports fans in Florida have always sort of, right? What's going on out in Florida?
Lots of bugs. There's
a
lot of bugs.
I can't figure out what's going on out in Florida, no matter what we're talking about. Sporting event, election, restaurants.
It's too big of a state to generalize, though. I mean, it's about 4 different states.
I mean, first time I ever went to a Waffle House, I think I was in Florida, and I'm like, what the hell is going on out here? And then it was delicious. But seriously, what the hell is going on out here?
We used to do a radio segment called the Florida Files, and literally,
what did you come up with?
Just all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, just
a weird place.
Crazy, weird stories, and all it's like Florida, Dateline.
But you know what,
Florida.
But you know what, Florida and the rest of the South think about us? They see on TV that there's a college football game filled with empty seats, and they're like, "We don't even understand what the hell y'all doing out there." Like, that's what they think.
Yeah.
We look at baseball games and basketball games, and we're like, what on earth? They look at Cal-Stanford football games, and they're like, what on earth? What's wrong with you? So that's just what makes them tick. Nobody's going to beat us here in Northern California, or all of California for that matter, I think, when it comes to, actually, I shouldn't say nobody, but there's a handful of places when your basketball team is good, it rocks. It absolutely rocks here. It rocks in New York when the basketball team is good. Oklahoma City rocked when Durant and Westbrook were fantastic there. So, there's a handful of places around the country that could really fill up NBA arenas on a night in and night out basis with energy. Florida's not one of them.
Yeah, this is a great basketball market. I really believe that because there's great passion here. There's great knowledge here. Heck, when USF was good, they used to pack the hilltop.
Yep.
I can remember as a kid, you'd go into Kezar in the summertime for the Pro-Am. There'd be 3,500 people there, watching, Bay Raiders play Dream Team at Kezar. So there's a lot of passion for basketball here, and And there's a lot of knowledgeable fans, and it's impressive because, I mean, the Kings draw well, the Warriors draw well. Yep. Both teams have a lot of momentum right now.
Yep.
And if the college teams were good, they would draw.
You know what's interesting, too, about these two fan bases, and it is a Warrior Wednesday, by the way, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Aside from Logan Webb, who takes his Sacramento Kings fandom and also transfers it to Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders, outside of that, there is actually so much overlap. I want everyone to remember who you're fighting with. You're fighting with Giants and 49er fans who just happen to have a different option in terms of basketball. Like, Sacramento sports fan, San Francisco sports fan, 8 months out of the year, y'all in the same gang.
Right. It's Sacramento's an adjunct market to the Bay Area.
Totally.
Those are Giants fans. Those are Niner fans. Those are Kings or Warrior fans.
All of a sudden, it gets complicated when we get here. And the other thing that's going on, and I think this is an important piece of this puzzle, this is the first time we've been faced with this. That's what makes it so cool. We've never done this before. And I think that's why there are so many people who are sort of either confused or wowed. I mean, KC, we played his sound earlier. He is all over Twitter like, I can't even believe where this is coming from, Warrior fan. The only reason you're surprised by it is because we've never seen it before. A Kings fan and a Warrior fan have never had to sit down and go, okay, let's fight in a game that mattered. It's never happened before. And so this is a completely brand new dynamic with no history, nothing to draw from. This isn't Warriors are playing the Lakers. It's not the Cavs. It's not the Rockets. It's not the Grizzlies. There's literally nothing from which to draw here. And so we're weaving our way. That's what it feels.
I don't really even understand a big portion of the Kings fan base. I mean, if you're over 35 or so and you're a Kings fan, you're either a traitor, you're one of these guys that are wishy-washy that switched off of the Warriors for the Kings, or you're just a new fan. You're either a kid, a brand new fan, or you're a traitor. I'm a Giants fan. I live in Walnut Creek. If the A's leave and they bring a new team to the East Bay, what am I supposed to now stop being a Giants fan and be the fan of this new team in the East Bay? Well, they're closer to my house.
Yeah, but it's the same market. If you lived in Sacramento your whole life and you followed the Warriors,
but you're from LA. You mean not from LA? You spend a lot of time in LA.
You ever say that again?
But you spend a lot of time in LA. There's a lot of people that commute way further and longer than it takes to, and they're still in LA than it does to take from get to here to Golden One.
I grant you that it's less than 2 hours away, but let's say I grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada, okay? And because of the proximity to whatever, I'm a Suns or I'm a Lakers. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm a Cardinals or I'm a Raiders or a Rams or a Charger fan or whatever. And then, poof, the Raiders just fall into the market. You're not allowed to be like, okay, now I'm a Raider fan. They're the Las Vegas Raiders, and I live in Las Vegas. If you live in Sacramento,
well, first of all, I don't know about that. Actually, I mean, to me, if you're a fan of a team, you be a fan of the team. I mean, there's people that are new Yankee fans. They move to the West Coast. They're not suddenly, I'm now going to root for the Angels. No, they're a Yankee fan. It's like you're kind of
a traitor. Like that's a bit of a heavy-handed
but
word.
I mean, okay, what do you want to call it then? You're wishy-washy.
I mean,
you just kind of blow with the wind. I don't know what you call it, but it's. I'm a Giants fan. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a Warrior fan. If I move to Arizona, I'm a Giant fan. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a Warrior fan.
I'm with
I move to Paris. I'm a Giant fan. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a Warrior fan.
We're cut the same way. I raised Giants, 49ers, and Warriors fans in L.A.
Yeah.
I raised them there. Now, it was easy because everybody was winning championships every 3 months.
And the Rams were gone.
I mean, my God. These kids are like, Steph Curry and Buster Posey, we're in. But
was it ever a challenge?
No.
Were they ever like, hey, even on the Lakers? Because the Lakers are kind of like it now.
No, you know how they're kids, so they have their moments where all of a sudden they're like, I'm a Rams fan, yay! And you're like, oh God,
Do you want to live outside?
My daughter 1 year played T-ball, and her team was the Dodgers, and they got the actual gear.
Right.
And the fact that it was in my house, like in her closet,
right,
gave me the willies.
I coached a little league team, and they chose the Dodgers.
Oh, my gosh. I'm like, you cannot have this gear in my house. So, like, luckily, she
bad.
didn't, like, totally fall in love with the sport. So, as soon as the whole thing was over, I grabbed all that gear and put it in the trash where it belonged. We didn't keep that uniform. But,
Did you really throw it in in
I mean, it's gone.
That's awesome.
It's gone. I don't know where. I probably took it to
Goodwill.
Yeah, like I didn't
Salvation
throw it away.
Army.
I had no reason to waste something that's been worn 10 times. But anyway, you get my point.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, like I'm cut like you, but I'm not going to put that on.
Like, I have no respect for my brother. My brother grew up in the Sunset District. He was a Warrior fan. We went to Warrior games. We're high-fiving over Bernard King and World Free and Purvis Short, and now he's lighting the beam and texting it to me.
Here's what I'd say to your brother, who disagreed with me the other day that
he's
the Kings,
wishy-washy.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really care that he. Oh no, we expect the second round. No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. You're going to lose the series.
Willard's wrong. Here we expect to go to the second round.
No, you think you do now because you're optimistic, but the bottom line is you won't know if you actually expect the second round until we get to a point, if and when the Warriors win the series, and check your emotions. And my guess is you're going to go, okay, that's a bummer, but bravo, what a great season. We've really built something here, and I think it's going somewhere next. I promise you, before you go to bed that night, that's how you're going to feel. And that tells you all you need to know. You don't demand or expect the second round. You don't. And how could you?
And after the Kings get beat by the Warriors, he'll be rooting for the Warriors the rest of the way.
Well, now that's where I get offended. You can switch.
He will.
But you can't come back. You are not allowed to switch.
Really? Once you're out, you're out?
Yes. How wishy-washy is it to be like, so now I have two teams? You don't get two teams.
That half Giants, half A's hat?
Everybody gets one team. I rip my brother-in-law on this all the time. He's a Southern California guy. He grew up a Dodger fan, and now, like so many of them, they graduate down to Orange County, and they have a family. And nobody's going to drive up to Dodger Stadium from Orange County. They live, whatever it is, 20 minutes from Angels, the Big A. And so now, Shohei and Mike. Okay, if you want to do that, you get to do that. If the Dodgers make the World Series, and I hear a peep out of you, a peep, gone, off the Christmas card list, out of here, you don't get two teams. One team, one person, one team. Them's the rules. I didn't make them.
Are the Angels even a team? Or are they just another ride at Disneyland? Isn't it like, can you get a hopper
jerseys
pass?
To
get over there?
Shohei Ohtani's got a park hopper pass right now.
Exactly.
Hopefully,
hopping over here.
Free entry into Oracle Park next year. All right. It is a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by the Concord Police Department. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting joinconcordpd.com. Oh, look, everybody. It's Alex Wood who threw 4 2/3 shutout innings last night. He joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
I love his snicker or his...
Wade scores. Conforto scores. Peterson into second with a double. 2-0 Giants.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So are you saying shutout work from Alex Wood and a key 2-run double from Jock Peterson? Is there anything better in life? Give me one thing better in life than ex-Dodgers beating the Dodgers. Go ahead. I'll hear it.
Ooh, Rocky Road ice cream?
Nope, that's wrong.
No?
Nope. Chocolate old-fashioned donut is close.
I don't know. 49ers winning the Super Bowl? I don't know.
That's nice.
That's not bad.
Alex Wood, is there anything better than ex-Dodgers beating the Dodgers? Come on, for real now.
No, it was a good night last night, man. You know, Jock's been hot to start the year. Obviously, to get a couple runs early against those guys is important, especially against a starter like Dustin May. So a good night all around. Be better if we can take a series here at home before we go back on the road tonight.
You have a presence out there, man, that it feels like you can kind of feel your will. And for, you know, whether you're the 1, the 2, the 3 starter, it's like you have a feeling on the mound that when we're watching you, like you've got this like I don't know, I call it a will, but I mean, it's like you want to turn around losing streaks, and it feels like you're the stopper. Do you feel that when you go out there? Is that something that you're cognizant of?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, especially at home, you know, when you've lost a couple of games, you want to go out there and you want to give our guys the best chance they can to win. But I mean, yeah, when I go out there, you know, I want to be the guy that they can depend on, you know, and I know I try and go out there and bring it every time and have that energy and, you know, that focus. You know, I think that stuff, you know, rubs off on other guys, you know, especially, you know, when you've been around for a while, you know, guys expect you to lead, you know, on the field and in the clubhouse. And so, you know, that's my goal when I go out there. And so just happy to have a good start and hope we build off that and win a series tonight and keep going well.
Alex, you've played for both teams, so I'm sure you understand the fan base as well. Look, these are both juggernaut-type franchises historically, a lot of resources. But for whatever reason, especially recently, Giants fans feel like a confidence complex against the Dodgers. And in particular, the way things went head-to-head last year, it really fed into it. And then you see what happens in Game 1. That felt like a very uncomfortable, familiar feeling to Giants fans. I wonder if you could share with fans what it feels like on the team in terms of confidence against the Dodgers.
Yeah, you know, I don't think, you know, I don't know if it's cliche or not. I don't think, you know, try not to look too much into the opponent. It's a long season, and, you know, we feel like we've got a really deep, talented roster. And then if we play our game and play the way we're capable of playing, we feel like we can match up with anybody. You know, obviously we got our teeth kicked in. You know, that the first game against the Dodgers, they got a good team. You know, you got to come in, you got to be sharp on both sides of the ball. Otherwise, you know, a team that's averaging over 100 wins for the last however many years, you know, they're going to do that to you. So you got to come in, you got to play clean, crisp baseball. You got to execute, and you know, you got to try and go on the outside.
You know, you're a pro. This is not your first rodeo. You've been around the game a lot, and I'm just kind of wondering. You're one out away from qualifying for a victory last night, and Gabe comes and gets you. Nobody's going to show up their manager, but what is going through your mind as he's walking out there? Are you hacked off, or are you know what, totally buying in? What's going through your mind as you see him come out?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think I'm ever going to be happy, you know, leaving the game with two outs in the fifth. You know, I think that this day and age, you know, all that I ask for, anybody asks for, you know, is just kind of take it start by start and go based on, you know, how you feel like, you know, I've thrown or whoever else has thrown to that point in the game. You know, I definitely would have liked to be left in there for at least Will Smith, you know, but that was a decision they made, and, you know, it's kind of out of my hands. It ended up working out last night. We won the game, but I mean, there's never going to be a time where I'm going to be happy in that situation. You know, I want the ball. You know, I thought last night, you know, the way I threw, you know, I deserved to face Will Smith, but, you know, they felt like they had a better matchup with Junis, and so they brought him in, and, you know, and especially after the game the first night. But, you know, I always want the ball, man. That's how I am, and, you know, I would have liked to stay in that situation for sure, but, you know, just glad it worked out and we came out on top last night.
For a pitcher, Alex, and this is Alex Wood with us here on Willard and Dibs. Larry's in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Alex, does it factor into it sort of the story of how you get to second and third with 2 outs. It was clear that you thought you had Betts. It was a close pitch. You thought you had him. So is that kind of in your head? You're like, yeah, there's runners at second and third, but I don't really feel like I did anything wrong to get to that spot.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't think there'd been a whole lot of, good quality contact the whole night. I had some free passes, but I thought my stuff was good. And, I felt confident facing Will Smith. And so it was more about the situation in general, how I'd thrown up to that point. I felt like, I was more than ready to, finish that inning off. But, it's just the way it goes sometimes, and you got to control what you can control. And so, I still felt good about my start, but, I hope I'll feel a little bit better next time when we go a little bit deeper in the game,
I was down in spring training a few weeks ago, and I'm talking to Keaton Wynn. And Keaton Wynn, he's telling me how he had Tommy John surgery. And I said, man, that surgery's amazing now. It's like you're better than you were before. He's like, no kidding, man. I was 92 on the gun pre-surgery. I can touch 100 now. You had the surgery well before you got to the bigs. Did you notice a lot more juice in your arm after the TJ surgery?
Yeah, I'd say, everybody's different. I think that, it's not the surgery itself. It's really the length of time you spend rehabilitating your arm, all the shoulder care, all the arm care, all the soft tissue work. You're able to basically train, pretty hard for a long period of time, focus on your body. I think those are the things that, you end up seeing kind of shine through as far as any type of velocity uptick.
Alex, you were always a quick worker before this pitch clock. I wonder if you find this to maybe be almost an advantage because now the hitter has to go at a pace you're comfortable with. Is that the case?
Yeah, the first couple starts in spring training, you're not used to having an actual clock. You just kind of go based on that internal clock you've always had from playing. And so once you kind of got a feel of the timing of everything, having an actual clock locked in on you, I feel pretty comfortable. I really don't look at it that much during the game because I feel like I kind of have it down for the most part. And so definitely feel like I didn't have to have as big of an adjustment as a lot of other guys are having to make.
Some guys, some pitchers look similar. Your kind of herky-jerky motion looks different than other pitchers, and I would imagine the hitters don't like it. Have you always thrown that way, or did you see that it was deceptive and kind of lean into it?
Yeah, I've always had a more unique delivery as far as getting to the places throughout my delivery that I need to get to, and nobody really ever messed with me when I was growing up and in the college. Just kind of let me be, which I'm thankful for. And so I've continued to evolve my delivery over the course of my career, probably a little bit smoother than I was at the beginning, but just something I've always done.
Alex Wood with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Alex, you get a game like that last night against the Dodgers, your rivals, and you get real used to facing those hitters. Now you'll face them less this year because of this balanced schedule, and you'll have to face some hitters maybe that you're not familiar with. What are your thoughts on that?
I love the new schedule. More travel for us, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but who wants to play the same team 19 or 20 times, over the course of the season? And so I'm all for the new schedule. I think it's going to be great for baseball, different fan bases, seeing different teams consistently throughout the year. I'm really, really excited about it.
You came up in Georgia and you played at Georgia and you came up with the Braves, and that's such a different climate in the summertime than it is here. Would you rather pitch in that unbelievable humidity? You're loose as soon as you walk out on the field, but, here you don't have that humidity. You're not sweating like a dog. How would you compare the challenge between being a starter on the West Coast and San Francisco compared to, the ATL?
Yeah, the East Coast is probably a little bit more difficult, especially with the clock now. But I grew up pitching in that. I always loved it. But I kind of described to everybody as like once you leave that humidity that you're consistently used to, pitching in the summers and spring and whatnot, and you go to the West Coast, it definitely is more difficult going back to it when you're making most of your starts out here on the West Coast when the weather's pretty much perfect every night. And so I prefer I think stamina-wise, I think being on the West Coast helps a little bit. But it's just all about what you're used to, man. If you go back to the East Coast and you're making the majority of your starts throughout the course of the year, in that humidity, it's just kind of all about what you're used to. You know what I mean?
Alex, sticking with the rules changes, the the doing away with the shift, I think people thought, okay, more balls in play because guys won't be swinging for the fences so much, fewer strikeouts. Do you see that? Or do you notice the hitters with a different approach, or have they not made that change?
No, same approach. There's nothing different offensively as far as approach, in my opinion. I just think that, some of those balls, those ground balls, particularly for left-handed hitters that historically, have been outs with the shift, are probably getting through more than they ever have up to this point, and some balls up the middle. But as far as approach, there's no difference really, in my opinion.
I love the new clocks in one way because the games don't go 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and it feels right in the first through the sixth. But Alex, I got to say, when it gets to the 7th, 8th, and 9th, the natural kind of slowing down of the game that kind of tells you that it's a tense moment or that, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. It's like, to me, it's lost something with the clocks. What do you think of the tempo of the game in the late innings with the new clock?
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. And I think you're probably not wrong in that. But overall, in my opinion, with all the pitch clock stuff is, I think things got to a snail's pace late in the game. You have relievers that are taking 30, 35 seconds between pitches, hitters taking forever to get in the box, all of that stuff. And so for me, the way I've kind of looked at the pitch clock is, there's a clock that you have to, and rules you have to follow, but really it's taking the game back to how it, probably was in the 90s and the 80s. And, back when, this is the pace that things were at, for a long time. It just has gotten so exaggerated and so bogged down. To me, the clock is just bringing the pace back to where it historically, had been, and so I don't really look at it as like a massive rule change. We're just kind of, picking up the efficiency piece of it a bit, if that makes sense.
Well, Alex, man, thanks for coming on, and I'll ask you this too on the way out. Like, I think to Giants fans, last night felt like a big deal. I know it's only the 11th game of the year. Did that feel like a big deal to you guys? Yeah, for sure. And I think tonight will be a big game as well. It'll be great. If we can finish off this with a series winning at the Dodgers. At home before we go back on the road and get back to 500. And it was a big win last night. There's no doubt about it. You don't want to come in and lose 2 home series to start the year. And so we'll have a big game tonight. Hopefully we'll come out on top and head into the road trip with some momentum. Yeah, you changed the morale of the baseball fan in this city, seriously, with 4 2/3 last night. Alex, great job, man, and thanks again for coming on. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, there it is. That's Alex Wood. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And that was some pretty good honesty there. And you can see it on any pitcher's face. They're free to say that. I don't want to come out of the baseball game. But Alex Wood has pitched 2 games this year. The Giants have won both of them going away, and he has pitched a total of 7 2/3 innings. That's it. And so that's the reputation of Alex Wood is that he cannot go past 5 innings. And I don't think he agrees with that.
Well, and first of all, everybody feels different on different days. When you're too wed to this is what's going to happen because my Tandy 5000 in the dugout told me, you know what? 9 times out of 10, this guy doesn't go through the lineup the 3rd time. What about when he's cruising? It's kind of like that, Blake Snell in the World Series against the Dodgers. He was in cruise control, and Kevin Cash went out there and said, "You're coming out," because some statistical breakdown. And it's like, dude, people say, well, I'm looking at analytics. You're looking at strict pitching analytics. You're not really looking at what he had done against those 3 hitters that were coming up in that inning. You're looking only at his pitch count and what he does when he gets to a certain threshold, but that doesn't account for, looseness or I'm feeling good. I mean, anybody's ever been a runner. Some days you jog, let's say you run 5 miles a day. Sometimes, man, you're yanking yourself through that 4th and 5th mile. Other times you get to the 4.5 mile and you're like, hey, man, I feel like I could go 5 more. Yep. And it's the same person. It's the same body. So, it's just a different day and a different feeling and a different, mode. And to me, the analytics never take into account any of that.
I agree with your concept. I don't know if it applies to last night, and here's why. Yes, he did walk 2 people in that inning.
Right.
And I know that he thought he got bets. The computer box said that he didn't get bets. And I'll just submit this. A, it worked. And B, what would we be saying today if he had let Wood face Will Smith and Smith put it in the gap?
It was the 5th inning.
But what would we have said? It's the same thing, which is you don't let Alex Wood try to go the 3rd time through the order in a key moment. I guarantee you, if they stick with, I'm not saying that he's wrong.
We're going to second guess anything at sports radio.
Exactly.
But come on, it's the 5th inning.
But if Kapler leaves him in and Will Smith puts it in the gap, Kapler's getting ripped today, for sure.
Yeah, but did Kapler have a magic wand that made Junis, Alexander, Brebbia, Rogers, and Doval all throw hitless or runless relief without allowing a single run? I mean,
but we've said that about Bochy for years in the playoffs. Did he have a magic wand that made Alfeld always put up a goose egg?
Let's just say it worked last night.
It worked.
Let's not say it's the right thing. Let's just say it worked.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But I'm never gonna rip when it worked. It worked. I'm going to save my criticism for when it didn't work. I'm going to talk about last Saturday. That was a poor move by Gabe Kapler to not take Ross Stripling out of that game before he faced.
Why is your piggyback 7th starter a better option than whatever your 8th inning reliever is 8 days into the season?
That's a fair question also.
But the question I would have or the comment I would have for Alex, he seemed a little agitated. He said, I feel like I could have gotten Will Smith out there. Do you think Kapler, he's more popular today, with Wood, or less popular? Probably less popular. If he lets him stay in against Smith and he gets him out, maybe there's a trust that's developed there. Maybe you're doing right by your pitcher, and now your pitcher's going to dig a little deeper or buy into something that you're doing later in the year.
But it's not his job to be popular.
I know.
It's his job to make the right move.
I know, and they won the game.
And pitchers are always going to be ticked when they get pulled out of the game.
But that used to be the thing where managers would let a pitcher go at trying to get that qualify for the victory.
Sometimes.
Now it's like, it doesn't matter if you're qualifying for the victory or not. Yeah, you're coming out.
You don't qualify for the victory if you give up a hit there.
Yeah.
Listen, I think there are other spots where it's easier to point to things that Kapler has done. Last night, I get it as a fan, the emotional side of me, the way Alex was pitching, I would have loved for him to stay in. But it worked. So I'm not using one of my criticism cards today.
Okay.
Because it worked.
I'll throw my evil laugh.
Yeah. There you go. You could do that. All right. Couple things here. First of all, as you all know, it's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Another reminder that Game 3, Warriors and Kings, Thursday at Chase, is the focus tomorrow, because we're giving away a pair of tickets to that first home playoff game of the year tomorrow. You got to be very clear on how to acquire these tickets. Every show is going to have a keyword, and you need all 3. So you got to listen to the morning roast between 7:30 and 8, then Steiny and Goo between 11:30 and noon, and then us. It'll be me and Kruger. Dib's still out at 4:30 to 5 tomorrow. Once you've got all 3 keywords, you'll be given instructions on what to do with those words, and then off you go for a chance to win your way into Game 3, Warriors and Kings at Chase Center. Coming up, again, the schedule will be Saturday, Monday, Thursday, Sunday for Games 1 through 4 of this upcoming series. Before we go back to the Warriors, and Tim Legler's going to join us next hour, I did notice, Larry.
Yes.
Some content that you put out on the World Wide Web yesterday, which seemed to be, and I'm going to let you speak on it, but it seemed to sort of...
Thank you for allowing
you
me.
Speak on it, because I don't want to jump to conclusions over here. But
to conclusions.
It seemed...
From Office Space?
Yes, exactly. It seemed to tie the word fire to Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi.
Right.
So what were you saying?
I just was asking if the Giants... can anybody picture a scenario where the Giants ownership would be so discontented with the way things are going this year that they actually would go regime change? And I wasn't sure. And when I put it out there, tons of fans are really at their wits' end. But the question was more of not like, should they be fired today? It was more like, hey, look, they just lost 2 out of 3 to the Royals. They just got beat by the Dodgers. Things don't look good for the Giants. And if this continues and they have some bad year, would the people who run this team, and I don't even actually know who that is, would they say, you know what, this isn't going right? Or is it tied to other things? Like, I wanted to get that conversation going. If it's not tied to the record, is it tied to minor league development? Is it tied to a certain player coming of age, a trade? What exactly? Because the right now you've got, you had a disastrous offseason. You teased your fans with Judge and Correa, and you did not deliver. And now you got a lot of upset fans. Then you come out. You looked bad in New York. You looked bad at home against Kansas City in the first series, and then you get destroyed by L.A. the other night, and it looked like they were 2 totally different levels of baseball. And with that as the premise, I thought, well, if this is what we're going to get, and how long will they go with this regime? This is not the first year. This isn't the second year. This isn't the third year. That 107-win team, which was won with a lot of Sabian's guys having career years, kind of looks like the aberration. And the norm seems almost like the 500 team. So I'm just wanted to kind of take a temperature early in the year, and I just asked is there any scenario that you could see? I want to get this discussion going. Is there any scenario that you could actually see the Giants saying, you know what, we're going to do something we haven't done since Jimmy Davenport in the 80s? I think Jimmy Davenport in the 80s was the last time the Giants actually yanked the chain and pulled the manager mid-season.
Yeah.
But if they continue to have Monday night performances and we're getting destroyed in the division and they can't even, and they almost got swept by the Kansas City Royals, who rolled into that series 1-6.
Yeah, no, that was a bad series. Bad opening series. It's a bad first look for the home schedule. A very well-timed, good performance last night. No question. Yeah. That helped calm everybody down for a second, but it's one baseball game. I would be very, 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 very surprised. I don't think that's where the Giants' headspace is. I don't think that's where it should be. I understand that you had a lot of viewers who said that they would love to see them fired. I would like to remind you that there are always a truckload of fans driving around wanting everybody fired all the time. You have a friend who wants Steve Kerr fired. And that is the most harebrained idea in the history of ever. So whenever you propose the idea of fire the coach, fire the general manager, there's always a line of fans around the block going, yeah, they have pitchforks and signs and they're stomping their feet.
But not always. Sometimes people push back and are like, dude, I thought I was going to get a whole lot of people going, bro, they're 4-6 out of the chute and you're jumping to these conclusions. I didn't get hardly any of that. It was mostly like, you know what? A lot of people chose size, Mark. That was kind of interesting. A lot of people were like, Gabe should not be fired. It's not Gabe's fault, but Farhan should be fired.
Well, the stuff that
was what we got a lot of last night.
There's a lot of the whole how Gabe handles a bullpen, but the thing that upsets most Giants fans is above Gabe's head. I'll give him that.
People don't hold Gabe accountable.
It's roster building. That has nothing to do with Gabe.
Right.
Absolutely.
They look at the team as being less talented,
talent.
And that Gabe's basically achieving to their talent level. They don't look at him as underachieving. But to me, it's also a tone that he sets that sometimes I kind of wonder, are the players buying in? Are the players not buying in?
It's a different dude.
Yeah.
Knows how to fly an egg, though. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com and sponsored by CalHope.org. All right. The tone between Kings fans and Warriors fans and what we've been asking at 888-957-9570. I hear so many people talking about how the Warriors are cooked. Draymond's past his prime. Clay's not what he used to be. And I just got to the point today where I said, somebody explain it to me. Evidence, please. Don't just say it. They're cooked. And then you run out of the room, go get it done.
What are you exactly pointing to if you say the Warriors are done?
If you went to court and you had one of them little manila folders, what's in there that you want to show the judge to suggest that the Warriors are over the hill or declining. We'll take your phone calls next, 888-957-9570. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, before we get back into that Dubs conversation, you've heard of a quick hook.
Yes, I have.
It sounds to me like maybe even Alex Wood feels like he got one a little bit last night.
Sounded like it, huh?
What's the opposite of a quick hook?
Go back in the clubhouse and make a sandwich, and you just let the starter just go and go and go and go. Maybe Billy Martin with his starting rotation in 1980.
What's a quick on the way in instead of an on the way out? Darren Ruff has already been called up by the San Francisco Giants because what would a day be?
Big Darren Ruff, according to
Ruff is on the move. Ruff is on the move.
No, who's the guy? BA for TNT. What's his name?
Brian Anderson.
Brian Anderson.
Yeah.
That's what he kept calling him in the playoffs. Big Darren Ruff.
Oh, my gosh. The Mets fan base can't stand Darren Ruff. It
was bad there, man.
Brother, this is a lightweight, super lightweight, no pun intended. This is a lightweight version of the Pablo Sandoval story, which is player leaves Giants and then circles back while the team he left to join pays the freight. Now, the Red Sox did it with money. The Mets did it with actual players. The Giants got J.D. Davis. They got a left-handed pitcher named Thomas Zepecki. They also have two prospects. A couple of them.
Carson Seymour.
Yeah, they're not looking too bad. They're younger
prospects. It was an
prospects.
overwhelming Farhan win.
Only for Darren Ruff to go out to New York for half a season. Got like 2 hits. They can't stand him there. He gets released. Giants pluck him right back. Just a couple days ago, bang, up to the Major League roster. And I promise you, who's pitching for the Dodgers tonight? Kershaw. Don't be surprised. Do we have a lineup yet? Is Ruff in it? Is he starting?
Well, this move annoys the hell out of me, to be honest.
Sean Jelly is the one who got sent down.
Not that part of it, but by the way, I asked J.D. Davis because I said, "Man, Ruff went to New York after that trade. You came out here, and what happened? Do you think for him there?" And he's like, "Man, New York and the media and the fans, and it just starts to get out of control and starts to snowball on you." He's like, "I've been there. I've seen it. It's a totally different animal, and it's just rough, and it can get out of hand." But I hate this move from the Giants. Not that I'm anti-Darren Ruff, but you had Steven Piscotty in spring training who was raking, and he was playing center, he was playing left, he played third. He's younger than Ruff. I think he's more athletic than Ruff. I think he's better than Ruff. And you kissed him off at the end of Cactus for what? To play a bunch of roster games. You DFA'd him, and now here you are looking for Darren Ruff. Piscotty was a better option than Ruff, and he was in camp with you, and he was having a good camp. So I don't get it. I don't get why they didn't go with Piscotty. Piscotty looked good. I was sitting there at Scottsdale Stadium. He was ripping shots. He had a great spring. He was looking great. Should have gone with Piscotty.
It's an interesting point. However, I guess the only thing that I can offer as a retort would be you don't know who the better option was. I don't know what Darren Ruff the Giants are getting. If they're getting the guy who performed over the last 3 years, you could make the case, and I know it was spotty because he was a platoon player, but Darren Ruff was like their most productive hitter. In this Gabe Kapler era, he was practically, he was their OPS leader. So I don't know what Darren Ruff they're getting. Are they getting New York Mets Ruff?
Well, I'll tell you what they're getting. They're getting a terrible outfielder. Look how bad he is.
He's not going to play outfield.
What's he going to DH?
He's DHing tonight and batting fifth.
Okay. When I see him in left, I'm going to bitch.
He's betting you won't.
Yeah, I am.
No.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't see him in left, is what I'm saying. You won't see him in left.
Because he's not good in left.
No, I think they did make...
He struggles.
I agree, and so does Peterson. And I think that I think they made a deal, unless it's an emergency, Jock and now Ruff, you're not playing out there anymore.
That's your DH platoon?
Yes. Conforto, you're out there. Haniger, when you're ready, you're out there.
He had a good 20 and 21. He had 21 jacks. He was 412 plate appearances. He walked at a 14.3% rate. He hit 272, 381 on base. Some of these other...
He was
142 WRC.
He was a good Giant. Yeah, whatever the hell that is. He was a good Giant.
If you know what a WRC plus is, that's...
No, but it sounds like something you'd order at a fast food place.
What do you think of his WRC plus?
Yeah. Oh, do you
I like it.
Want fries with that?
Can I get a cup of ice on the side?
Yeah, I don't know
my
what that
WRC
is. But he was a good Giant, and but it's so Giant that they would just sit there and be like, oh, there's a left-hander on the mound. And we could have Darren Ruff in the lineup.
Well, I mean, they told us that they weren't really, they wanted to give Ramos and Bart minor league time, and we're 10 games into the season, and those guys are both up.
Bart and Ramos are both in the lineup tonight too.
The Giants left themselves unbelievably naked against left-handed pitching. They are fodder for lefties. We'll see what their record is in a month against lefties. They look terrible against Urias in game 1. I expect Kershaw to mow them tonight.
Yaz and Conforto, the only lefties in the lineup tonight.
Yeah. I mean,
Yaz and Conforto, the only lefties in the lineup tonight.
Over under 13.5 strikeouts. For
yeah, Larry. Over under 13.5 strikeouts.
Often wrong, seldom in doubt.
I'll take the under. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to BPA. Brian in Palo Alto with Willard and Larry Krueger is in for dibs. Hey, BPA, what are you doing?
Yeah, just listening, and I think I echo Larry's sentiment. Giants fans have never been this salty, certainly in my lifetime, except after maybe the World Series in 2002. And to me, it goes back to, and I know this is shared by many Giants fans I have, and it has been essentially glossed over by the media locally, but Farhan's comments in the offseason, yes, it was a bad offseason, but the comments essentially absolving himself of all accountability and saying, basically, the Bay Area sucks, and free agents don't want to come here,
right,
and et cetera, et cetera. And that's what he said, right? You can parse the words however you want. First off, it's just a big old two-fingered salute to the entire fan base that lives in the Bay Area.
Right.
I can't think of a GM in the history of the Bay Area that's ever said something more insulting to the fan base. And then, first off, it's not accurate. Right? 49ers, 3 of the last 4 NFC title games. Warriors, 5 of the last 9 championships.
Javon Hargrave surely didn't sign elsewhere.
Yeah. Second, didn't even bother to clean it up. One drop. Just walked away from it as if he never said it. And, basically Farhan's only way out is to win, and to win quick. For the fan base. Giants, I get the Giants have never been this disconnected from their fan base in my life, ever.
Their season ticket base has gone from like 30,000 to like 4,500. I'll tell you the other angle on this thing that I don't think people talk nearly enough about is they painted it like, you know what, Sabes and Boch had a great run, and those guys they had gotten their fill of it, and they were ready to ride off into the sunset. And now Sabes is in New York with a new gig, and Boch is managing the Rangers, and suddenly that looks like you gave them hush money to kick them out, and they had all the rings. They're wearing all the jewelry. You're wearing none with a college coaching staff. And I think there's a lot of Giants fans looking at that going,
Okay. I do want to offer this, and BPA, thank you very much. You can be offended by the comments all you want. I think that's fair. I would like to, for everybody listening, read the actual comments, because the Bay Area sucks is not what he said.
No.
Not even emotionally. Not even emotionally did he say that.
Let's hear it.
I don't love the comments either, but it was not the Bay Area sucks, it's crap. Nobody said that, so let's actually factually get this right.
All right.
Okay,
All
here
right,
we go. Quote.
We're cleaning it up here.
I don't know if we would say San Francisco is an idiosyncratic market, but I do think maybe it is more that way than it was 20 years ago. I think it's a little bit of a polarizing place among players in terms of the desire to play there. This is sort of totally independent of the competitive situation, but geography, politics, whatever. When we're doing our research on free agents and we find that players aren't really that happy even coming into town for a 3-game series, they're probably not going to be that excited to play there for a long time. So I think that's part of what fueled our strategy of targeting guys with Bay Area ties.
It's too candid, and it's too candid. You don't have to say everything that's in your mind. You don't. And he said that, he put it out there, and it comes across as weak excuse making. That's what it comes across as. Like, you know what? We're not getting the guys I want, so I'm going to blame politics, and I'm not saying that he's wrong, because the reality is, a lot of the ball players come from the South, and their wives make the decisions, and they're watching news shows that have people laying in streets and fentanyl.
Max Muncy 2 nights ago. I hate it here.
Yeah, but I think
he played in the Bay Area.
A lot of times the wives make the call, and if you're a wife and you're used to living in Nashville, and suddenly you got the idea of living in San Francisco, and you're watching images of drugs and open drug use and human feces on the sidewalk and all kinds of businesses closing down and all kinds of political things that you don't necessarily agree with, you're going to be like, well, honey, you got 2 offers. You got one from the Braves and one from the Giants. Why don't we go play in Atlanta? And then they want more. And then when you mix in the state tax, then they want a lot more. And I think these things all are true, but just because it's true doesn't mean Farhan should have said it.
Okay.
What you say in that situation, if you're really as smart as Farhan is, you say, you know what? There's some unique challenges that we face out here on the West Coast to attract free agents, and that's our challenge, and we need to overcome it. That's it. That's all you say. You acknowledge that there's some challenges and that you are intent on overcoming it. To lay it out there that way plays to your fans like you're absolving yourself of blame, shifting your responsibility, and nobody likes that. Nobody likes somebody who doesn't take responsibility when you're the big dog. Well, you're the guy making millions. If the buck stops with you, you got to be a little bit more. What's the word? It's accountable, but you also have to be a little bit more. Don't make excuses.
You can't even sniff or smell in the area of sounding like you're ripping the city in which you work and wear the
that's a
you
huge
can't.
turnoff.
I don't think that's necessarily what he was doing, but I'll agree with you that it could have been said a very different way. It could have been said quicker, which is this: look,
specifics.
No matter what city you're in, there are going to be certain players that don't want to live in that city. You could have said that,
sure,
right? Because
all spots have their challenges,
right? All these things you just said about San Francisco are true in a lot of huge cities. Those aren't true in New York. New York doesn't have those things. Of course,
New York
they
has
do.
huge state tax.
Of course, and all the things on the streets that you just said about San Francisco, and Aaron Judge did not hesitate to go play in New York City.
Part of this, let me just throw this out too. Part of this is tied to a political narrative because Gavin Newsom's going to run for president, and so there's this huge attack from the right on Newsom and on California and San Francisco.
And baseball is much more
propped up as
and
everything that's wrong.
Baseball is in that area much more than some of the other sports. We know that too. That's absolutely a thing. There's no two ways about that. But what it gets down to for me is when you out your strategy. You literally said your strategy to the whole world, number one. And number two, you also make it sound like you're college recruiting. So we've targeted people who are from here. So now you're telling people this is actually, again, the sentence that I didn't love. And I know he said part of what fueled our strategy of targeting guys with Bay Area ties. So now, and granted, that could be considered Aaron Judge, but so now you're going to hamstring yourself to the point where we're mostly talking to guys who are from here? That seems like a major, major disadvantage if that's actually something that's at the top of your list.
And you don't include, and the other thing is that, let's be honest about this. Players know the game. They know the talent. They know what teams they're signing to play on. They know what chances they have of playing in October and in winning a championship wherever they sign, in whatever sport. And so they handicap the thing. So what's not being said there is there's a lot of players who don't want to play for you, and they don't think you're going to win. They don't think you're going to be successful. Or an Aaron Judge, he probably said to himself, you know what? If I go there, unless they sign 4 or 5 guys, I'm going to set the intentional walk record there. I don't want any part of that, losing and being blamed as the highest paid guy. So they want coverage in the lineup. They want better talent around them. I think one of the things that Farhan's got to acknowledge is that no excuse is worth voicing, and you don't have to acknowledge every specific thought that you have on it. That there's times to just, there's times to give a a bland answer, and there's times to get into specifics. And I think he got into specifics when he should have given just a kind of a general answer.
Yeah, it's funny, though. I also, people who speak for a living in front of the media, we praise them for their honesty. Kyle Shanahan gets that a lot. We praise them for being straightforward with us. And then when they get a little bit too straightforward with us, we don't necessarily like it. I'm less focused on the comments. I'll say this to any sports figure in the Bay Area. Be as honest as you want to be. I mean, obviously, this was true. This is how they're feeling. This is their research. This is what they're finding on the free agent market. So you can say whatever you want to say. The part that gets me is that it is now your strategy to go after people with Bay Area ties. And again, I don't care.
I don't think that's a bad thing to say, Mark, because that makes...
I think it's an awful strategy. If you are a professional sports franchise, are you telling me that now when we go on the free agent market, we can only go after people, or for the most part, go after people who are from here or have ties to here? Do you understand the percentage that takes off of the table?
Wow.
Now, I know later they signed Carlos Correa. He's got no Bay Area ties.
Sure.
So I'm not saying it's like in
But don't you think it's smart to have people here, that the people here that resonate with the people here, and that that they actually may have an emotional tie to?
I think rather than saying the strategy is to target those people, I think that's one thing where you can say, look, of the things on the list about this player, that's a big plus, right? Jack Peterson's from Palo Alto. That's a big plus.
I would love to see Trace Thompson here.
I would not target Jock Peterson because he's from Palo Alto. I'd say that's great. That's nice. Does Trace Thompson have Bay Area ties? He's got a brother who works here.
Believe
He's
me,
got a lot more LA ties than San Francisco ties.
When nobody's in the bleachers, if this team's sub 500, if Trace is out there instead of, I don't know, whoever, Yaz or whatever, I'd rather have Trace hitting 221 and Clay out there with Steph in the bleachers and all kinds of Warrior fans excited about it. Hey, Clay's here rooting for his brother. Isn't that cool? Then Yaz, 3 years in a row, hitting sub 220.
But how quickly do we put guys into the local ties when they didn't have them? Like, we'll adopt you if you go play well. Hunter Pence had no Bay Area ties.
Sure. I'm not saying that.
Now he's like the logo of the city.
But Farhan I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he was saying we're exclusively going after. You wouldn't even be able to field a roster if you're exclusively going after guys who went to college here or went to high school here or whatever.
I understand, but he said it fueled a strategy. Part of what fueled our strategy to target people with Bay Area ties. Again, I don't get mad at the statement because it's uber honest. Clearly, this is what they experienced. The world of baseball is different than basketball and football. And the 49ers aren't even in, quote unquote, San Francisco. So for him to say this, it means they went out on the market and way more than once received the response, I don't want to go to San Francisco.
I think the only free agent they signed that didn't have a 1 year out was Haniger. Why? Because he went to Bellarmine.
Yep.
So he wants to be here. Conforto, does he want to be here, or did he just want to get the Giants' money and rebuild his thing and bolt?
We'll find out in a year.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, Haniger didn't ask for the 1 year option, but Conforto did.
Right.
So I mean,
a little bit of a different situation, but yeah, absolutely. John and Benicia on with Willard and Kruger. Hey, John, what are you doing?
Nothing actually, but this is an intriguing topic. I mean, I think this was a major CYA comment from Farhan, because you can't just use California, because then everybody would point to the success that the Padres had. You can't point to him because of the success he had with the Dodgers. So he had to come up with some excuse as to why he hasn't built a successful team. So pin it on the easiest target that you can, which is people just don't like the Bay Area.
John, do you really, I want to make sure I'm understanding your point. Do you really think that Farhan sat down with a paper and pen and just made this up? He made this point up to cover the struggles that they've had in the free agency?
No, I think that there's a grain of truth in that, but the thing is, he was brought here for a reason. He was brought here for a reason, and the thing is that if his name and his gravitas and the name of the Giants isn't enough to bring people here, he's got to come up with something.
Yeah, John, thanks. I don't think he, quote, came up with it. I think he experienced it and then got caught in a spot where he was maybe a little bit more honest then, and again, I got no problem with that, but probably a little bit more honest than he wanted to be looking back at it.
It's his job to sell his program. His program.
Yep.
Now, do players want to play for Gabe? He didn't touch that.
I don't know.
But I mean, how many players love Bruce Bochy compared to Gabe Kapler? My guess is maybe there's some players that don't want to play for Gabe. There's probably some players that don't want to be in the Bay Area. There's probably some people don't want to be in California because of the taxes.
Do you want to know what I think is a huge deal and we've discussed it, but I think we've given up on it because I don't know what the hell you do about it. I don't think offensive players want to play in this yard.
That's a part of it. I'll tell you another one.
That's a huge thing.
I'll give you another one. You know that I'm good friends with Ned Coletti. We talk all the time, right?
Give him a double dribble.
One of the things that Ned said to me years ago, he said, Krug, there's no doubt you would be shocked when I go to canvass the free agents for the upcoming season, in season the year before, the number of agents that call me back and say, cross us off your list. We're not willing to live west of the Mississippi. And that could be international players. That could be players from Cuba. It could be players from the Dominican. They might want to live in the Eastern time zone as opposed to way out west. I love it here. I'm a native. I mean, I grew up literally 15 blocks from the edge of the continent, so I have no problem.
Couldn't imagine living anywhere else.
Being here, and I think it's a great place. And to me, when I travel in the summertime, I'm sure you do the same thing. When I get off the plane and I'm at SFO and I take my first breath of that cool fog ocean
air.
I'm like, home.
Exactly.
I can breathe. Yeah. I don't have to put on 19 sticks of right guard.
Us natives, though, that's the way we feel. I think it's hysterical, honestly, when people, oh my gosh, live in California. Globally, and I mean globally, circle the globe and tell me where you can find better weather and better start times for football games. Those are the two things, all right? I mean, living in California, you're going to tell me a bunch of people, like, I get it, I'm sure, but you
got to convince a wife of a baseball player living in Huntsville that San Francisco's right up her alley.
And that ain't easy. Yeah. I get that. So I think Farhan definitely experienced what he was saying. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think the delivery chapped some people off. There's no question about that either. All right, it's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your Warriors phone calls, again, the evidence of anyone being over the hill. Don't just say it. Evidence. What's in the manila folder as you arrive in the courtroom? We'll get to your calls next, plus Tim Legler joins us in about a half hour as well. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine...
Stop talking about my butt.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You got to back up what you say, man. That's all. That's all I'm asking. You can say what you want to say, but then you have to back it up. You can't just huck stuff out there and then expect us to run with it. So, D-Lo and KC, okay, ESPN 1320 up in Sacramento, doing an awesome job. And obviously, we're all having fun with each other this week, Kings and Warriors. But he came on last week, and this was his contention about the Warriors' big three.
Look, Steph Curry is who worries me. That's it. Draymond gonna stop Sabonis down low. Kevin Looney. Who Jordan Poole gonna guard?
I mean, Draymond Green stopping somebody in the playoffs. Yeah, I actually could believe that. I think I've seen that before somewhere.
Draymond cooked.
Come on, man.
He ain't stopping Sabonis.
I know that much. All NBA center Domantas Sabonis.
Draymond is cooked. It's interesting. Any interest in hearing what Draymond is this year versus last year? Because this year,
in what?
In anything.
Sure.
Name the stat. Fire it away. I'll give it to
minutes per game. What's his minutes per game?
Minutes per game. Last year, 28.9. This year, 31.5. So
he's playing more minutes.
More minutes this year.
That's a good
what
place
else?
to start.
Give me another one. What else you want?
Give me the two areas where he'd define him. Give me blocks, and because he's a rim protector and a facilitator. Blocks and assists. Where is he?
Okay, blocks. Last year, he was 1.1. This year, he's 0.8. Assists. Last year, 7. This year, 6.8.
So he's right there.
Negligible.
He's right there.
Yep. Points up.
Defense. His rating. Defensive rating.
Defensive rating. I got to go to a different tab for that. Hang on. Defensive rating.
To say somebody's cooked, is he saying that he's old? Because here's the argument: they're old. I don't think they're. That's
old.
the good argument. I would say if I threw it out to you and the audience, would you say the Warriors this year looked old or complacent, and you can't have both? I would say they looked more complacent than old.
I agree with that, but I also don't know 100% that is the catch-all we want it to be. I do feel this, and I know that this is what a non-Warrior fan would say. The Warriors either look good, and then we go, see? Or when they look bad, we go, well, they don't want to look good. So it's like, wait a minute, you can't. Then it becomes a catch-all. Every time the Warriors don't look good, we just go, well, they're not trying. I get why that annoys other people. I don't buy fully what you're saying, which is that the regular season doesn't matter. I think it does. I think there's a reason people don't win the title out of the 6th seed. There's a reason for that. And there are problems with the Warriors. I just don't think this is one of them.
Can I throw out one other thing?
Sure. Go, of course.
Okay, so I played a bunch of sports. I played, when I was at Sac State, I played lacrosse. Okay?
Damn.
You ever play lacrosse? Great sport. Great sport.
No, I don't play lacrosse.
One of the key elements in winning lacrosse is who gets to the loose balls. And with so many threes being hoisted in the NBA, the deep rebound that lands in the middle of the floor is more commonplace than it used to be. And look at Golden State. Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney. Sometimes we'll just throw those 4 guys out. None of those guys are particularly quick to the ball that's just floating in the middle of the floor.
They're not the most athletic team. Yeah,
other teams are quicker to those open floor, those long rebounds. Then you add Wiggins to the mix now, if he can rebound like he did last year in the playoffs, that's going to change the dynamic. You add GP2 to the situation. You add Kuminga to the situation. Now you're adding guys who's starting to get to those deep rebounds that go, in the middle of the floor. So I think when you play Clay and Steph and Looney and Draymond together, and you're not making your threes and you're getting those deep rebounds, I think they're not getting second chance opportunities as much. They're not, and other teams are beating them in that way. They're getting to those loose balls. They're getting more opportunities. The other teams are getting more second chance opportunities. The Warriors are getting fewer, and I think that just starts to build on itself. So they got to have a DiVincenzo or in his prime, Wiggins in his prime, GP2 prime, Kuminga not even quite entering his prime. They need those guys to be part on the floor with their veteran 4 to get to those 50-50 balls.
Yeah, some hustle plays. I think that's a big part of what Wiggins was doing in the playoffs last year and why it was so important. Looney, too. And so having those guys healthy for the playoffs is obviously going to have an effect. But again, I'm just looking. I want to know what your evidence is when you say Draymond's cooked or Klay Thompson is in massive decline. Just using Draymond. Just Draymond. As we already mentioned, the minutes per game are up. Field goal percentage is up. 3-point percentage is up. Free throw percentage is up. Rebounds are even. Assists are down 0.2 assists per game. Blocks are down 0.3 blocks per game. Turnovers are down. Points are up. That that guy's cooked?
Yeah, he's not cooked.
He's cooked?
That's just an ignorant
Because
statement,
why?
really. That's just like coverall,
It's just because you decided he's 32 and you want him to be.
Right.
Or because the Warriors are a lesser team this year, and therefore you've decided that must be the reason that Steph, Clay, and Dre are cooked. There's zero evidence. There's absolutely zero evidence that the three of them are declining. Do you want to make the case that they're evolving? I think Klay Thompson's game has changed a little bit. Steph looks like the exact same player to me. In fact, people forget what kind of a regular season Steph had last year. He has unequivocally been a better player this year than he was last year. And Draymond, as we just pointed out, I think is pretty much the same guy. So where's the evidence? Let's go to Patrick in Foster City, on with Willard and Larry. Hey, Patrick, what are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. It's hard to put cause and effect. You can just look at how the team does, and then to try to say, well, why are they doing well or not? It's kind of, how are you going to know whether it's their age or injuries or motivation or, it's something you really can't empirically answer. But I guess my take on it is that the Warriors used to be remarkably consistent, game to game, city to city, series to series. Even within a game, they'd get ahead by 20 and they'd win the game. They'd get ahead by 8, they'd win the game. Now, you win 3, you lose 3. You win 4, you lose 4. You lose games you're ahead by 20, you lose. Games you're behind by 20, you win. So the consistency they used to have, that's gone. We don't have that anymore. Now we got inconsistency. And when I see the inconsistency, I'm not talking about the whole team, not, it's a team game, right? It's not a Steph game or a Thompson game. So I see that inconsistency, and I see that as more risk for them than they've had in recent years. And whether that inconsistency is partly due to age or maybe it's due to age and these guys are so good now. Steph is on every commercial and Draymond's got his blogs, and they're doing a billion things now besides playing basketball. Maybe that's part of the distraction and part of age, if you want to call it that.
No, I don't know. That's not brand new. Number one, I just, for me,
it's Draymond's podcast.
I listen.
It's killing him.
I wish everybody would just settle with something. There's something it's real easy. I mean, answering the question why is we're going to figure that out in the playoffs. But everybody should just settle with something. They're not as good this year. Now,
they're complacent this year. They've given up so many bunnies, so many layups, so many easy buckets.
But that's the why. That's the why. It does. I'm not telling you they're not going to win the title. They might. But if anybody thinks that this is going to be as easy of a road as last year, if anybody thinks that the Warriors are going to look like they did last year, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they got another thing coming for you.
But before this end of the year spurt, which you kind of discounted before, they still had a number of statement games. Didn't they beat Boston in Boston? Didn't they beat Memphis?
They ended up losing in Boston. They had them the whole game.
Or they beat Boston here.
They beat them here.
They beat Boston here. They beat Memphis. They had a big comeback win against, was it Denver? Who was the big comeback win?
New Orleans recently, and they were down by more than 20.
They've had some statement games. I just think they've given up. There's a couple things.
They had more statement losses, right? Like, again, all those teams you just mentioned that they beat also beat them.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
they've been inconsistent. But to me, there's a couple areas: points in the paint, rebounds, and turnovers. They've had a lot of not bogus, but a lot of just careless turnovers, and they've given up a lot of points in the paint. They're not tied together. They weren't tied together nearly as often on the defensive end. I don't know why, but how many times do we see them, defend for, 20 seconds of the 24-second shot clock and then give up a layup? Just give up a backdoor layup. Somebody lost attention on, or turned their head or whatever, and they weren't really tied together defensively. And I think points in the paint is a big. I always look at points in the paint, rebounds, and turnovers. And there's been a lot of times where they've come out and turned the ball over in mass. Sometimes, a lot of the common denominators of their losses are they get beat inside and they turn it over. And they dig themselves a first quarter hole and then try to dig themselves out of it. And then what do people want to see? They want to see some statement wins. They got those. Then they want to see them finish strong. They finished strong. So I think it's much ado about nothing. I'm eager. I also really believe this, the more times you play deep into, June, you're playing into the finals, I think it's much more difficult to get up for regular season games, especially when you really don't believe that, they don't believe that Clay said it the other day. He said, I don't think anybody can beat us if we're healthy. I don't think anybody can beat us 4 times. So what is he really saying there? He's like, you know what? Seeding doesn't matter. It's like whether we're the 2, the 4, the 6, the 7. You know what? Nobody's going to beat us 4 times if we're healthy and right. So if you have that as an attitude, then are you really going to, even if Steve Kerr's pulling out his hair and begging you to play, you know what? You're going to play when you want to play. I just personally, I don't believe the way you play is the way you play when we're talking about NBA regular season and NBA playoffs for a team that's played in the finals as much as they have.
Maybe. I mean, this is what we're all going to find out here quickly, I think, as quickly as game 1, which is whether the Warriors have a different intensity level that will show up in the playoffs, because that's really what this boils down to. If you're telling me that they're complacent, if you're telling me, Draymond said, I can barely get out of bed for games in March. All right, if you're telling me that you don't care about the regular season and you can't manufacture that emotion, and so that's why you have 44 wins instead of 54, if that's what you're telling me, you better come out with your ass on fire on Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's go time, baby. It is go time.
If they're down 40-27 at the end of the first quarter on Saturday, and that could happen because Sacramento's going to have a hell of an energetic push for sure. But if that's the case, I don't know. I might be pretty quick to the whole, hey, this is BS that you guys just didn't get up for the regular season. We'll see. I know that sometimes the other team's going to go on some heaters. Sacramento's got a very good offense. They're going to go on some heaters. I think they're going to have games where they score north of 125. I think they're going to win games in this series. But we're going to quickly find out, and we've already seen it from one team. There's one team that already told you for months, well, we don't care, we don't care, we don't care, we don't care. And then they got in the play-in game last night, and yeah, they won. They looked like crap. They looked awful. LeBron couldn't even hold on to the ball. They're dribbling the ball off their feet. They can't inbound the ball down the stretch. Yes, they won, but only because the Timberwolves were even more inept than they were. So, I don't know.
I don't know. Here's the other thing, Mark. I mean, I've been a Warrior fan too long, and I've seen it from the other side too long. Do you know how many times the Warriors against the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq were hanging right with them? They're right with them. I can remember Fitz in 7 of the last 9 games at the 5-minute mark. The Warriors have been within 7. Yeah, they lost every one of those games, but it's still he's throwing that out. Why? Because the Lakers played down to their competition. When you are the defending NBA champions and you have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and especially Draymond Green, who's easy to hate, easy to despise if you're on the other side, you're getting everybody's A game. You're not just getting their regular effort, you're getting a spectacular effort. They've been talking about it all week. Yeah, Utah comes in on Wednesday, but Saturday night, the Warriors and Steph Curry roll in, and the place is going crazy, and the place is crackling with intensity, and the other team's playing above their level because it's the Warriors in town. And then what happens? Either you pulled the upset. Oh, the Warriors beat the Lakers. Did it mean anything? No. The Warriors were still hanging in Secaucus come lottery time, and the Lakers were still going to the conference finals or the NBA finals. So I've seen it from the other side. The Warriors gave their A game against the Lakers and then laid down against the Hawks 2 nights later. And I just think that when other teams are bringing their A game and you're kind of like, hey, we don't really need to get it going until April anyway, I think that's what we're talking about. I think we're really not talking about they're done. We're just talking about they're completely complacent.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think we're about to get a better version of the Warriors. But I'm also going to deny this whole, it means nothing. Warriors are actually the best team in the West. Yikes. Come on, man. These last 82 games meant something. They meant something. And this team has been through some stuff. And they're not as dominant or as strong as they've been in any of their championship years. It does not mean they won't win it this time. But this, to me, if they get this one, this is the achievement of them all. I'll say that.
If they win the title.
If they win this one, that outdoes all of the other 4. I'll definitely say that.
Because of the way they
Because they're doing it out of the 6th seed, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And it's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out. Kirby at CURBEE.com. We're going to go to the phones in a second. I also want to remind everybody what tomorrow means on this station. If you want to go to Game 3 Thursday night at Chase Center, this is where you need to be all day tomorrow because we're giving away a pair of tickets to that first home playoff game of the year. Each show is going to give out a keyword. You're going to need all 3. So here's when you need to listen. Morning Roast between 7:30 and 8. Steiny and Goop between 11:30 and noon. And then this show, Willard, and it will be with Larry Krueger, 4:30 to 5 tomorrow. You got to listen to those 3 times. You got to get all 3 keywords for your chance to win, and then further instructions with what to do with those words will be given. Our ticket giveaway is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. It is also going to be into the future when we talk to Tim Legler. Larry, Tim is going to hang out with us on Friday instead of today. That is a cancellation sensation.
And a great guest, by the way.
He's awesome.
He is.
Thank you.
To me, Legs is one of the best. Okay, I'll throw it to you. Who in your mind?
Thank you.
Robert Fitzgerald. Who is, in your mind, the best? You get in your car.
I can get any NBA guest? Is that what you're about to say?
You're getting in your car, and you're driving home.
Okay.
And there's a show after the show, and the host has got any NBA person of in any network, TV, radio, writer, anybody, and you can listen to them all the way back to Marin.
Wait, you said TV, radio, writer? Like it has to be a media person?
It has to be, it can't be a player.
Like Steph
Curry.
Curry.
Steph. No,
Steph Curry.
Not Steve.
LeBron James.
Not Bob Myers.
James?
No. No, it can't. Any media person talking NBA.
I mean,
boy, that's a great
who do you
question.
want?
Probably Stephen A. I like Stephen A. Stephen A.
I love it.
You're not going Big Perk?
No, not Big Perk.
He's guaranteed the Kings, by the way. It makes me feel really good about the Warriors.
Yeah,
I think it might be Legs.
Legs is up there. Legs is great.
I think Leggers is as good as it
Legs
gets.
is fantastic. I love Jalen Rose.
Yeah, he's good.
But Stephen A. Stephen A. is fun, except for you better be careful.
You better be careful.
Because if you have Stephen A. on, you will simply have an NBA conversation and he will be giving you perspective based on your question. And the listeners will think that you just got served. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
I had him on one time in L.A.
It's just the way he talks. By the way, I've met him a bunch of times. Great guy.
He's an awesome guy. He's a helpful guy to people around him. Like he is a nice human being who will have a respectful conversation with you. He's not going to big time people. I love Stephen A. Does he play a game with big bombastic? Yes, he does. However, I'll just say that you have him on and you'll just be like, Stephen A., what do you think of Minnesota's implosion over the weekend that led to a suspension? That's all you can ask. He will work himself up. Rudy Gobert is the most ridiculous human being on the planet.
I don't give a damn who you say.
And your listeners will be like, damn, he put you in your place. You're like, I didn't say anything. I just asked him what he thought. I didn't do anything.
I said, welcome to San Francisco.
Eat that, Willard. Man, he shoved it up your wahoo. Like, I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here talking to him.
Old town is big time.
So that happened. It's kind of funny.
Legs is damn good. I mean, obviously people would go Barkley, but I outside of Barkley.
Yeah, Barkley. Barkley's great. Did you see the story that they did on, oh my gosh, it was on TNT the other night?
No.
About Barkley carries a large bar of soap with him wherever he goes on the road. A large bar of soap.
What do you mean?
A large bar of soap. Like he goes, I love soap, and I carry a very big bar with me.
How do you even get a big bar of soap?
If you're Charles Barkley, you can get things. Okay? I need a big bar of soap.
I've never even known there were sizes. Could you imagine go up to someone at CVS? Excuse me, hold up an Irish Spring. Do you have the extra large in this?
John says Costco.
They'd look at you like, what?
Costco, which makes sense, by the way.
This is the wrong size. Or bring soap back to the store and say, excuse me, I got the wrong size.
Well, if it's Trader Joe's, they'll take it. Yeah, and so will Costco, by the way. But Costco always takes everything back. Makes sense. They're like, no, you have to either buy 432 bars, or you could have this
regular size bars.
This one monstrous one that you need a trailer to take out to your car. Yeah,
soap that you can't put on a rope?
Barkley says he carries a very large bar of soap because those damn hotel rooms, the bars of soap are so small that once upon a time he had an incident and he almost lost the soap. Couldn't find it.
I don't even want to know more there. That's TMI right there.
Certain part of his body. He did this on TNT the other night. Shaq couldn't breathe. Shaq, you ever watch The Largest Man on the Planet? Doubled over
Shaq.
In pain laughing. It was the best. You should Google it and watch it. Shaq couldn't
Shaq
breathe.
is my absolute favorite.
You gotta Google it. It's so good. Anyway, all right, let's get back to phone.
That's kind of disgusting.
Well,
actually, I'm thinking about that. I can't unhear that.
Well, I don't want you to. You're going to have to take it. Okay? That's what you get for
you
your whole...
stained my ears.
Dustin May going to strike out 15 Giants. You get that?
Often wrong.
Charles
By the way,
Barkley
I said Mitch Haniger went to Bellarmine. Mitty. He went to Mitty. He was a butterfly. He was a monarch. To me, I went to SI. So as far as Mitty, Sarah, Bellarmine, they're all the damn same school.
All the wrong with Larry Krueger.
It's all the burbs, man.
You'd be like,
exactly. Evil genius. Let's go to Nolan in Pinole. Hey, Nolan, what are you doing?
Nothing much. I'm just driving home. I was going to say that, yes, I do think that the Warriors may be slacking off during the regular season and they don't really care. But the Warriors aren't like this like continuous franchise. Like they had 2-3 years where they really were going through stuff and the league just got better. So yeah, they might not be giving full effort, but I don't really think they were giving full effort back in the beginning either. They were just way ahead. They had a different game plan. Now all these teams have shooters. Everybody's just better.
That's a great point. Pace and space. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's going to be a little bit harder to just give no effort and just win 73 games. You can't just bring minimal effort each night and just shoot your way out of it. There's other people who can shoot.
Well, and the other thing about that is I think the Warriors as a fan base, as an organization, they've learned 73 wins stinks. I'll take 53 and a title over 73 and second place. So I think you guys are all making some very fair points, but this is what it's going to have to evolve into. It's not a switch. Oh, they flipped the switch. It's not that. It's that playoff basketball is a little bit different. And what we have to hope, if you're a Warrior fan, is that they indeed know how to play that way better than everybody else. And there is a lot of evidence, obviously, that would suggest that. I'm banking on it, too, in this particular series. But is their knowledge of playoff basketball going to overwhelm the fact that there is an evening out of the talent, as Nolan just said?
Yeah, he made a great point.
Sacramento is not scared of the Warriors scoring. Oh, my gosh, you can score the basketball. Watch this. So can we. So it needs to be about something else. And for me, that's the playoff know-how, the different pace of the game, the defensive intelligence, all of those things. Those have to show up.
To me, there's two things. Defend without fouling. Steve talks about it endlessly. Big. So you got to know where that line is. You got to walk right up to that line. You can't just, I don't want to get close to that line. No, you got to walk right up to that defend without fouling. You got to harass, harangue, bother, agitate, but not foul. Because it can't be a parade to the foul line. We've seen that a lot this year. That's one. I think that's major key. And I don't know. There's so much about what he just said there that's really interesting. I mean, I think there has been an adjustment by the rest of the league. I think the Warriors were playing a pace and space game that the league is now also playing. So I think their margin has changed. I think the talent's grown up. Also, when you set the bar, at a certain level, people are going to have to work that much harder to reach that level, and I think that could be part of it.
What did change, by the way? Because we had so much fun with that James Ham thing yesterday. It was like the Warrior offense and the KD era never achieved what this Kings offense did, and then we come to find out that 10 offenses in the NBA just this year basically eclipsed anything that the KD era Warriors ever did. 10 offenses are essentially like all the best of all time. What the hell happened? I want to ask Steve that tomorrow. What happened?
Is it as simple as pace?
But what happened? Why is the pace so much faster?
There's more teams that are willing to get out and run.
The NBA
put a priority on getting out and running.
The NBA this year is essentially going through what baseball does when they juice the ball. But you can't juice the ball in basketball. There's something conceptual that took place here, and I don't know what it is. We had a game, and I grant you there was some overtimes. There was a basketball game this year in the regular season where the final score was 176 to 175. What in God's name happened? This has to be something that's philosophical with the way teams are going about their business.
Shooting more threes, keeping the floor spread more?
I don't know. Or just, I don't know. Is it punting the regular season intensity defensively? Because then we get last night, and the Lakers and Wolves come out, and nobody even gets to 100 until overtime. Totally different pace.
Right.
Totally different vibe of the basketball game. So maybe that is actually the saving grace for the Warriors, which is this run-and-gun thing that has totally made the Kings season. Maybe it's just going to go away because now it's playoff time. I don't know.
Or maybe they're just going to get torched when they finally play a team that can run with them but take better care of the basketball. And, I mean, the Warriors rebounded better, defend better. To me, if you say, why do I like Golden State? I like Golden State's bench defensively outside of Poole.
I'll agree with that.
I agree
the
rest
of
those guys, Kuminga,
certainly versus
it's a
the
nightmare.
Kings. Yeah, absolutely. No, they've got 4 or 5 guys who are plus defenders, which is why it's odd they've had such a hard time playing defense this year. But now they're all healthy. GP2 with the group for the first time. Bud in Oakland is next up with Willard and Larry. Hey, Bud, what are you doing?
What's good, man? Man, just got off of work, man.
Good.
So, a few things. Charles Barkley, that's ridiculous. That is sick.
How good is that?
Two, Kendrick Perkins. Whatever Kendrick Perkins says, he's still salty about that defeat. He was on that Thunder team when the Warriors took care of business, so he's still salty. So he's never going to have anything good to pick the Warriors.
Yep.
Again, I'm going to have to agree with you, Willard, when you say that this is a completely different team. They are going to look completely different. And due to the fact that, there's key pieces that left last season that's not there no more. We got some other guys. To me, this team is kind of similar to the 2019 team that lost to the Raptors, as when, KD went down, Clay went down, and it was just Steph and Draymond, and they had a bunch of youngsters. The only difference with these youngsters that we have now is that these youngsters have had time to play with Steph and Clay and Dre. They've had time to get groomed into the system. The youngsters in 2019, those youngsters got thrown into the fire. They got a chance to play throughout the season, but the minutes that they played were not equivalent to these youngsters' minutes. And you got Kuminga and Moody and these guys who in their second season, they've all had meaningful minutes on the floor. As opposed to those 2019 youngsters, they didn't. I can't say they weren't meaningful because they're still NBA players, but they just don't equivalent to these players that they have on the bench now. So I do think they are going to look different, but the competitiveness is where they're going to look different because these guys they do have a bit of a quickness. They can get out on the floor and get out to the wings. I mean, you see Kuminga, he's coming in flying one-handed. Rebound slams, so not saying everybody doesn't have a player on the team that can do so, but the chemistry that the Warriors have built, this DNA that they have given to everyone that has stepped on the team, there's like a rejuvenation. You see what we did for Andrew Wiggins. Everybody thought Andrew Wiggins was done. He came over here rejuvenated. Like I said, he dunked so hard on Luka Doncic, he made him, he had him thinking he was hurt. He had to fool the referees like he got hurt. He was covering his mouth and everything. So, they'll look different, but I think the competitive factor is going to be different as well.
Yeah, Bud, I think, Bud, thanks, man. I think there's an interesting point in there that we forget. And this is not to say that this team is as dominant as last year or any of the years before, because I don't think that. But I also think sometimes we look at this record, 44-38, and we're like, meh, 6 seed, kind of whatever. Don't ever forget this. 2 things. A, number one, those young players from the beginning of the year, they're not as young of players anymore.
Right.
Jonathan Kuminga is not the Kuminga of November. He is the Kuminga of April. And that is a very, very different entity. Maybe Moody will be too, by the way. I think there are some good signs. And we have to remember, James Wiseman, who is now a member of the Detroit Pistons, remember what this team did when they gave him a role. They went out, started the season 3-7. So now take those 10 games and look at what the Warriors were after that, once they put Wiseman on the bench or in Santa Cruz and said, this is ruining our defense. Let's not do this anymore. If you take that 3-7 and go, all right, what are they since then? Well, quick math tells me they're 41-31. Not dominant, but that sounds a lot better, doesn't it? That's a better basketball team, 41-31, than 44-38. So they didn't even evolve into the team they are until some months into the season, and then they actually were a team that won a lot more games than it lost.
You know, I hear what you're saying. JD had a great tweet on this the other day where he basically said, you know...
He's a good tweeter.
He's an outstanding tweeter. Yeah. He's a dominant tweeter.
What do you got?
Let's not get excited. Let's not go over it. Yeah.
The man can flat out tweet.
Well, you and JD are cut from the same tweeter cloth.
I mean, this guy will
like,
retweet.
Here comes. We got a bunch of factoids.
I respect that.
We got scouting. We got people that we want to talk about.
JD's tweet last week about the possible scenarios.
Yeah, that was great.
I mean,
JD,
I've never tweeted anything as insightful as that.
I mean, JD didn't even realize this. Maybe he did. He was almost like all of our own personal research assistant. We all wanted that info.
I printed it.
And nobody had the patience to go look it up.
My wife, I put it on the kitchen table. My wife looked at me and said, do you need this piece of paper? I'm like, don't throw that out. That's JD's tweet.
Thank you. And do you have a copy? Because I'd like one. I would like one.
I'm publishing
I look at stuff like that, and I'm just like, I'm so thankful there's people like JD in my life, because I've got 3 kids, and I'd love to sit down and get to that answer, but I'll fall asleep, or somebody will ask for food.
It was a dominant.
Dog will need to go for a walk, or just there's too much stuff going on for me to get to that.
My dog threw up the other night three times. Three times.
Oh. Your dog barfs a lot.
No, it doesn't. She doesn't.
When I got the dog, you were like, wait till the dog barfs in the middle of the night. You'll hate it.
There's nothing
more vile. Which means you're speaking from experience.
No, I know.
I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, why does your dog barf so much?
I don't know.
I don't know about your Penny, but my Penny doesn't barf that much.
I'll say this, though. My buddy's got an English bulldog, and he says they fart and barf tons. I'm like, why did you get it? What the hell are you getting that dog? Did you not know that? I mean, those are like the 2 things I dislike the most about my dog is the barfing and the farting. And you actually got a dog that barfs and farts, and that's what you know it's known for?
It's like you went to the rescue clinic and got a frat boy. Like,
exactly.
Good Lord, that's terrible.
JD had a dominant tweet. It wasn't the one you're talking about.
All right.
His tweet was that everybody's talking about how the Kings are, whoa, the Kings have had this incredible year. Wow, Kings. And the Warriors have been this, oh, man, they've been disappointed. They're done. They're cooked. They're this, they're that. Four wins separate the 2 teams. Sacramento went 4-0 against Orlando and Detroit. Warriors went 0-4 against Orlando and Detroit. 2 nondescript Eastern Conference teams. They didn't get up 4. Warriors went 0-4 against those teams. The Kings beat them 4 straight. That literally is the difference between 2 teams with identical season records.
They also beat
we need to stop looking at the records, stop looking at the seeds.
Well, they don't matter so much.
It doesn't matter at all.
It matters in terms of home court advantage. I do still,
but it doesn't define the teams. It
doesn't define the teams, except
dominant JT tweet.
You got it. You have to look at this if you're a Warrior fan and wonder about the road. You do, because there are 2 things here. If I was to point to one thing where I'm like, I'm lacking confidence in this area, okay, and I don't mean me, and I mean about the Warriors. I'm lacking confidence in this. You were terrible on the road, and you will likely have home court advantage in none of your series. Sure, the Lakers could beat the Grizzlies. I understand that. But you will likely have no home court advantage, and you're terrible on the road.
But it's balanced out. But it's balanced out by you are flat out dominant at home.
But it's not balanced out because you're going to need to. You have
need
more
one.
road
You're
games.
Need one. You got one time. You're going to have to circle the wagons.
But when people say that, you got to win one. That makes it sound like they're going to be undefeated at home for the whole playoffs.
Well,
I don't know about that.
If we're going to look at their regular season road record, then we have to look at their regular season home record. So, yeah, they could theoretically win one on the road. They could theoretically lose one at home. But I'm just saying, they're dominant at home.
They are.
So if you just maintain your home dominance and could, I don't know, steal one. And by the way, they've won a road game, every freaking series under Steve Kerr.
But that's also, those are different teams. I'm just saying.
Same cast, almost same coaching staff.
Don't underestimate if they, in any series, where if they lose one home game, now they got to win 2 on the road. They got to win 2 on the road. They did that 11 times all year, and 2 of them were against G League teams in the final 2 games of the year. So they had 9 legit straight-up road wins all year. And people are walking around like, they're doing the playoffs.
Once again, in the regular season, they got everybody's super A game.
I know. You're going to get it in the playoffs, too.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. In the playoffs, most teams haven't gotten everybody's A game. Now, the Warriors, who have gotten everybody's A game, now they're going to continue to get everybody's A game. I mean, if you're playing your A game, there's nowhere to go but down. That's the way I look at it.
I want the Warriors to play their A game. That's what I want. I'm not worried anymore about the opponent's A game. I would like the Warriors to play their A game.
Do you really
fear? Happening?
Do you really fear do you really think that the Warriors can't go into the new Arco Golden One and win a game?
No, of course they can.
I absolutely know they can.
Do you really think that Sacramento can't win at Chase? Like they can't?
I know they can, but I'm just saying the Kings winning here.
Brother, I'm saying I got a healthy respect for this series. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm picking the Warriors, but I got a healthy respect for the adorable Kings. If anybody's got a healthy respect for the adorable Kings, it's me. I think I've proven that over the last month.
You know that you should be honored. They should bring you up there for the road game so people could boo Mark Willard.
We're trying. I would love to be up there on Monday. Let's do the damn show from the sports bar outside.
Oh, it'd be awesome.
Let's go. Come throw French dip at me, and I'll open my mouth. It'll be great. Fries, whatever you got. Buy me a beer, pour it on my head. Let's go. I think the whole thing will be adorable. I'll tell each one of them. Look how cute
every time
this
you
one
say
is.
Adorable.
Here comes another fan all draped in purple. Adorable. Look how cute.
I don't even see it.
All the Kings fans will come in their strollers, get a little bugaboo stroller, come on into the playoffs. Oh my God, we've never been here before. It'll be great.
We used to be Warrior fans. Then we sold our house and moved here.
Wow, look at these playoffs. I've never seen this before. It's nice in here.
Yeah.
Come on in. We'll tell you all about it, cutie. Come on. Let's do this.
The Warriors were the Kings back in the day. All right.
I know. I know.
The Warriors, you're sitting there, the playoffs. I was a Warrior fan for a lot of lean years. I remember John Starks over to Bimbo Coles. Bimbo Coles down to Terry Cummings. Cummings over to Chris Mills.
Bimbo Coles. Oh, my
Chris
gosh.
Porter checking in.
Oh, Chris Gatling.
Bobby Sura at the scorer's table.
Mo in the city. Hey, Mo, you're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing, Mo? Mo?
What's up, guys? I'm sitting in traffic.
Okay, brother. There you are.
What's going on, Mo?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm about. This is not that fun, Mo.
Are you lighting the beam right now?
Mo, this is your last shot. You want to talk?
All right. Hey, I got one thing I just want to call out.
All right.
I'm surprised I haven't heard more about the coach matchup and like the history there, and like maybe I've missed it. I only get to listen to you guys a little bit in the morning, a little bit in the afternoon, but I think that's a fantastic dynamic between Kerr, Mike Brown, the history. Mike Brown's renewed opportunity to demonstrate that he's a head coach. When he stepped in for Kerr when Kerr was out, thought he did really well. I don't know. I just think, him moving to and bringing like the Warriors style basketball to the Kings.
So Mo, who do you are you sensing an advantage for one or the other? Who do you think has the edge?
I think more so for me, I'm surprised that we're actually not talking about that as like maybe the real differentiator between this competition. We've been talking a lot about the matchups, but that I think is a really key matchup too.
Yeah.
I don't know. When Walton went to the Lakers, I thought that was it was interesting that I thought, hey man, he's not ready. Like, yeah, he stepped in for Kerr, but I thought that was a stretch. Good for him for getting that opportunity, but it felt like a stretch. Mike Brown, he's seasoned. He's been here. And I think he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because, he felt like he was slighted for other head coaching opportunities. He came, humbled himself, was an amazing assistant coach, and now he has his new opportunity here. I think he's coming in this with a little chip, and I think he wants to stick it to the Warriors out of respect, but just be able to say, hey, I'm that dude too.
I mean, the Warriors might be one of the few teams he doesn't want to, quote, stick it to, but I get what you're saying. I mean, Mike Brown has had a fascinating coaching career. Thanks, Mo. Appreciate it.
Do you see an advantage either way?
Well, I think that the advantage I hear people talk about is being overstated. You hear a lot of people go, hey, Mike Brown knows what the Warriors are doing inside and out. Well, do you think Steve Kerr doesn't know Mike Brown's approach to a basketball game? Now, I understand what they mean in terms of personnel, and you'll say, oh, Mike Brown knows all the weak points. How many of those actually are there? How many weak points do the Golden State Warriors have? I don't know. They win the title most of the time when they're healthy. So I don't, it's not like there's nobody in the league that's like, it was crazy. We went against the Warriors, and all of a sudden, these Steph and Clay guys started hitting threes. We didn't see that coming. Everybody knows what the Warriors do. There's nothing more well-traveled in the NBA. So you can't stop it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You can combat it. Your guys can play better. You can try to, apply pressure in certain spots, make things hard for them. But I think that it's been overstated. I think the familiarity with one another is interesting, and it will lead to a closeness in this series, but I don't really see an edge one way or the other. Neither one of them is shooting the ball in this series.
I mean, it's a players' league.
Right.
It's a players' league. And more so than any other sport. I mean, I think coaching matters the most in football. You get the most number of players. I think the tone and the managerial decisions you make in baseball, I think, are bigger. I think in basketball, it's a players' league. But if there's going to be an advantage, I think it's advantage Brown from the standpoint of he's coached under Steve, so he's seen Steve coach a lot of basketball games. He's seen teams adjust to the Warriors, and he's seen Kerr adjust to those wrinkles. So he may have an idea, if we do this, Steve's reaction is going to be that. If we try this, he's going to go there. What are we going to do then? So, from being 2 steps ahead, or it might just be, I'm interested to see third quarter. Like the Warriors, and I mentioned this to Steve when I was sitting in for Rado and those guys a few months ago, when I'm talking to Steve, and I'm asking Steve about third quarter. And the Warriors had a really great third quarter point differential in all of their years until this year.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? I don't know. But I always thought of the third quarter as kind of the coaching quarter. When you come out in the third quarter, you've now seen how a team wants to attack you. You've gone in, you've talked to your guys, you've made some form of an adjustment. The Warriors were synonymous with these unbelievable third quarters until this year. So I'm not really sure exactly who has an advantage or if there is one, but I would think that because Mike was sitting there watching Steve react to all these different scenarios, then he knows kind of Steve's thought process maybe more so than Steve knows his.
Yeah, but I'd say this. Mike Brown's got a lot more to do in this series than Steve Kerr does. A lot more. Steve Kerr is coaching a bunch of guys who have done all this 1,000 times. Mike Brown's coaching a bunch of guys whose eyes are going to be wide. This is a totally different dynamic and vibe for them, managing their emotions. And also, if Mike Brown has such the ability to be like, okay, the Warriors are going to do this in the third quarter. Here's how we combat it defensively. Is that going to work? He's been trying all year long. This is a defensive coach who has been trying all year long to get his team to listen to what he wants to do defensively, and quite frankly, they haven't done it. Now they can overcome it because they are special on the offensive side of the court. But these guys are not, Sacramento is not a finished product. They are not a completed product as far as who they can become. They don't play defense, and he's a defensive coach. That's why I call them adorable. They're only at one step on the staircase. They haven't reached the top yet. They haven't become what they can become because they're only playing on one side of the basketball court. So I think Mike's got a bigger challenge in this series because forget what the other team's doing. You got to coach your guys.
He's got to almost be a psychologist.
Right. You got to get your guys to do what you want to do. What does Steve Kerr got to do? Roll the ball out.
Yeah.
Go get him, guys.
Yeah. I think Kerr's got to remind them that, hey, we didn't bring it, guys, all year, but we need to bring it.
Don't you think they know? I mean, they know.
Well,
they know.
Yeah, but he may need to call them out and state it to them.
Maybe.
I will say this too about Kerr. I think Kerr is obviously exceptionally bright, and he's got a more well-rounded basketball team here. The Warriors are a great scoring team, but they also they got one of the greatest defenders in the league.
Yep.
And I think GP2 is the difference in this series. If you said to me, name me one or who's above average defensively on the Sacramento Kings,
Oof.
I would say Davion Mitchell. And that's about it.
Yep.
And that's not enough. You know, Monty McNair's challenge this summer is to go find themselves a defensive player or two that they can add to their mix. They got a very offensive mix. And you know, I was not a fan of the Wiseman GP2 trade because I thought they sold Wiseman, you know, for too small of a price. You're giving away a 21-year-old center with all kinds of potential for a defensive two guard. Hated it when I saw it, even though I love GP2. But man, I'll say I never said it, and I'll move on if they can get this done. GP2 is a dominant defender. I mean, to me, Mark, he reminds me, for some of the old school fans, reminds me of like Michael Cooper with the Lakers, who was just, you know, he was 6'5", but he just bothered 6'9" guys, and he just was in your hip pocket, and you couldn't shake him, and he was just a dominating defender. And GP2 is like, Trae Young doesn't want to dribble around him, and Ja Morant doesn't look the same around him. And I just feel like he's going to be able to snuff out Malik Monk. I don't think Sacramento can run with the Warriors if Malik Monk gets snuffed out. And I think GP2 can do that all by himself.
Yeah. I mean, their top players are their worst defenders. That's true with Sacramento. I'm looking at the numbers right now. Sabonis, Fox, Murray, Herter. These are their worst defenders.
Right.
And that's who they rely on, and that's why they play the way they do. The Sacramento Kings play a game of, we're going to outscore you. And I know that, like, that's the name of the game. You have to score more points than the other team. But, like, in history, any sport, when we play a game of, look, we're going to let you score and we're just going to score more, dude, that rarely works.
Yeah.
It rarely works in the playoffs.
You got to be able to get stops if you're going to win a title.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, we've seen that. I mean, you can all think of an example of like, whoa, they're high flying, they're high scoring. College basketball, UNLV, right? Go to the NFL with Dante Culpepper's Minnesota Vikings. All of these teams that were like, my gosh, they are offensively just overwhelming. They always lose in the playoffs.
Look at college hoop. Who wound up in the actual final game?
Oh, gosh.
San Diego State, who plays hawking defense, and Connecticut
can't score at all.
Connecticut, like, you know, amazing defensively.
Right. San Francisco Giants in 2010 called them torture. There's actually a name for being Matt Caned. It means we don't score very much, but you can hold them to 0. We'll give you 1. That wins. It wins championships. It's where the whole defense wins championships thing came from. So maybe it's a little different this year in an NBA where everything is high flying. We'll find out. This is only one series. This isn't necessarily about winning the title. And sometimes the high flying, high scoring team does win a series or two or whatever. But Sacramento's not ready to go win a championship. And I think that's why Vegas and most people favor the Warriors in the series.
Yeah. Because Golden State, it's not just Golden State's been there. It's that Golden State's got an offensive team that can score, and they also have some guys coming off the bench that can really shut it down. I'll tell you the other guy that I just love the more I watch him is DiVincenzo, because, Kerr's stated it.
He's so good.
You can play him in any alignment. He can play with any group of 4 other players, and the guy rebounds the hell out of the basketball. He makes the right basketball play. It's like that's an invaluable, and he's in the prime of his career. Man, I hope they can figure out a way to keep him. I know it sounds unlikely, but he played on a bad Kings team. He played on a winning Bucks team. He played on a winning Nova team. Hopefully he's motivated to want to keep playing on a winning team.
Well, he's going to opt out. They're just going to have to find some money if they want to keep him.
Right.
And I don't know that they can. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by the Concord Police Department. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting joinconcordpd.com. We got more thoughts on the Warriors-Kings series. Plus, if you were not with us earlier when Alex Wood reacted to being taken out in the 5th inning last night, we'll let you hear what that sounded like as well. That's Larry Krueger in for Dibs, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive a truck that's built to serve. Ram Truck Month going on now.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. The evil laugh of Larry Krueger is here, and it will be back again. That's right. Back again tomorrow. Win or lose for the San Francisco Giants. We'll find out. I will say this. I don't know that I've ever seen a baseball season start off. We tease Guru, and quite frankly, all of Dub Nation. This Warriors season was one of those where they'd win a game, and people were coming in like, you're going to win the championship. And then they lose a game, and you're like, this team is done. This era is over.
It's over.
And then they go out on a Thursday, and they'd win again. And you're like, I think they can win it all. And you just go back and forth all year. Well, it's even more ridiculous in baseball. I don't know that I've ever seen this kind of reaction this early in a baseball season to individual games.
There's been some bad ones. There's been some good ones. I mean, the White Sox series was like
bombs away.
I mean,
unbelievable.
It looked like Harvey's wall bangers or something. You know, ridiculous.
Right. But I mean, it's so funny where one game can change. And I meant this when I said it to Alex Wood earlier. I'm like, you really helped change the baseball morale of the city, maybe only for 24 hours. But I can tell you that it wasn't about losing a game to the Dodgers. It was the way it looked. That was a very familiar feel of, dude, the Giants don't even belong on the same field with the Dodgers. Right. Is how it felt. And we watched it all year last year. Just get hammered.
15-4, I think is what LA did.
But the games were like 9-2, 11-1, 13-2. You're just like, good Lord, you feel like you're just getting smashed over the head over and over again. And for that to be the first game of the year and look like that again, it was just like, oh no.
Especially after almost getting swept by the 1-6 Royals.
Like, we're not doing this, are we? So to go out last night and play this was an all-around.
That was a big boy performance.
A really good baseball game. Like good defense, long ball, timely hitting, shutout pitching, 3-hitter of the Dodgers with 6 different pitchers. That was a big boy game. And, it did. It sort of changed. No matter what happens tonight, I think it changes the view of at least what this team is able to go out there and do on a night.
18-6 is what the Giants' record is in those pajamas.
Brother.
That they wear. The City Connect. You have one, right? Did you give one to your kid? Or?
I do. He's got one. He bought one. It might have been a Christmas gift. He's got a hat and a jersey. I got the jersey.
I mean,
and I steal his hat sometimes. Thank you.
It's a bad-looking jersey.
We look good in orange. I went to San Mateo High School. I'm a Bearcat, orange and black, through and through. They're the best 2 colors in the world. I'm not afraid to wear them.
Well, it's funny. John Miller wears the creamsicle hat a lot.
Yeah,
or at least he did.
You can call me Sherbert all you want.
And I like the hat. I think the hat looks kind of cool. I really do.
So what is it you don't like?
I don't like the orange and white no trim jerseys that look like pajamas. They look like pajamas. They need some trim.
Most of the players don't like them either. I will tell you that.
Something. They're orange and black, and there's no black. And it's like, you know what? It looks and they're kind of see-through. They're kind of, I don't know. And then the helmet now is goofball. The orangey helmet. I mean, I'd rather wear black helmets.
I know, but see, you know what? And
we got to wear that orangey helmet.
Bonte and Shasky get into this all the time because they're uniform guys. I'm just not a uniform guy. If you're 18-6, dude, wear a banana suit. I don't care what the hell you wear.
Should they wear them every day? Is that what you're saying?
18-6.
I know.
The question is,
they're flat out dominant.
Yeah, but
they're a dominant team in those terrible unis.
But it's kind of like, okay, I went to a restaurant one time and it was really, really good. Okay, are you going to go there every night? How long until you would just be like, okay,
are you superstitious?
Novelty wears off. It's not just superstition. It's like you can just wear things out. You just wear them out. You know what I mean?
But there are people that are so superstitious.
Like there are relationships that sour because people are with each other too much. Like I always say this in relationships. It's like there's something to be said for missing each other. You know what I mean?
Oh, look at you. You need
like,
are you needing your space?
No.
Do you want to talk to your girl right now?
No, she's not even in the same state right now.
Mark needs some space.
No.
Mark needs to be Mark, all right?
We're both so busy that I've told her before.
Get the hell out of here?
No, I've told her, I go, listen, I know
it feels
tough, but this can be a good thing. Like we get to miss each other. I've told her this.
Sounds like a sitcom.
Anyway, I'm just saying.
We can spend too much time together.
Yeah, that's right.
We can spend too much time together.
Yeah, I'll call.
Have your own interests. Have you thought about calling your girlfriends? Maybe go on a trip.
I'll be like, babe, listen, I'm your City Connect jersey, okay? You can come get me on a Tuesday.
18-6, baby.
18-6. I don't know, man. That's pretty interesting.
That is. That's an overwhelming record if you think about it.
It's an overwhelming record.
I personally, the Giants uniforms are great uniforms. The only thing about it is their regular uniform, it's a little creamy. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not saying they need to be white, but I mean, it just.
But that was what they did with the new yard. They went with that. That was kind of an ode to the old Giants uniforms.
I know, but it's kind of like Padres when they had the sand uniforms.
You're talking to the wrong guy because even the Warrior jerseys, the ones with the female empowerment jerseys with the flower things right at the tuck-in spot. Right. I actually, I don't know anybody who has any problem with the logo. They all have a problem with the fact that it's right where you tuck the jersey in. It's like an odd spot to put.
It's like made for people who are going to wear it around town untucked.
Right. It's like, I get it. So if you wanted to show that logo, why are you sticking it in a spot where you're going to jam it into your shorts? It's just a little strange. But I've yet to see the uniform in American sports that just totally knocks me off my perch. It doesn't. The Warriors can wear black, they can wear white, they can wear blue, they can throwbacks. Current.
Have you seen the Miami Heat uniforms? They're like two-tone.
Sweet.
You don't mind it.
I never got upset at the Bengal helmet. I never got upset at the Buccaneers.
Bengal helmet?
The Bengal helmet.
The Bengal Tigers?
Yeah, people think it's ugly.
Okay.
The Packers come out.
What was the one in the 70s? It was just orange. It said Bengals.
Yeah, exactly. The Buccaneers uniform back in the 80s. Whatever.
A pewter?
Yeah.
Or the creamsicle?
I mean the creamsicle, the City Connects, if you will.
So bad.
Yeah, but what I thought they were cool. Like, wow, that's different. They're wearing creamsicle orange.
I'm not a big uniform guy, but I just was. I mean, the Dodger City Connects look like you're like a military man or something.
They look like PJs.
I mean, those are navy.
Hard blue, yeah.
I mean, that's just
the Green Bay Packers come out twice a year wearing blue now. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Like, there's a few rules.
Up at the Niner Black jersey. It's just hard to read the numbers from the upper deck.
Yeah, like I kind of
like the jersey.
But I mean it in both directions. They wear those the 94 Ricky. I call them the Ricky.
Sweet.
They're sweet, but people lose their minds.
I love the white on white or the red on white.
I do too, but I'm not like, oh my gosh, this game is so much better because they're wearing Ricky Waters' uniform.
I don't know. Football jerseys
Score
like when
more points than the other team, and I'm happy.
I hear you. But I mean, when the Niners played the Rams. To me, like maybe the worst Super Bowl ever for jerseys was Denver played Atlanta, and I think Atlanta wore black jerseys and Denver wore white jerseys.
Dirty Birds.
That was a bad looking Super Bowl. The black and white that did look bad. But like when the Niners wear their red, the throwback 94 throwbacks with the white pants are tight, and then they
look good.
The red shirt, and then the Rams are in town, and the Rams got the blue and the yellow. I mean, I think that looks.
I dig it, unless the Rams score more points than them. Then I don't dig it anymore.
Or like when the Niners played the Cowboys in the playoffs. I mean, there's something sweet about.
That's an iconic connection.
Yeah, or Steelers, Raiders. I love those colors. I love those too. As a kid, I used to love the Miami Dolphins jerseys with the whatever like orange, the green, the teal, the green, orange.
Until they played each other in the Super Bowl, then you can't do that anymore. Speaking of things you can't do, Alex Wood is not allowed to finish the fifth inning, apparently.
I definitely would have liked to be left in there for at least Will Smith, but that was a decision they made, and it's kind of out of my hands. It ended up working out last night. We won the game, but I mean, there's never going to be a time where I'm going to be happy in that situation. I thought last night, the way I threw, I deserved to face Will Smith, but that felt like they had a better matchup with Junis, and so they brought him in, and especially after the game the first night, I always want the ball, man. That's how I am, and I would have liked it in that situation for sure. Just glad it worked out and we came out on top last night.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a couple things of note in there real quick.
Good honesty, by the way.
Yeah, it was good honesty. He used the word deserved. It's not I wanted it, I deserved it. That's different.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different. But number two, did you notice he doesn't say Gabe and he doesn't call him he? He keeps saying they. And I think that's important for fans to note.
Can we hear that one more time?
They made the decision. It's important to note.
I didn't pick that up.
I think he says it twice.
No, I definitely would have liked to be left in there for at least Will Smith, but that was the decision they made, and it's kind of out of my hands. It ended up working out last night. We won the game, but I mean, there's never going to be a time where I'm going to be happy in that situation. I thought last night, the way I threw, I deserved to face Will Smith, but that felt like they had a better matchup with Junis, and so they brought him in, and and especially after the game the first night, I always want the ball, man. That's how I am, and I would have liked to in that situation for sure. Just glad we it worked out and we came out on top last night.
That's the decision they made.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I've never heard that. You ever heard the statement? The buck stops with them.
Right. Exactly.
Well, who is them though? Is it Kai Correa? Is it Farhan? Is it
all of them?
Pete Patulia?
Yeah.
Is it
Patella? Yeah.
Who is it?
Captain Spreadsheet. Whoever he is.
Yeah.
All right. Remember, tomorrow when we get back here, Game 3 against the Kings is on the line in terms of tickets. A pair of tickets tomorrow all day long. You got to be listening to 95.7 The Game. Each show is going to give out a keyword, and you need all three to win. Morning Roast, 7:30 to 8. Steiny and Goo, 11:30 to noon. Then us right here, Willard and Kruger in for dibs, 4:30 to 5. All three keywords for your chance to win your way in to Game 3. Our ticket giveaway is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, as does our Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana and Gary St. G. A full hour of Warriors talk ahead of the start of the postseason is coming up here on 95.7 The Game. So for Mark and John and Lucas and Larry, I'm Mark Willard. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Join the SF Zoo and help save one of the rarest damselflies that is only found in the Bay Area. 90% of our animals are chosen for conservation efforts, with 20% being endangered. A family membership helps support these.